I'll be there. Some guy called up yesterday. He says, I want to travel 9 hours from Belgium all the way with a whole bunch of Hebra. Are they going to let us into the hotel? So, no, I'm told him that based on what happened with other people, I don't think so. But they should go speak to the hotel. I'll be happy if they come. For 9 hours. Wow, that's a long drive. They want to drive from Belgium straight, 9 hours. For one chair. Yeah. If Yossi K was there, it would be 3.5. 3.5 hours. Max. Hello, but without the smoking, you might be slower. Slide 31. Okay, here we go. Rabbi, so here it is. If you want it seriously, this is why I go to these places. It's not very volume. I mean, this is the Nahar. No, you gotta look at this screen. That screen. I'm looking at the dull one. Oh, let me explain to Belsky. Hold on. Mati, what he's saying is, why would a person want to bow down to a mountain? You see this beauty, you can understand it. I'll tell you something else. The taiva of Avodah Zarah is something that we'll never understand. The only way to understand it is say, you see this? This is your sacrifice. David, it shouldn't be a taiva for Avodah Zarah. We're about to. We can understand. If we want to understand, then we have to understand why we have a taiva for our rights. It's also something that doesn't make any sense. Logically. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu inserted a taiva, and that's it. We operate on Hakadosh Baruch Hu's taiva. Hakadosh Baruch Hu inserted a taiva for Avodah Zarah, which took the best of the best. The biggest doilim were Ovid Avodah Zarah. So you ask a question: how do you go from a Hakadosh Baruch Hu to a mountain? Also, it could mean the malach of the mountain, the sar of the mountain. The rukn is behind the mountain. The rukn is behind the the water, but we'll never understand it. It's just Akash Baruch Hu is mevatel it. So just understand that people that were a lot greater than us were nichshal in it. Hashoich l'shem harim l'shem givais. This is machlokes what a higher and what givai is. Is givai more higher than a mountain? A lot of people say that givais are the highest mountains in the world. When the guy says givais is man-made, so it's probably smaller than harim. L'shem yamim, a person does have a desire to the oceans, l'shem naharais, to the rivers, l'shem mitbarais, to the deserts. Shchitas psula. So if you look at the word for shchitas psula, usually it says there's an isur hana. You're not allowed to benefit. Psula means you're just not allowed to eat this meat. The shechita was done for the mountain. You're not allowed to eat the meat. So we have to understand why is it not severe like a isur hana, like a regular shechita for avodah zarah. It says the Mishnah, Shnayim moitzim b'sakim v'shoichatim. We're mamish where we need to beat the memo with the aleph with 23 minutes left. Shnayim moitzim b'sakim v'shoichatim. Two people holding onto a knife, something like this. The guy on the right is a goy gomer. Well, no, he's not a goy gomer. He's a goy. He's a shvach goy. He's not a believer. What is he thinking in his mind when he's shechting? Avodah zarah. The guy on the left is a shaykhit. He's thinking the right thing. The guy on the right to ruin it. Echad l'shem, echad l'kalelu. One of them is thinking to the mountains, to the rivers.
Forrest Gump movie.
The other one is thinking to the proper. One could ruin it for the other. Obviously, if they're both holding two different knives, then the one the guy shechting l'shem avodah zarah is going to win. But even if he's holding the knife with someone else, the guy that's doing it for kosher doesn't override the guy that's doing it for possible and possible. What?
This is awesome.
Yeah.
I took a couple of my pain pills tonight.
I'm helping you, and I'm inserting avodah zarah.
I love the opioid crisis.
Psula is, if you make some light, it seems like from the Mishnah, you're only also to eat it, but you're not also the hana. You can benefit from it. For meaning, I don't understand. This is mamish before the opposite.
Rather than Lieutenant Dan in the Forrest Gump.
I show you for the shum harim, the shum device, literally like down my
The only time it's a crisis is when I run out of opioids.
This is a little different.
You guys know that song?
If you want, you can look at
Shot. Or the police anthem when they're
places over here on the side, places being sheetas, and the place Rashi places. If the Hamil of Vana are like attached to the gout,
expecting to get up here. There we go. Thank you.
whatever that means, but they're forms of independent. Because it goes in to say that the it's interesting stuff that the sun has 12 malachim in charge of it.
Second time. The first time was here?
Okay.
The main room?
Will you in a wheelchair then? I just received this thing. It's unbelievable. It's fascinating. I watched it like 3 times. Things in a row. Okay. Just understand it. He goes to explain what a light year is. Just understand in the what a 1 light year away is. Then he goes to explain how the closest star is X amount of light years away from.
Excellent, big dog. So you're gonna go on
from us.
Are you at home?
And then the closest that he goes.
Are you at home?
What?
Are you at home?
Millions of light years away.
Not yet. I will be soon.
Of light years.
I will be soon.
Just to understand how far and distant and how vast the universe is.
No home for Tony.
No home for Tony. Okay. No home for Tony. Okay. And then you're gonna try to get somebody on your podcast today?
I am because I have like 6 episodes. I have
billions, and then the other one billions, and you can see it with the mic.
So you're gonna publish some. So you're gonna publish.
I will publish every single day.
Excellent. So you're gonna publish those. Excellent. So you're gonna publish those.
And then I thought to myself, wow, I know somebody in Chicago.
It's crazy. Like truly crazy.
He's married
Truly crazy.
to my mother-in-law.
Might work.
Look, I mean, I know it may seem crazy, but Joe Rogan posts 3 podcasts a week, and he's been doing so for 16 years now. More than that, 17 years.
The society of
you need to have that kind of grind in you.
Yeah.
Like people want, if you want to get popular, people want to expect you to be live streaming, or not live streaming, but like every day they can just be like, okay, I'm gonna make Tony's podcast part of my day.
So they ain't long after
True.
Like a TV show or the news or something.
my mother-in-law was
That's
not stupid. That's good.
But I'm thinking to myself, like,
exactly. But if you only put one out every 9 days, people are like, well, I want something with more content.
And they gave that name to some other guy. Like, hey, so you have a pilot on all the stars of the world. Okay? Exactly.
That's true.
So you know how it is.
Oh.
Okay, do you have time? We can train with for that episode with the Brazilian guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, if you tell somebody in your mosque, you give out the.
I should. I mean, it depends when you come in. Yeah, I should.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
By the way, the guy purchasing the parsha is probably paying more than the original. I was like, because the price is just climbing. It's just a way to give. It's not giving up. It's just a way to be part of it. Says the Gemara. The Mishnah. Oh, no, we're in the Gemara. Person worships a star or a mazel. How do you say mazel in English? Constellation. Mishum Michal Asar Gadol. Oh, so this is the largest thing in the world.
But you're telling me in for podcast, and for this, bro, this is the best. This is the best podcast for Spotify. This is the best choice I can make. This is the best choice I
think
can
so.
make.
I mean, you shade them. I think so. Shade them on the teva. Malach is.
Just tell me where you have that episode online, like for me, and I will going to post it on Twitter
It took me a while to say.
or on.
Oh, thank you. I think he said it would be 2 weeks.
I think he said it would be 2 weeks.
No.
One-on-one. Like,
No, my episode. With you.
Like, is that
Oh,
okay?
okay.
Charge of the
Yeah,
credit card?
I didn't get a chance to upload that today, but I'll do what I can. I'm gonna try it today.
I'll do what I can. I'm gonna
But
like,
I
if you want,
but I
most people
definitely upload your episode. And like if you want,
started my very
and
much
like
enough to give
if you want
$100
beat
stuff.
me,
Do you think
more,
beat me
episode
that
was
more
something
that episode was
something
something
more
different,
automatic.
something more automatic, or
No, I
so?
think it was different than the first
So they
one.
like giving the from Michal. 101. Sargo, Mushum,
Something
Something
okay,
else.
so this is a
So-
word. Here's
Okay, so
social cotton.
today I will going to record
today
my
I will going to
episode
record
for
my
wrestling
episode for
podcast.
wrestling
So
podcast.
this can be good too.
So this can be good too.
Okay. What's your wrestling podcast?
My name is Mike.
My name is Mike.
Okay, what is that?
I was in super.
My name is Mike.
My name is
I don't
Mike.
know what you're saying.
Yesterday
What is
was the
that?
first time I ever saw one of those
It's
birds.
like it's my podcast about wrestling,
It's
about
like
WWE.
my podcast about wrestling, about
Oh, wrestling.
Around
The
there,
name.
the ones that
Yeah.
Wrestling.
nice
Oh,
sounds
okay. I
like,
didn't hear you
they can
before.
actually
Okay.
imitate human beings.
Okay, that's cool.
What are they? Minor birds. Minor, not parakeet. Minor bird. My neighbor had one for. He might still have one. And they could mimic humans and stuff. So you know that they make crazy sounds.
Who's
So
your favorite
the
wrestler?
The regular ones.
Who's your favorite
Oh, that's a good
Oh,
question.
that's a good question.
They make these very. Anyway,
Okay,
come
I
to my
will tell
porch.
you
Okay,
grab
I
the
will tell
slug.
you like this.
with a like this.
Like this.
What are those things that
And
go at
I-
night and they leave like a
The
trail of.
restaurant, I'm more
Right?
like
Restaurant,
I
I'm
was
more
like
like
what he's saying,
Really
what
eat
I
that.
was
I was very happy.
like
Wow,
someone
yeah,
else.
what
finally,
he's
there's something
saying, what he do. He's other
positive on my porch.
Is Ottoman
Mine's like
name?
this. Took it. Just started
Ottoman
eating
name.
it. And then I watched the skinny, like took
the-
it deep
the-
and
the-
like, "Mom's like,
The trouble in the
Okay.
Common names.
That you
My
like?
names. Head of it.
That's my
That's
more
my
that's
more
most
that's my
Amazing.
most
like on my life.
like impact on my life.
But the best vessel is
But the
Johnson.
best vessel is
Okay.
So
Johnson.
what? After all this, if
Because
you chef
Johnson
for a mental
taught me never
This is
give
the
up.
most important
This is the
lesson
most
in
important
for
in life.
for this or
in
from
in
a call
Okay.
for a
life.
small little worm.
Okay.
It's Zivchei Meisim. What's Zivchei Meisim? Osir Bahana. So why does our mission say it's not Osir Bahana? It's only Osir Ti. Omar Abayali Kasher. Hold Omar Lahar. Hold Omar Lagad.
As you go see.
As
When
you
you're
go
talking
see,
to the
see.
mountain,
Who is your favorite?
Who is your favorite wrestler?
Andre the Giant.
That it's only
Yeah,
their God on the mountain, but nothing else.
But his life is very
tragic.
Yeah, it
tragic.
is. That's almost why I like him, though. He was a gentle giant. He had just amazing stories about himself. He could drink like 85 beers in a sitting and then go wrestle. He could like lift like 10 girls at once on his shoulders,
So that's a problem.
and everybody was scared of him, and I think I was scared of him as a child because he just was so kind of ugly looking to me. But
Yeah,
You're right.
he
Probably a little.
he just was like bigger than life. So I like him. I don't think there's a single kid who grew up in the 80s and 90s who didn't love Hulk Hogan. And I know Hulk Hogan's done some things that maybe are controversial, but people really still like him. I like Macho Man, Randy Savage, and $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. You know who $1 Million Man is?
Everybody can be God. Everybody can be God.
That's right. Yeah, you got it, man. Good job.
That's right.
Yeah, of course.
And I think that he was really interesting. Other people who I find interesting from that. I know these are all like old wrestlers, but do you know who the Legion of Doom is?
I see them. I think I see them. He's like two guys wearing
Spiky.
something like
Yeah, they were Animal and Hawk and Animal, and they'd wear like spiky football shoulder pads. I always thought they were super cool. I thought they were so cool. And they just were like, they seemed like nice guys, and they were the tag team champions when I was a kid, and they seemed really cool. I like there were two guys. They were known as the natural disasters, Earthquake and Typhoon. And they were like two really fat guys that were interesting. Do you know who Yokozuna was?
Yes. It was an who is Finnish character was Japanese, but he's from Samoa.
Okay, yeah. He scared everybody when he would come out. He was just so big, and to be that big and be that like flexible is pretty amazing. Or to be that agile is pretty amazing. I also really liked in the beginning days The Undertaker. He scared me a lot, actually. I didn't like him. But then eventually, as I got older, I wasn't as scared of him. And Paul Bearer. And I was fascinated by Kane. Kane spent the first few years never talking. I don't know if he ever did talk, but he was just quiet all the time. I liked Shawn Michaels. He seemed like a pretty boy, but he was really agile too. And I really liked D-Generation X. They just seemed like suck it. They just seemed like they didn't care about anything, and they were cool. I like IRS. He was like a tax. He was like a tax man. I thought he was an interesting character. You don't normally get somebody like that. I liked.
And now with the chair, it's still with all the chairs, maybe not how to move any chair in the whole thing. So they go in. But what are the things as far as they want to?
I would say
What
that.
is your
Okay, sure. Sorry, stop. I would say that I liked. Probably up until
where a guy used to
everybody likes Stone Cold Steve Austin. And
it always I
was kind of because everybody liked him. I was kind of like anti him. Not that I thought he was a bad guy or anything. It's just like everybody liked him. And so if everybody likes somebody, I almost want to not like them. That's just how I am.
And then Sideway thing always I never understood it, but
who else did I find to be
it wasn't there when I was a kid.
Interesting?
But today people go
I like their gimmicks almost more than their wrestling. Doink the Clown. Did you ever hear about Doink the Clown?
Yes.
He was very interesting to me, and I liked him. I like.
They do sideways even when they have.
Let's see here. Doink the Clown was just really interesting. Like, oh, this guy's going to be a clown and he's going to wrestle. And the more of a getup a guy has, the more I like him. Like, the more that he sticks to things. So people really like Mankind, Dude's Love, Cactus Jack, Mick Foley. He played like a bunch of different characters, and I like when a guy sticks to one character. I don't want him to be like 4 different characters or whatever. But he would absolutely get obliterated in the ring to the point where he would like really get injured. And there was one, I don't know if it was, I think it was Hell in a Cell, where he got thrown through the he got thrown through the cage, and like Undertaker was just staring at him from above, and that was a very scary moment. People like Bret the Hitman Hart. Gotta say, I wasn't a huge fan of his, but at times he was better than some guys. There's
at his door? What?
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What is your hot take
about WWE?
What's my hot take?
Yes.
It was a kid.
Yes.
About WWE.
Well, that it's more choreographed aerobatics than it is a sport. I don't consider it a sport. I consider it to be choreographed acrobatics, and I consider the people, the entertainers, to be extremely agile and athletic. And I'm not saying that it's
And then you have all the time outside. You say the other story. You have
that they don't take bumps, but I find it to be somewhat, how do I want to say, like disconcerting or just sad that it's not real, and they play it off like it's real. So they like literally are like lying to children generally who think it's real, and that is to me like that ruins. I don't know. I get that they're playing it off, but and I get that it's entertainment. But that to me is just sad. The fact that the guys are all on steroids, basically 99%, if not 100%, of everyone in wrestling is on steroids, and it gives children an unreal belief that like if they take their vitamins and say their prayers, that they're gonna all be that big someday, when that's just not realistic. And then they end up maybe using substances that could cause them major long-term issues. You know, it's just kind of one of those things where you don't necessarily know how dangerous that kind of stuff can be, but like even like when a little boy or a little girl thinks, what is someone who's in shape? What do they look like? They think of a wrestler, and that's not really true. Another thing that I find interesting, I don't know if this is a hot take, but basically no wrestler is able to beat the elite members of the UFC in a fight, like even the really big guys, you would think, oh, that one guy's huge. Like, for sure, because he has more muscle and he's bigger and stronger, he'd be able to beat the little guy from Chechnya or Dagestan or something. But that's not true. Those UFC guys know how to fight, and they would absolutely destroy one of the, like a WWE wrestler in a real fight. And that's kind of a shock. That's kind of a shock to a lot of people. Another thing that no, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Even though he shifted one out of two Simon, which is not a shpita,
Progression
that's it.
beat anybody.
We're going to see in a second. So like Ula,
and he's a wrestler.
Oh, Brock Lesnar. Okay.
The beast.
Not necessarily. He lost in the UFC. He lost in the UFC.
Doing something.
What about
Negative animal. Doing a Maisa.
Kurt Angle. He is Olympic.
That's true, but he would lose in the UFC. Those guys box. He was a wrestler. But you make a good point. Those two guys have been successful in multiple things, so they would do better in the UFC. But even those guys are like Brock Lesnar lost in the UFC. He's not considered the greatest UFC fighter of all time. And he is, in my opinion, like he's very, he has a lot of steroids going through him. And you know, like at a certain point it becomes less who's the best fighter and who's the better test taker.
I think
it's a riddle.
I think they have progression is the alpha our species.
That's true. From a women's standpoint, I think it gives little girls who watch wrestling, even little boys, unrealistic expectations of a female body. Every female wrestler is basically like a big-headed bimbo chick. Not that they're not athletic, and not that they are not beautiful, and not that they're not. What they do doesn't have value, but it just at a very early age makes children think that all women are supposed to look like this, and they don't.
Do you know how hot is Charlotte Flair? Like this. Nikki Bella. He was hot.
Okay.
He was hot.
Okay.
As far as you do by mistake.
Yeah, they're beautiful women.
Yeah.
Give me your Mount.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know them that well. Oh, for female wrestlers. Oh, but pro wrestlers.
Yes.
Probably. Hulk Hogan is the biggest. Second biggest is.
Anybody want to answer?
Okay, so like three of them are easy for me. They would be Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and John Cena. Those three were like the big. They like made a cultural. And probably The Rock, just because of what he's done outside wrestling.
So
that's all four. Mount Rushmore has four. So it's Stone Cold, The Rock, Hulk Hogan, and John Cena. Rock, Hulk Hogan, and
First chef Zachatos.
For me,
And chef
for me,
outside of the Beis Hamikdash on Shabbos. Fourth.
Donosina, he's a goat.
Zara,
Another one
it's
is
three chatois.
Another
Let's
one
do this
is
again.
Ramon names.
If a person
third
chefs
Third is
Achatos on Shabbos
third is
outside of Beis Hamikdash
I
for
am
Avodah Zarah, how many chatois is it?
going to say
Bray Wyatt.
Bray Wyatt.
Wrong.
Rest in peace.
That's just four.
Okay, you're gonna say
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm listening. You just said the guy, rest in peace. I'm listening. I'm listening. You just said the guy,
Yeah,
I'm listening.
Bray Wyatt.
Yeah,
because he
Bray
was
Wyatt
because
because
he
he was
like really
great
genius.
genius. He was like really genius.
Toure.
Toure.
And the five
And the
four
five
is
and the four is
All right. Anyways, the Gemara says Chaim
four
sons
is
Chaim three.
four is
and the fourth is just
and
hard.
the
There's
fourth
so
is
many
just
names
hard.
I can name.
There's so many names I can name.
Okay, who? Okay,
And the
I have a video here,
And the
whatever.
four is
This is a
four
video
is
from one
I
of our
think-
better artists. Sometimes we're right that
ooh,
it's super
Ooh.
artistic. It's on a very, very high level. But for me,
I don't know that. Well, that's
I don't
hard.
know.
Fourth is
Well, that's hard. Fourth
too
is
much. Oh, that's what you're saying.
I am
I am picking
Undertaker
between
and
It's done on a very high level.
Stone
and Stone Cold
and Shawn Michaels.
and Shawn
And
Michaels.
Hold on. Before I show.
Okay.
We'll start from here. Okay.
okay, you got to pick one.
I gotta say the next piece to understand what he's saying. It took me somebody in the shir explained it to me yesterday. The iris given to Shochabos Simon Echad Asara.
Undertaker.
Okay, why Undertaker?
Listen to this bomb question.
Undertaker.
If all
Because Undertaker
he
is
do is
half
check
streak.
one Simon, and that's enough.
Because Undertaker is half streak and over WrestleMania
How could I be
have
chayiv
very
on
good
three?
stories with his brother Kane.
and
It was like one of
it
the
was
most
like
domination
As soon as I started checking this animal,
WrestleManias in all time.
WrestleMania in all time.
That's true.
I'm cutting dirt. What does
Who stopped his streak?
that mean? I'm cutting dirt.
Who stopped his streak?
Think about it. When I start
Who? Who?
Brock
checking, as soon as I
Brock
start
Brock
checking,
Lesnar. Okay.
that's a bit Zara.
Oh, Brock Lesnar. Okay.
Once it's a bit Zara,
Okay.
touch him. The Kedusha
That
is
works.
out.
They used to seemingly like. Do you know the Attitude Era?
Like, do you know the Attitude Era?
Yes.
So then I never.
They were a
checked
lot
the
more.
They were
raw. Then they'd have blood. They would use steel chairs.
It's like
They would like destroy cars and stuff. The women would show like basically their breasts on cable television.
Yeah.
It was just much more
Let's just continue this quickly.
violent. And then they realized kids were like emulating this and they were getting in trouble. And they had to make sure that it was entertainment. And so they pulled back on it. But what are your thoughts on Vince McMahon as an owner?
What are your thoughts on Vince McMahon? I would just skip it.
I think Vince McMahon
Man,
he is alright.
he is alright.
What we have, he is alright.
What we have,
But I
he is
think-
alright.
I think
But I think
Vince McMahon
Vince
cannot be
McMahon
that good
is
because
cannot
he
be
is
that
an old
good
school
because
guy.
he is an old school guy.
And the board of
And
pro wrestling
the board of pro
board,
wrestling
like
board
moving
like
forward.
is like moving forward.
Okay.
So I'm not
Okay.
that
So I'm not
yes,
that I
give him the Hall of Fame.
give him a
Deserve
Hall of
it.
Fame. He
But
deserve it.
no more like
But
the chairman
no
of
more
the
like
company.
the chairman of the company.
Yeah.
Who out
I
of the
get
three
that.
is trying to show here? I get that. Shabbat is close.
That makes sense to me.
That makes sense to me. It's like Mechaber Ba'ofer. That's what he's trying to do.
What is your best WWE finisher?
Great question.
Also, that's the mistake.
I think probably the most famous one is the Stone Cold Stunner. The choke slam of Undertaker and Kane. That's a big one. The Rock's elbow, the People's elbow. That's a big one. The Sweet Chin Music of Shawn Michaels. That's a big one. My favorite one? Well, I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's the one that I could do when I wrestle with people. It was a really devastating one. Is Ken Shamrock's ankle lock submission. Ken Shamrock's one of those guys too. We could have included in who could fight in the UFC because he did fight in the UFC. And an ankle lock submission is devastating.
And therefore, all these things happen together.
No. Shamrock doesn't have ankle lock. Could Angle have?
So did Ken Shamrock.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna look this up, but
No,
Ankle lock has he has something else. He has with your arm. Ankle lock is with your ankle.
okay. Well, maybe I just learned it from him.
No.
I'm looking.
Outside of the
Ken Shamrock.
There's no Malik
He popularized the ankle lock submission as his primary finishing move in both professional wrestling and mixed martial arts. So he's the one who made it popular. Chris Jericho's Lion Tamer. That was an interesting one.
We said already.
I think Big Show did some kind of choke slam as well. That was big. Let me think. Let me think of all of them.
So we have a problem here.
Bret Hart did something where he. Sharpshooter. Yeah. Where?
I have a question.
I have where you use in
Ankle lock submission. Are you asking which if I was in a real fight, which finisher would I use?
Yes.
I think ankle lock submission is the worst of them. In terms of
it's later.
Okay, perhaps, but at least the ones that I know. Ankle lock submission is incredibly painful and basically ends up with a broken ankle no matter what. Even like the Stone Cold Stunner, you can survive that. The People's Elbow, you can survive that. But if you're in the ankle lock submission and he has it on you, he's going to break your ankle.
Specifically, I don't want to be under the desire when I nick it in the beginning. I want to be over.
So I think that's an interesting one. One that never, I know they said it was a big deal, but it just never was that big to me was the drop leg of Hulk Hogan. What was it called? Leg drop, yeah. That just was never that big to me. Finishers weren't as, I think, popular back in his era. And I don't know what was Andre the Giant's signature move?
I think
Oh yeah. You're right. It was bear hug. You're right. That's excellent. Good job, Tony. Yeah, bear hug. That's an interesting one. Oh, Mankind had an interesting one. The claw or whatever, where he'd stick his hand in your mouth. That was an interesting one. You know who we didn't mention as like one of the great wrestlers, but Lex Luthor. He was big. I always thought that he had Of any WWE wrestler of all time, he had the best body. He was like a bodybuilder standpoint is what I'm saying. He had the.
But
It had to happen in the beginning because
but
only in the
like-
beginning is the difference.
sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Sorry.
Because the chatos is that's enough.
But
Other question that we're going to
if
see
I
today.
look right,
hopefully
if
we
I
get it.
look right,
Is the
if
chatos
I look
considered
right
yours?
to, if I look right to,
I bought it.
to fight, I cannot have big jokes. I
So
cannot
my
have right
mine
jokes
or
because I cannot pick anybody up. Because I cannot pick anybody up. Alright. So
what's an
so
opinion?
like
It is.
so like
yours. So then
see
a
finish to see on this point because you cannot anybody to anybody to
change it to
stone,
nick.
right?
But if it's not yours, a little tiny nick.
That's right. That's right.
So for me, so for me, if I had to like finish the guy, I
It's in the beginning. It happened in the beginning when the nick makes the difference between the chatos and the
a
shlama.
grub stop. Seth Rollins.
That's devastating. That's devastating.
Hello. Sorry.
You can kill
Yes, you
somebody
can.
with it.
I agree with you.
Check this out.
I agree with you.
So
The famous we learned this already. Here, look at this bird.
Yeah, you make a good point. You make a good point that
with
many of the guys' moves, unless you're really, really big and really, really strong, you can't really do them. So, curb stomp is something that's realistic that you could do.
or like spear.
1%.
Yeah, Goldberg's spear was a big one.
You made out of the Zara, you Michal Shabbos.
Goldberg spear.
And
Goldberg spear. If I hit you with a Goldberg spear, you are out.
Yeah,
You are out. You are out.
that was a big
Or
one.
like RKO.
Or like
RKO.
You're potentially
What
right.
is your do you want do you want when you are gonna be famous and this stuff when you are gonna be famous and this stuff do you want to be in some way in WWE?
Yeah, I would probably do it the way Donald Trump did it.
Yeah, and we said the shot is like that he did a little bit.
Me too. This is my dream corrupt. Me too. This is my dream corrupt. Me and
We would have a
WWE.
question from Chatos, like explained before.
Yeah, it's just
But Chatos,
he basically wore a suit and did it, and
what was the question?
he was pretty good at it too. Seemingly like made it pretty realistic looking, and
Since it's not
and it just helped him to build his image.
the Simonech doesn't make a difference.
I want to be like I want to have if you know this guy, like big guy.
Jelly Roll,
Jelly Roll.
yeah, I know who that is.
Jelly Roll, yeah, I know.
I want to like him. I want to feel that. I want to feel that. Maybe I'm crazy. But I'm on to
Make it
means
that.
at the end of the shechita, so then there wouldn't be a difference between.
I'm trying to think of another wrestler who we haven't mentioned who deserves. Do you remember Goldust?
Yes, but
Goldust
was
it's a good thing you mentioned.
not like the best gimmick, I think, but not like more.
No, I agree with you. It was not.
Meaning,
But I think it was a play on his dad was Dusty Rhodes and he was Dusty Rhodes' like son or whatever. And Cody Rhodes' half brother. But I agree with you. I don't think it was the best either. Dude, you know who I really liked is the Pimp. You know who the Pimp was? He was also. It was also the Godfather.
No,
a small nick, even in the chatos, makes it yours.
Godfather was good.
Yeah, the Godfather.
Right away.
No, the best gimmick was the Pimp. He was also the Pimp.
Since it's a chatos, you have to have a big mice in it.
his name was the Pimp, and this was during the Attitude Era. He'd come out with bitches, and like hit. I don't know if it was his finishing move or whatever, but sometimes he would just bribe people so that he could get the win. So he would have his girls come up and flirt with the opposite opponent. Yeah, well, that's what the Pimp did too. Let me make sure I have this right. The Pimp and the Godfather
even a little bit is enough.
wrestler.
Little Nick, how much will know? You need a big mice. Okay, fine. So we'll stop here.
Oh, no. He was just the Godfather. He was not the Pimp. So that was Godfather. Yeah, his catchphrase was "Pimpin' ain't easy." That's what it was. He was big time. And I really liked him. I liked his gimmick a lot.
If we talking about most influential person in WWE history, is
Dusty Rhodes.
Yeah.
There's an argument to be made for that.
Because he working with talents, with everybody. Best. Like at this point, Dusty Rhodes is the most. Like at this point, is the most. Dusty Rhodes is the most important man. He's the most important man. He's like very. He's a very big deal.
There's an argument to be made that maybe Vince McMahon Sr. because Vince McMahon Sr. bought all of the smaller wrestling companies and made it like a national and international business. He got rid of most of the competition.
You can say
Yeah, I would say in his own way. Do you know who Ted Turner was? So Ted Turner started WCW and gave. Do you know what WCW is?
Yes.
And so he basically created a competition for WWF or WWE. And at some times, WCW for short periods was bigger than WWF.
Yeah. It was
Potentially. But this was all done. This was all done with Ted Turner's money. There were small times during the 1990s where WCW was more exciting than WWF. It's like when NWO came out and Goldberg and Diamond Dallas Page. Like basically WCW bought all of the talent from WWF, including like Razor Ramon or Scott Hall and X-Pac and Diesel and Kevin Nash and
maybe
certainly Hulk Hogan. When basically people were going wherever Hulk Hogan was going.
Yeah,
Just to let the oil know.
Maybe
at 6 o'clock we had a siren in the church and a lot of
because you think Bischoff, and I think
I don't think Eric Bischoff. Eric Bischoff was big, but I think Ted Turner.
At about 7:02,
Yes. Yes.
Early 7, so it was an hour in between. That's why many people
company, ECW.
Yeah, just ECW never was as big as
are not in the
WCW.
business now. They went into Mamad and stayed there.
Like
They went home. There was a few people that were supposed to be flying, and the
Biggest what?
like turned around or canceled and said they can't.
like from good guy to
and go.
from good
Oh,
guy to
definitely
America.
when
These
Hulk
missiles
Hogan went to the WCW and
so far
became
coming
Hollywood
from
Hulk Hogan, no doubt.
And when you got Aura,
Yeah, no
you
doubt.
got Aura.
He went from so the biggest heel turn in my opinion, definitely that, and it's not really close. That was the biggest heel turn ever. Yeah,
Ever.
and then the biggest.
I was thinking.
Go ahead.
I didn't guess.
The biggest babyface turn, or I don't know what is it called.
My phone is
When
off. Oh,
when the good when they
okay,
turned to
that's
the good
different.
guy
So the Balagan
was
has started. We had
in my
quiet for a
opinion
very long time. Baruch Hashem, and
probably and I could be wrong with this.
waking up the family at 6 o'clock.
One of the biggest at least was Undertaker.
And now I ran.
Undertaker used to be like seen as a very scary guy who everybody feared, and then eventually became kind of a hero.
We had a hero bay in the shirt. They were jumping up and down with joy.
Wouldn't you agree?
Lee, how are you doing?
That's okay. That's okay.
The whole school's up.
In my health room, I will say,
Look at that zip up.
But what about Stone Cold
Just messages here. We're in a war. And you're like, you're reciprocal Layla.
and be the devil, Mr. McMahon.
Oh, the warning is here.
Yeah, but people like that because he was standing up to the man.
We didn't even read an email.
But I
Okay, Rabbi, so let's...
in that moment, he
Rabbi said the sacred player of gift.
Yeah, but people didn't like Vince McMahon. So it was like they were standing up to corporate America.
Okay, so if anybody's over the age of 50,
I was thinking John Cena will be the figure, but they fucked up.
Yeah. I don't know.
They so fucked up.
Yeah. So tell me why you think they messed up.
Oh, that was the mess.
Why do you think they messed up?
Because John Cena held throne was
that it just finished. We jumped the gun. We came a little early.
Because John Cena held throne.
David, you arrived at the airport. Still flight and everything.
Like 36 days.
Like 36 days. Let's hear Psur's status.
Right, it was too short.
So I don't. What?
It was too short.
What? Yeah.
It was too short.
Too short.
Answers the clock for Bar Mitzvah. My official, the guard.
And
my official, yeah.
Because
Parrots
and because the storyline was
beautiful.
I think the storyline was around the final boss.
$30,000 piece.
That could be.
That could be.
And Lock was gone, so John Cena was not gone, so John Cena was not right. He said your fans don't need it. He said your fans don't need
anybody else want, there's a clap.
In that moment,
follow in my official's footsteps.
I was thinking he will get new music,
available for oral promotion for $50,000.
So I don't think John Cena had to go
sponsor the Cypher is available. $100,000
can be. Okay.
Extend your source. Extend your source. The match of the nation. 3,600, 5,400,
I'm not.
I know that
because
Benny
it was so
said
long,
right, but they only did it for so long. I feel like they don't want to do that because of all of the good that he did with Make-A-Wish Foundation.
So there are other people, if
they don't want to erase all that.
Like David Kreinberg, they sit together. David Kreinberg is making his Chumash available. $1,000 matching on his
that
chumash.
moment was good.
Share the
I think, and
that's the question.
I don't know
Share
if
the
you
sefer, you sponsor it as well. Let us
see that moment.
know so we can add yours to
That
the list.
moment when
My boy said here's them, so I'm not going to read all the names, obviously, and I'm going to start reading them
was
today.
not
It goes in alphabetical order, and there's many.
bad, but
There's a lot of lists here. We're only this partial list.
I'm missing
Ivan
like
Schwartz is Amudim. These are
so
$720 people. These names are going to be great on the mantle, and also Rabbi said right over there.
But like that moment was like
Where you see that chest cut to the side,
the
that's
biggest
coming off.
problem I have. The downhill of John Cena was never only about John Cena. It was about the final boss. The final boss.
Everybody's name on it. Everybody, I believe, even words. No.
That's what I think.
It's
And
gonna be straight.
that's why the Hamilton of John Cena is never going to be that big. It should be because
so right now, a guy by the name of Alex Katz from
is the rock brand. Everybody is going to say
just
final boss.
I'll share my parashas. So you should go up to Alex on the spot. This is you don't know who's watching.
That could be.
Who's listening on the spot.
I understand John Cena, but he say like I want to ruin and that's
Ari Friedman, Ari Levy, Ari checking out. Are you Simon at our global?
But for me,
Usher Stefanski,
and for fans, I think you need to build up.
Works for us. Moshe Weil, Avram Mirai, or Schaffner.
You need to
right over there.
more like some moments.
Beanstalk Boys. They got together, I guess. They got Bernard Zimmerman, Charles Seid, Stern Family,
I know he had some moments. I know he said the best over the business and without any matches. It was here too.
Mosma,
Problem
with John, and David Lisker. I'm going to stop over there.
We like him so much. So when he said, I don't need to do this,
these are the
I don't need to do this, he said yes.
The words, I think, is like 4 of these.
That could be.
I love this video. I asked him to do it. He told me that they're starting.
I don't disagree with you.
I don't disagree with you.
Location here. Look
What
at
is your
Jimmy.
opinion about John Cena?
Brand new base measures in Manchester.
He's the wrong guy to do it because he has such a good guy image that he just did it so late in his career, like you said, and he didn't do it for too long. And I don't know if people think that it's all that interesting. Maybe I'm wrong, but like, I don't think people get super excited about Cody Rhodes. The Undertaker's retired. The Rock does movies. It's kind of a lull. It's not. It's certainly not what it was in the Golden Era, and it was not what it is in the Attitude Era, and it's not what it is in the Post-Attitude Era. So they need something more. They need something more.
Should John Cena stop out of his last season? Did you see his last match?
No, I don't watch it.
Huh?
I know. He tapped out.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of goes against his never give up attitude.
Yeah, that's true. I understand when you have a last match, you need to write praise and but why not just beat him? Why he need to? Why is so important to John Cena tap out for Gunter?
English version of writer. See you there.
I get what you're saying. I don't know.
I get what you're saying. I don't know.
This I don't understand. Why? You can just breathe in. You can just breathe in.
The English
You
tradition
can
of
tap in.
That's like the biggest.
doesn't one take. It's geweldig. MDY satellite Manchester location. Look at that, Rabbi. How did you not go there? Check it out. Dear Belly, we are sponsoring on all that.
He should not be.
I want to read that later in the day. What is it? Dal Sivan. I didn't realize the date. It's like next week.
I'm overall pretty disappointed with Triple H and Stephanie McMahon and how they run the company. It's much more corporate now.
Special shout out to the Gold
Doesn't have the same kind of flamboyance like it once did. Like, to me, what they're missing is character with props and like they had a clown, they had a gold guy, they had the Godfather, they had like a they had like a witch doctor, they had like the All-American, they had the Giant, they had the Undertaker, they had the Undertaker's brother, they had like a gang with G-Generation X, they had like high-flying guys, they had Rey Mysterio Jr., they had they had like a bunch of they had a millionaire. They had like a tag team, like different tag teams. They all had like a thing, like to get people's attention. And today it's just like really athletic guys, and that's it. But they don't have like a thing. Like Cody Rhodes, what's his thing? He's the son of a WWE legend. That's it. And he walks around like wearing like an outfit, but he's not like a king. Like they even had a king back in the day, Jerry the King Lawler. Like, you know what I mean? They had something. They had the boss. They had the big boss man who was a police officer. They had like something, whatever the career choice was that a kid could be. They had that, but for a wrestler, and they've lost that. And to me, that loses a lot of the uniqueness that is wrestling.
But it's always worth it to have that consistent daily in Torah.
I understand your point.
I'm part of the Valley Village community in Los Angeles, and this week I had a rear
A problem is not a place.
plans for a day with my younger daughter at Disneyland.
Why
Just
is
the two of us.
Tico the
She
problem?
saw that even at Disneyland,
Because Tikeo
it was important to learn. I was able to watch
Yeah,
this year
I
while
agree
we
with
waited
you.
in line for rides.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But I don't understand. I don't understand why they don't have, even today, a police officer and a burglar and a lawyer and a politician and a lion tamer and a fireman and like a really fat guy and a really tall guy.
Especially when
And you know what I mean? They don't have that anymore. They're just all actors. But they don't market, in my opinion, they don't market them correctly. I get that they're all really in shape and they're all really agile and stuff, but they don't have enough of a gimmick. To me, wrestling is a lot about the gimmick. Like, back in the day, I'm not saying this is, you should use animals, but they had like a guy with a snake. Like Jake the Snake Roberts. And they had like, you know, like Macho Man Randy Savage, but really like flamboyant outfits and stuff. And they don't have that. They've lost it, and I don't understand why they don't want to bring it back.
They've lost it, and I don't understand.
It could be that the MDY is real.
I think last gimmick was
The happiest place on
With the
earth.
what?
Yeah.
What?
Bray Wyatt.
It could be that MDY is really
Bray
the
Wyatt.
happiest place on earth.
and the Fiend
Okay,
and this.
so they don't even do it anymore.
Okay. So they don't even do it anymore.
Well, you
No,
could.
they
My great
have
thanks
like
to you and everyone at MDY for all
They
you
have like
do.
Finn Balor, Finn Balor,
Finn Balor Demon.
Finn
They are
Balor
not right.
Maintain and grow this year. That should
And
claim.
the Undertaker was a
I
get.
think
The Undertaker was a gimmick
I
too,
feel
and perhaps one of the
Alert with
best
you.
gimmicks of
Person
all
that's trying
time.
to sue.
Undertaker was a
The other
gimmick.
doesn't realize
One of the
that in
best
this room
gimmicks
alone,
of all time.
there's probably
I think
10 people
what is
that work on a daily
what is
basis
to
to make sure that the
we
machine runs
have
consistently.
like
Phone
we have for athletic right now. Like
Exactly, but and that's cool,
ideas,
but that's
meetings,
not
Exactly. But and that's
attractive
cool,
to get new
but that's
audiences.
not
If you want new audiences, you need some kind of gimmick.
get new audiences. If you want new audiences, you need some kind of gimmick.
Like if they made Cody Rhodes
on a daily basis,
into he thinks he's a king, his like ego inflates to the point where he calls himself like
that guy up
King
there,
Rhodes or something like that. And then you know, like the female wrestlers, they make themselves into thinking that they're like a princess, or like they're really, really confident in everything, or like maybe one of them thinks that she's like a tiger
doesn't happen by itself.
or
It's a whole
a
team.
cat
Again,
or
I'm going to read
something.
what he says here.
And
Great thanks to
somebody else
everyone
thinks
at
that
MDY
they're
for
like
all you do.
they're like superheroes, basically. Like that's what they should do instead. And another thing is like you name wrestlers, and I have no idea who these guys are because you're naming their like first and last name, and that's hard for someone to remember, as opposed to just being like, oh yeah, that's the Godfather. Everybody knows the Godfather, or the Undertaker. Exactly. Like you just have to. You have to name the gimmick. It's much easier for people to know what the gimmick is than to remember a guy's first and last name. Like to me, John Cena is a terrible name, and it's a terrible gimmick. He's got a fine name for a human, but it's like he's just some guy. And his thing is like never give up. That's cool, but that gimmick sucks. Stone Cold Steve Austin was Stone Cold. He was like, even though he had Steve Austin in it, he was like a badass who didn't give a fuck about anybody and would just do whatever he wanted. That was his thing. It's just like, even The Rock had, like, in his early days, he would go through some different things and different gimmicks to some extent. But when you start getting into these guys with the first and last name, I just can't keep track of all those humans. But if you tell me, oh, one guy's a lion tamer, oh, one guy's a clown, one guy's a scuba diver, one guy's a fireman. Okay, I can keep track of that.
I'm telling you the shots. I had the skills to learn from our
for me, what is like
shots.
like
On shots, I think it was. I did all that down.
In this era, you cannot your social media and everything. What
in the future, it's still going to be running the stores to buy it, even now.
He's protective. He's that man a character.
No connection to MDY. The future versions of it.
The giving us over.
Essentially,
that could be.
Every is going to have a picture or two with graphs, and it's going to be. It's a different level.
Thing is, like, I understand.
Anybody that tries it out loves it.
I understand your point about
to read.
But in this John situation, that gimmick
it's user friendly. It doesn't say anti-chamber.
Represent normal people because he represent normal people
and sacrifice. And
I get
it's
that.
Just the lotion that we use.
Then give him a nickname. Then give him the nickname. Never give up Cena or something like that.
Never give up Cena. Something
like if that's what he's known for.
There are no notes. So right before talking.
True. When you it's like in this
in 3-4 words, just to remind you, to remember it. It says over here in the Gemara, let me say, Rabbi Yochanan. What did Rabbi Yochanan say? Just a quick.
That could be.
Little things that help. It reads.
Do you think should
I
somebody
don't want to say newspaper, but it
Cena
is newspaper. It's just
17 times, 17 times world champion?
Understand?
Yeah,
Any
it'll
kid can
probably
read it
take a
and
while.
get
I don't know.
shot at
It'll probably
Yeah.
take a while, obviously. They can only do so many things. It's all scripted. So like you have one guy who is undefeated for years, and everybody trying to beat that guy. Then you have a guy like John Cena who wins and loses a lot, but then becomes like world champion a bunch of times. Then you have a period of time where you rotate the title. And you basically go through that cycle, and that's the wrestling world.
Ben Doif Fresh was your side is the 23rd of Siva.
Yeah.
David Salomon.
So like, who do you think
All these from now on are the second sponsors.
I don't know. I'm not the right person to ask that question because I don't really follow it that closely now. So, and they don't run it the way that I think they should. So, that, I don't know.
By the Policy Foundation, we just heard from him. Gratitude consortium and the lines. And all we do to support him,
give me goals in different areas. So give me goals of like.
So we got me some thank you.
Well, it's hard to do. It's basically 80s and 90s is Hulk Hogan, late 90s to early 2000s Stone Cold Steve Austin, mid 2000s to 2015 is The Rock, and 2015 to now is John Cena.
And of Ramishaya ben Slavic Boiro, man, I guess what
Some people say Cody Rhodes.
So John Cena is bigger than Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes might be the next one.
Cody Rhodes might be the Spanish here. Sponsors, mazel tov to the New York family on this incredible set. Sorry.
Okay.
I love you.
What do you think about?
May keep growing across the world and in Spanish communities. In memory of Hayalda.
What about it?
Jingle Hertzberg, Allah Shalom.
What do you think about that?
And Amy, and family.
I think it'll be interesting. There are 7 matches, none of which is like overly super attractive, but I'll watch it. I want to see what's going on.
I was hoping John Jones would fight.
Same here. Same here, but they didn't want to pay them. Same here, but they didn't want to pay them what they're worth.
Very, very difficult, 4-year-old. But the bottom line is, people have to be aware. Like you have to scratch
John Jones.
I'm not saying what happened.
Jones.
And if Alex
happened, but people sometimes get distracted. It happened to me. I didn't even mention to him, but it happened to me twice. I was in charge of my kids. Children, I just left them in children and went home. And at one time they closed the show.
No, it's still John Jones.
5 minutes later, it happens. It happens to.
Yeah, people only care about heavyweight.
Especially absent-minded people. And just awareness. There's all sorts of like devices to remind you the card. It's to hear the story, to think of a young, vibrant, a normal, regular, healthy 4-year-old.
I think Europe.
Oh, soccer?
4-year-old girl. I have a 4-year-old.
Probably.
There's not soccer football.
Okay, whatever.
Adina Liba Basev Chaim Elashon, a 4-year-old girl,
probably
shook
Pele.
up the world with her tip. Probably Pele. But she be a Pele Social for Klai Yisrael, or May, and the family should have an Achama. Anonymous
Again,
German on her 23rd side by Bera Gola class of 2006. Shom should have an Aliyah. Yom HaMeimin. In the Schos, I become Matzliach in my pronos.
They're just the best of their generation.
So, Amen. Congratulations, LC. Mazdov Shmuley Spiro, son of the world famous.
Before them, there was Ronaldinho. And Ronaldo.
Keep giving your parents not
the great Brazilian players.
Amen.
but
Among the spots, you can imagine they'll see as what they have
is Alma.
if you this pass, you have a Chaya,
That could be.
and the white art.
That could be.
Fushleima Yonatan Eitim Ben B'Shem Bracha, the Fushleima Mordechai Ben Esther.
Okay, well, go do what you need to do. And go get some people on your podcast and then tell me how it went, okay?
People on your podcast and tell me how it went, okay?
Okay.
All right, big dog. You take care, Tony.
Big dog. You take care, Tony.
We're doing okay. Don't worry about where.
It was nice. It was nice.
Holding me because
Nice
it's a
talking
very
to you as
short
well.
daf.
Tell me how your podcast goes, okay?
Tell me how your podcast goes, okay?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and tomorrow, even today,
So
we
basically,
were going to try it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's not AI, it's just Google
It's
Translate.
not AI, it's just Google Translate.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
Just in your mind,
so
do you have the influence over a shaykhut?
You're not
You're
going to
the
text
owner
me.
of an
You're just
animal.
going to come
You're
in
not
here.
going to text me. You're just going to come
Does your thought have an influence
okay,
on what
yeah. So
Okay.
see you soon. Bye.
in the Beis Hamikdash does, on what a shaykhut outside of the Beis Hamikdash does? So, for instance, if you bring a carbon to the Beis Hamikdash and you're standing on the side, you have the power and the influence to influence the Kayan's Shechita and say, oh, it's not going to be a Chatas, it's going to be a Shlamim. It's not going to be a carbon, it's going to be Avodah Zara. You're the owner. Maybe you have the right to put a thought into his Shechita, his Rika. And the same thing would apply if a Jew is shechting a non-Jewish animal. Even today, Arabs will rely on a Jewish shechita. It's considered halal for them because it's shechted. So suppose, imagine, and the Gemara talks about Arabs actually that they have a desire to then not so, but back in the day they were. So Jews doing the halal process for him, he gets paid for it. He does halal. And the Arab puts a machshava of Avodah Zarah into the shechita. Says this is for an idol. As this Jew is doing the action, the owner could he insert his machshava in it? What do you guys think? So that's also part of the discussion. And in fact, it's all machlokes. All these things are machlokes. So says the Mishnah, so Tanakama says that we don't have to be concerned about the owner, the guy. So therefore, the shechita is kosher, and you, the Jew, can actually purchase meat from this non-Jew. Rabbi Lezer Paisel. Rabbi Lezer holds that the non-Jew, the guy, could insert his Avodah Zarah thought into your shechita, your Jewish shechita. You can insert the Avodah Zarah into. Omer Rabbi Eliezer.
He says,
What? The what? Okay, we're going to see the Gemara. That's we have to see the Gemara. Yeah, we have to see. Right now, we're not talking. We didn't hear anything. At this point, we didn't hear. It's a thought. We have to see if Stam, like he said, Stam machshavas avodas kachavim avodas zara is there a norm for the non-Jew? So that day that we did the shechita, we saw the diaphragm, we saw the chatzar kaved. It's called a skirt steak in English. It's a wall that divides the liver. So even if the non-Jew owns that very small piece of steak, the lung to the liver, Right, it's in between. It's like a wall between the lung and the liver. It's the first time. Sarefet, Samach Reish Ayin Pei Tov, Sarefet. The diaphragm. Yeah. So Mechatzar goes. So even if he owns that little diaphragm, Psula, he's a owner. He has a partnership in this animal, a small partnership. He has the ability to ruin it. Why? Because the norm of a guy, of someone, an idol worshiper, is always Avodah Zara. And you could say halavai, stam machshava of a Jew should be for the Rebbeinu Shalom. Halavai. A guy comes to the Rav and says, Rav, I need a pisrin chalaim. I need to explain to me what I dreamed. Every dream has a new. He says, I dreamt of the Rebbeinu Shalom. I had a conversation with the Rebbeinu Shalom. This is very good. It means that during the day you're thinking about the Rebbeinu Shalom. Usually you dream at night what you think during the day. He says it's impossible. I'm so busy during the day. I'm running to shul. I'm going to kollel. I'm benching. I'm like, how I don't have a second to think about the Rebbeinu Shalom. There's a lot of truth to it. There's a lot of truth. We're busy running to shul. We're forgetting what we're doing. That's what the Rabbi Victor Miller says. You're allowed to think about HaKadosh Baruch Hu even during Shemoneh Esrei. Omar Rabbi Yossi, Kavachomer Hadvarim. Says Rabbi Yossi in the Gemara, if you don't understand the Kavachomer right away, the Gemara is going to give us the details of the Kavachomer. Uma b'makom shemachshava poisela as b'mukudoshim. In the Beis Hamikdash, we had, if you weren't with us, I feel bad, but if you are, the whole Zvachim talks about the thought process of the Kohen and how he can ruin the Karbanas at the 4 stages. There's 4 famous stages. Here, I'll just throw it on the screen for the newbies. The Shechita, forget the bottom ones, those are all part of the Mincha. Shechita, Kabbalah, Hoilacha, and Zrika. During those 4 processes of shechting and receiving the blood and bringing it to the Mizbech, and then doing the Zrika, throwing the blood on the Mizbech, which is the most important one, throughout that whole process, you could think thoughts that destroy the carbon. Literally, that if you eat from the carbon later, you get misa. So it's that bad. So says Yossi in the Beis Hamikdash, when the whole idea of ruining it with your thought applies, only the Kohen has the right to have a thought, not the owner. The owner has no right. So when it comes to, let's say, Avodah Zara, outside of the Beis Hamikdash with just your regular animal, and it didn't it's certainly a non-shoichet should not have superpowers in his mind to change the designation of this animal and think, oh, I'm the owner. This animal, I'm turning it into Avodah Zara. In the Beis Hamikdash, you can't do that if you're the owner. And in the Beis Hamikdash, that's where the whole thing originated from. The whole idea of pigul, of ruining the carbon, is in the Beis Hamikdash. You can't do it in the Beis Hamikdash. If you're the owner, you don't have any power over the animal. So certainly outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the guy doesn't have power to make it into Avodah Zara. So it explains the Gemara. Hanitanoi, Let me just, the Shaykhad, you can come here. Small video.
You are sad. You are very sad, dear.
You don't like
I
these.
also know why. You want a burger. A double portion. Don't worry. I'll take care of you.
That's our, what do you call it, Rabbi Zar? No, the one that you relieve yourself, the
I want a burger. A double portion. Sir, this is a shoe store. No excuses. I have a cow outside. I'll pay whatever it takes. Oh, you're in luck. I'm a certified shoichet. I'm already on it. Here you go. Thanks. $5,000, please. What a nerve. Enough is enough. This is what I brought. You don't want it? Don't eat it. What am I supposed to do with all this meat? Is it even kosher?
אמר רבי יוסף, מקום שאין מחשבה פוסלת בחולין, אינו דין שלא יהיה הכל הולך, אלא אחר השויכת. אתם מבינים? בהלכה כרבי יוסי.
MDY saved my life. There's going to be cholent tonight. Yahoo!
Look at this, me over there is not me. Look at that. Look at my teeth.
Just a second. I brought the cholent. It's all thanks to you.
Okay. Zog. That wasn't me. I don't know how they got my. Okay. Zog Gemara. So, Ani Tanoi, the Tanoim in the Mishnah, Tanakama, Rabbi Lezer, Islu, the Rabbi Lezer, Rabbi Yossi. They both. What's Machlokes? The Tanakama says that we don't care about the guy. He doesn't insert a machshava of Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Lezer says he does. They both hold of Rabbi Lezer, Rabbi Yossi, but they come out with different opinions. That what? The say Rabbi Lezer, Rabbi Yossi. Shamati shebal mefaglim. I heard that as the kindness before the owner could be mefagel. Very interesting. I mentioned this when we were learning Tvachim, that Rabbi Yosef Engel, he had a very, very strong kasha. Said, how is it possible that the owner could be mefagel? Then it comes out that there's no halacha of saita. A saita will never blow up. Why? Because she has to bring a mincha. So as she's bringing the mincha, in her mind, she's going to think that she's going to eat the mincha. That it's going to be they're going to be makter the mincha in 3 days. If an owner has the right to ruin things in their mind, so she can ruin the mincha, and then she never brought a mincha. She didn't bring in a mincha, then the water doesn't work. So he wrote a sefer called Gvura Shmoinim to answer this question with 80 different answers. And in that Akdam he writes, what a shame I didn't call it Gvuris Meah, because he was able to come up with 80 answers because he forced himself, because that was the name of the book, that was the name of the sefer. Had he made a larger, a higher goal, he would have forced himself even to 100. The psychology of a human. Set yourself achievable goals, but high ones. So the Gemara. I remember we were sitting once, 5 years ago, and we were at it. Oh, 2,000-3,000 people in the shir is 2,000 people. Who ever heard of a shir? 2,000-3,000 people. Yossi Klein says to me in the Sound again, he says, one day we're going to have 70,000. And I said, look, it's a beautiful goal, but you got to be realistic. You have to be within reason. We're not holding. You want to say 10,000? It's a crazy number, but it's realistic. 70,000. Like, what are you talking about? 70,000. And now we're very close. We're very close. Hopefully by the Siyam Shas, we'll be there. We're like at 50 now. Unbelievable. What? We're at 60. Based on we saw crazy numbers. I don't know. It's very hard to. These are 60. That's what we came out with. 37 plus 20 is 50. Oh, 57. Wow. Huh? Yeah, no, that's nothing now. Now it's 170. We're at 48. Now we had a new goal. I said 400,000. If everybody brings 2 people, then the next people being this 400,000. Okay, something about Miu Shabbat. I heard that the owner could actually have an effect on this animal. Miu, so what's the machlokes? If you heard it come out of his mouth, okay. But you didn't hear anything, so you can't assume anything. So therefore, he didn't make it up at the Zara. To say that this guy's a gross we don't say that. Even though you didn't hear it directly from his mouth, but you could assume that that's his thought. And his thought does have effect on this animal. So the third sheet in the Mishnah is, even if you heard the chashiv that he said, Mefurish, you heard from the guy's mouth that it's Avodah Zarah, it means nothing. Why? This guy's performing a shechita, and this guy, Muhammad, is thinking of a Zara. It doesn't affect the shechita of the Jew. Okay, so that's one way to look at it. No, there's a machlokes even when
I've never seen you gone that long.
I know. What do you want me to do?
You heard it directly from the guy's mouth.
Is Rabbi dead?
Yes,
Rabbi dead?
I agree. There's something called
His stream hasn't been on for
the owner's Mafago, that's only
9 hours.
That's why I brought this case.
Dude, I talked.
His stream has gone down. Yosef is here, my brother Yosef, but because
we had some kind of routers. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why routers. But I couldn't go in the room.
It's a thing.
Because people were sleeping there.
Inside
So I had to wait until they awoke. To be able to restart it. So I had to get out the old GoPros and do it the old-fashioned way. And I hate when that happens, and it happens in the middle of the night, because I can't. I don't want to wake the people, and there's not too much I can do about it. So, just one of those things. But yeah, I'm okay. You can call out.
Inside. I don't learn how to desire from a carbon. Also, really has a name.
No, I'm gonna figure it out. I filtered my life.
I didn't learn any carbon from any shafting from the carbonus. Just like in the Misamigdor, the odor has an effect on the shechita.
Yeah, they're water cups.
So to outside the Misamigdor, that's why a Jew is shafting an animal, and the owner, the guy, has a thought. His thought, it's unbelievable. His thought transfers into the animal.
Yeah, are you ready to?
And ruins the animal.
Yeah, are you ready to? Well, firstly, how was your day yesterday?
There's a question that people ask. Why say this skill of God?
You haven't checked my message again.
No.
This skill of God, the Torah.
I think you're gonna appreciate it.
Okay, just a moment. Let me get my phone and my coffee, and I'll check it.
So they answer that. When could you tell that a person is a true Bal Midas, that he's a true Bal Chesed? When he does Chesed with his wife, when he does Chesed in his home. That's the Chesed that we're looking for. And it fits in over here. When a person, a lot of people, they run around and doing Chesed this one, Chesed that one, but in their own home, they're pretty absorbing. And you can learn the outside from the inside. When a person, you see a person is with his wife,
I hope it's good.
And his children, then you know that he's a true Bal Chesed outside.
It's amazing. It's
I don't know
amazing.
about that.
Gemara,
Also,
Rabbi Rothschild, he says, "Afilu b'fnim nami."
It's one of the greatest gifts.
I think that's the standard cheetah. Even inside the Beis Hamikdash, the Bailam doesn't have powers over the animal. He can't insert his power into the Kohen Shechita. You're the owner, you're Yisrael. You can think whatever you want. You're not going to affect it. Itmar.
Did you make your own? All right, it's working. No more bitching about.
So now we're going into a sugya called
Double blank. You got the Q, the X, the Z, all the S.
These are the four avoidance, right?
No more of that. It's not telling me any figures, but I have enough storage for roughly 330. Okay. Oh, so you made
is my
a Scrabble thing?
A fair Scrabble.
Did you make this?
Check it out.
Check it out. What's your thought? Not that you're going to do Shechita somewhere else. You're thinking during Shechita, where are you going to do this using AI?
Have you played it?
Where are you going to put the animal?
Yeah,
where are you going to put
I've been testing it out. Playing it.
When are you going to put the animal's parts on his back?
Figuring out
That's the problem with people.
Scrabble because I really like.
I'm thinking to myself, anything that's to do with eating, even if it's last food, so to speak.
I had to figure out like the rules for that.
I think to myself, I'm going to do Zrika tomorrow.
I came to like a.
As I'm doing Shechita, as I'm doing the one on the right, I think about the one on the left.
Where took me a little bit to figure out but you introduce diagonal words.
So what about in Shechita? Do I say avodah avodah? As I'm shechting the
normally when you're just playing like
if I'm shechting a card,
vertical and
I think to myself, I'm
basically only one tile
shechting this. If I'm shechting an animal outside my garage,
at home,
I'm shechting an animal the shame of the word. Is that a
horizontal tile? Diagonal word.
Why is it a mitzvah? Everybody knows there's no question that you have misa, and this animal is also
practically
impossible
to find a valid word.
Here, Lauren, you hear this? This animal
would be valid on both intersecting tiles.
You learn things
So I think it's just a word that's just like
this animal not only
makes it so that if you're playing
but there's also
a diagonal intersecting the horizontal and vertical intersecting tiles, then you only need to have
one of those
intersecting tiles to create a valid word for you to be able to play it. That might not make any sense.
Okay, is there any way to play it no diagonal?
It's not Stam Tame.
The diagonal.
Everybody in the room becomes Tame. That's how severe.
Is this something you want to play now?
Chef this animal with a knife, and I say this is up with the Zara. The whole building goes up in red. It's like it's 16 by 17
by 19.
I think during this Shechita, they're going to throw the blood L'shem Avodah Zarah. Could I transfer my thought of Shechita to this Rika when it comes to Avodah Zarah outside of the Beis Inside of the Beis obviously it works, but outside
relatively easily.
Do I have to
register? There's another trick question. What if I think to myself that
you don't need an account.
The parts of this animal I'm shechting.
Click the link and check it out.
Baller, dude.
Right now,
good
during
job,
Shechita, And I'm
like
put them on my
extremely
backyard.
impressed.
Is that a bit Zara?
Like almost like shockingly mathematically balanced Scrabble. Tired of
Does it
losing
make the animal
matches
puzzle?
because your opponent drew both blank tiles,
Are you
both
Chayiv
tiles,
Lisa?
pointer, ZQ, and all
Yes.
this. Yeah, man, this is
Does it
great.
make the animal puzzle? No. Why not?
Okay, so 15 by 50, 100
Because
tiles,
that occurred
7 rack,
after the Zrika.
self-judge mode, or auto check. What does that mean?
The putting on in the Beis Hamikdash, putting the parts of the animal on the mizbeach.
Auto check is like you cannot
After you're
play
already
an
done.
invalid word.
So I can't
Okay.
ruin the animal.
So that's what we're playing.
Let's say I have a piece of
Self-judge is like you have to
in your refrigerator ready to eat, and then I say, oh, this is a dessert. It's not going to work.
auto
You're oimed up.
check. There's also no word helper.
Check.
Which
There's also no
like,
word helper, which
But the Zara,
there is a
doesn't
word
affect the
helper,
meat.
but you have to.
there is a word helper, but you have to.
So wait, I'm just putting it into this line over here. I show you
It's kind of like a good feature.
It's actually a good
Like, waste
feature
your
that you
time.
have to like
Is a
waste your
problem.
time
It's a
to
real
like
word.
check if it's a real word.
Zrika is
That's
very
pretty
much of a
instant.
Zara.
That's pretty
You
instant.
Misa for saying it. But the
But
question is, does it have an
waste a few
effect?
seconds. Okay, one thing, this is minor,
But
but
the next line,
trying to like make a handle,
Zara, put the chaylev, the fats,
somewhat
the
issues
parts
where
that go on the
if
mizbeach.
you
For a
delete the
Zara,
name, then it just makes anonymous.
that's already too late. That's already.
It doesn't make it blank, but that's okay. No big
The
deal.
Zrika.
Very impressive. Okay.
Now,
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
When I do my shita, that I think about another avodah called Zrika.
We are well. Apologies, I missed you last night. I had some internet issues, but all is good now, thankfully. How was your day yesterday?
It's not a problem.
Thank you, man.
You're chayiv misa. But you're mutter. What does mutter mean?
So, Riser, how do I send you?
Oh,
I imagine.
Just give me a minute.
Just give me a
You
minute.
are chayiv misa, but you can have a great steak before you die.
Mr. Aquarius, what's on your agenda for today?
The Rebbe says, because I could put my thought during shita about
Cash App.
Zrika on it. Why? It's not fair. Because I'm learning about Zara from people inside the Beis Hamikdash, but Zara is outside. I can learn the outside from inside.
Okay.
Which says it's not a problem with the meat. You are chayiv misa.
Okay. Excellent.
And we
It's not a problem with the meat.
will
I can not go from shchita to zrika in my mind. Why? Because
good day. What about good day? What about you, Rabbi? How was your day?
because I don't learn about the Zara from
It was good. I did a podcast for 2 hours, which is the longest podcast I've ever
Of
done.
course we go. That's not even a question.
It was really good. Host was really nice and asked good questions. So that took place. And then I had to upload the podcast when I was done, which took me longer than I thought it would. And then, yeah, I just ran into the internet issue, so I had to use my backup.
Says Gemara Tamayu. Because they go according to the old shita. There's another machlokes that is very, very similar machlokes somewhere else. And the Gemara says that this machlokes over here, but the Zara is similar to that machlokes over there.
Yeah,
And then the Gemara is going to ask, so why do they have to argue?
because you never know who's going to come in. People say all
Different
kinds
things
of
that are the same.
wild things
It's the same.
sometimes, so no big deal.
Now, if I were to ask you,
All right, so
we're
Mr.
in
Chris, the
Shas.
World Cup
We're in
started
Shas.
yesterday. Did you know this?
does it mention Rish Lakish?
It started yesterday, but America plays today.
Oh, You're looking over here. It says I just said. You're right. I just said.
I don't know what the word.
But when I asked her, not from the fence there, a few days ago, it said, as a joke,
so 2 teams
I said,
played,
why did
4
it
teams played yesterday.
sometimes
Mexico beat South Africa 2-0, and
I'm the Flamin'
South Korea beat Czech Republic
we just passed. I just
2-1,
went
I
a few
believe. And then
by
today,
their purpose.
the U.S.
So it
plays
says in
at
line number 6, it says
6 my time, 9 your time, something like that.
Shimon ben Lakish Omar Muteres. And then it says in line 8,
and so
Lakish Omar Muteres. So over here he's trying to prove that's the same
6 p.m. my time, 9 p.m.
person. We're explaining why Rishim and Shlokish says Muter, and it
Paraguay.
the Gemara explains
So that'll be
Shlokish Omar Muteres. It's in the same line. It's the same human being. You can't say it's different people. You can't say that he's younger.
Paraguay, it's a country in South America.
He was a Talmud then. It's
No,
the same person. Sometimes
Paraguay. P-A-R-A-G-U-A-Y.
like that. And that's how he put his mind.
That's okay.
Very different.
So then the World Cup has started, and it will go for the next month or so. And it's a big deal. It only happens once every 4 years, and it's in North America for the first time since like 1990.
It's not even a question.
And then on top of that, there's UFC 250 at the White House on Sunday, which is the biggest mixed martial arts event
the same
ever.
idea.
So that'll be a big deal too. There's a lot of sports this weekend.
Well, it usually means like you have to have kavana for a mitzvah. Over there it means that if you're shefting a carbon chatos, you cannot switch its designation to Shlomo Matzah. If you bring a carbon chatos to Visamidosh, and the Kain thinks himself it's not a chatos, it's a Shlomim, he's over on Shlomim.
I know, no worries at all. Yeah, and I don't watch all the games because I kind of find soccer to be boring, but especially in the early rounds. But then as it gets more and more, I'll watch it. I'll do my best. You know, Mr. Aquarius, the thing that got me really into the World Cup was
it's the same idea but different. Because I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to eat it at the wrong time. And this
it was in the middle of the night, and nobody watched it because it was in like Australia and New Zealand. And I don't like women's soccer, and I don't particularly find the athletes to be extremely like. They're pretty ladies, but they're not like they're not like all made up or anything. But I just got really into it. I don't know why. It was just like I felt like nobody was watching it, so I was just and my hours were reversed at the time. So it was like on when I was awake, and I got really into it. I watched. Yeah, what's up?
I'm allowed to jump in my mind from
Oh, most certainly. I'm good at that.
that I'm learning the lishma, the problem of jumping from carbon to carbon.
Instagram does.
I'm going to learn.
One moment, and I'll come
from Pigel that I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to eat this animal after its time. You cannot go from one avodah to another avodah.
Weird.
Don't learn
even showing
from Pigel. It's saying basically it's the same
on the
like
front page like something's wrong.
We just mentioned with avodah zara. Do I learn?
It's a page not found.
Utzricha says the Gemara.
I don't know why
Let me just show you
saying that.
this video real quick. I know it's a cute video.
Let me try something else. Just a moment. I'm gonna try something else.
Barry saying Instagram's not working.
Yeah, I'm trying to send Instagram, and it keeps saying send it on my phone. When I get on my iPad, it isn't showing this. I'm gonna see if I can do this.
It's not loading on my computer.
Oh wow. Hope it ain't sent. It might be something.
I'm gonna check Twitter. I'm gonna check Twitter.
Broken. Twitter's working.
No. I'm gonna check if anybody says. His Instagram says. Yeah, Facebook and Instagram are both down.
Facebook and Instagram are both down.
Okay. Thank you.
Wow.
You just messed up, Doc. I'm a goat.
That's cool.
Welcome to another meeting of
That is
Anonymous
not
Addicts.
cool.
I mean, it's
cool
as like an event that's happening now. You have people messaging or
Oh yeah, because good morning. And they love it because it makes their day and stuff like that.
I've never seen Instagram or Facebook go down.
It happens.
That's crazy.
Health is everything. With all that meat on you.
I mean, it's kind of a good thing. That people take a break from social media for like 1 day.
Yeah, but that's
They're just like, yeah, we're shutting it down.
They're just like, yeah, we're shutting it down. You switch the designation from Shlomi.
No more.
All that for that.
But yeah. Go back. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Well, so because like 4 years ago, my hours were reversed for like that whole summer, and I was up during the night, and the Women's World Cup was being played in Australia and New Zealand, and so it was on. And I felt like, well, I'm going to really get into this because it's an event, and I'm like archiving the world's history, and so this will be a cool thing. And I got really into it. I watched a lot of Women's World Soccer. I got really behind Sweden, even though I have no real connection to Sweden. And so then this year, with the Men's World Cup, I was like, okay, I'm gonna do my best to follow it. Maybe I can't watch all the games because they're kind of boring, but I'm at least gonna follow who does what in the results. So yesterday, Mexico beat South Africa 2-0, and South Korea beat Czech Republic 2-1. And then the United States plays today, and Canada's in it, and Australia's in it, and that's interesting. Okay, Riser, how do I send you a link?
It's because of the Zara.
I'm just
setting up so I don't learn the outside from the inside.
It'll be ready in a minute. And then just create a lobby.
But the Shema, yeah, the Chadas, let me change the and people will hold on inside of Samigdash.
Excellent. All
right, one machshava to another from one.
Some water.
From Shechita to Zrika.
And I'm going to tell you about how my podcast went yesterday.
That's why it's a simple tzrichusa. It goes both ways. I only spoke about the Lishma cave. That's inside the Beis Hamikdash. Bahikam Rabbi Yochanan, even Rabbi Yochanan admits over there. Rabbi Yochanan admits that what that you learn Pigo from you learn Lishma from Pigo. But when it comes to Avodah Zarah, maybe it's Mitzvah or Shlakish, that's not a problem because it's outside of Beis Hamikdash. Tzricha, you can go, you need the colleagues in both cases. That what? Do you go from Shechita to Zrika in your mind or not?
All right.
So
I told you yesterday that
that's the question. One of my
podcasts got canceled, and I was really like, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're
sorry.
It's
a very simple question.
And so I really felt like
in a place where
in the second one, the guy had emailed saying, okay, I've got some kind of medical issue that I've got to do, And so I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. So when I start to hear that, I'm like, all right, this is another day that I'm like up all night preparing to be on these podcasts, and they're not going to do it. So I sent him an email, and I was like, hey, can you just let me know if you like plan on doing it? And he's like, yeah, we'll do it at 3 o'clock Pacific. 3 to 3 o'clock, 3:15 Pacific. Oh, okay, cool. So I set an alarm, and I was able to get a little bit of a nap in, and then when I awoke, I was ready to go, and I was able to meet the guy, and he was really nice. And I asked him what I normally ask, which is, all right, so how long do you want to go? He's like, we can go as long as you want. But when I hear somebody say that, you know, I have conversations sometimes with people for like 5 or 10 hours, depending. Like, I can go for a long time. But I'm glad he didn't say like, oh, we got to keep it to an hour. And I said to him, okay, so is it all right if he's like, I want to hear about your project. And I was like, yeah, I'd love to cover that. I love talking about that. But then can we also, can I talk about futurism? And then I'd like to talk about the Aryan phenomenon. And he's like, that's great. That's what my audience wants to hear. And you had asked me previously, like, why are you going to these types of podcasts? Because they have like an open, they're willing to talk about just about anything. And it's not like, oh no, we only talk about AI on this podcast, or we only talk about religion on this podcast, or whatever. So he was like, we did it through StreamYard, and he's like, okay, are you ready? Like, yeah, 3, 2, 1, we start. He has a great introduction of me. I do my spiel, the 1-minute version of it, and then he basically asked me questions about the project for like a good hour. And so I really wanted to get into like really in depth on futurology, but I didn't have a really great opportunity because we talked about it a lot through his questions. But I wanted to go into like the different types of technologies, like cloaking and e-democracy and vertical farming and sea scrapers and floating cities and like transatlantic tunnels and trans-Pacific tunnels and the Bering Strait tunnel and a Gibraltar tunnel and Gibraltar Bridge and the Darien Gap clearing in an environmentally safe fashion, and perhaps building some type of bridge system over the Amazon. I wanted to go into those topics, we just didn't have enough time for it. And so then the next 30 minutes was reviewing topics like he had a lot of questions on how religion will address alien disclosure and what my experience has been with rabbinical colleagues and their opinions on alien disclosure and really generally we really think pretty earthbound. But I told them about experiences that I had showing Hasidic rabbis video of like Soviet footage of UFOs flying past Soviet their planes. And basically I'm told, or I was told, that there's only God. There's only God. And I feel that that's just closed-minded, and I get that. And so there are some post-game where we like sages who have talked about the topic in the past. When the one that I referenced is a rabbi, probably the most prominent rabbi of the 20th century. His name was Menachem Mendel Schneerson. He's known as the Rebbe. And his opinion on the matter was not closed off. What are you saying? What? But I basically said there isn't like Judaism is different than many other religions where we don't have a single leader. We are broken into our communities and we follow whatever generally the local rabbi thinks are on matter. And but people are open to it. And they just don't talk about it because it will have an effect on how we view the extra, like the outside world and the universe. So we talked about that, and then at the end we just went into more alien stuff. I got to talk about Betty and Barney Hill a little bit, and a little on David Nikolai, which It's just a
In
fascinating
fact, while you're
thing.
shafting to say
And
that I'm going
then
to do Srika Labadizah,
when I'm in a podcast, the time goes really, really quickly. It always has. They fly by. And then I'm always worried, like when I'm doing a podcast too, if I have like either they have a glitch or I have a glitch where the internet goes out for a second on either of our ends, like is it going to end the podcast or whatever. There was one point where his camera went off for a second, and so I was like, did I disconnect or did he? But it came back and we were able to work. It just took 1 second. It wasn't a big deal. So then, at the end of the podcast, he's like, "This is really great. I can have you on again at a later point." But like we're at 2 hours now, and that's about the longest that I've done.
But it's only who has an effect is
And so we ended the podcast there. And then since we use StreamYard, there's this interesting way that people do podcasts that it's called local storage. Basically, it's saved on my computer, and then when it's over, we upload it to StreamYard. But that means that like you can't just leave the call right when it's done. Like in YouTube, you live stream it and then it's done and it's already archived. But not with some of these other podcast services. And so when it was done, I looked and I saw it was like at 31% uploading. I was like, oh, okay. And it took another 2 hours to get to 100%. It took a long time. And I wasn't sure if that was just like my upload speed or whatever, but because I'm streaming from so many different places that I basically strangle my ISP. Most ISPs are used to people downloading too much information. Mine's very unique where I upload too much information. It's like the opposite of what you would expect. But anyway, it finally uploaded, and then he asked me for a picture, and he said that it would be published in 2 weeks, which is cool. And he's done like 170 podcasts, which is a lot of podcasts for any podcaster. So it's a pretty big podcast. So he's sending my picture to his graphics guy, and then he's going to put my link in the bio and stuff in the bio and stuff.
So what's the problem with that two problem?
It was really good. I'm glad that I got to do it, and I'm glad I got to meet him. He was really neat. So shout out to Jay. Jay was really nice.
The outside part. Why?
And yeah, thank you for letting me tell you about how it went.
Oops. No. Don't change it now. Don't change it now. Well.
Yeah, I got the.
Change it right. Okay.
I'm glad your podcast.
All right.
Well, good job.
It's there.
Now, the timer working. I was listening today.
Think about the
the Sauces podcast.
From one everybody says we're assuming that
was interesting. Of like,
we don't go with your guys.
That might be brain scans that they can do.
Only inside the
EEG and basically
it says it works even outside. So you can see this work out for each mandama.
Like the use case that they're saying, like homicide or something, and they're looking to gather evidence of trying to convict someone, show them the footage of the crime, using this like brain scan, they'd be able to detect whether or not the person
and here's the crazy thing,
recognized before, or like recognized before, or like recognized. It's called like a 300 scan or something. And there was a guy who was
arguing on the line
convicted of murder, he found out he had a 300 scan, and he was like, let me do it, I want to do it. I literally did the crime. I didn't do the crime. So the guy went into the scan, and the evidence of the brain scan that he showed that he was not, his mind automatically just recognized the memory.
That's what it's
and he got released because of that.
That's amazing.
and
the witness.
Yeah, but it's a big question whether he's
recanted their statement or whatever.
Yeah, I think there's a
But it just it opens up like a whole can of worms as to like
where do you draw the line
of like
what you're able to scan
in someone's mind and like
they're saying that
he's like strange people dreams as well.
Technology.
You can go from one avodah to another avodah, even outside the Beis Hamikdash.
They're just crazy. Like, it's still like super
very simple. We were learning avodah to avodah. I'm going from as a
these brain scans will get more.
I'm thinking to myself, what am I going to do by this week?
I guess just like improve over time. And
not to shut it off. Literally
pretty interesting.
Avodas means before a famous avodas. I can think
brains
the shechita that I'm not ruining it. I can think by the Kabbalah. I can think by the. I'm not jumping from the right to the left from shechita to zrik. All I'm
transmissions and waves.
Saying is that in the Beis Hamikdash there's 4 avodas, and outside the Beis Hamikdash
helps you.
So how many avodas? Only 2. That's what I'm saying.
Guilty people.
So that's the beautiful Kavachimer. We're at 4 avodas that can ruin
and such. I'm not as big of a fan of it.
Only the Kohen can ruin it. So when I only have 2 avodas, then certainly only the Shochet can ruin
I think it. Let's say. I don't know, but like, let's say you watch one of those documentaries on Netflix that's on like Jeffrey Dahmer or and they show you like the crime scene. They show you like well, then if you take one of those brain exams or whatever, P300 test or whatever, those pictures aren't going to look foreign to you, right?
There's only shchita and zrika. It is lo yakol.
I see what you're saying, and I agree.
It is. So for people,
it depends. I guess on like the degree of
ruin this animal and not don't do that.
They can have and currently in use.
Certainly the that by that global specialist
in degree of certainty is too high.
I agree. And I've seen that they have like lie detectors now that are way more accurate than the ones in the past, even though lie detectors are not allowed in courtrooms in the United States. Usually, sometimes they do let it in if it is to exonerate the person. Sometimes
that you could ruin it from shchita to
but now, especially when you're like becoming a police officer or something, I think they give you a lie detector and
you can
it's
think
like
to yourself, oh, I'm
99%
going to do this
very,
rigo
very
for It says before you'll show you lizard, tired.
and it basically just like you have to like sit on a pad and it measures your heart rate and stuff. Like the old school ones were very, I think, like subjective, but these newer ones, they just basically set up like a computer, like we can tell within 99%. And I learned this from I think it was Ethan for you.
Thank you for comment.
I could be wrong, but I think it was one of the episodes where he had that wolf guy, the guy from Boston who was like a dick to everybody, who drove around that Ford Excursion and was just like would sit in front of people. Yeah, exactly. Who was that private investigator. I thought he was an interesting character and definitely deserved his own show. But I think it was in that episode or maybe another episode where they. Or it was maybe just around the time I was watching those where I saw them use this type of technology there. I said, oh, that's really interesting. And
hey, you were able to get it with all the science?
That's been something that people have wanted since antiquity, basically truth serum.
How long do you live here?
But again, I don't think it should be used to find people guilty. Not yet, at least. Because you could show someone documents. Maybe they have some kind of prior knowledge of it, but they didn't do it. So what do I mean? let's say somebody was at the murder scene and saw the dead body, but they're not the ones who actually killed him.
We didn't have a guy from Gates.
When they're showing pictures of the murder scene, those are the most familiar to them.
Okay, Shalom
But
Aleichem, welcome.
they are not the ones who did it. So I think this technology is limited. It doesn't actually tell you what happened. It just tells you whether the person has any previous knowledge of the image that they're seeing. So it's still in its infancy. It's still primitive. But it's a development.
About Zrika. So that's from Avodah to Avodah, just like Rabbi Rothschild said, and it makes it terrible. So Zipkin base.
There's like potential for like Black Mirror style episodes of like
we stop here. It's already nowhere. Hour into share. It's hour into share. It's 8:20. Okay, we're gonna have to stop here and figure it out. Rabbi Side, have a wonderful, quiet day. Surah's Purpose.
A lot of crazy situations. There's an anime series where the premise of the show is that these like future anime cop people they have these like radar guns and sense if it's called psychopaths or something, and they can measure people's minds and see if they're going to commit future activity or future criminal activity. They're beyond a cycle or whatever, and so they just round up those people and try to catch them.
Pre-crime?
And potentially kind of like the same thing will happen here where they just like go into someone's brain and memories and they scan their mind. They don't like what they find, and that's like I don't know. This guy is like fantasizes about murdering a lot of people. Good contender, and that was an example of Vsauce, like where he goes to sleep, like some sheep, like fantasizes, or I guess dreams, fall asleep dreams about like how he would vandalize the Hollywood sign, because he's like been up that so many times. Knows the cameras, knows like the best road to go, knows like the shades of grass, so he would wear like shade color, and potentially people would scan his mind and be like, this is a future criminal, and then basically use your dark thoughts against him.
Yeah, I can see that. Alright, did you I don't lose. If anything, I just let you win. Alright, yes. So what do I do? Dude, I have distractions. Unless you can avoid the distractions, I'm always going to have distractions. So, what do I do?
Alright, so if you refresh the page, I can just send
no,
you.
No, fuck that. I'm doing it.
Today,
you want to invite
yeah,
me?
you should have a thing in here that says random person start.
I is famous in the world.
It's just the person that sends the invite start.
Yeah, I know, but it should be random.
You know, since you could
should just rotate back and forth.
Okay, that's fine. So enable timer.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Do you default to 9? Do you think a 9 is better?
No, that's way too long. 30 seconds.
Just 90 seconds, because like you'll see the zoom here isn't as good, so you'll probably
today's breakfast that you consume.
It's not a huge deal, but there's like an issue with when you delete stuff. It's like really difficult to. You'll see when you delete something, it doesn't delete it all the way, and then it just puts a random number. Not a huge deal, but not that hard to fix either.
believe I changed my handle. Yeah, my handle says right.
Okay, so do I do join?
But yeah, it is.
Do I do join existing game?
No, it should be on 15 by 15. You don't need to toggle any diagonal backward or angle. Just enable the timer 90 seconds. Make sure auto check strict is set to self-judge, and then press create lobby and wait. And then once you
Hold on.
create the
Hold on.
game.
There isn't a create lobby and wait.
Are you sure? Are you on the main menu with like the mathematically balanced Scrabble and like the create custom game?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'll read you what I see. There's mathematically balanced Scrabble, tired of losing, etc. Then it says perfectly even tile bags. Then it says rule modifiers. Then it says configure a custom battle. Oh, do I have to click that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm in that. No, I'm in that. And that says create custom game, 15 by 15, permitted directions. I'm not doing diagonal, no backwards, no diagonal backwards. And I enable timer, spell check mode, auto check strict. And then it says join existing game. That's it.
Are you on the dark mode?
Yeah. This guy came on
Okay, go to light mode and you'll be able to see the dark better.
Oh, now I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
So can I, if I go to dark mode, just click that area?
Extend.
Yeah, you can click the button.
Okay, cool.
Below that.
Can you make it that whenever anybody plays a word, it tells you the definition of what that word is?
No, he's saying that even though you just had that,
that would be so helpful. That would, you could sell this game.
You could sell this game.
Yeah. I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard.
Okay. So then waiting for opponents.
I was looking up Scrabble variants today, and there were not any diagonal Scrabble variants.
Okay, room code is ECLMB.
What?
ECLMB.
I don't know. It says I don't know.
Okay. Texas Beast.
Yeah, dog.
It's awareness. It's our
there's an A minus at the top, and so you can hit that however many times to adjust it, so you can
maybe everybody from South Africa, maybe it's a child.
triple words or
Pretty normal. Dear Belly, I found some stuff.
This is a warm-up game. You gotta get used to the UI and whatnot.
At the Washington Heights satellite location, official edition of
the board is different. The board is different. The board is different.
I know it's a Scrabble literati, but
David Salomon is this.
It'll be fun to split things up. To place tiles, you just have to tap the tile and then have the square that you want to place it on.
And gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all they do to support him. Anonymous, that's not Baruch into the Gashmis and thank you to the Chief Benny. Anonymous, with Liverpool Shleiman, Arikas Yom Kalei, Bassess, Benjamin Daniel Rosenfeld, Rios Besimcha. Are you Simon or for Shleiman?
You have 6 seconds.
How do I play? How do I play it?
Amen.
Oh wait.
Yeah,
So okay, it's different than. Hold on, Pat, give it back. I thought you could just leave the tiles down, and it will play them.
No, you have to press play the word.
Okay, give it. Okay, thank you for giving it.
Nevo.
Oh yeah, I write this down. I don't think you can. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't be the other person placing down the tile.
Be aware, more aware of the children.
I don't know if you can't really see the tiles anyway. Before they place them down, you just are like either they're you kind of prepare, I guess, to place them in a different area. You can see where they're placed on the tiles. Okay. Red line.
You're not my wife. You heard us in our 5th wedding anniversary. A true Ashes Kyle. Mazel tov. Monthly.
Dude, you could sell this game if you said like the dictionary name, what it was. It would help people to learn so much better.
Oh, this is something new. Binyamin Hakmadi, in memory of my daughter Emuna Rivka Bat Binyamin on
Gameplay log, that's brilliant.
You're my life. For Shlema, for the month. Anyway, for the
Room
month.
chat,
For Shlema, Yonatan Eitan Ben Bashem Bracha.
talking.
Yeah, you can talk.
For Shlema, Yonatan Eitan Ben Bashem Bracha. I'm going back. For Shlema, Mordechai Ben Esther. For Ayela Daniel Zev Ben Ayela Esther. The guest. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From Manchester.
You're
you do the doc? Sometimes. Who does it? Father does stuff. Every day. What's your first name? Shalom Aleichem. Who got you on? Don't tell me Shimmy. Even before
apparently
Shimmy?
there's like Super Scrabble that's played on 25.
And your name?
Great.
Oh, what's the name? Mamish. Mamish kiss from Hashem. Who's that guy next to you? Your son. Those are familiar. This. Wow. Okay. Seriously.
Oh, here we go.
What's a Shabbos?
Yeah, but it's fair.
60 emails. Really good. 60.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Beautiful. So you know those boys. Send them regards. How old are they? How old? Let's go back to this picture. Where's that picture? These guys right here. These are your friends? Yeah? No, how old? Barra. 6th grade. Okay. You said Bochum, so I wasn't sure exactly what the. Okay. Anybody else? Oh, you in the back corner. What's your name? No, you aren't. Yeah, prove it.
Can I give you just ideas that I think would be
No, how? Oh, here's the breakfast. Our boys, here comes Zevi in the breakfast. You guys
when
were
it's
worried.
your turn. The screen.
No, it's a little fresher for the guys that didn't daven chakras yet.
So you know.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get to you. So, what's your name again?
And your tile rack. It's cool that it like has a scroll bar, but it's better if they just make it smaller, so you can see all of your tiles at the same time.
I agree. I can see all my tiles at the same time. They're just like slightly cut off, but it's like no need. They should also be square tiles too.
Oh, these guys are. You heard about Arya? He gave $180. Like you was paying. I think the Zeta from America.
Words form
has to, say,
and this is phenomenal.
This is wow, it's unbelievable. Here's 200.
When do you get? So like, you get a blank tile, and I get a blank tile.
All right, get a blank tile. Rabbi Rothschild, here we go.
Yeah.
And when do you get the blank tile?
Are you going to watch with that sandwich?
It's random.
Yeah, we're about to learn. Sit down. Let's go. Okay, Rabbi Rothschild, here we go. We're holding my Heichi Damya Misukenis.
Is it my turn?
Yeah. Also.
Oh no!
It's been your turn.
Here.
Riser played node.
What is going on?
Oh, I didn't play my thing?
Shai, what do you got? Coming empty-handed?
No.
There's like a glitch.
Can you see the board, like above the board? Above the board, it says like sex piece turn,
Breakfast
and
now,
now it says
Okay.
your turn. Your turn.
Can you give it back?
That's talking to
Can
me.
you give it back? I kept hitting the button.
Yeah.
But
can you see how it says like your turn with like the timer?
You know what?
Counting down the second. Yeah, here's the other thing. Ambiguous like bar. It's just like tells you the amount of second.
The thing is, though, it says word form. How do I know those are all playable words?
Well, if you hit play word and it will play it down, one of the real word, you can also search in the dictionary and see if it's a real word if you're doubting it. Type it in, verify. Or you could just play a real word.
I'm telling you, I know like, of anything like this game needs, it's brilliant, it's really good. But if you can add the fact that whatever the thing is, whatever the word is, its definition, you can solve it.
He designed it himself and had it printed. And this is, look at the eyes. It's fire in the eyes. All right.
Yeah. I guess. I literally just made it in a few hours today. It's like no more excuses.
There he goes.
No.
We have to wait for a few people to finish the sandwich. Listen, are you paying attention though?
This is fair Scrabble.
All right. Some people have priorities. We had a whole sugya about a Msukenes. A Msukenes is an animal that's about to die. Doesn't really have a mum, doesn't have a hole in the heart of physical.
I don't know if this is.
And we learned in the Mishnah that you're permitted to shepherd it even though it's about to die.
I have to turn up, but
provided that it shows some signs of life.
You get each person gets exactly. And I don't know if they change the tiles because that in a queue goes to public, bag or still remains with them.
Another thing, if you can, make it so that the board can be either literati or Scrabble.
You stand it up and it falls back down. It could be very, very strong. Very
I'm sure that wouldn't be bad.
But nevertheless,
I like to switch up with the Scrabble. With the diagonal Scrabble, it's super interesting. You can literally just hit like the double word diagonal,
but that's not a sign.
Crazy points. And same with like the double letters too.
It's about to die.
Which I think it's still like balanced enough because anyone can do it.
A slight variation that it was Rav that said the entire thing in one shot. A Misukenes is that you stand it up and it can't stand. And even if it eats wood, it's in one shot. Even if it eats beans. Says the Rav. Shmuel found the Talmidim of Rav. Now, We all know throughout Shas, Rav and Shmuel always argue.
Can you make a word helper?
And Shmuel finds the Talmidim of Rav. Omar Lahu, so Shmuel tells
I thought you said you didn't like
Omar
You
Rav.
should be able to have one on and off.
What exactly did Rav say in this whole sugya of an animal that's about to die? What does it have to do with its feet, with its the hands, the feet? What is it exactly? This is what he said. Goya. If the animal makes a geschmack noise, or
look who the fuck it is.
It relieves itself, goes to the bathroom, or the kishkish ozna, it moves its ear.
Hey, Riser, can you make it 3 players?
I'm gonna ask you right now, which one of these three is the hardest thing for an animal to do?
I don't see why not.
Oh, dude, Zoo. Riser made a game that is amazing. He made a Scrabble game
person that just comes
that's
out.
really, really good.
All these three things are a sign of life. In other words, let's go
Made a
back.
Scrabble game
What's the purpose business?
that's really, really good.
This is a sign that this animal made it through the shkita without dying.
What is this? A word?
It's a website. It's a website, but you can interact by play Scrabble.
And
But
this is a sign that
I've
it was
changed the
strong enough
rules
to
so
withstand
that
the shkita. Not even touched it with a knife. You
there's no
didn't start slicing
bullshit tile dealing. There's actually fair tiles to some degree of the randomness and chance.
So Shmuel tells Talmidim, he called Rav Abba. Abba has to tell me something as extreme as moving an ear. Ear is already, that's not a chiddush. Of course, if you move its ear, it's like it got up and ran around half a mile. Of course, it's alive. I'm talking about things.
What up, Pam?
Why were you on
No, 8 hours.
It has to be something that's not caused by the
Router had some kind of issue. It
rather
was
it's
reset,
after death.
and
It shows
I couldn't get in the room that was
but the animal's strong enough
where
to
the
make
router
movements.
is.
It's still
because
semi-alive. A moment after the stream.
There are 2 people
We're
who
talking
live in
about
that room,
a split moment
so I had
after
to
the
wait till they awoke.
stream.
So I had to use
What kind of thing? I heard this from our Shmuel himself.
Oh, so you still put on the GoPro?
Yeah, I just basically
As a
sat
muscle.
on my phone. Or actually, I slept most of it.
We all know, if you ever watch in Florida when they
All right,
have
Riser.
alligator. So the alligator trapper comes.
If I exchange tiles, can you get them? I guess you don't know the answer.
Once it has its mouth shut, it can't open up.
Yeah, I don't know if you
It's a little electrical thing.
change tiles.
Sometimes around that's stuck.
Go look back. I can ask
what I'm looking for. Between the downward, it has like a ton of
basically, if I exchange tiles, then
its muscle opening is.
am I just gonna get them back later?
A shoestring go like this, and it's closed. Yeah, it can't open. We'll crush a deer. We'll take a deer and then crush its skull downward. That contrast the difference.
Is what I'm saying making sense?
Differential.
Yeah. I just passed
The opposite.
You're
right.
I know.
It's much easier to
I don't know what to do until I
They
get
remain as a player in this version of Scrabble. There's no public bag when the game is created.
It's
Mathematically splits the tiles,
It's
generate 2 identical private bags. Both players get exactly the same amount of high-value letters, standard tiles, and blanks.
Can you give it back to me?
Exchange tiles. The game engine takes your set of tiles, draws one from your private deck, and shuffles you change tiles back
So
into your
over here
private
also,
deck.
I mean,
Okay.
also,
So we swap you your own deck. Yeah, you can't like swap tiles, I guess.
upwards. If
Okay.
you have a bunch of weight,
Can you give it Can you give it back?
By your knees, you have 200 pounds and you're trying to do a curl. So it would be a lot harder to go downwards.
And then
like that.
I have a question.
Okay,
like I have
fine.
three U's right now. I thought there were only, and I could be wrong, but I thought there were only. Well, I guess I don't know how many. Are there? How many U's are there in the game?
So
Is it? I thought it was
I have to
4.
say the famous Maisur, but Mordechai's Rafi was once walking by the Faisal, and one of the birds.
Are you excited for the World Cup?
On his head. And he said, Rabbi Yonasan ben Uzziel, when he walked and a bird flew over him, bird.
There are 4 U's.
So how did I get 3 of them? If this is fair.
At least he shuddered. I could sit there. When the bird went over me, I could sit there.
Those non-high value tiles get shuffled around.
What defines a high value
When I
tile?
came into the Medrash and a bird mamish, I was walking
Q, X,
on my
J,
jacket right here,
J.
and I got to show you, I got to
Oh,
demonstrate
okay.
The rest of them are shuffled randomly at the start. Those
what he was
are
doing, I don't know if you could sit there, trace
All right. Well, all these U's
I don't know
suck
what he
yet.
was doing, but he did something on my jacket.
So maybe
if
in the
his
future,
hand
if
was
we
like
can
this,
make it will say.
and opened it up.
By the way, I'm
Gemara
having to hit
says-
the play word button
Double
twice. I
Shami
don't know
says,
why.
that's nothing.
Maybe in the
When it's
future,
already bent,
it will just do a perfect.
That's no power.
Like,
that's automatic by that.
You get
It happens.
4 A's, you get 2 U's. Like we have the same amount of everything.
If you ever see a person that gets
I guess that could be a setting. Only high value tiles, or everything is split exactly down the middle. So you're gonna get 1 M or 1 K or whatever. Like if there are 2 P's, you get 1 either one. If there are 2 B's,
I think there still has to be like some amount of
well, yeah, but now I'm sitting here with like 1,000 U's, and
Thank you, Rabbi Yoelish.
I
The amount of lines that I used over the years. A guy comes to him to ask him for money.
I played a U. I was able to play the U.
Yeah, but I've got a bunch of U's, and I can't really do too much. I can't pass them back. I mean, I know this is just the first time. This is absolutely like 10 out of 10, but 9.9 out of 10, phenomenal, good, absolutely good, or whatever. It's very, very good. And it's totally, it's so good that normally I don't tell you people, this is a business. I don't normally say that, but this is a business. You could sell this.
If his hand was bent already, and just to make it straight,
you could sell this to
if the hand was straight to bend.
What did you say, Zoot? How are we?
To curl it up. That's hard.
We're well. How are you, big dog?
And that's a good shechita. Says Gemara Michael Mashmalon. What's the big finish?
Getting better.
Says an hour mission.
That's great. I'm glad you get that, man.
This is one case.
Did you talk to that chick?
Animal that extended its hand but didn't bring it back. So that's not a good shechita.
Our messenger
So you see that to go from bent to straight is nothing.
Messenger yesterday.
So what do you
Okay, that's cool.
and you could infer from the
That's cool that she messaged you.
Mishnah, it's only because it went from bent to straight, but straight to bent.
I know.
Straight to bent is okay. It's a good simon. Where's Iron? That's it. It's done. Okay, done. Says Gemara. Okay, I can't learn from the Mishnah.
You left and she left.
So on the side it says over here, the kaifa is not a step. It already happened. In other words, we're starting, this is the starting position, says the Gemara. The kaifa, it's already bent. Upashta, straight. The kaifa, it's not 3 things, it's 2 things. It went from bent to straight, and from straight to bend. But if from straight to bend, just one motion is not enough to teach me, maybe you have to go straight bend. You have to do two motions, straight and then bend. But from straight to bend, one motion is not enough. So mashmalon, that if it was straight and he bent this, that's all you need. One motion, but the hard motion, the bend. That's considered
Quid?
spiritless.
That's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
I just like it.
Hey, you have to, like, the dark mode needs some work because when you use the blank tile, you can't see what it is.
That is miracles. And over here, the mayor says, making a move is nothing. It's a miracle.
Just report bugs.
I'm not recording that. I tell you. I'll be like, hey, dude. But I mean, it's really good. Report, well, I mean, if I have to.
So all these things that we see.
I guess, like chess box unnecessary.
We have a contradiction. Our Gemara tells us that ruling is a purpose, but over here it says it's not.
So Zoot, when are you gonna do stand up again?
I told him that I think it's not going to work so well in the English year. Are you with us on this one? You again, you today. Yeah, you're that student.
Okay, so if all I have to do is report bugs, and
but you have a good voice.
I can. Where do I report bugs?
To me.
Oh, okay. Oh! I thought there was a button that said report bugs. There's too much. Apologies. But a report bug button would be good because if you can have one, because then you don't have to, like, you're trying to play the game and you don't have time to, like, write something down. But I was gonna say the biggest issue is the scrolling, and there's just too much space in between stuff, like unnecessary borders.
What is not a word in the Scrabble dictionary?
LOOK.
Yeah. Dictionary. Basic words.
You spelled it L. Do you need your turn? Do you need your turn back?
Let me hear the light one.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh man. Okay.
There should be a thing on past turn. Are you sure? Like, it's too easy to accidentally kill.
You ready? This is shot in the Gemara. Here, I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna raise my hand. When I raise my hand, look at me. Don't look at the Gemara for a second. It's not even a contradiction. Oh, Davi Kala.
Okay, that's a cool story, dog.
It's not even. We didn't even start. What's about that?
Try again.
He's gonna check the most popular games on the app.
If it let out a moon like that guy did over there, he's wearing his hat. Multiplayer. Then it shows that he's alive.
Dude, you gotta make this 3 players, and then we will play all the time.
So it's not a kasha.
How do you
4 players.
4 players. How do you
Right, so I have a question.
Right, the Bishop says this.
Well, to your question, Jude, just probably type in Riser, I've gotten a Z in this game, and I have a Q now.
When
You have another zone.
No, do we both get a Z and we both get a Q?
that shows that it's alive. Look, we have
It's supposed to be one random one, either a keyword, or a Z. But I think I fucked it up and it just gave you.
but I said I don't know if I should check it. They laughed. One guy got upset.
Tiles.
He's busy writing
They randomly get two out of the four each. So out of the Z to the X and J, you're supposed to have two of those.
But we're gonna have two Qs in this game.
It says two out of the four, but I also have the Z.
I'll show you the video and then you'll tell me.
Okay.
I'll have to.
Do you want me to pass back to you?
I don't have the strength to stand.
Yeah.
Let's just end this. You don't have the strength to stand anymore? You're mesukenet. We have a call. Get moving.
Professor Manayam Schwartz, expert in examining dangerous cows, at your service.
There is a remaining tile. And so you get to the bottom of your tile. I don't think that. Maybe is that how the real Scrabble works? You get rid of all your tiles, you get also to deduct points from the person. It doesn't really make sense in a tag that is.
Then I said, Arya is here, so
Yeah, so you say like in the sport of
I guess they find me that at the end.
how many
It says under your name, it says Riser 131 6 and remaining tile. You have 7 remaining tiles.
Oh, okay.
So it says Act 15.
Here goes
Trouble.
Christopher.
And it doesn't seem like there's a It doesn't seem like there's an X or a J.
I don't know if you noticed. I told Yoshi. You don't have the whole.
No, dude. How do you play Among Us, dog?
She said, "What I said, dude, like he gets a kick in the head from the. That's Pyrkos. How to play Among Us. It moves its legs, and then he got kicked in the head. So he did both. Okay. So, anyways, when did this? Even in the beginning.
That right.
Or only at the tail end of the shkita, meaning a moment after the shkita was over, or the Pyrkos, the moving of the leg happened in the middle of the shkita. No.
How do you play?
Yeah. Yes and no. No. Over.
You gotta do a toss and then they'll just toss through it. And you go to find out who's the imposter. The imposter is the room killing everyone. And then you go,
don't say I was there. So shkita bam so shkita. So this is the thing that you go back in the middle of the shkita. It has to show signs, at least and not when not says even in the beginning of the shkita.
Well, the world was in a frenzy.
Oh, that Pyrkos happens in the middle.
Trainwreck TV did what?
It says now that a small animal that extends its head
before the game.
It went from.
You know who Trainwreck's TV is? I spam that guy all the time.
Below he had 0 and didn't bend. He said that's not a good sign.
Yeah, I was
He labeled it so at the end of
Riser, the word QIS is normally allowed, isn't it?
Normally allowed. What do you want it to just continue living forever? Continue moving forever?
We play that all the time.
Obviously, this happened.
Q is going to be a scrabble.
Maybe it happened
I feel
after
like
the
this dictionary. I need to see where it's getting the
If it doesn't do that movement a moment after,
I think I was in the stream with like 2020. I think I was in a stream with Snake and SEC before they both grew up.
Did they say hi to you?
He says the most thing
There wasn't that many people in the stream.
He moved his legs in the beginning of the shkita.
It was still extreme. It was
it's enough if he doesn't
We've been like
then he'll show
2003,
and
3000.
Riser,
And now they got like 50,000.
Riser, can you give me that
to make
back?
this shkita kosher. It's not so much about Yeshua Shkita, rather it's a sign of life. If there's a big purpose in the beginning of the shkita, so then it had enough.
dictionary.
Small amount. What's my right? It's not on
Sends a request to the dictionary
It's a
API.
serious right. You had in the Mishnah that somebody shuts that out. You're not supposed to
You want to talk about real?
Dude, we're gonna play mini golf in a second. So just calm down.
Night means when there's no light. Nowadays, when there's lights and everything, then night and day is the same exact thing. You shouldn't shut
Our
that out.
friend Riser created a game that
Yeah,
literally.
there's also no what's it called? There's no I guess there is a resigning. It's not like
Now, what is
promoted at all.
I don't
So
use
this
that
animal's
part.
kosher.
No.
You cannot rage quit.
You do rage. I don't. They should just be a Riser. Oh.
It got the walls. Rabbi Eliezer says that zinc.
Oh, you have two tiles.
Wait, what?
Two tiles in the back, I guess. Silver four.
Says Rashi, there's two ways to
Didn't Nick Yang go game with the lights to the honey flag,
but like we learned in the Mishnah, and we go with Shmuel for now.
only better than
That the
shooting
walls
with
are to the neck of the animal. If you think
I was looking at this one time.
but
There's
the whole area, the whole neck, up
some
and down, right and left.
crazy mini golf tracks out
The
there.
whole direction, that comes from a
Maybe we
forceful
should try to do that. The one on Discord is like,
spray of blood.
You guys didn't like it because I dominated.
Forceful flow, maybe.
you didn't like that.
I don't like it, but I'm better than you guys. I don't like it because it's not turn-based, and so we don't pay attention to each other.
So,
Yeah. Okay. This thing is missing a critical
if
word.
you hold, when did the spray happen? See, the part is it's very geschmack. When it comes to the spraying of the blood, and it's at night, it's dark, you don't know when it happened. It could have happened at the beginning of the shkita, it could have happened in the middle of the shkita, it could have happened at the end. If you tell me that the only time it works is at the end of the shkita, there's no way for you to know when it happened. It happened at night. You're coming to inspect for the day and trying to figure out what happened there. Oh, geschmack. The whole neck is full of blood. Okay, but maybe it happened all during the beginning of the shkita, and that's not a good ride. Elamai, the beginning of the shkita, is a good ride. That's all. That's his ride. It's a beautiful ride. That's Rashi. That's no for our purpose. Rashi goes into it. We had that on Lamzani. He goes into the code on yeah. Look at that. Rashi didn't realize the Dam Kidua.
Whatever makes you happy, dog.
See about what you said. So Elo Yabris B'Sov Shkita. If you say that, you have to show appear
I mean,
in the
dude, do
beginning
you
of the
think we just have this knowledge
even in the beginning
in our
of the
heads?
so great. So now that you see flood taking place, I'll explain it.
Okay. Is that good?
Rashi says it doesn't mean the wall, because the wall you could see when that happened. If you see the wall up on the wall, that means it happened in the beginning of the shkita. If you see a splatter on the bottom, like in the middle of the wall, it happened later on in the shkita. There's more force in the beginning. That's what he says. So obviously that's why we go with shmul that's on the neck of the animal. The neck of the animal, there's no indication when it happened, the beginning or the end of the shkita. So Elo Yam so shkita, if you say that the Pirkos, this side happened at the end. Shkita, if you're looking for something that happened at the end, there's no way to say that this happened at the end. Maybe it's splattered in the beginning.
James McCann.
Okay, that's a great raya, but only a great raya for blood spring, not for leg movement. The Dimashani Zid of that. Maybe. Maybe.
Oh, that stupid bitch.
That comes out of the neck. That's a stronger indication.
Right, so I wouldn't consider it a comeback if I can't play it myself.
But the leg movement, maybe that has to be at the end. Says Marum Yadav, is blood stronger?
Dude, I can't play.
I spent hours on this.
Yo, I can't play QI, and I don't have any U's left, so I'm basically stuck with a Q.
This is our mission, right? I skipped the after Elizabeth was a skip.
And I can't.
You had how many years when you wait?
Well, I didn't think that I was. Hold on. The way that you made it sound like was I get a Z or a Q, and since I had a Z, then I know I'm not getting a Q as I thought, and then I have a Q. And I was like, oh, well, I could have used all those U's, but I had already played a Z, so I thought I'm not going to get a Q. And it doesn't seem like there aren't any J's, there aren't any X's.
There are J's. I was testing his name many times. And there are X's.
At least in this case. At least in this case.
You see Zimka splattering the blood.
Yeah. It also, I had a Q and I had a Q and Z. And you had a Q and a Z too.
Spraying the blood is less than
you need your
the next game we could.
Stronger, it's a greater indication.
Oh, did you play something?
Was it my turn? Was it my turn and I didn't play anything?
The first sheet, the is a very massive 2. You need 2. So I'm saying 1. Now the middle sheet is in between. It's exactly in between. It's less of an indication than both, but more indication than 1. Okay. So what?
Is there a thing like if we pass 3 times you lose or something?
Right. So maybe Zeno exactly. Maybe Zeno is extreme. It's a.
So then how do you end the game if I have a Q and I can't play anything?
And Mamela, how does?
It's like what's this called? It's like bullshit where when you run out of bullets and the other person dominates and does whatever they want and you can't do shit.
No, that's stupid as fuck. You know that.
It's like that.
You know that.
It's not stronger than you. It's stronger than 1. Omar Rabin.
Isn't that helping you in this circumstance? I literally happen where I get a thousand. I literally can't play.
No, it doesn't help. I want the game to end, and I can't end it.
You can pass. Just pass. You can't play.
Yeah, but usually if you pass 3 times, it's over.
The son of Abu, that was his name. The son of Abu. So the father of the son of Abubram. So why do they call him Abubram? Actually, Abubram. Why you calling him the father of the son of Abubram? Because nobody knew who he was. He didn't have a name.
I think it's helping you.
It's absolutely not. I can't play QI. It's as simple as that. If I play QI, I have 1,000 points.
So the Amri law, the Bar some people say it's the brother of Baravru, not the father of Baravru. The father of Baravru should be Abubram. It's like Nun. Say Nun. Nun asked the question.
It's over.
Yeshua ben Nun's father.
It's over.
Yeah, I wouldn't brag about it. She designed it. And also, it allows words that aren't in the one dictionary. So I have to learn a new dictionary. I'm not saying that that's a huge deal, but it is over. I would have won though, like 1,000 times. I don't consider this at all any way off.
We want more. We want a greater indication.
I mean, it was just a warm-up game.
It's not a warm-up game. It doesn't even count as a game. There are glitches in this. Now I have it's still phenomenal. I don't want to. It's beta. Okay. So these games don't even. But they're not even games. This is testing. But it's phenomenal. My question is this: what if you have a queue at the end and I have a queue at the end, and we can't play it? Then the game doesn't end.
Look at me like that means only you need at least this. No, just say Kiva.
I mean,
it's enough.
It's enough.
One, you don't need two.
It's not
enough one, not two.
Beautiful.
Kiva Chapirka said, as long as you move one limb, that's enough. That's what it should say. Kiva, not on. So he's referring.
It's still
he said, no.
But I mean, it's pretty good. I can just tell it to move add the timer, really add the timer, and uncover issues. There's a host of issues.
And if Zenith is the least,
figure out what it needs more and more. Why isn't this word in the dictionary?
Spray the blood.
All the rules that we're used to.
And Memela, all types of weirdness could also be in the beginning, like you're not raised.
Is Zoot here? Or did he
Zoot's here.
Oh, he found. So finally, we have the last sheet. The most machmer sheet. It's not enough to shake the legs in the beginning and the middle. It has to be over then.
Yeah, I should make it three player.
It would be now, if you make it three player, I don't know. I think there should be a game mode where everybody gets the same time, no matter what.
Famous possible.
That's the fairest way to do it. It's even more fair, I think, that you get a Z and I get a Q. Because I think we both would agree a Z is a better letter than a Q. Right?
National Financial Services,
easy. I'll take a Z before a Q all day long.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
I mean, you should make the Q is worth. The Q is worth like more worth
you could do that too.
12.
You could do that too. I'm not saying that would be bad, but then the QI is like devastating. QI on a triple for 12. And if you can do two QI, that's like
email section, you didn't see that.
That's like an 80 point range.
Right. Oh yeah,
that's kind of unfair. No, there should just the game should be all the players get the exact same letter. Or they're I'm not saying that's the game. A version of the game. The players get the exact same letter. And that's a fair way to do it. So if Zoot gets 3 S's, I get 3 S's, you get 3 S's.
Vayikra, the Belsky family. Bamidbar.
If Zoot gets a Z,
Yeah.
I get a Z.
I get it by Reuben Harrison.
And
Azechai by Jimmy Zulai. Not the regular Dope Harris.
But I think that might be it. Probably the words build off of each other. I don't know.
It might disrupt the flow. 1,000 people that participated. Hopefully 40,000 people participated.
and
all right, yeah.
But what do you think ChatGPT would say if how to make Scrabble?
you would probably say the distribution of the tiles has to be exactly the same. It's a random draw as to who goes first.
You're saying share, okay? You want to share? What are you sharing? Gracious. Same amount. Okay. Also, we're opening up the
tile distribution has to actually be the same. That would be clear. Because a Z is better than a Q. And I would say an X is better than a J. Maybe. I think so. I'd rather have an X than a J. Because you can just be devastating with XU or XI. And J only has J. JU isn't a thing. JE isn't a thing. So, because you can play those short little words with X, I think it's more powerful to have Z and X than Q and Z, Q and J. I think it would probably say that just letter distribution has to be exactly the same. But then I get what you're saying. You're like, well, then the letters, you're gonna have like games where there are 2 X's on the board, or 2 Z's on the board, or 2 Q's on the board, or 3 if we're playing with Zoot. Is that really fair? But I think that's fine. So what? There are a bunch of Q's, or so what if there are a bunch of Z's? It's more fair to me to do that than you and Zoot get a Q and I get a Z. With Z, you can play Z in more places.
Here's the updated one.
How else would I make it fairer?
Wait. The AI. First player advantage gets worse. Both players have A, E, I, O, R, T. Player 1 places first on the center. Player 2 best move is now obvious because they see player 1's play. Give player 2 10 extra points to balance and on diagonal board going first on diagonal.
I disagree with that. We looked this up. The player on Scrabble who goes first wins 50% of the time.
I remember having them sold already. Anybody from Amudim and up, $720 gets
10 points seems like a big advantage. Really, really big. Way too big. Way too big. I disagree with that. 10 points?
No, 10 points. What's the amount of points that first player normally wins by? Player 2 should get that amount.
I would say if player 1 is supposed to win 53% of the time, and there are 100 tiles, then player 2 should get 3 tiles.
No. The mother dies.
Wait, what? Can you explain that again?
Okay, so there are 100 total tiles in a game of Scrabble, or literally. Do we agree with this?
This is more than the. It's really born from a cow, but it looks like a camel.
And if player 1 goes first 53% of the time, if player 1 wins 53% of the time, it seems like there's a 3% advantage that player 1 has on player 2. So to make that up, I would give player 2 3 points to start.
A cow gives birth. A cow dies, drops dead.
The percentage that they win is not even.
That's true. That's true. That's true. You're absolutely right. There's no perfect science behind it, I don't think, because it would go. Okay, so then I guess you would go. The average score of the game is probably like that's probably like 500, 250 to 250, or 300 to, I don't know, anywhere between 500 and 600. So, and if player one wins 53% of the time, then maybe it is 10 times.
I'm sure a lot of you heard this. I heard this with my owners. I heard two guys in their 80s.
But weren't you saying that player one should get 10 points?
There has to be a limit. There's good. Maybe 20 years old. I don't know what the good is, but
well, I said like find the average amount of player one has an edge on, and then give them
this animal has to have
that amount.
Give player two that amount?
Whoa.
But then I don't know. Seems like the easiest way is one way.
No, there's got to be a.
So what's the shear?
So I'm gonna look this up. I'm not quitting the game. It's amazing though. Like I really mean it. Like 99. Probably if I had to give you a score, it would be like a 95.
That would be a problem because it's not in the
Thanks, dog.
Yo, dog. I've seen statistics that 53% of Scrabble games are won by player one. What would be an adequate way to... Well, firstly, is this accurate? And then also, what would be an adequate way to compensate player two? How many tile points should they get? Should it be like 3 points or 10 points? Or what would it be?
So now I need a pause to say, even though it lives for a moment after the birth.
Yeah, 53% is actually pretty close to what tournament data shows. Looking across several large Scrabble tournament data sets, the first player typically wins about 53 to 57% of games, with most major events clustering around 53.5 to 54.5. What's interesting is the tournament statistics don't just show a win rate advantage, they also show a score advantage. In strong player divisions, the first player tends to score about 10 to 13 points more on average than the second player. For example, North American Championship of 2025, there was a 10.2 point average for player one. 2023 Division 2, 13 points. So if your goal is to make the game as close to 50 as possible, the data suggests 3 points is too small, 5 points reduces the advantage but doesn't eliminate it, 10 points is very close to data-driven compensation, so you're right. 12 points is probably the fair single number handicap, and 15 points may slightly overcompensate. I'll tell you what, I would rather take 12 points and go second all day long. All day long, that's a huge advantage. I think. They say my guess is that plus 10 to plus 12 points is the sweet spot if you want a one-game handicap. However, if you're playing a serious match rather than a casual game, there's an even cleaner solution. Play 2 games and alternate who starts, then total the scores. That's how many games with a small first-player advantage are handled, because it removes the need to estimate the exact value of a handicap. One subtle point, with 53% win rate doesn't mean the handicap should only be a few points. In Scrabble, many games are decided by fewer than 20 points. An average first-player edge of 11 points can easily translate into a 53 to 54% win probability. That's why a compensation of 10 to 12 points is much more plausible than 3 points. If you wanted to calibrate it mathematically from the 53% figure alone, I'd estimate the fair handicap lands around 11 points, which lines up remarkably well with tournaments per day.
Okay, so 11 points.
A large animal, anything you do with a large animal,
That to me is well. Firstly, I did not realize that going first is such a huge advantage. Because you can build off what that first person does, but the first person does have the opportunity, if they get a double word score right off the bat. Well, you know what, Riser? We're doing this based on Scrabble, and we don't play Scrabble. We play Literati. And I think that the first player going first, the person who goes first has less of an advantage in Literati, because the double word score, you have to have a 5-letter word in Literati versus a 4-letter word. Is what I'm saying making sense?
And didn't go back.
Isn't Scrabble board a... Let me look at it. I thought it was like a triple letter on a double word.
And it says going from bent to straight. So
yeah, it's a double letter. So it's not a word. It's not a word.
Oh, okay.
Any movement of the back leg is good.
So you have less opportunity on the first quarterback on the Scrabble.
Any indication.
I just don't play enough Scrabble versus Literati.
If it's delay, didn't speak about a bird, about a chicken, about a pigeon.
I think another maybe advantage, the way you can maybe, I don't know, this might be wrong, but
in the 19 by 19 thing, you increase the tiles. The way it's set up now is like there's set amount of like the cube is that X, J. There's only like 4 of those or whatever. But like the rest of the tiles increase. So kind of dilutes the actual value of the Q's and the Z's.
Okay, I don't think we're ever gonna play.
No, we are. And it's gonna be diagonal. The diagonal one is like such a mind bender. Super interesting.
All right, only if Luke can play.
You'll try it.
Yeah, I would say you get more fun is not a word.
Starting to pick up, to match the Israeli energy. Unbelievable. All you need is 1 or 2.
The dictionary is really important. I've got the Literati dictionary down pretty well.
So
in terms of short little words and stuff.
The outpouring
and if you change that,
is unbelievable.
It makes the game more difficult.
Are basically,
especially if you don't have word helper on. Word helper helps if you're changing the dictionary. Because like a short word like "you are" is not in the Literati dictionary, but whatever dictionary we just played with, it is.
Already that you have to speak to Mark. It's behind the scenes because we're going to put it on soon.
I know you don't recognize how important this is, but you need to put the. I don't mean to say this in any way, but the most important development that you could make in this game is to put the dictionary word, what it means, in your version. Not only would we build our vocabularies, but
these are just some of the names.
You could sell this game to
as an
education.
I think like close to 1,000 people
in a major way.
Participated already.
And
it's unbelievable. Psukim.
Aside from like the little, like really little user interface things of like having to scroll unnecessarily, and there's too much space vertically in the whole everything. Like shouldn't have to go up and down, scroll up and down. It's a you did a phenomenal job. Like, great job, the Riser. I really mean it. Like I would have to pay $1,000. It's really, really good.
And there's somebody.
It's so good that you can sell it. I know I keep saying that, but I think you might run into.
And the tester was like a little bit of a war going on in the tester. So we're at $125,000 for the tester already.
Yeah, but still, it's like, it's so good. Like,
What?
I'm telling you, Riser,
What do you guys
we
say
will
about
quality assure this very well until it's perfect, and then I think you should sell it. I really do.
Whoa, if we take off the helicopter ride, it's 25.
I mean, I've marketed apps on the App Store and Google Play. It's not easy, and I don't know if you get huge amounts of people buying it.
So everybody said, here it goes. We don't do letters, we do a word.
And it will cost a little bit to publish it, but if you wanted to, you could sell it. But then if you really wanted to,
look at this. It's unbelievable. Anyway,
in my opinion,
one of the
you
ideas
could
that
contact schools and teachers about this and say what the advantages are of your version, that you can play with multiple people,
So one
that
person, no, I can't do that.
it gives you the definition of the word, and you will get like school districts to buy into this.
All right, Beseder.
This is a money maker.
It's in Hebrew.
You know, I sit here and shit on ideas. Every day people bring in ideas, and I'm like, that sucks, do it this way.
This is the guy that won the $2,000 prize
but this one,
for status.
You could run with this. Now, how much money can you make out of it? Riser, I think one day it will be worth more than Scrabble and Literati. Scrabble and Literati are too locked into their old ways, and they have inherent inherent disadvantages. Let me look at chess. Yo, dog, what are the odds that the person going first in chess wins? It's 54 to 55%. And that's when we would play each other, that's exactly what I'm telling you, I know you don't remember this, but we would...
54% does not mean white wins every time. White is 54%.
Jumping right into the sponsors.
I know, but between how you and I would play, white won everything. It got to the point, and I was talking about this 2 nights ago or something. I didn't get a chance to finish my cigarettes. Because I play these games more than you, I get really good from playing against computer and like rated games. That's how I learn like percentages and different strategies in terms of mini golf. And then you see what I do, and you counter that, and but then we kind of plateau, because then you learn my strategies and I learn how you're adapting to my strategies, and we don't have like a person who comes in who's better than both of us to learn from. Like, we kind of just plateau in these games. Not that that's bad, it's just that's how it is. I know when I got, I don't know why, but like for like 2 weeks, I was like, I'm gonna try to get really good at mini golf and see how good the really good players are. And the best I've ever gotten was in the top 1,000 of mini golf players on Play-Doh, and it tells you your ranking. It tells you your ranking, yeah. Yeah, you play ranked games, yeah, it tells you what your overall ranking is on the platform.
They're starting
And
Spanish satellite locations.
I play ranked all the time. I play ranked multiple times.
I want to go check it out.
It's 3 holes, and mini golf is really interesting because yeah. But that's all you want it to be. You don't want it to be 4 players, because when you play with 4 players, everybody quits after they realize that they can't. You also don't want it to be more than 3.
Shook up the world with her hero. Should be a Bayless here, should be Klal Yisrael. Is that the one that was in the car?
One up, and in rank, there's sabotage issues, but then it's not like you versus me. It's like somebody else can fuck up your ranking because they just got you way.
Remember the origin of our mother, grandmother, and great grandmother.
But yeah, I play ranked at least a few times a day, usually when I'm bored. And so anyway, there was this time when I was like, I'm going to see how good I can get at this. And I got in the top 1,000, barely. I was never in like the top 100 or the top 500, but I think I got. I remember it was like 999 or something. Oh, that was my goal. And when you play with those players, they know all the percentages. That's where I learned a lot of tricks, like I don't want to say, but like that one that has the huge amount of tar in the upper left, and we bounce it off the back wall, off the bottom wall. We hit it backwards. Like you learn tricks like that, or that one where you hit it off the 10th. There's like one hole where you hit it off. When you go first, you have like a huge advantage. But like that's where I learned that kind of stuff. I don't learn those kind of tricks from people who I play at like. So the way the ranking works is everybody starts at 1,200 points, and if you lose a lot, you'll get down to like 1,100, and if you win a lot, you'll get up to like 1,300. And then if you win a lot more, you get up to 1,400, and then the best people in the world are like. And I think at that point they're just bodies. They just have every percentage. They've come up with different scripts, basically. But anyway,
where is he?
I only learned some of those tricks by playing the really, really good people. And
what?
And then you learn them.
Really?
And
it's all new to me.
Now you know them. But basically, unless one of us plays with somebody like that who teaches us something new, we run into a plateau.
Your name? What's your name?
Not that that's bad. I enjoy it. I enjoy playing all the games that we play, except chess takes a lot out of me, and I know you think I'm just like avoiding you, even though I won the last time we played. It causes me a lot of like overthinking. Like I'll think about chess all day, and I'll really get into it, and I just don't have time. I'm not saying that I wouldn't like to really get into chess someday. I would, but I don't want to focus my life on chess. And chess almost becomes obsessive to me. You're gonna say like, well, you played it with me before, and it didn't get obsessive with you, and it's like.
Every day?
Yeah, but now if I know that we're going to be playing it a lot, then I want to know every advantage, and I want to know. Like I'm gonna want to. I'll get like really into it. So that's why I don't play as much as I once did. I shouldn't even say. I've never played chess a lot. I had somebody interview me last Friday or maybe the Friday before, and they're like.
Wow, beautiful.
Like, what games do
where do you guys live?
And I was like, I do like to play chess. And they're like, oh, what's your chess.com rating? I don't have one.
Okay.
I don't want to have a chess.com ranking because chess.com is like the epicenter of nerdiness of people in the world. Kind of. And why do I say that? Like, there was that one guy who played Magnus Carlsen, and somebody in like a chat made like a comment that like they cheated or something. Magnus Carlsen said he cheated or whatever, and it turned out like the guy didn't cheat, but he may have cheated when he first joined chess.com, like in 2016, like a long time ago, and people were going through old games and stuff like that, and it's like, wow, these guys are the nerdiest of people. So when I learned that, I didn't want to have a chess.com account because I like have a clean slate at this point. I've only once played what I consider to be a public game against a girl. Her name is Malibu Bailey. She lives in Malibu, and she is a very like a pretty attractive streamer on Kick, who is on Kick a lot, and
if you can do a lot with it, then it doesn't give off.
She was really nice to me when my bot would come in. She'd be like, "Hi, Rabbi, how are you?" And I didn't like. It's like my bot. Like I don't like pay attention to it, but I remember she was talking to it, and I was like, "Oh, all right, I'll talk with you." And she's like, I was reading her bio, and she's like, DM me if you want to play chess. And it's very unique to find like an attractive woman who wants to play chess. Not saying it's super unique, but it can be. And so it's like, oh, okay, this girl's smart and wants to play. And we played, and it had been a long time since I played, and I beat her. And I realized that I don't like necessarily playing public games. Like,
it's a bad answer. Both of them are bad answers.
There's a lot of pressure I put on myself. So,
if she lived
anyway.
after the Shkita 12
And then
months, you're right.
the other thing, one time, one guy had a username in here that was like, "I'll pay you to play chess." And he came in and he's like, "You want to play chess?" And I was like, it was something like, I'll pay you if you beat me in chess or something. And I could have beaten this guy, which was like a feather in my cap. I know I could have beaten him, but I had somebody who came in here and distracted me. They're having a conversation about World Wrestling Federation or something, and it was like whatever it could have been, and I just couldn't focus on the game enough, and I let it get away from me. So anyway, in terms of chess, there's just a lot of mental aspects of it that I don't like to get into. Archery, I just cannot. I can tell that I'm at a disadvantage with my phone. Carom to me is a very even game. So what am I getting at? To me, the best kind of game is a 50-50, like as close to 50-50.
And the wife says, "What did the doctor say?"
Is that true?
The doctor said that your mother's going to be healthy.
Let's look it up.
And she's going to be moving
in actual Carom games. What is the percentage of the person who breaks?
He didn't really say that. But what he said
if they will win.
You should be prepared for the worst. Prepare for the worst. Hashem is a sukanas. Hashem Yemliya Loimer. Person, this animal's dying any minute. Hashem Yemliya Loimer. Actually, the fark is beyond the regular.
There doesn't seem to be a widely accepted statistic like chess. White wins 54% of the time. For Scrabble, player 1 wins 53% of the time. There aren't any large tournament studies measuring the win rate. However, some sources claim that if a player pockets a coin on the break, they go on to win nearly 70% of the time. But I think it's it depends on the rule set they're using too. Because if you pocket a Carom and it's your Carom, then I can see a huge advantage. But if it's my Carom, then it gives me an automatic advantage because you already took care of one of my Caroms, and now it's my turn. So I think the rule set varies.
Within the week. So here is the actual kirkus after the animal shefted.
The game that I think, well, I know you don't like it, and I get it. I can see why you don't like it, but Bounce. Bounce to me is a pretty fair game. Wouldn't you agree?
Screen, make a different size.
That's true.
You can even see the tail moving. That's
pretty even in that regard.
Archery.
Maybe people. There's probably
you guys know that Ruben is a shortcut?
It's pretty even.
That's why he's very interested over there with the phone.
That's okay.
Those kids are very interested in the pictures.
Well, I think just if you have a bigger screen, everything's going to be easier, including Carom. Not necessarily Scrabble or Literati. That one has more to do with the rules and just what tiles you're going to get.
That's not good. You need that. There should be a little bit of life.
Reversey, we've never played together.
A little bit of life.
Maybe just once or twice or whatever.
Go has
Yeah, I did see
You know
what the
enough.
percentage is?
In other words, it seems like he's being more makel. You don't need her to move a hand and a foot. It's enough if a spritz of blood
Okay, I'm gonna look it up.
comes out of her.
Give me a list of the top
and
100 board games like
Go,
Go
it goes all over
and Scrabble
over
and chess and
I showed the
checkers,
Lila of a
and
person.
tell me the advantage or
You're not
disadvantage of
supposed to
going
really
first.
shut the knife unless there's lights. We said.
We just
But at night, it's
memorize
not a
all
good
these
time to
statistics and
and
start
if this
playing
animal's in
people and make sure we go first.
she's about to
Unless,
die.
okay, so Go,
Shut the knife. How you gonna
first
know?
player's massively favored, 60%,
She moved the hand or a foot.
without Comey. Oh, but with standard Comey, do you know what Comey is?
And the following day, you find.
Okay,
according
so
to this pshat,
Go is
according to
actually
the
really
pshat, so
interesting.
the
Go recognizes that there's an inherent advantage
not just like a
up for the person going first, so then they give you something called Comey if you go second, which is like what we were talking about in Scrabble, where you give the person 10 points or whatever, and you get an advantage there, which makes it close to 50%. Scrabble's 53 to 54%. Checkers, small first player, edge, many draws. Backgammon, 52 to 54%. Connect 4. Connect 4 is the first player has a theoretical force advantage.
David said, it's
I
enough.
don't know how that works.
Either or. You don't need like the kind of
Oh, maybe I do. If you just kept playing to fuck up the other player, maybe there's. I want to know more about that.
That's not how it works.
That's enough.
There's just a certain pattern
You say in
that
English,
you,
make sure the tail
just
doesn't
the
wag
way
the
that
dog.
you react to every
Which means
power drop. That's just
you have to make sure that the puffle, the
Tic-tac-toe, first player cannot force a win but has an advantage. I've always thought with tic-tac-toe, there's a way not to lose.
Don't let
I think there is.
control you. Don't let
There's,
certain
you
things
can't
control
always
you.
win
Don't let the
if
tail
you
wag
go
the
first,
dog.
but you can always not lose.
You see, I think this is a video.
Reversi, Othello, small first player advantage, Gomoku, large first player advantage, Hex, Renju, 9 mentors, Moncala. Often significant player first advantage, varies by version. Karam, likely moderate advantage, no strong data. Monopoly, small advantage to moving first. I think I disagree with that. I think there's a big advantage. To just be able to buy.
Oh yeah.
Risk.
I mean, depends on how lucky you are getting around the board.
I agree. Risk is negligible to small advantage. Catan depends heavily on seating order, not well quantified. Ticket to Ride, very small advantage. Azul, small advantage varies by player count. Dominion, usually a measurable first player advantage. Pandemic, turn order usually minor. Puerto Rico, historically first player advantage discussed exclusively. The most extreme cases are Connect 4. The first player can force a win. How does Connect 4 work where the first person can force a win? The result was proven in 1988 by Victor Ellis. Using computer analysis, he showed that with perfect play, the first player red has a forced win. The winning first move is the center column. No matter how well the second player responds, there exists a sequence of moves that leads to the win for the first player. This doesn't mean a human can't easily memorize the entire winning sequence. The proof involves a huge game tree and strategic patterns that were analyzed by a computer. A simplified intuition is playing the center gives access to the greatest number of possible 4-in-a-row combinations. The first player can gradually create multiple simultaneous threats. Eventually, the second player cannot block all of them. The same idea appears in several abstract games. Tic-tac-toe, Hex.
Made her hand go straight, but the
So I think that you can play Connect 4 and not lose. You're saying you can't. But according to mathematics, there's some way that you can't lose.
No, I said you can force it.
Yeah.
Because moving a hand from a bent position to a straight position, that's normal for
and chest played
when
perfectly
the neshama goes out, but it's not an indication of life. That's only
Yo, dog, if I play chess and just mirror the opposite person every time, what will the result be?
Real. Like our sheep that we had the other day, the Mishnah says it's not necessary. She's a healthy animal.
You're basically trying to play a symmetrical position. The funny thing is, if you're black, mirroring often works reasonably well for a while because you're naturally making these moves. If you're white, you can't mirror because nobody is white yet. The bigger problem is mirroring eventually breaks down. For example,
it's about to die, and you shaft it real quickly before it dies.
You are always one tempo behind. A fundamental principle of chess is that if perfect mirroring always worked, black would automatically equalize every game, but we know white scored about 54 to 55%. The extra move matters.
I was just trying to think about.
There's also a classic trick. If black copying ideas mechanically, white often wins a pawn because white gets an act first.
Somebody came to Kazanish and said, I just read my shit.
So the likely outcomes are against beginners, mirroring can survive for a while. Against intermediate players, you'll usually drift into a slightly worse position. Against strong players, they'll deliberately create positions where mirroring fails and then exploit the fact that you're always reacting to one move later.
Why not?
The short version, mirroring doesn't force a draw. It usually gives white a small but persistent advantage because white gets the first move in every symmetrical race. Chess players call an extra move a tempo, and one extra tempo is often enough to make symmetrical strategies develop. Is it possible if you mirror? Is it possible to draw?
That she had life. At the end of the shechita,
I'm in the subreddit. It's called. I'm in a bunch of chess subreddits.
Then it's
what they'll do is they'll take a picture of the board and be like, given end game in 2 moves or something. It'll be really, really complicated. But it won't be that complicated. You'll have to like think outside the box to be able to get it. And I haven't really been able to get into the subreddit. Well, then you should.
And this is that it doesn't have life.
Right, and then there's another thing that'll be like.
So we're gonna try.
It'll be like it'll look like an obvious way to win, but if you take that move, it actually creates a stalemate.
Natural death.
Like
only after it died.
Forget, there was one that I saw that was like I was shocked, and I had to read through the comments. And
then it died. Then it should be okay.
How is this like a checkmate?
And even if you checked it as awesome,
it's not because
of so it's a chaya. Maybe it'll say
yeah, I like those too. Okay, so the fact that many chess games against strong players with several moves that are essentially draws. The catch is mirroring itself doesn't guarantee a draw.
No, you're right. Maybe there's a puzzle that says,
can a game where black mirrors for a while and in a draw? Yes, very often. The mirroring guarantee would know. In white, it's force to win just because black mirrors, not necessarily for white. But a strong player can usually exploit the rigid.
So that's law number 1. And law number 2 is that it's an avail. Just to be nice of another law.
You can just what?
Just like mirroring you. Or black, you just keep
it's also been available.
Basically, when
then you have an avail. Had a die. We can avail. Can't tell me that this is an avail.
Or
when the tires is before that the avail died. Maybe rap. the nevela and the sukenes are the same thing.
would be.
Just so then why do I have two psukim mechayim basay?
Right in front of the night. Right in front of the night.
It's different. When it's alive, it doesn't have
Like
shot.
on the same row as the pond.
Yeah, it is true. You get the isser.
Yeah. Why
of
don't
it being
and
alive?
then take the rough?
Say not alive. Permis of
Well,
alive.
if they're
So
near
after
you,
it dies, you get the assay, the
play,
isser of eating.
that
Sukenes.
is
Plus,
the bishop
I'll add a little bit of alive of the vela.
they play their part.
So Lamaisa, how do I know that
Your
the
bishop
sukenes is mutter? Maybe the sukenes is also in the in fact, it's a isser assay to eat it. Well, I'm going to try again.
Their bishop
I want to try
same
this one.
line. Just take their
Does don't
bishop.
need a treifa.
And
But
then
does get a sharia? Only a
they
treifa you
can't
shouldn't need.
hear you at that
What's a
point. All they can do
treifa?
is
Missing the limb. It has a hole in the heart, whatever it is. That's a treifa.
But if you did it on the side of the
It seems like I'm just get a sharia. It's a whole animal, completely good.
they won't be able to take your bishop.
How do you spell that word?
These are the sukenes a zero. Tell me that I'm sukenes is also. Hashem sukenes lim chasra zero.
That's only heard. I've only
I didn't
heard
say this joke in a long time. Maybe I should say it.
YouTube channels say that. Most people say PMG that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Spanish-speaking family.
Why
around
did
the
they call
bed
it
in the
palmetto?
hospital. Their father died. So he goes over to them and he says, I was there.
Legitimate
When
saying and
when he died.
probably
Standing next to his
So you
bed.
play a lot of chess. I
Screams in
never,
Spanish. Screaming.
again, chess overwhelms me with,
What do you say?
I really want to
I
get
don't speak
into it. I
Spanish.
really want everything
I never
about
learned.
it.
He said, whatever he said.
I've been to chess tournaments.
He starts, the whole stuff was wild. What do you say? What do you say? He said, can you get off my oxygen?
But I'm like, I don't want to say I'm self-taught because I'm not, but I don't study the game like I should.
When did I say this
Good
joke?
at it. Yeah.
6 months. A joke, how many times do you say the same joke every year? What's that
I
like?
kind of agree with Reverend Andrew in a lot of ways.
This guy's he's a big guy. He's high.
Unless you're playing it to be like a world champion, it's a waste of time. And
Purpose is designed like
I
that.
kind of agree with
Where are you from?
to some extent. It's fun.
Okay. Hello.
Can you say like
From
education?
the fact that there says don't eat a treifa, it seems like that Sukenes, she's only about to die in mutter. Because in fact, even about to die animals also Hashem Sukenes will be chasra asira.
Best in the world.
Nothing's missing from her body. She's about to die. Imagine
It provides enjoyment.
this goat
And so that's not a waste of time.
whatever you call it.
But I get what he's saying from a standpoint of how is it going to help you to advance your life?
Nothing's missing from her body.
That's
Just
the
die.
You can be a streamer and monetize it by just creating
So
having
Trevor
crazy
McGuire?
and having
right. And he would say that is
by the way, every treifa is
the
a
top
Sukenes.
1%.
So certainly the treifa should be out. So then why the
And he would
don't
agree.
need a treifa? It's already included.
That if you're able to do that and monetize
Sukenes
it,
is
that's
better
different.
off than a treifa, and Sukenes is also nothing's missing from its body. So certainly a treifa, like we had the picture the other day of the animal that's missing a whole thigh. It's a treifa.
I guess. Sometimes it's okay.
It's a tomorrow.
It's okay to waste your time.
Okay, same question that before. But then I had Sukenes. Maybe treifa is Sukenes is a treifa. So then why is the Torah giving me one plus per?
Brendan Schaub
Sukenes one plus per treifa. To be over, the Sukenes will you be over on two things. If the animals in Sukenes,
I know you don't care.
so you're over on that say, and also Loisa say. If it's only a
I have
treifa,
to see
you're
if
over on
the
Loisa
second
say.
stream lives up to
Okay, depends because
I
one level.
first
So why
stream.
does the Torah say? Talk about it.
I hate to say it, but the guys like,
if it's
you might be like, dude,
Sukenes,
I don't want to talk about this,
you're
and
over on
that's fine.
Lavin
We don't have to talk about it in depth.
certainly
But
after
I do
Misa,
want to say
it's
that
mutter. So Meilam Sukenes is mutter. And here's your right that I'm sucking his motor. If
I've named all the shitty stuff,
but it's really a
comparison to a lot
Nevela
of
and
people,
Treva is the same thing. And Sukkot is the same. All three are the same.
not Brian
So then why is
Callen.
it talking about a Treva? Why is it talking
Not
about Nevela? Why is it talking about Sukkot? But Lalo, Mishneh Lavim Basei, to be over on two Lavim.
Anyway, I don't want to talk.
That's what I say. That's what this.
What was I going to say about it?
Okay, so finally, so we
I
need
do
a
want to see
source
the
to tell us
second
that Sukkot is mutter.
Oh, I know why I was thinking about
And that is about to die. You checked it.
UFC.
You're okay.
Let's get the time
Provided
down
it
on
doesn't
Sunday.
get So starting all over again. Hello, Mahal. Says in the pasuk, "B'cheilim nevela, b'cheilim."
I think it's
Treifa.
Sunday. So
It says that you're
but you
permitted
said you wanted to watch
to
it.
use the fats of an avela, the fats of a treifa. And also, we saw by the Shita, he showed us all the fats that are mutter, that are usher. Most of them are usher.
It's 8 p.m.
Different body parts
Eastern
around
time,
the kidneys, around the fats everywhere.
Preliminary fights
We had
begin
that blanket,
earlier in
and
the
then
evening with CBS
this
providing
blanket
live coverage on Freeform.
that's on the,
So it's 5 p.m.
it goes on the bottom of the animal. It's like a beautiful blanket. You put it over the head, the cut part of the head.
Who's fighting?
Oh, it's Trump is on.
Here's that
So
puzzle that
it's
tells us
Donald Trump's
they
80th
permitted
birthday.
to do all malacha with this faith,
Let's
meaning
get the card.
it doesn't give off tumah. I'm assuming that we learn from here it doesn't give off tumah because the Torah says the word chaylev twice. Notice the chaylev nevela, the chaylev of an animal that drops dead. The chaylev treifa, an animal that had the existing problem that we're going to have in just a few days. Able treifa is what consists of treifa.
Right.
Also the
The main event is Ilya Shapuria versus Jesse
should not eat from it.
for the UFC lightweight championship.
Why does
The
the Torah
co-main
have to say
event
it
is
again?
Alex Pereira versus Joe Cannon.
Says before in the pasuk
For
over
the
here,
interim UFC heavyweight championship.
there's
There's another thing with that. It'll be the Alex Pereira wins. He'll be the first three-time champion in UFC history. And some people are saying that he is. That would make him the greatest fighter ever. There's Sean O'Malley versus
There's a
Armin
famous concept in
Zahabi.
the Torah called
I could be wrong, but I think. Well, I know Sean O'Malley. He's like one of the few people I could like pick out of the lineup. He has like a big blonde afro and he wears pink. Or he has but he was the bantamweight champion for a little while. And he was like I would say he helped to elevate UFC a little bit. He'd be on like ESPN Sports. There's Josh Hokett versus Derek Lewis. That's a heavyweight, and Derek Lewis is absolutely hilarious. He is Donald Trump's like one of his favorite fighters. He's one of my favorite fighters too. The reason why he's one of my favorite fighters is before I followed any UFC, I saw Joe Rogan do an interview with him, and it was after the fight, after he had won. Joe was like, "All right, so how do you feel, champ?" And Derek Lewis is like, "My balls is hot." And Joe didn't know what to do with that. He's like, "Well, I guess his balls are hot." But I just thought that was always a funny thing.
In other words,
There's also Mauricio.
Everything is fine.
I hear
He's just about to die.
since I watched so much Brendan Schaub and that garbage, I hear these names so much, but I don't follow it. All they do is talk about it. I feel like if I see them fight, then I know. But
if an animal is considered a treifa, I'm assuming it's considered a treifa. Even nothing's wrong with it. So look there, just tell me that
will be no preliminary card of the entire event. Which is interesting because AI keeps saying that there is a preliminary card, but there isn't.
And then just tell me another part of the puzzle that the treifa that's mesukah, you can't eat. I know what I mean, and I'll know. And when it's alive, and it's in the wheelchair, it's about to die, it's considered a treifa. And that Isur treifa doesn't happen as a chaylev into Isur. And certainly after it dies.
I've got a podcast to do.
Elam and the Kazar Achmon and Avela. Torah says about not eating. Don't eat this.
which
This
I think
nevela.
will
So
be
repeat itself. The problem trade below
over
to tell
well
you, to teach
before
you that trade from Sukkah are not the
podcast
same. Otherwise, you could have learned that
Sunday
on Kabbalah.
is.
And nevela what?
Oh, it's at 7.
Animal that's Sukkah, you're allowed to eat. Shefted, and it moves its hand or its leg after
UFC
Shmita,
250.
then you're good.
And you know in Canada plays in World Cup.
Maybe perhaps it's one of the same. Who the Conference available? You asked me why did I have to say it? They can learn.
They play today.
No.
At they play.
Perhaps they
play Bosnia and
There is an
Herzegovina.
Avela in the Torah that has nothing to
And then
do
the
with
U.S.
the
plays
Sukkah.
tonight
So Gistra.
versus Paraguay.
Yeah. Where's the Gistra thing?
I'm gonna get so into
Oh,
Oh, that's a good question.
Probably U.S.
Probably not, actually. Maybe just slightly.
Now, why did the sauce stop?
I think we were talking the other night, and who the best team was, and I think
this Gistra is an Avela.
mistakenly said France was the favorite. But
Who's
it's
the guy
our
who's
favorite.
because we're going to love the half Nevela, the Loyas are going to Sukanas. It wasn't
It's expanded this year. The World Cup
before it died.
2018.
It wasn't sick before it
It's
died.
definitely bigger than
Because it's considered an Avela right away. Well, Zanami actually happens to get his portum and made the lipstick of the Ruba. What do you mean it happened right away? But as the saw was going through its body, at this point, let's do it again.
The UFC, I think, Khabib was the greatest fighter.
Who? Cut it. And at that point, it was very, very sick.
Khabib.
And only afterwards, at this point, that's the slow motion, yeah?
I don't think John Jones.
Now it's a Gistra.
Yeah, but John Jones is. There's an argument to be made that he's undefeated in the heavyweight division. The only fight he ever lost was a disqualification because he did a fighting move that is now legal but was not legal then. It's where you take your elbow and you're behind the guy and it's called like a tomahawk elbow or something. And it's really it's like really subjective. Every guy disqualified. Other than that, he's like 36 and up. In the heavyweight division. I watched his last fight, his last UFC fight, and he did this roundhouse kick to this guy's, the other guy's stomach. Just knocked him out with the one kick. And to me, if you were to say like, looking at John Jones, this guy is the most dangerous man in the world in terms of like hand-to-hand combat. I would not think that it would be that guy. I would think that it would be like some giant football player or like a huge basketball player, like Wemby. Wemby's like 7'4" in the NBA. Like I would think like, oh, that guy has the advantage because he has like longer legs, longer reach and everything. But it's not true. John Jones, who's 6'4", on a good day, is the most dangerous man in the world.
Oh,
sure. RB guys started training you guys there's like fighting.
Global Specialist
If there's like a
Financial Services time, no red,
just because they have an advantage.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But sometimes it might be more of an advantage to be small
left side of England 390 days. Don't move.
In some situations. Like, I guess if you're quicker. Like, the smaller a guy is, the quicker he is. Again, I don't really. I guess people would say like I'm a UFC fan because I literally watch a UFC podcast like every day. Either Joe Rogan or Fighter Kid or something regarding that, but I don't really pay that much attention to what they're saying because I just
gross stuff like
I hate to say it, but
beans and stuff.
I don't want to have to
But
learn a
also,
bunch of guys'
the
names.
buyer has to
If
be
if somebody says like, this guy's known as the killer, I'd be like, oh, I know who that guy is. He's the killer. Like Sean O'Malley. The reason why I know who he is because he wears pink, and sometimes his hair is pink, and his hair is like really wild, and because he has a nickname, Sugar Sean O'Malley. So it's like I remember that. But like John Jones has such a plain name that I would not normally know who he is, except like I remember one time Joe Rogan asked, "Who's the best UFC fighter of all time?" And he's like, "John Jones, without a doubt."
But then we go back there.
And then that stuck out in my mind. Like, oh, there is one guy who at least Joe Rogan thinks is better than
a lot of
everybody
us would
else.
say,
And then I
"Oh,
started looking
sometimes you're on a plane, you eat a non-kosher hamburger."
this guy's really good.
A mistake, whatever.
Khabib,
But most of us could say,
Khabib gets a lot of shit
like,
for not being the best because he only defended his title. I think I could be wrong. I think
exactly.
3 times,
Some people,
and then he retired. But he defended it against 3 really good guys. But nevertheless, that's why he gets shit. Right. Right.
So, it's not really connected to there's a beeping of a truck, reverse.
John Jones
Really,
retired.
what is that? But you don't know trucks go beep, beep. So now I get it. I got it back.
Yeah, but he was. But he gets in trouble. His issue is he gets like DUIs and he like leaves the scene.
I didn't even need trade.
He did have this thing where he was driving into Mexico. I think he lives in New Mexico. And
I didn't need any meat.
There was an accident with his car, and nobody was found at the scene. And they went to John Jones' house, and he was there. They're like, "Hey,
I didn't even need that."
like John Jones in the past has been known to be like to get DUIs and stuff, and John Jones because he had excellent counsel, excellent attorney, basically was like, we have cell phone records that show John Jones was at his house at the time, so he couldn't have done it. When very easily he could have just left his cell phone at his house, but they didn't pursue it anymore. And the thing is, John Jones in an interview says like, he like let something slip. Like he said something like, it was like really minor, but kind of incriminated himself that he said that but it's basically he had enough money and that he got out of it. But he retired as champ.
I never ate from him.
Something happened with the belt where he just wasn't taking fights. That's what he wasn't taking fights because he always feels like he should be paid more. So he's not going to put his like undefeated his record on the line unless he's going to be paid a lot of money. So then they gave the belt to heavyweight this British guy.
And he was machmir not to eat it.
Tom Aspinall.
What does it mean? I didn't eat pig?
And then Tom Aspinall had a fight and got poked in the eye and has gone like blind in the eye because of this. And so he hasn't defended the belt, and a lot of people are saying that he should have to step down because he isn't defending the belt. And Tom Aspinall's like, look, I'm blind in the fucking eye because of fighting. Somebody stuck their finger in my eye. And that's not cool. So there's all kinds of controversy.
I don't understand how the belt works. Can you take the belt?
Chicken is kosher, but you shouldn't eat it because it's a chicken that goes paskin out. So he said back
what's
to
the deal
Ravosner, he said, how do you know I'm a
UFC belt from like John Jones to Tom Aspinall, now to the controversy that Tom Aspinall is not defending it?
Should be careful of. So Rav Wosner understood the matzah is not good, so he took his only chicken
John
that
Jones
he had for
officially
Yom Tov, and
retired, ending a 7-month standoff, which resulted in Tom Aspinall being upgraded to the undisputed UFC heavyweight champion rather than just the interim title holder. The controversy stems from Jones' refusal to unify the belts, despite Aspinall holding the interim title for over 18 months and successfully defending it. Jones chose to fight Stripe Iacocca. I think it's Miocic.
You're here for 7 years.
Instead,
You heard it 3 times, maybe.
leading fans and fighters to accuse him of ducking Aspinall and holding the division hostage for leverage or legacy protection. Aspinall is not currently defending the belt against a different opponent due to a recent controversy at UFC 341. His scheduled first defense against Cyril Gane ended in the first round after Gane accidentally poked both of Aspinall's eyes. UFC President Dana White confirmed the fight was a total pain, but hinted at the immediate rematch once Aspinall's eyes healed. Aspinall has stated he is not looking to fight Jones anymore, preferring to keep the division active with a new undisputed champion.
Like, I gotta go see if these
That
tickets
doesn't really answer my question.
So he goes, speaks to somebody there. I don't know.
What was the deal though between John Jones and Tom Aspinall? Why? What does it mean to unify the belts? Isn't there only one belt per division?
Remember, I went into this place with chickens. It was like torchkia. They literally can't see.
The unification deal was a proposed fight between John Jones, the undisputed UFC heavyweight champion, and Tom Aspinall, interim heavyweight champion, to combine their titles into a single undisputed championship. Why 2 belts? Interim titles. The UFC crowns an interim champion when the reigning champion is injured or unavailable for a set period. Aspinall won the belt in November 2023 after Jones tore his pectoral muscle and missed the scheduled title defense against Stripe Iacocca. Standard procedure. Typically, an interim champion fights the undisputed champion to unify the belts, leaving one true champion. The stalemate. Jones refused to fight Aspinall, preferring to fight against Miocic for legacy reasons and demanding a massive payday. Aspinall campaigned for the unification for over a year, but negotiations failed.
Take this chicken.
The resolution. In June 2025, John Jones retired from the UFC. This vacated his title automatically, promoting Tom Aspinall from interim champion to undisputed UFC heavyweight champion, ending the lead for unification. Does that answer all of your questions?
The beak pokes a hole in the bottom. You know the hole? Take this.
It answers mine.
Then I'm touching you. Okay.
But the thing is, it's like these guys wait really long periods of time to be able to fight. Like you would expect, like, and it does, UFC doesn't work this way, but it would be like we're gonna have the heavyweight champion fight, the middleweight champion fight, the lightweight championship fight, like all of the championship fights in one event, but it never works out.
So ask him, is this a oif shahir b'chacham? So like, what? He says, repeat after me. Say it 10 times. Okay. So I'm walking down the neighborhood, I'm saying to myself, then I ask you, where's your music? There, point. I get there, wait in line with this thing, and then it's my turn. Come in there, pull out in front of the area. This thing is probably smelled up. It's maybe about 125 degrees. Pull it out. Abba Shadi Shoel, if this is a treifel. So they look at each other. Oh, okay, no, it's fine. Tell them that it's from the machine, from the machine that rips off the feathers, and paint it and get a black and blue mark. Oh, then I remember I have to ask him the question.
There's one fighter in the UFC.
The kids are turkey chickens. That's what I call them.
These guys and like these
and they got a little giggles.
where he like twists their ankle
Ankle lock submission.
Yeah, those things are not even
Ankle lock
cash. Okay,
submission.
fight.
They tapping out clearly, and then the guy just twisting their ankle.
Other bar mitzvah, I don't know, like 11 years old.
You just keep doing that, when they like
Go to the Gemara.
cut the league.
Oh yeah, we have a video of it. Here it goes. Your boy says a video.
Do you know the guy?
Maybe Ken Shamrock. Dog. Do you know what it is? What? You know what is going on?
What?
The ground break. Let's watch it. All right, big dog. You go to bed, and I will see you tonight. Great job with that game, dude. Very good job.
Do you prefer playing that over?
No, I didn't, but it's close. It's getting there. It just had some little user interface things that we'll be able to improve. And then once it's there, and it has the same user interface as Literati, and the dictionaries are correct, and like a big thing why I didn't like playing that is I'm stuck with a queue, and I don't even know what. But like nobody could end the game. Little things like that, which I totally understand. You're not going to foresee all of the different end games, but once you work those into it, and if you make it 3 players, dude, we'll play that all the time, and I like it more than Literati, like a lot more. Especially if you have different game modes and you put a dictionary or whatever the definition is on there, because then we can learn from it. I will love it. I will ask you to give me to make a version where you can just play against the computer.
My father, but
And like with
besides that,
different
everything is very accurate.
if you, I'm telling you, you could sell this game, and you could sell it to schools, and just people who want it, and teaching English, learning English as a foreign language.
Even though I'm a Kohen, and
ESL, English as a second
we can
language,
take a picture.
it would help people so much. You have a winning idea. I don't normally tell you that. Normally I say, oh, this is great, but it sucks. But this one is fire.
No. According to there's no good.
Technically, like a game or whatever.
Yeah, that's why you have to make it like so there's some slight changes to it. But,
sorry. So,
and the fact that I didn't eat from an animal
that I didn't give
Literati is just the same thing.
That's why
you really did it.
I could have eaten Musukanis and I never ate Musukanis.
You really did a good job.
But it was also, so you see from here, that Musukanis is Mutter, Rav Rothschild, have a wonderful
irony as the king.
Absolutely good job. All right, my friends. Sweet dreams to you, and we'll see you tonight, guys. Let's if you want, let's watch a movie or a documentary.
Possibly, yeah, we'll see.
Okay, don't big dog.
If there's one that's really good.
Good morning, Rob.
Sweet dreams, big man.
Okay. Why did you wake up? What time were you up?
Wow. I
I
woke up at like 4.
What an emotional day.
4 p.m.
The amount of
I
people
woke up
that
this
reached
morning at
out
like 4 or 5.
the entire day.
Something like that.
How the fuck did you get to 5 a.m.?
Showing love.
Did you stay up or something for a podcast?
While shit was going on, people were grabbing and stopping.
So you just kept staying up.
And it became like a
Yeah,
whole.
like I was up all night yesterday and took a little nap in the midday and then did that podcast at like 3 o'clock. And then after the podcast, I just stayed up until
So I want to say you should
like
just real quick.
10
I'm not
p.m.
going to
or
read any
something and then went to
names
bed.
today. One of the things that really got me yesterday was that our own employees, people that take a salary from us,
make you feel like terrible.
they
Oh,
called
makes you
in and
feel
said,
awful.
maybe you can take off every month. The next thing I want a almond, I want a parsha. Two people that work for us took parshas, and one of them during this year, Gary Ben was.
Yeah, it's really hard to do. I don't like doing it, but
during shear,
I have to force it on myself, or else I'm going to bed at 10 a.m. every day.
Ariel, our editor, Israeli guy, took an almond. Kobe, the editor, took an almond. Avremi took an almond, right? Very, very, very meaningful and very emotional. So, there's a chart. Kumosh
like literally like
that's a chayim.
just
The
a couple
mantle,
weeks
both
ago,
mantles are taken.
gonna
The
keep it
parshas, I
busy
believe there are 7 parshas left out of 54 in one day, even including.
What
I
kills
think the ones in
me
the middle are
is
like specialty
staying up late with you,
added cost.
and then also when I have a podcast, a lot of these guys on the East Coast schedule a podcast like
paid also by an employee, one of the employees. Eddie Rodnick.
10 a.m. or something their time. So it's 7 a.m. my time. And I want to get my morning prayers in and my class in before then. And so that means I got to get that done between like 5 and 7. And it's almost like, well, just stay up all night. It's easier for me to stay up like another 2 or 3 hours or whatever than to go to bed. And then when the podcast is over, if it's over at like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, then it's time to
This
go to
is just
bed.
a partial list, by the way. This is just 1 page per thing, and there's more to come. So
And I also, with the podcast,
what it is,
I get excited to do them,
a word,
and
a parsha, no parshas left.
because I'm excited, it's hard to do. The one that I did, today, though,
so once David Carver jumped up in the middle of Shir and said that the Chumash is one of the promotions is
the one that I did on Friday, I didn't ask him that. That was another good one. And I did another one on Sunday.
But then they felt that the next guy is going to be heard or something. They just kept it out there, and people said, "No, you should have."
What I feel done and one that
it is what it is. So Yasher's before money. Okay, great.
I want to avoid a haunting moment.
What a gift. It's like a
just, I don't know. I don't like that wouldn't be a haunting moment, but where somebody asks me a question. Okay, here's one. On Sunday, the guy asked me. He was just like,
what?
He said something like, we were talking about alien disclosure, and he was like, yeah, you know, a lot of people in ufology
go around the world with us,
relate much of what you're saying in terms of the Fermi paradox. If you would, could you please explain to the audience what the Fermi paradox is? And I know what the Fermi paradox is, but I know it in like my own terms, and I wanted like a more scientific way to be able to describe it. So fortunately, I was able to look it up really quickly, and just I was able to just have the definition. Basically, the idea that
so as you know, we have
if there are aliens exist in the cosmos, where are they?
Like throughout the world and in America, I don't know the exact number.
If they're supposed to be everywhere, then why would
super
be
active in the
and I go into that they cloak themselves, that they use stealth, that they use memory erasure, that they. But we do see them. It's not like we don't see them. We do see them. I mean,
or like hypotheses, like rare theory.
It's
Like light is so
differentiates between
exponentially
seven
rare,
locations,
like
33 remain. And there's a guy there
so
from
it's just
Avi,
far away. Too far away.
Many days.
They don't
Another theory is that
Day
they
after day, then you had one
value self-preservation.
people make one person.
Then train on
And suddenly
to
something
bring
happened, like
main character, so it's
and now he has
enough
minimum 10 people a
on
day.
a survival
And it's
level is just to stay hidden.
dual powers.
But they don't. They show themselves to
And
us
you
every
see the
day.
people that are into it, some people have
We see
literally
their
40
crap.
people a day.
We
A day.
have like
They have
military whistleblowers who showed this on camera.
the head, they didn't want it. They fell into it, and one guy, the guy from Taifa said, "Can you open up the show? Just another thing you go home.
We need more.
So he opened up. He says, "Yeah, but you got the screen, a whole." I said, he wasn't allowed.
I want to be like
him into being the head.
spacecraft
He's one of the top
should be
guys now.
public.
Everybody feels that way.
He has
There's a paradox.
So
There's a paradox as well.
And
Any
anybody could open up
sufficiently good picture of a
around the
UFO
world.
is
You have to have willpower. You can't give it to somebody else. You have to do it yourself.
discredited,
And
or somebody says it's
the official
photoshopped or
edition
whatever.
Shas
So like
is
the better and better the
Al
picture
Shoah,
gets, the more and more, the higher and higher chance that it's computer generated.
Lane Lance, Hannah, and Sarah Soul are dedicated to rebelling. Yossi, Mark, Benny, and the entire DAF team. Yishur Koya. Where? Oh, Yishur Koya. Shalom Aleichem. How are you?
I can't download the
What's your name also?
279,000 word dictionary and it's only 2 or 3 megabytes, which can be loaded in like 10 seconds.
I just
Modern phone.
I didn't. I'm getting back to the door.
So I can get like
Really, things are having me steak. They can change the lights of
And can I put what the definition is?
Dictionary though.
Let's hear it.
It's not that much data. It's just a word. It's not.
Oh yeah. Okay, so let's get back to you. So what's your deal? You've been there a bunch of times.
What about literati dictionary?
Every day. Wow, you spoke to Benny about it?
Aren't they pretty close?
There's a guy that gives out
the game, the one that we just used, allowed the word X, allowed the word you are,
Screen has
yeah, we'll look at those. There had to be some other.
What's his name again?
No, I was okay. Like I didn't recognize the word. He was using some random free dictionary API to check
David
it.
Solomon, dedicated memory of Avi Meir, Shmuel Baruch, better thanks to you.
I'm not sure.
Currently rough. The College of Talent Foundation graduate, sort of even the lines and all the
What's the rule at the end? If you pass three times, you
Anonymous for which statement are shown to
the
lay
game
assessment.
ends.
It should be passing 3 times
Expensive thing to save a player. Boys, what's the most expensive thing to save a player?
without the other person being able to play anything. It should be passing
minimum. Anybody want to
if the 2 players pass back and forth 6 times without either player being able to play anything, the game ends and the person who had the higher score wins.
Rabbi, what was the baby's name? Oh, yeah.
And if the person gets rid of all the tiles,
Well, that's your Shver. What's your name, Shver?
Gets a person's score.
Oh, from Arsaman?
Tile value.
The other person, yeah. But if the person can't play all their tiles, then it's
Yeah.
Wow. Shver for coming. It's a big schus. The pressure is on.
And there should be a thing,
Okay, anonymous.
a setting that if you go second, then you get an automatic 11.
Have a lot of nachas from your son, from the grandson. Beyond the Neil Rosenfeld,
This is your question. The game engine with package
Anonymous, Yerushalema for Yeruchim ben Yehudis and Avram Yishayev and Slavic Boro Main. Spanish here sponsor. Mazel Tov. You're not going to believe this. A guy is opening up in Ramat Dalit a Spanish satellite location. The shear in Spanish, I'm not joking. You see the shear in Spanish. No, almost Russian. No, not in. Mazel Tov to them.
Peace out, Girl Scout. Great job.
The Spanish here sponsors Mazel Tov to the everyone family on this incredible Sefer Torah initiative. May Torah keep growing across the world and in Spanish-speaking communities. Amen. Shmuel and Ahuva sister in memory of Ayalda Shendel Hertzberg Alel Ashalom. Yumi Shoner learning from Robert Early with gratitude to Hashem for everything. Mayor and Chayrivka official in honor of Yossi Deutsch of Chosen Concierge for the idea to. Oh, yeah, there's such a thing. Sorry, Chosen Concierge for the idea to give your belly the silver pit maktaris. It is a great idea. I told, okay, I'm not going to say it out loud. We'll wait a few hours because some. Okay, what? Okay, let me shut in. Still managed. Yeah. No, I gotta be careful. So now for Yossi Deutsch, Chosen Concierge, he gave the idea of silver pit maktaris. Gewaltig. Both family of Englewood, New Jersey, in honor of sponsoring the word Te'ela. Chutzpah. I didn't read this. I did not read this before. The word Te'ela and then do I say okay, I know it's a joke because you can't sponsor any word. So the Te'ela word is available. The Ball family has the first dibs on it. Start. Innovations else has a special give a simple and say you try to copy. You saw you try to copy for $180. It's a nice move. Oh, it's $250. You're right, $250. Innovations I just found that out yesterday. As a special activity simple and fega. They went up. The price went up from $180 to $250. These sponsors. As a special activity simple and fega. By Rifki Yehudis Bas said, you're gonna tell me, oh, this is going on for a year. Anyway, Art Month, before Shlema Yonatan, Eitan Bibba Sheva Bracha, before Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther, before Say Yela Daniel Sef Ben Ayela Esther, Boisai. Here we go. Toshma. The question is, in Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says in the Mishnah that you don't need blood to be machshir carbon. Again, machshir, this is your first day. So we'll go back for 5 seconds. Anytime you have produce, meat, fruits and vegetables, they cannot become tamei until one of the 7 liquids touches them to your will. You want it to happen. And one of the liquids is blood. And the Mishnah discusses a case where you shechted an animal and there's no blood. So the Mishnah says you can touch this animal even if your hands are shneim. We're not going to give anybody trauma anymore. We're done with that sugya. Sheni and Shlishi. Yaakov Shweki, Baruch Hashem, is still on. How do I know? Because he left me a message this morning. He says, the way you explained Sheni and Shlishi was phenomenal. I'm still doing it. I'm before it's answered. I'm copying around the down. So Baruch Hashem is still with us. It's encouraging. It's givaldic. So, Sheni and Shlishi, but we're done with that. So what happens if there's no blood? The Mishnah says it's not Mekabel Tumah. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says, yeah, it is Mekabel Tumah. Why? Because the Shechita itself is what's machshir. The Shechita itself is like finishes off the job, so to speak. It's Mar Malacha, and therefore it's Mekabel Tumah. We had a question. Is it the pshat that it's the Shechita that does it and not the liquid blood? Or it's both. It's the blood and the shechita. And in a situation where there's no blood by the shechita, then the shechita will take care of the mukshal kabel, hefshal kabel tumah. But If there's dam, so dam is machshir. So we don't know. So we're holding which tashma? Dam of which? Oh, tosh. Shema, 10 lines from the bottom. Rabbi Shimon Omer, dam magifasoi, einoi machshir. So to go back, remind the island just a picture. We won't show the whole video. There's 4 types of blood. There's dam halolim all the way on the right. That's from a wound that occurred during killing the animal, not shechita with an arrow. There's dam magafasa. That's what we're talking about right now. That's from a wound. The animal's still alive, but it's just blood oozing out of the wound. And there's blood from a mace that died naturally, not from an arrow, just dropped it. And then you have dam shechita all the way on the left. Do you want to see it again now to understand it? Maybe to appreciate the. Oh, somebody complained about the music, Dagmar. Okay. Shiva, I'll explain to you a different time. Tashmar, Shimon Omer, Dam Magifasoi Eri Machshir. My lab. It says that the blood from a wound doesn't do extra lekabel tumah. My lab, Adam Shchita Machshir. What we're trying to figure out is the blood of a Shchita that give extra lekabel tumah, and it seems like only the blood from a wound, but not the blood of the Shchita. Adam Chalalim Machshir. Yes, it's a beautiful deal. It says Dam Magafasa is the second from the right. And Luchari could argue that it's coming to be Medayik, that not Dam Shchita all the way to the left. He says no, it's to be Medayik, only Dam Magafasa, but not the one right next to it to the right of it, Dam Halalim. The one to the left, yes, Dam Shchita, but not the one to the right. There's different types of blood. Dam Shchita Ma'ai, so what are you telling me? So Shchita blood all the way to the left is okay, it is Machshir. But I'm sorry. Dam Shchita Ma'ai, Loi Machshir, it's not Machshir. Lishmin Dam Shchita, but Kochi Dam Magifasa. So why is the Bryce talking about the blood of a wound? I'll tell you much greater Kiddush, that even the blood of Shchita is not Machshir. So the Gemara Dam Magifasa, no, I said it on purpose. So Gedel Chamino, Mali Kati Kule, Mali Kati Halga. What's the difference if it's completely dead or half dead? In other words, a wound is like a half dead. I told a guy yesterday that's going through treatments and everything. I told him that his real Kauber says that you should tell the Rebbeinu Shalom when we go through a tsar like that, or you have a wound, a machla, you say, Malikati Palda, Malikati Puda. That it should be hirotzen, that it's either like it's the real deal, like it's a real misa. You take it because what could have done worse? You take it as a kapara, and Malikati Puda, Malikati Puda. What's the difference? There's no difference. You tell the Rebbeinu Shalom. So what's the difference if there's a wound that's at the start of? They say, anyway, they say, what's the lashon? I'm trying to think. It's not the pshat. When a person dies, it's not the pshat he just died. He just finished dying. Because the day you're born is the first day of your death. It's closer and closer to your dying. Your body starts dying off. That's what it is. So when a person dies, he finally died. Not he just died. It's the end of the death. His whole life, he's on the verge of dying. He's going towards the death. It's a great, yeah, I'm just picking everybody's spirits up. Yishma. No, but if you think of it like that, it'll give you a little bit of a sitter. You gotta start accomplishing. We're not here forever. We're not here forever. Yossi, what do you want to do? You want to break it up? Here, I'm going to throw it. If you don't catch it, then you can't do it. What do you can I go weiter though? I have to go weiter. So while we'll stop, we'll see how you're. Is it going to smelt the room? What's going to happen exactly? I don't put it through him. Asked him. Okay. All right. Don't look over there. U'ma'is dam chalolam. Rabbi say, I'll stop. I'll pause there. Yossi K. Smoking for how many years? 28. Today is his first day of starting to live. Then he was going towards his death real quickly. Today you're going to start living. He's stopping to smoke. Yisrael Goldstein, the famous Yisrael Goldstein, the photographer, for the first time in his life, he stopped smoking, vaping yesterday. He's on his day one. He had a whole group. So Yishkoyach, we'll talk about it a little bit more at a different time. But a lot of people are taking this serious. Okay, it's a great book. What is it called? Millions of people stop smoking by this guy. You just read this book. What? I think no, it doesn't sound famous book. It helped a lot of people. A guy came over to me yesterday. They stopped smoking for 10 years because of that book. Then he stopped smoking because of that book. Okay. Something Gemara. Why is the blood of a killed animal, show him again, Dam Chalalim, the guy all the way on the right, the arrow through the head, not a shchita, blood comes out. Why is that blood good for Mukshal Kabal Tumah? The Ksiv, the Dam Chalalim Yishta, the lion will drink the blood. So you see, it's one of the mashkim. He's drinking blood. We saw it in the safari. We saw that they drink the blood. They look it up. Says the Gemara, Dam Shchita Namik Sivalar, the blood of Shchita is like water. So it's like one of the mashkim. So Dam Shchita should also be Mashal Kabal Tumah. In Reb Shimon. Says the Gemara, no. That pasuk is coming to say that when you have a carbon that went wrong, that something happened to it, a mum, now you cannot shecht it, but you're allowed to benefit from it. You're allowed to benefit from the blood. So, the Gizav Avodah, they have a special, the Psula Mugdashim, have an Isser to shear the wool, and you're not allowed to work them, so maybe you have to treat your blood with more respect and bury it. So much more than that. Okay? Zog the Gemara. The Bay Rabbi Yishuk, ton of the Bay. Vidam. Yeah, of course. Anytime there's a tragedy and the Zachar comes and wipe everything up, you have to bury every blood. Sometimes they bury a seat in a car together with the terrible. Yeah. It's not very small. I don't want to turn this shir into like one of the all-time glory shirim. I rather do have a video that's it's coming up. You might want to look away for the first few seconds. I'll tell you when to look. Oh, yeah. I'm so excited about the video. It's very small. The lion is going to drink the blood of its victims. When you take blood from a living animal, like Saddam, you do bloodletting. That blood, I showed a video, I'm not going to show it today, of in Africa, the people The Masimara guys, they drink directly from, they take from a live cow and they drink it. They think it gives them a lot of chaya. That blood is not mafshe. That says right. You see, so now we have a beautiful sugya. Right? When a person shechts an animal and the blood was flying onto a gourd, a pumpkin. Now this pumpkin is truma, and obviously it's not attached to the grounds. Rabbi Rothschild, that blood is good enough for and now I have to be concerned that perhaps this gourd became common. It's like a suffix. So what does a suffix mean? A suffix can mean that you wait it out until a certain time, or something can mean you have to wait until Mashiach comes. There's a suffix forever, and there's a suffix, a temporary suffix. I always, whoever lived in Chicago, we're in Chicago, there's on the Vaughan Avenue, there's a restaurant there that had these, this is not from there, but this is what it looks like from this, when you drive by, you see hundreds of these gourds. This is the type of a gourd hanging from the thing. So, okay. Rabbi Omer, Rabbi Omer, Omer Bishai. Rabbi Omer, Rabbi Omer, so what should we do? Rabbi says this thing is coming. And Rabbi says I don't know what to do. So what should we do? But we should remember all the steps here because the Gemara is going to go through them. What each step means. Let's, what's the lashon? We don't have a Kedaya Reb Shimon Lismich Ol Shasat Chav. Exactly. Let's be Samach Reb Shimon. What does that mean? Shahoy Reb Shimon Oimer Shkita Machsheres V'Loi Dam. Reb Shimon says he's taking it all the way to the extreme. Reb Shimon said that it's the shchita, it's the cutting that gives the hefsher, the kavod to the animal, but not the blood. And what does Reb Chia say? Reb Chia says, I don't know what to do. In other words, blood over here is not going to do a mukshal kavod. It's not going to be mafshal kavod tuma. This board is kosher. Sure. So you have two people that say that it's okay. You have Reb Shimon Bar Yochai that says it's not the blood. It's a blood that sprays on a gourd, doesn't do anything. You have Reb Chia that says I don't know what to do. So Mela, it's 2 against 1. Rebbe is so convinced that that's mafshal kavod tuma. It should be tummy this thing. So it's 2 against 1. Or Papa. So Rapapa explains. Hakol moedim. Everybody's going to agree that if the blood was on the gourd from beginning to the end, it's obvious that this gourd is mushal kavod tuma. I think what I was going to explain. What happened was that the gourd got sprayed with the blood. Right after he cut the first simon, the kana, let's say, spritz, and then he wipes it down, and then he cuts the second simon. So for this we have a video. I would recommend not watching, really. I'll tell you when to watch. A little bit of a shechita here. This is from the shechita that we had. What's that, Yoim? Don't look. Okay, now you can look. Now. So hit a guy that has a gourd for a head. So that's the sugi right there. So a little bit of blood hit the gourd. I had a Maggid Shir that used to say here in the show, he said, your head is like a kalabasa. Till this day, I don't know what a kalabasa is, but I'm assuming it's some sort of vegetable. What is a kalabasa? It is a blat, it's a type of pumpkin. Okay. Shcha, what's a kalabasa? No, you never heard this lashon? You heard it. Ah, kalabasa. Okay. So this is what happened. The blood sprayed him from the first simon. He wipes it down. There's no blood at all, not like in this case, no blood at all. And then he cuts the second simon. Rebbe Sova Yeshnu Shchita Mitchilavat Soif. Rebbe holds that the Shchita from beginning to the end, and therefore there's blood on this pumpkin from the beginning of the Shchita, and the beginning of the Shchita is Shchita by Dam Shchitu. So Mela, this pumpkin becomes Mukshal Kabbat Tumah, and you're going to assume that it's coming. He is Sovar Edel Shchita Lebasoif. Rebbe holds, at this point, this man hold that there's no the shechita happens at the tail end of the shechita, all at the end. And therefore, this is blood of just the wound. The initial blood that comes out of the kana, it doesn't count. What we care about is the blood at the end. The blood of the wound was wiped away. But here comes a tremendous chiddush. That blood that was wiped away, had you not wiped it away, it would actually turn into blood of shechita once the shechita is over. It would retroactively, it was there. Only if it was there. By dam shchitu. Here's a way to shchitu. By dam makru. My toilet. So what is he saying? You should wait around. Not from Mashiach. Toilet adovar mar shchitu. You should wait and see if the blood is there until then the shchitu. Yes, ladab. So shchitu. If the blood is on top of the pumpkin at the end of shechita, machshir, then it turns out, since there's a shechita only at the end, so the blood makkah is not a makkah anymore. The blood makkah is actually part of the shechita, and it has the ability to be machshir. But if you remove it, it's a tremendous chiddush. If you remove it, then there's no retroactive on it anymore. You can't say, oh, at the time that it hit the board, it was wound blood, and you removed it. There's only wound blood. The wound blood is nothing. That I don't know about that. Maybe you wanted it, maybe, but it could be it has. You want the blood for other things. Once it doesn't, you don't need to want the blood on the tree. That's just something that we've learned that we're going to learn. If you want the blood, you want the whatever. Let's say you did want the blood from something else, and it's sprayed on something on that board by mistake. It would be chiyuta. It doesn't have to be on every single tree. If I want it, we had it. A guy goes into we had it in the mushal by he put his hands in to grab the fruit or whatever it was. We had certain situations where you want the water for something else, but then it hit your fruit. It's too late. That's it. That's good water. Once you want the water, then yeah. But what suya did we have recently about it? We had that suya in Mikshon. Okay. I know it's a tough one. You have to. I just want to point this out. Rabbi Chanan Wasserman was sitting and learning the sugya of Yeshna and Shchita Mitchilavat Soif, and somebody came over to him and whispered to him something in his ear, and he got up and he said a bracha. He said Mazel Tov. Basically, he had his son with David, and he continued learning. He went right back into the place. He got up for a minute, he paused, he said whatever he had to say, and he went on. In the sugya of Yeshna and Shchita Mitchilavat Soif, and I heard once, and obviously we don't know the words, but somebody pointed out that two of his kids were killed in the war. One of his kids didn't have any children. The only Enoch that the Rabbi Rothschild has is from this David. He's trying to say, Just was a Torah that he had that concentration. He went on. Okay, just throwing it out there. Says the Gemara. So what does it mean? So according to Rabbi, he said it is mashal l'kavul tuma at the end of the day. According to Rabbi Shimon, the blood from shechita doesn't work. It's only the shechita itself. According to Rabbi, it is mashal l'kavul. So why you bring it right from Rabbi Shimon? If you wipe it down and you don't have that initial blood, Rabbi says it's no good. The blood is no good because it's damaka, and Rabbi Shimon says I don't hold of any blood that's machshir from shechita. And Mamela, in that case, they're both masking. How about Rebbe who says that it is machshir l'kavatum is only one against Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon who both hold that it's not machshir l'kavatum in a case where he wiped it down. Great. This just triggered something that in Dvar Shalechon, the Mokum Shnayim, that the Brisker Rav was very into like teaching his Talmidim that they shouldn't believe every story they hear. Chassid Shemaisis, that. So I say that all my stories at least are Maisis that could happen or almost happened, but they all could happen. So he's once saying a Maisa about a woman who lived in Varsha on this and this street and this and this address, and she didn't have kids for many years, and she went to the Rebbe, and she begged, pleaded and cried, and he gave her aftacha, and sure enough, within the year, she had a kid. Then he paused to see what his Talmud is. So one time said, it's impossible. Maybe that is psychological, maybe this, and maybe that. Oh, my son. And then he looks at the dine over there with the Zelig, and he says, why aren't you saying it? He says, I'm a super good. If there's even such an address in Varsha, there's even such a street in Varsha. This girl says, that's what I meant. When you hear a story, you have to first even doubt if it's such a street. So I said the story last night in the shir, and I even said, there's a Sephardi there, and he started saying, I said, the Sephardi, they believe everything. They're the Babasali, this, that, it's 100%. I was there when I was in Morocco. The stories that I heard, the thing people did this, and he flew out of a cannon, and feathers came out, and this one and that one, and the Nisan. So last night at this meeting of the satellite location guys, so Moshe Cohen, the owner of Aronot Chen, Chazdei Naomi, it says, by the way, on his status, on his his email signature, it says owner of Aronot Chen. I work at Aronot Chen, but I breathe MDY. That's what it says on this thing. So he got up there and he gave a speech, and he says, I want to tell you about Gadlus Ha'adam. What about me that's rebellious? So listen, I left my hat. I flew to the Shabbaton, first time that I was in America in my life, and I left my hat in the Shabbaton, and I called up Mark Ashkenazi, and this and that. They found my hat. And Mark said, don't worry about it. I'll come to you. You'll get it. He says, you'll get it. He says, you're not going to believe it. At the end, Eli himself brought the hat. But he first went with the hat to Chicago, then he went to New York, and he was giving shiur everywhere. The anova of this person and the chashivas, Gadlus Ha'adam. So I banged up and I said, Rabbi, this is what I'm talking about. This is where these stories start. Let me tell you the real story. I come to my room at night, and I put my hat in the suitcase, and I look inside, and it says Moshe Cohen. I stole Moshe Cohen's hat. So what do I do after I steal a hat? I got to give it back to him. The guy's not about Midas. He's a Ganav. It went from being a Ganav to about Midas to the Gadol Adar. What's a beautiful thing. Shtusim. You Marish made up a story out of nothing. Wow. No, I have Eidim. I have Eidos. Okay, we go back there. Rav Ashi Omar Toilen Loila Masha. Rav Ashi, so again, so what do we say Toilen means? Toilen means, according to Rabbi, let's just wait a minute until the end of the Shechita. Let's see if there's a completion of the Shechita. If there's a completion of the Shechita, because I hold that Shechita happens all the way at the tail end. And Memela, here, we had to remember just to show the Shiva. There's no Shechita. That's so if does the Shechita begin and end and it's one long process, or it's all the way at the tail end. Remember, you have to watch the gauges very carefully. The top gauge is about so it's all one Shechita. The last second. This is the last second. Memela, if the blood remains there without you wiping it down from the beginning to end, then the last second makes it a kosher Shechita, and then it turns out that blood was part of the Shechita. If not, it's not. So toilet means you have to wait for a minute. Rav Ashi doesn't like that. Rav Ashi, toilet means I have to wait until the Mashiach comes forever. But it's got to have something to calculate. Why? Because Rav Chia had a suffix whether or not he doesn't know that it's Shechita Basoy. He's missuffix whether it is or it isn't. So Melo my toilet, I don't know what to do until Mashiach comes. So therefore, I cannot eat it because maybe it's truma that's coming. And also, I can't burn it because maybe it's good truma. I'm not allowed to burn truma. Oh my boy, but it's my other Reb Shimon. So what does it mean? Let me rely on Reb Shimon. Shimon loy machshir is fake, but according to Reb Shimon, it's not much like Kabbalah at all. And Reb Chia says it's a suffix. Says Yibarli Sreiva Mi Shavel Ad Dadi. But do you go ahead and burn it? Yes or no? According to Reb Shimon, you don't burn it. Why? It's not much like Kabbalah. And according to Reb Chia, you don't burn it. What about eating it? So according to Reb Chia, you could. I'm sorry. According to Reb Chia, you can eat it because this is suffix here. But according to Reb Shimon, you could eat it because it's not much like Kabbalah. So only in the straight department they agree to each other. Both say you don't burn it. Reb Chia says because it's a suffix. Reb Shimon says you don't burn it because it never got any liquids. Blood is not considered a liquid. Rebbe is the one that says it's most burn it. And you have two that say don't burn it. So they win. And therefore you have to wait until Mashiach comes to understand whether or not you can eat it or burn it. As an interesting thing happened yesterday. I was in the Kyle, and it said Baruch Shimon Lakish. So I was like, stop hacking, literally, I'm not even being serious. I said, it's interesting. It says over here, Reb Shimon ben Lakish. And sometimes it says Rish Lakish. And sometimes it says Rishon Beis Lamed. Like, so I asked the fenster. So he says, oh, look at that Lamed Tes. Over there it has all the things you just described. Like in a second. So I said, no, so he says, and it's not a joke what you're saying. It's actually, I thought about it. And I came up that if you look at it, it's basically because which one of those forms of the word fit into that line? Sometimes Reish Lamed fits in, sometimes Shimon Lakish, sometimes Rish Lakish. He decided it has to do with the printer. Okay. So by Shimon Lakish, sorry to Menachas, Moina by Rishon V'Shem. I gave money by Rishon Machine 7.5 years ago in Shir. I brought a bunch of flour and I brought oil and I made a mincha. And it's tough. You make a mincha and you're like, the oil is not getting everywhere. And then you have these clumps, like let's call this a clump. What's inside this clump? Flour that doesn't have any oil in it. The oil never touched the inside. The outside, yes, but the inside, no. So the question is, how do we view the flour inside this clump? Is it mukshal l'kabel tumah or not? Just because the oil touched some of the flour on the side doesn't mean all the flour is mukshal l'kabel tumah. How do we view this? So what do? Sorry to enough, moinim by Risha V'Sheni. By any moinim by Risha V'Sheni, does this have the ability to give off tumah to something else, or in itself? So the Gemara introduces to us this concept. We might have had it the other day for a split second, but now we're going to discuss chimas hakodesh, the love of kodesh the Rabbi Rothschild has for kachim, and that gives it more abilities. So this piece right over here, this clump of flour, this clump of flour has a special love. This kachim, so maybe that love stops at a certain place. It in itself becomes possible. And we're going to view this as tamei. The minna be risha v'sheni, but it doesn't have the ability to impart tumah to something else. Perhaps no, it has the ability to go weiter. As the Gemara is going to describe later, is this a deraisa? Even if it is a deraisa, it's tamei deraisa. How much further could it go? Omar Rebbe Lozer, Tashma. So Rebbe Lozer drops a buck. Very hard to understand him. The Gemara is going to attack him immediately. Every food that can be eaten, the only way to make something mukshal kabel tuma is with water. End the story, he says, black and white. Since there's some flour inside this lump that doesn't have water that touched it, that's not mukshal kabel tuma. It has to have some water that's mukshal kabel tuma. He was everybody holds of this. What was his question? I understand what Rebbe is saying, but nevertheless, Rav Shimon Lakish had a question. Does the love of the kodesh, the chimas hakodesh, does it give it as if the halach as if water touched it? But Rebbe Lozer has an extra pasuk to tell us that this is not mekabel tumah. It says if you put water, I'm not going to show you this video. I'm going to show you the first phrase. So you remember, right? This is the video of mukshal kabel tumah. It says and he even says and he says funny words over there. It says you should put water on top of a seed. So then why does the pasuk say from every food that can be eaten? It's a little extra. It's even on seed. It's coming to exclude this clump of flour that the inside is not mekabel tumah. Says Gemara loy. Oh yeah, it's possible, but it's not metama. Says Gemara loy chabitumas meis v'chabitumas sheretz. You have an extra pasuk. Rashi just points out real quickly that both psukim are by sheretz, but sometimes when you don't have what to do with the pasuk, we have okay, let's learn for tumas meis. So let me show you this video. I like these kind of videos because they're very, very educational. Because it'll just explain to us one of the two things that we don't see in the course of the Gemara. Make the volume maybe.
Welcome
to the Tuma Kogo. Here you have everything you need to become Tameh. So we have two main tracks. The long track, Tumas Mace. How much do you need? A kazayas of basar. And you are Tameh for 7 full days. And the Tahara, Hazah from the Efer Para Aduma, and then Mikvah. And we have a fast track, Tumas Sheretz. The shear, Kadasha. How much time? Till the evening. And that's it. The Tahara, Tefillah in a mikvah, no Para Aduma. So, which track are you choosing?
Okay. So one is talking about Tumas Meis, and one is talking about Tumas Sheretz. Utzrich, the Gemara says, a simple Tzrichusa. The Ashmin and Tumas Meis, if we're talking about the Tumah of a dead person, it's severe. Who the boy Hechsher? No, sorry, it's not severe. You need a Hechsher Tumah. Why Mishum Chadasha? You need a larger share of the kazayis. We saw in the video. You need a kazayis, the size of an olive, not the size of a lentil. So it's less severe. I have to be much for the Kabul Tumah. Our share is it's much more sensitive to Tumah. You become tummy even when you touch a small lentil piece of a dead mouse. Ema, I would think, okay, it's so severe, so you don't need a muksha. You don't have to pour water on your fruit in order for them to become tummy. Yashmin and Sheretz, if I just say Sheretz, a Sheretz is less severe. Why? It can't do tumah for 7 days, only for 1 day. I'm amazed. Shiva. That person, you touch that person, he's coming for 7 days. It's so severe, you wouldn't need. Turning of the Daf, sponsored by Dark Global Specialists and International Financial Services, by Chaim Milrad, Lili Nishmas, Imi Marossi, Eto Bas Yitzchok, Lea Hashalom. Zok the Gemara. Moser Rav Yosef, Shimon Oimer, Kukshu B'Shchita. We said in the Mishnah, and we decided that at least according to one Shita, our Mishnah is talking about a Kula. The whole Mishnah of Kula, and we proved it because it says in the Mishnah Chaya. Chaya is not in the Mishnah. Mikdash, Kula. And Rav Shimon says that the Shchita is what gives the Hechsher of the Kabbalah Tumah. You become Mokshel Kabbalah Tumah, meaning even to give over to impart Tumah. If you have just a shchita, where's the water? If you're going like Rabbi Rothschild, that's mamish. You need water on the food. Where do you have the water in? So to have Shemaim in the Rabbanon. No. Reb Shimon was talking about just the Rabbanon. It's Xera. That's why he said that by shchita. It's the Kabbalah Tumah. Rabbi Lazar on the other end is talking about the Raisa. You can actually, what's the difference with the Rabban and the Raisa? Do I take this Tumah and I burn it? If it's the Raisa, you burn it. The Rabban not. So Abaya is going to use this answer again, and Rabbi Yosef doesn't like that he's just answering this. We're talking about the Rabban. All Rabbi saying is, I'll bring you another Raya. Toshima, Habutz and Lagas. What's the Habutz and Lagas? The new video for Habutz and Lagas, very, very short. It just shows you that the person didn't want the juice coming out of these grapes. What would a person rather? Eat the juice, use the juice, or let it fall on the floor? This juice is going to the guy's juice. He didn't really want it to happen. So does it have the ability to part to be much in the Kabbalah Tumah or not? Shammai Yoimer, Rilsher, Shammai himself, not Bishop, Shammai himself. It says it's much in the Kabbalah Tumah, Hillel Yoimer Lo Yosha. V'shasik Hillel Shammai, the Gemara says there's not much forced like by the day that the egg was made. No, Amai, but what's the problem? There's no water there. Why is it much in the Kabbalah Tumah? You're right. You're right, there's no water and it shouldn't be the rice and work, but we made it, we made it. Rabbi Yosef, Abai's Rebbe, yeah, the famous Rabbi Yosef. Amina lachano true shkita. I tell you that Rabbi Shimon says that the shkita alone is what gives it the hefsher kavakuma. You don't need liquid. Then I asked why now you need water. But obviously it's so hefsher mayim. You tell me it's the rabbanon. And then there comes and proves it to you. Varmus lay, you told him, oh, the boats on the gas, also so hefsher mayim. So then Rabbi Shimon asked if this clump of flour is it a part tumor or not? You should have answered yes with the rabbanon and parts tumor. Just keep on going with your thing. Shimon the luggage nami is so good for mine. Amalei. Shimon the luggage liquids coming by. Shimon didn't have a question with the rabbanon. In parts, of course, with the rabbanon and parts tumor this clump of flour. This right. I want to know. Rabbi Shimon the luggage want to know whether or not this clump of flour, if you could burn it, in other words, is it a deraisa? Not if it's a derabbanan. She says the Gemara on the flour, the Kibbutz HaKadosh, deraisa. It seems like the Shlokish agrees that this clump is coming with deraisa. Otherwise, he would have asked, what about the clump? Could it, do you burn it or do you not burn it? He didn't ask, do you burn it? He asked, does this impart a rishon in the sheni? Does it continue? But the clump itself, he knew that it's a deraisa, that you burn it. Then and where did he get that from? It says by Shlomim that if the meat touches something that's tummy, it becomes tummy. And we have to understand, you have, Rabbi said, think about it, you have a target in the Beis HaMikdash. What are the possibilities of the meat in the Beis HaMikdash to become tummy? How? They have to have one of the 7 liquids. Where are they going to get the 7 liquids from? There's no honey in the Beis HaMikdash. The blood from the shechita, no good. The blood, what? Yain on the thing. Okay. So the Gemara, water. What kind of water? Okay, so the Gemara goes through everything. You know, there's oil. You know, the Sibba have bottle, she got a problem. I bottle discussion with mine. How? You know, discussion with them. There's blood everywhere over there. We had this the other day. The blood of Korbanos doesn't have the ability to be naturally common solution. It has to be something that spills on the floor like water. Only blood that spills on the floor. But blood that you try to catch or receive. Kabbalah Saddam. So that's not considered. So it's not mashur. That was discussion. So you're gonna say discussion mashur David Bechayla. There's something in the Beis HaMikdash. There's a whole butcher section over there. Here, the stone, the stone, the marble. There's the water mixed with Bechayla. The Omer of Yezir B'Chanina, mashur mixed with Bechayla. The dancing the Dochan. Not only are the waters hard, that water doesn't have the ability to mashur Kabbalah. What we're saying that it doesn't have the ability, this mashur doesn't have the ability to be mashur. Saying he's not referring to water, he's referring to blood. No, you can't say that. You're talking about plural, 2 types of liquids. What are the 2 types? Blood and water. It can't be just blood. It's mashke, it's also water. You see from here, these characters, this guy should be you see from here that just the love is the shlomim becomes mushal kabbalah not from blood and not from water, ella from. It has to be a normal process. That's not the guy spilled the wine on him. The normal process of it become a mushal kabbalah from the love of Christ. The duma, perhaps. Had a great taste. Keep going. So isolate part of Shizukei Shlomim, the Avira Banacha. Yeah? Had a Shlomim, and you brought it through the river. Why did you bring it through the river? But after, so if you're at the Shkita, you heard they give the animal to drink right before. The Shkita, it makes it easier for them to flay it, to skin it. So you bring them through the nachal. You make them all wet. It has water from that river. Here we have a little bit of a video. It's not 100% accurate, but whatever.
Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's some water. But the truth is that water.
Excuse me, I'm a little thirsty. Could I have just a drop of water? Yeah, so maybe after the shahita.
I said it right. Been working on that word for a while. Hello, Miseifa. And then the pasuk, the basar, the rabbis ate some levina. That the wood. Oh, I have levina here. There's levina, shmak, frankincense. This is makabel tumah. Now, does anybody eat this? No, it's not edible. How can it be makabel tumah? It's not a plea. It's not food. What is it? The habas, right? I need a special word to tell me that they're makabel tumah. Ate some. The rabbis ate some levina. Even wood. Ate some levina, but now they're not edible. Hello, it's the love of Dusha, of Kodesh that we have on the Levina and on the wood, and that makes it like food. So too in the case of a clump of flour. Kibas HaKodesh Maksharta, the love of Kodesh is the Hefshel HaTumah. And now that, the Shulchan has a question. Wow, we're doing well. 57 minutes. Maybe the skills are put from the Torah. Gives it a psul in itself, but it doesn't have the ability to impart tumah. Or dimulation, maybe it does have the ability to impart tumah. Thank you. Boys, Rav Rothschild, have a wonderful day. A good Shabbos, Motzei Shabbos, at 10:02.
Merit the Schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
What's your day job? I work in studios. I'm like a lighting technician. Okay. Phil, do you think you remind me of another character that we've had on this show? Phil, do you think there's any chance that you might have used to go by the name of something that sounds like Phil? The way you scream, you
Welcome the Chosh of the CEO, the Yossi Klein. Came into Outlaw. One day. Probably pay for it with your own money. As usual, Chavos. As I. I'm sure guys.
They just heard 85 people still watching the stream around the world. I'm actually pretty happy right now. You say that you battled with it, like you make it sound like you came out on top Game of Thrones.
Okay. Do I step out?
No, stay right here. We'll be fine. Okay. Hi, everyone. Over the last 7.5 years, Noam and I have had the privilege of helping organize many of the gifts and the presents that have been presented to Eli at the completion of all the Mesechtos that we've learned over the last 7.5 years. Every Siyum has given us another opportunity to express a small measure of gratitude that all of us feel of what Eli and MDY has brought into all of our lives. As we begin thinking of the upcoming Siyum Hashas, now just 1 year away, we asked ourselves, what could possibly be an appropriate way to mark such a moment? After all, how do you adequately show appreciation to someone who has spent years showing up every single day without fail, helping tens of thousands of Yidden learn Torah, grow in Torah, and stay connected to Torah? And then it hit us. Over the past 7.5 years, together, we have had the privilege to complete Torah Shebaal Peh. What could be more fitting than marking that achievement with the completion of a Torah Shebiksav? With that in mind, we are excited to announce a project that we hope will unite the entire MDY family. 1 year from now, at the Siyum Hashas, we plan to complete and dedicate a Sefer Torah for MDY in appreciation of Reb Eli and everything he has done for this incredible community. And to underscore the significance, as Reb Eli just mentioned, Reb Yossi Klein flew in here, of course, on his own dime for under 24 hours, maybe even less than that, to be here today to help launch this campaign. That alone speaks volumes of what MDY has become and how much this community means to so many people around the world.
The Sefer Torah is not simply a gift. It's a symbol of our collective Hakal Torah. It's a way of saying thank you for the countless hours, the endless preparation, the daily consistency, the inspiration, the friendship, and the unwavering commitment that Rabbi Eli has shown to every one of us. Every single day, no matter where we were in the world, MDY, and no matter where he was in the world, MDY and Rabbi Eli was there. The shir was there, the preparation was there, the energy was there, the commitment was there. Some of us joined because we wanted to finish us. Some of us just to learn about. Some joined for chizuk. Some joined because we wanted to be part of the community. But I think it's fair to say that nobody watching this can honestly say that the shir had zero impact on their life. For some, it changed the course of their lives. For others, it helped them through difficult times. For many, it simply gave a daily connection to Torah that otherwise might not have been there. Whatever your story is, Rabbi Eli has been there every single day, making sure there was a great cheer waiting for you.
Today, we want every member of the MDY family to contribute. We want to give every member of the MDY family an opportunity to be part of this expression of gratitude. On the screen, we'll put it up soon, you'll see various sponsorship opportunities and participation levels. Whether you choose to sponsor a word, a pasuk,
of Parsha, or any other level, our hope is that every member of MDY will have a share in the Sefer Torah. Because this isn't Noam's project, and it isn't my project. It belongs to all of us. The Sefer Torah should represent the thousands of people whose lives have been touched by MDY and by Rabbi Eli's dedication to teaching Torah every day. A year from now, just a short year from now, when we stand together to see Mashiach and celebrate the completion of Shas, we want to be able to say that this Sefer Torah was written by the entire MDY family. A Sefer Torah built letter by letter, word by word, and parsha by parsha, by people whose lives were enriched through this kehillah, through this community. A Sefer Torah that will stand as a lasting symbol of gratitude, appreciation, and the power of what can happen when Jews around the world come together to learn Torah. And most importantly, thank you to MDY and to Rabbi Eli for everything you have given us over the last 7.5 years. Any donation above $720 will have their name woven into the mantle of the Sefer Torah as a lasting reminder of our Hakaras Tov. Today marks the launch of the MDY Sefer Torah project. To commemorate this special occasion, with Rabbi Yossi flying in, we'd like to present Rabbi Eli with a plaque marking the beginning of what we hope will be a historic journey for MDY, a journey that will culminate, Be'ezras Hashem, with the completion of a Sefer Torah at the Siyum HaShas next year. May we all be Zorcha to complete the Sefer Torah together, complete Shas together, unite Torah Shabbat and Torah Shabbat, and continue growing together for many, many years to come.
Beautiful. Okay. Put it over there. Put it down in front. Wow. Look, my entire life I wanted to, last few years I wanted to write a Sefer Torah. It didn't work out as well. So wow. Then it's a little lost for words. Very emotional. Thank you very much. Very annoyed. I want to be Mushtaqah. I want to be part of it. I want it to be my Sefer Torah. I want to be the first one to give. So if it's okay, Rabbi Yossi, I want to give $30,000 to launch it off. What do I get for $30,000? You don't say wow. Okay, it's a chapter in the book. You couldn't have picked a better day. Now I'm lost. My focus is lost. Wow. Okay. When are we starting? You haven't said it? Wow. Unbelievable. Okay. No, it's a perfect. Okay. There's no better gift than this. What could it be? It's unbelievable. Sima Shas, Sefer Torah. Unbelievable. Mamish unbelievable. Wow. You didn't have to come in for that. This is when you came in? No. I had to speak to him. Okay, we're going. What is this? Oh, wow. Okay, not so bad. Not so bad. 12 minutes in. Beautiful. So we're not going to do emails or anything. That will be for tomorrow. Wow. The official edition of MDY Shas. Masechet is sponsored by Zevin Yao Shulhoff. Very emotional, promise. Daf Lamanay. Evan J. Blumenthal. Happy birthdays, Hebrew and English, to my father. Dean Blumenthal. Abev Esmishon of Love Aryeh. She sponsors the Septuagint Solomon dedicated memory of Avi Meir. More Baruch, Baruch, Kind Sweet, Deutsch, Return of Bracha. The Policy Foundation, gratitude to the consortium in the Alliance and all the youth support him the wire. Anonymous, I love it's Ugash, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for complete before Shleiman and Arifus Young to Leah Basester. Yo and Daniel Rosenfeld, Rios Simcha. Ari Simon for Shleiman, Avi Meir, Baruch, Miriam. Anonymous for Shleiman for Ruben Ben Yehudis and Avram, Yeshaya Ben Slavet, Vero Main. The Spanish year sponsors, weekly sponsors, wishing them the white family to be in Atzloch and Siyaz and Shmaya. Shmuel and Ahuva Schuster, memory of Hayaldo Shendel Hertzberg, the last Shalom, the 8-year-old. By Robert Early, Preston Harris, Good Recruitment, make money from the shear, give back to the shear. Yomi Shoner, learning from Robert Early with gratitude to Hashem for everything. Daily sponsors Anonymous in honor of Yossi K. and Arya Simon. Hashtag MDY family. Anonymous. Evan? The whole pirate show? How much is a pirate show? What? 36. Donnie? You think people are thinking the bar mitzvah pirate shows? Shalom, what's your name? From? You were here on the day that they announced the Sefer Torah. When I cry like a 2-year-old. Still crying. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. You're in Shiva here? Where? Very nice. Shalom Aleichem. And you, what's your name? Shalom Aleichem. Nice to meet you. Okay. Gary Moshe? Oh my gosh. Okay, these are just the people that are up in America. What time is it in America? 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not going to concentrate today. Wow. In honor of Yossi K. and Ari Simon. What happened to Yossi K. and Ari Simon? I heard something. Anonymous, Bracha Tzlacha, Mazel, Parnasa, help for my family, myself, and all clients show by Anonymous. Amen. You're joking. So maybe we need 2 Sefer Torah. 1 minute, time out. How much is a hummus? We just cooked the burgers. Wow. For me. But it's not for you. You gotta leave something for somebody. Up the prices. No, up it. That's crazy. Wow. No, but if I finish one that fast, I think it's only 5. Beautiful. Okay. MDYR. Did I say? I don't know where I am. I'm serious. This is it's the last day of Kinnah Tahara, and it's half the shear. I got to get this plug. Lovely. I didn't say this. Innovations LLC. I almost skipped this. This is supposed to give Simcha Ben Fega. The Iska Leroy's All right. Boys, there you can save these today. Sell it later. I can't even see the words right. Huh? Here's it's a good child. Wow. All right. The boys and I were holding 6 lines from the bottom of Lamadar. We're talking about the hands of a person that Chacham instituted a tumah, they considered a shame. So, the ones I have my dead chariots over here. This dead chariot is an Avhatumah. Dead chariot is Avhatumah. If this dead chariot touches this grapefruit right over here, the grapefruit goes down 1 level and becomes a Rishon. So let's find a Rishon here. This is Rabbi Rothschild. What is this? This is Kulim. Kulim. This, because a mouse touched it, it becomes a Rishon. If this grapefruit touches this grapefruit, what does this become? Shady. Great. If this grapefruit touches this grapefruit, becomes a shlishi, which is if it's whatever, it's a shlishi. Let's say shlishi. What does a shlishi do? This could be a paras a truma. It could be chulin that you did a paras a truma, a paras a kodesh. You have more shmir on this. Okay. So Ula says that if you eat a shlishi, eat this, take a bite. He says that you're not allowed to eat truma. The kohen who eats from this shlishi, his body becomes a shlishi, and therefore he can't eat truma. So it says the Gemara, a rishon shebechula. This guy right over here, rishon shebechula. This grapefruit, it's a chulin. It's a very simple grapefruit that you bought in the store. It's a rishon. Tamei, umetame. If it touches truma, this, Rabbi says truma. This is truma. So this truma becomes tamei, but also the tama. The tama means that it has enough power to pass it on. Not only is this fruit tamei, but it's mitama. It gives off tumah. So put it right over here. This is a fruit, a truma fruit, is spoiled, that touched chulin. This fruit right over here touched chulin, which was a rishon. It's powerful. Rishon is very powerful. It's so powerful that it makes this truma tamei. And also, if this fruit touched another fruit, do a tama. Like, so over here, it makes this guy shake. Next, Bashani, this guy, this chulin guy, that's a shady only passes a truma. So if this is truma and it touches a sheni, so it only becomes puzzle. Puzzle means it doesn't have the ability. Maybe we should. It's a little bit. It's too crowded. I see the screen. I see what we're seeing over there a little bit too much. Okay, this goes together with this. Hold on. See a second. This made this truma. This is truma. You can even here. I'll put another little guy over here. This is truma. And this is truma. Okay. This peach is truma, and it's only puzzle. Puzzle means the truma does not transfer to another fruit. What about a shlishi? Bashlishi, nechal b'nezid adema. Wow. I need nechal b'nezid adema. So, this peach, which touched the final grapefruit, the shlishi grapefruit, put it in nicely. Oh yeah. But you have to see this shlishi. Yeah, you can see this shlishi. This shlishi that touched this fruit, if you were to grind up this peach and make it into a spice, you could actually, it has so little tumma in it, it has so little tumma transferred from this grapefruit into this peach, that I can use this peach as a spice in my chon, my truma chon. It's edible. You can eat it in a dish. It doesn't have, nechal b'nezid means, nezid is a chon. Here, let me show you real quickly. Here's the video from yesterday. Here, let's just watch the video to understand what's nechal b'nezid. This isn't a zid. This is a chon. I can take truma and put it in here. This is a shlishi. This is a chulin shlishi. He did not wash his hands since his hands are still shiny. Okay, so this shlishi guy, you can still pour in truma into it. Now here's the thing. It's chulin. It's chulin that it was al paras hatruma. Yeah. Paras hatruma, remind the oilam. Where's my guy? Yeah. The guy is a faker, not a faker. It's a fake. It's a fake truma. He's treating that challah, that grapefruit, whatever it is, he's treating it with respect as if it's truma. It's not truma. He didn't get it from a Yisrael. It wasn't a fruit that you have to give a kind. He bought it in the store. This challah, it's regular challah. It's chulin. But he treats it as paras hatruma. Now this Rabbi say is a key thing right here. How do I know that this case is talking about that he treated it with paras truma? Because he poured truma into it. How can you pour truma spices into chulin? You can't. Into something that wasn't washed well. So it must be that he poured truma into the chulin because it was very, very watched. It was kept with the most extreme chumras of truma. He treated it like truma. But if this truma fell into a shlishi, this paras truma became a shlishi. How did it become a shlishi? Somebody with pink hands, shiny hands, touched it I could still pour truma into it, even though it's Altaris of truma. What did Ula say? Ula said that if somebody eats a shlishi, his whole body becomes tummy, to the point where he's not allowed to eat truma. So what are you telling me? You're telling me that a kohen is allowed to eat from this chal? And what's going to happen when he eats from this chal, according to Ula? His body is going to become tummy. Says Rashi, that's the Issa Rashi. You're not allowed to make your body tummy. Places argues with Rashi. But Rashi holds you're not allowed to make your body tummy. So the problem is, and this is a very, very documented include. It's not like before here in the, but if you look at the long Rashi on Amar Aleph, you'll see this point. So the guy who made this shot was Altara Satruma. And it's a shlishi, and I told him, go ahead and eat it. I feel it been a zid, nechal ben a zid. You're allowed to eat the chol. But according to Ula, if you eat the chol, that makes your body tummy. You're not allowed to make your body tummy. Answer. Listen to this answer. You're allowed to eat this chol. And it doesn't make your body tummy. You know why? Because it's so insignificant when you put in there. How much spice did you put in there? Let's say you put a teaspoon, it has to be kazayis. So in the chol, think about a kazayis of salt. Let's say you put a kazayis of salt into the chol. How much salt do you have to consume in order to get that entire tablespoon of salt? The entire pot. How are you going to eat an entire pot in 9 minutes? The most Kumra share in the world of Kedei Achilah. Let's go back. Let's say that. Reading matzah kazayis. How many minutes do you have to eat the kazayis? You don't have forever. You have between 3 and 9 minutes, depending who you hold like. Some people 2. If you hold it with a high enough, so the kazayis is much less, so you have much less time. If you hold it with a chazanish, kazayis is much larger. It's interesting. When you're super not wearing kazayis, you have a lot of time. Do not be, don't say, oh, I hold it with a chaim no, and my kazayis is this big, but I have 9 minutes. No, it's a contradiction. If you hold, okay, that's a different story. You hold the kazayis, it's very large, you have a lot of time. How much time? Maximum 9 minutes. It's called, so the Gemara doesn't have ever, they didn't have watches, they didn't have, 6 minutes. So they call it a random thing. It's called Kedei Achilas Prash. As long as it takes you to eat a half a loaf of bread. Half a loaf of bread takes 9 minutes. How much do you have to eat in 9 minutes? Your entire amount of, you're going to miss the whole thing, Sadik. It's going to take you the entire amount of your kazayis of spices that you put into the chop. Oh, that's impossible to be over the Avera of eating. You're never going to do that. You're never going to die. So where are you allowed to eat the chol? So he says, would he bring me a raya from chol? If you had a plate, a source that said that you're allowed to eat real food, that's a shlishi, then you'd have a problem. How do we allow a plate to put that in his body when it's going to make his body tummy? We're only talking about a child, and a child is the spice. And the spice, in order to be holy, you have to eat the entire thing. And you can't eat it within 9 minutes. What's inside? We learn from the bottom. Rihanna's lips on. By the way, I'm serious. I don't know about you guys. I know a bunch of people came to me after the show last night and said, "We love these sugars, the entire sugars." A lot of people like it a lot. Today's the last day. I mean, pretty much. We're going into Agadita. Some people don't appreciate it. Some people really, I love it. It's the shmai. Sure. Viam is the son for the if you tell me that according to when you eat a shlishi, your body becomes possible. and it cannot consume any truma any longer. So the possibility you're telling him you can eat this shell, it's a shlishi. Don't bring any raya from a Nazid. Is it a daf? Hashem, a chol, Adema, there's no truma. The lekit kezayiz b'gdei achilas pras. It's impossible to eat the shear of the truma that you put in there in achilas pras. I'll show you this video again. You might understand it better. Again, I'll just explain it beforehand because it went by and it became more confusing than helpful. But it's very artistic. I like the fact that it has this empty white doll that's going on our merch center soon. I'm just joking. Don't have a heart attack. A pras means half. So half a loaf of bread. A bread is made out of 8 eggs. So half a loaf of bread is 4 eggs. Yesterday we spoke about khatsi pras. A half of a loaf of bread. That's 2. Good. Now take a look. 4 eggs. Have a little bread, 4 eggs. After pras is 2 eggs. Yeah. It's less confusing than yesterday, but it's artistic. I mean, the whole thing, even the way he made the words out of eggs. I don't know. I can't do this. If they ask me to make the word baits out of eggs, I don't know. Whatever. I'm Rabbi Yonasan, I'm a Rebbe. It's basically repeating exactly what we just said, with a small variation. Until now, we were talking about this dude. The guy that watches his food as if it's truma. All he does is he says, it is truma. It is truma. There's truma, and there's a guy that pretends that it's truma. Okay, he's wearing jeans and his shoes, and he's pretending it's truma. And then Rabbi Yonasan says, no, we're talking about real truma. But the halacha is the same. And the Gemara is going to say at the end, the halachas remain the same. So then why didn't one pick truma and one pick he's pretending to be truma? Because each one has a little chiddush in it. And that's the next 8 lines, which is almost like a freebie. If a person eats the shlishi, the 3rd level of truma itself, not a 10 truma, also lechol, his body becomes a shlishi. Therefore, he's not allowed to eat truma. He's allowed to touch. His hands don't give off truma. This is allowed to touch truma because he's only a shlishi. Says the Gemara, it's the Ulav, it's the Rabbi Yonasan. He had to come and talk about truma itself, and he was speaking about fake truma because each one has a little finish. So what? The Ulav is talking about fake truma. He's pretending it's truma. He's watching it as truma. I would think dafka in the case when it's fake. But truma, the real truma, if you consume real truma, maybe I'll say you're not allowed to even touch truma. You are so hum at your body, you shouldn't be touching truma with the Rabbana. Maybe Rabbana made it zera, stay away from everything. But again, not me also. Okay, this is Rabbi Yonasan. That's why I need Rabbi Yonasan. Yonasan talks about real truma. Even the Rabbi Yonasan only spoke about real truma. I mean, I didn't truma. Why am I so makbid on him? Real truma, but if it's fake, it's really cool. But he pretended that it's truma. Maybe he's only a shlishi, so maybe he consumed that chulin, grapefruit, that he's makbid on it as if it's truma. It's really, I need both. Yosef, Rabbi Yitzchak, Bar Shmuel, Bar Marta, Kamed, Rav Nachman. Oh, Yosef. Correct. I almost answered my own question. Yosef, he sat. Rav Yitzchak Bar Shmuel Bar Martin Talmidei Rav Nachman v. Yosef, and he sat. The question is, why does it say he sat twice? Man was sitting. I almost took it out so I wouldn't have a kasha. So now we're going to play a game. Rabbi said a real game. I showed you this chart yesterday. And this is today's sugya, basically. Until we get to that Agaddah. This is an Omer base, less than halfway down Omer base. Basically, there are 4 shittas over here. What? More people are sending in their things? What you got? Mantles. I like this idea that everybody's name is on the, or everybody above 700, 720. What's 720? What is that? What do you get for 720? Apostle? A novel. It'll be, okay, so people's names will be in there. How many amudim are there? No, small words, the size of Gemara. As long as you see your name on it. It doesn't have to be the size of a Kurdish word. Oh. We'll have to figure it out. Okay, great. So this money is the fundraiser from DY. It's not just for the state card itself. It's above. Well, Shice is the third. Okay. Whatever you want. Okay. Great. I like the inclusion that every single person is involved. Everybody. Get an ice. How much is the ice? What's the ice? Award, $36. Be part of it, $36. But everybody has to be part of it. Even the kids have to be part of it. You have to start working. Not Yisafta. How much are you sponsoring? I'm putting you on the spot right now. How old are you? 11. In 2 years, when you get our business money, how much are you giving us? I need to know right now. I'm kidding. Everybody's going to be involved. Every kid. How much you're sponsoring? You're giving $180 or 180 shekels. How are you going to give $180? How do you have $180? What? What? You bar mitzvah already? Oh my goodness. Get over here. He wants to be part of the secretary. Everybody said this kid is donating $180,000. Now I can't take your money. This is we're gonna have to. Your parents are gonna have to sign off on it and everything. But just the idea that you wanted to. What's your name again? Yeah. I brought you up here like a number of times. You're like the number 1 kid here. It comes up. At $180. Boy, say $180. It's more than my $30,000. What? He wants to know. Come here. Why you donating? He wants to know why you donating. In honor of what? I help you so much. How did I help you so much? What a tzaddik. Come here. I think wow. I helped you so much. Yeah, unbelievable. Okay. But listen. If you want to be on the mantle in the back, it's 720. You'll have $80 left. Oh my goodness. What a day. Everybody has a part of mitzvah. How come you didn't speak? Wow. A lot of gifts over the years. This is crazy. Okay. Right there. Okay. So let's look at this chart. It's super simple. The chart is 1, 2, 3, 4. It goes in order. Mamish in order. So it's mamish. What we're going to do is we're going to read some Gemara, and we're going to see these shitas basically besides one of the shitas, which we're going to leave for tomorrow, I guess, or we actually had it yesterday. Yeah, where's that Rebbe? Here, Kodesh. A person treats his truma, his chulin, he treats his chulin as if it's kachim, as if it's a carpet from the Mizbeach. We get rid of all these guys. Yeah. Everything away. What? Now we're pretending it's meat. Yeah, we have to pretend it's grapefruit is a piece of meat. And he's treating it with the most respect possible. It's called doesn't take government money. He doesn't take government money, so a person is treating chulin as if it's meat, as if it's meat right off in his bag. Shita number 1 is he did zero. It's chulin. What does that mean? You don't have the right to do that. If you do that with, let's see, who's the true guy? No, oh, here, this guy. Yeah. He's touching with the sheni. We're talking about shlishi now. Try this. Touch with the sheni. You have the right to do it with truma. Why? Because you have Rabbi Schoenberg, you have Dani, you have all these kohanim that they need to be careful on a daily basis. People come to the door all the time, knock on the door, knock, knock. Here's a bag of grapefruit. Here's a bag of apples. So Dani's wife has no clue who knocked on the door, who didn't. She's going to grab an apple, and she's not going to be careful. So Dani says, in my house, everything is truma. This is normal behavior. So if you want to treat your stuff like truma, that's great. But when you start being super makbid and start saying, well, maybe I'll get a stick from the Risameh, that's not something common. Nobody does it. Your brain is buckled out as a kalada. I don't care. So it's a zero. You hold 0. That's one shita. Shita number 2 is it becomes a shlishi, but doesn't do anything. In itself is a shlishi. It doesn't have the power to go on and continue summa. So it won't be a revi. Shita number 3 is it's a shlishi, but kodesh revi. It makes a revi. And shita number 4 is not only does it make a revi, it goes backwards. It's super powerful. It can make a sheni. So we have number 4 says it makes a sheni. Number 3 says it makes a revi. Number 2 says it's a solid tumah, but it doesn't do anything. It's a 0. Doesn't continue. And 1 says it's a 0 should be 0. It doesn't even start. You ask me, I am coming, but I can't impart any tumah. That's a something. That's number 2. I am coming. I can make very little tumah or revi. I am so coming. I can make a sheni. And number 1 says nothing. So now, when we read it in the Gemara, I'm just going to ask you, which one is it that we read? So it's confusing. You'll read the words in the Gemara, you might not see if it's a 1, if it's a 2, it's a 3. It'll take you 5 seconds to stop what's going on here. Everybody could answer besides Ari Simon. Says the Gemara. Yosef Rav Yitzchak Bar Shmuel Bar Marta Kamedu Rav Nachman. The Yosef Ikama. That's exactly what we're talking about. You see the headline? Tahar Lechol B'Kodesh. What are we now in the chart? It cannot make a revi. The only thing that could impart a revi, a shlishi to revi, is if it's ufay kadosh. If it's kadosh b'kedushas haguf. Meaning, I take a carbon to the Beis Hamikdash. I said that it's a chatos. Saying that it's a chatos is only words. Cutting its neck, shchita, creating. This is a goof. At that point, that's a this is a goof. It has the ability to impart truma. But we're not talking about an animal that you brought up to the Beis Hamikdash. We're talking about a grapefruit, not a grape, a piece of meat that you decided on yourself. It's cool. You decided on yourself that to be like a piece of meat from the mizbeach. So it doesn't have the ability to make it a revi. It stays at a shlishi. So on this chart, what number did we just read? Number 2 says it'll be awesome. It's a shlishi that doesn't have the ability to make a revi. That's number 2. It's a little difficult. It takes a few seconds to. You consider maybe it's 1. No. It's not 1. 1 is 0. He says it is Tameh, but it doesn't have the ability to make a revi. That's number 2. Let's see inside. He could eat kodesh, and if a dove shows a revi, he does not become a revi because Ella kodesh mekudesh bovad. Only if he's kodesh dushas aguf, since he's only kodesh dushas apeh. Rashi says dushas peh. It was a kedusha like from his mouth. It's not kodesh enough. Says the Gemara, I don't like that. He says shlishi. If a person eats a shlishi, what happens to him? He goes up a level. Sheni looks kodesh. He's like a sheni. If he eats a shlishi, when it comes to kedusha, if you touch him, he's like a sheni. The ain't sheni is a tuma. He doesn't go up a level for tuma. And we're talking about the kun shenatzu afaras tuma. This guy right over here, only in a tuma. Amai halav kodesh kudushu. Why would it become a sheni? For touching, you told me the only way to become a sheni for touching is if it's the carbon itself. It's called dushas aguf. Amalei, halav kumash taros kumayi so touching. No. Halav kumash taros kumayi so touching. So to give you a very nice example, if I give you a suitcase with $1 million in it, and I tell you, take this suitcase from here to New York on a flight. Will you fall asleep on the flight? Never. You won't fall asleep. Why? I gave you $1 million. What if I give you $1,000 to take to New York? You might fall asleep. You probably will fall asleep. When you're what? I was thinking about it. If you're carrying a secretary like no fix, I don't want to bring that much because he did fall asleep and he did leave it in a certain place. No, I'm joking. The guy that has the gemach, I'm joking. He did walk away for like 20 seconds. Like, yeah! Oh, it's a scary thing. Yeah, he was carrying it on his back the entire trip. It was crazy. Okay, very good. So now, let's take that back to us. If a person is not fit of food like touching, that's $1 million. He's so nervous about touching. It's not the top of the top. But Truma, he's watching it. He's doing it. It's friendly favor. It's a lot of money. It's $1,000. But he's relaxed. Worst comes to worst. Worst comes to worst. Worst comes to worst. So pay him $1,000. Not $1 million. Truma, you watch it. But what's the worst? Here's the thing. Okay. The Mela, the Gemara says that when you're looking at a guy that watches the Truma, it's like 0 compared to the kosher. It's a 0. He didn't watch it at all. We have to treat it as if it's coming. It's a different type of shmira. It's not in the same category of shmira. The Mela, and the Gemara brings unbelievable raya. It's not. Oh, sorry. Let's read it inside though. Not with Truma. You're talking about a guy that was watching it on Paras HaKodesh. He's making sure that the Truma is Kodesh. Tuma! We treat it like Tameh. Here it's like Kodesh. How do you know that you do such a thing? You treat it like Tameh? It's not. Bigdei Amaretz, Medrash L'Fushim. The clothing of an Amaretz have a tum of Medrash. Medrash means if I sit on it, if I stand on it, it becomes tummy. If a Zav sits on a beged, if a Nida sits on a beged, it becomes tummy like the person himself. Like it's an Amatum of this beged. If a person that has tumah sits on a couch, that's why all couches today, all chairs today, have the tumah of a nida, have the severe tumah. The only way to get rid of it is put it in a mikvah. Here, you have a person that has tumah. The tumah seeps right through all the mattresses, all the way down, even though they're not touching the bottom mattress. That's a visual from 2 years ago. Let me show you how it looks today. Beautiful stuff. It's a mixture of New York City and Eretz Yisrael. Different. This guy is Tumas Zav. Okay. I have a real picture of that. Emmett. And it's a phone. 10 mattresses. All the mattresses become tummy. Mattress. Oh, the mattress becomes like the Zav. Savatuma. And if you touch a mattress, you go down one level like a mouse touching the grapefruit. You go one level down, you become a Rishon Tumah. So that was funny and upside. Okay. Something in Gemara. It's not Bini Amaretz. Now the clothing from Amaretz, you have to be careful. Maybe his wife Nida sat on it. So the tummy. He's Amaretz. He doesn't know how to watch stuff. But only to whom? Mezus the fruition. A parush is somebody who's careful to eat chulin b'tahara. All his grapefruits, everything he buys from the store, he treats it with respect of tahara. But he's just a parush. Bigdei fruition. You think you're so machmir? You're nothing. You see this idea that you're like a tame compared to medrash loyalty truma. You're a parush. You're a Yisrael. You're a nobody Yisrael who treats things like you're a kohen. Very good. But you're a nobody compared to a real kohen. Loyalty truma. And guess what? And you kohanim big shots. You think you're so good. Big loyalty truma. The kohanim that eat truma, their clothing is nothing compared to medrash loyalty. So you see this idea that truma, you're careful with truma, you're nothing compared to cotton. Amarava Midrash's garments, what do you bring me a ride from this base of mattresses and clothing? It's so common. Everybody who has a wife has this issue. Maybe his wife, the Nida, will sit on it and make it common. So it's very common. But we're not talking about medrash. We're talking about fruit. The fruits become common is not so common. We don't say this, that a person who's very careful with his fruit, it should be like truma. It's nothing compared to kachim. Why is it nothing? It's on a high level of watching. Oh, but you brought me a right for mattresses. That's common. So I have to be super careful. Maybe that if I'm careful with kachim, someone that's careful with truma, it's a zero compared to kachim. But not when it comes to fruit. There's no difference. So even if I'm watching something al shmira al taharas at truma, it's nothing for somebody that watches al taharas at kodesh. The Heilige turning of the daf, but there's global specialists in the national financial services. Chaim Milrat, this was even Mirasi Fralietto, Bas, Yitzchak Galesha. Says the Gemara. What's a Rabbi Yirmiyah Medifta? Umi Amrina Bepeira. How can you say that your mom is going on and on and on? There's still people texting you. Tell me the good ones, the big ones. What do you mean the name? What's the name? What does the name mean? $72,000. There was a name? The name? What's the name? The actual Sefer Torah? Or the name? What's the name? What do you want to put on the illusion? In the front? Yeah. Very soft. We say when it comes to fruit, that a person is keeping entire sakoidesh. It's nothing compared to a kosher, but not in Walmart. So Rabbi said, check this out. I'm telling you, there's so many new concepts here. It's unbelievable. And Amaretz, Amaretz, we don't trust him that he took Trumas on Maestros. And Amaretz is another thing that we never really spoke about. At least not in the last, I don't know when. Shabbat, what's your name again? Shabbat. You look very familiar. Really? Woman, are you going to down in choppers here? Mazel tov, unbelievable. Beautiful. On the day of the bris, he comes to learn Torah. Okay, stop. I have a meeting now. He tells me he's flying in the schmooze with me, and they bring a screen to my house. I'm going to set up a whole thing. So I'm thinking that he's talking about the CRM. That was part of your shtick? You are speaking about the CRM. After you say, okay. So something Gemara. Isn't this beautiful Allah? And Amaretz, he's not believed to say that this barrel of wine, that it's $10,000 barrel of wine, doesn't have truma when it's truma. But if it's the super level of kachim, it's kachim wine, he's believed to say there's no truma. Again, and Amaretz is not believed on a barrel of wine that's truma. But on kachim he's believed. Why? We're not going to get into it. But if we don't believe him, he won't bring for abundance to the Beis Hamikdash. He gets insulted. Maybe he'll make his own mizbech in his backyard. We don't want problem. You're invited like the rest of the Klal Yisrael in case you have a heart. It's fine. What if he takes 1 cup of kachim and pours it into a giant barrel of truma? Do we believe him? What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. From where? Shalom Aleichem. Sorry, these people they hide out. Until I see this. Okay, very emotional day today. So now, he takes a cup of wine that's kachim, that we trust him, pours it into 10,000 cups of truma, which we don't trust him. Do we trust him now in the 10,001 cups? The answer is yes. Why? Because there's 1 cup of kachim that we trust him on. Maybe we have to trust him on the whole thing. Says the Gemara, what now he says in the Mishnah? If Amaretz says, I took into this beautiful giant barrel of truma, I took 1 tiny revius, 87 milliliters, whatever it is, according to the Chazanish, revius kodesh. Naaman is believed that the whole wine is starved, and that little truma, the 10,000 cups of truma don't make the kodesh wine. Yeah, but if you told me that when a person watches the truma, it's a 0 compared to the kodesh. The truma of kodesh. Why doesn't the rest of the wine in the barrel make the kachim tamei? No kasha to me the kibur kamers. You asked me a question about one that's already mixed in and it's solid in the barrel. To me the kibur chani. When it's attached, it's different. Why? We do trust him on the one reveal. So we kodesh. Therefore, Mehemen on the 10,000 cups. Truma Memenami has to. Most of Rabbi Rothschild awesome. Here we go, Rabbi. So here's the game again, and then we wrap it up. It's the 6 more lines. What's Rabbi Rothschild awesome? Sheni Shebachulin. You have chulin. That's a sheni. The time of mashkin. Chulin. If a sheni. Do we have to do this? Let's do it. Real quickly. This is a sheni. This is a regular grapefruit sheni. The boy side. If it touches this water, what happens to this water? Very good. Where's my reshine? Reshine. Here we go. Hold it out. Well, this becomes a reshine. It goes tila. Becomes the reshine. And therefore, and if this only makes truma possible, the food of truma possible. Shlishi, that's a shlishi. Where's my shlishi? No, you don't have it? Oh, here's the shlishi. Shlishi. Same thing. It touches water, even though it's a very, very shvacha. It's only shlishi. It makes this water a rishon. And it makes truma. This is the problem right over here. Already, it's a problem. So if we look at the chart, what do we just read on the chart? Right over here. A shlishi becomes a revi. What do we just read? Number 3. A shlishi becomes a revi. Number 3. So we saw number 2. We saw number 3. Tanoi, Sisanya, Chulin. Now check this out. We're going to read it quickly. Tell me what it is on the chart. Sisanya, it's a machlok Tanoi. Chulin, Chenatsu, Altaris, HaKodesh. That's our case. Chulin, Hareye, Chulin. What is that in the chart? 1. Very good. The kid that gives $100 is the first one to answer it. What is that on the chart? It has the ability to make 2 things tamei, to make a rishon and a sheni. And here's the key word: it can make a shlishi. So what is that on the chart? Rabbi side, it's a shlishi. Number 2. The shlishi, but doesn't make a revi. It's only a shlishi. That's echad. The echad becomes a shlishi. Doesn't make anything else. Let's keep on going. And who's that guy? Rabbi Shimon Oimer, who's Rabbi Shnita? We're not random sugi. Seriously, we're done with the sheni shlishi. That's it. So, Rabbi Shimon in the Mishnah said that if you shech an animal and no blood comes out of his neck, says Rabbi Shimon, it's still. Rabbi, I got to tell you about Yossi real quickly. Well, I'll tell it to you tomorrow. I asked him to stop vaping, and I'm going to read a whole giant email from somebody at home, but after Shir, Ari Simon went over to Yossi and said, why he's still smoking? He says because he bought 2, what do they call it, pack 2, cartons of duty free. He says, okay, so forget it. He says, no, it's expensive. So Ari Simon bought them off him. They give them to me. I'll tell you why. So you stopped smoking officially? Oh, you're going to shop. So you give it to me quickly before you have Parata. No, but I don't have time. We'll rip them up tomorrow. Give it to me. I'll tell you why I don't want to rip them up. I know a bunch of people, if I give them 1 pack of cigarettes, they'll join the here. Here, these are yours. don't know. Okay, fine. Let's finish the sugi over here for a second. What a day! What a day! Yishkoya. What's the guy's name for the Israeli that stopped smoking? Tananya Deutsch, stop smoking. Or boys say stop the vape. Stop the vape. Tananya Deutsch, stop smoking cigarettes. He comes over to me after shir. He says, "My wife told me, I knew the shir gave you a new life. I didn't know that the shir took away your death." Omer Avasi, Omer Reb Shimon. Shitasi machsheres v'lo yidam. Reb Shimon in the Mishnah says that the shchita, that makes it susceptible to tumah. You don't need a liquid. Shchita by itself. So it seems like the liquid doesn't even work. But dam is one of the 7 liquids. So now we're going to see there's a difference between blood and blood from a shchita. Blood from a shchita might not work. Then we say, Shimon Omer, who's true the shchita? It says, oh, I have a right. It says in the Mishnah, shchita gives it the susceptibility to tumah. My love, the shchita b'lo yidam. Oh, the Chari meant only shchita, not the blood. No, that's not a good raya. No, it's after shchita. I'm still trying to prove whether Shimon knows the blood has the ability to make something mixture with Tashma. He says, it's not the blood, it's the shchita. No, it's not a good raya. How come perhaps I can push it off and say, is it only the blood that's one of the 7 mashkim? There's also something on the mouth. So I want to show you real quickly. Check this out. There are 4 types of blood. We did it very, very nice. See? With ketchup instead of blood ketchup. On the right, dam halala, very important. A guy shoot an animal, and if the meat eats after it dies, that's not shchita. It's from an arrow to the head. It's a different type of blood. Blood. Second to the right, dam agrafasai, blood that comes from an injury. He's still alive. He's injured. He's bleeding. There's blood from a dead animal that died naturally, and there's blood from the shchita. 3 different things. Here, let's take a look. There's something here. Also very very artistic, hard to understand maybe. They're nervous they're going to get eaten. Is that we're holding Dama Mace? This is an animal that died. It's one of the 4 types of blood we saw. An animal dies naturally. No shkita, no bullet to the head. Dies naturally and it's bleeding. So, or it has blood. Any master, that blood is not good enough for Mukshal Kavatuma. Oh, here it is on the my lab. You can infer from this, but Adam Shkita Maksher. If it's Shkita blood, it is Maksher. Adam Chalol Maksher. No, you're right, it's a very good deal. But you don't go to the one all the way to the left, go to the one all the way to the right. It's coming to infer from this that if the blood comes out of a wound that caused it to die, not a Shkita, then that's Mukshal Kavatuma. But Shkita, the one all the way to the left, doesn't have the ability to be Mukshal Kavatuma. So what? So what are you going to tell me? What? It doesn't have the ability. Who's reading Dam Shkita of a So then say the bigger chiddush and say that Shkita blood is not real blood. It doesn't have the ability to be Mashal Kavatuma. And certainly blood that comes from a dead animal. No, that makes it strictly something like I knew to say the blood of a dead animal. What's the difference how it died, whether a person killed it or it died on its own? There is a difference. If you kill an animal, then the blood is Mukshal Kavatuma. If the Malchamavas kills the animal, it doesn't have the ability. Tashma, Shimon Omer. But someone says about Krishna, what time is it? What do you want to stop over here? Let's stop over here. Fine. Rabbi, stop over here. Rabbi have a wonderful day. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wow. They've been there again.
Merit the Spush of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Not only have I never done the show, I've never listened to the show. Or excited to have you as another bucket. Welcome. You're in Fort Wayne today. I am. We're happy to have you. We're going to have happy because we're watching some comedians do comedy. Maybe it's the first time. Maybe they've done it before. It's going to be crazy. We're going to enjoy it. Maybe you can help them out here.
Good morning, right inside.
I love it. We're excited. We have Tom Berry. And as you guys know, Die Hard Phil Tony fans, there is a band on this show. Yeah.
What a day yesterday. I have to apologize to a lot of people. It was a last minute thing. The one and only. There's only one person that I know who does a job like that is Rebecca. I mean, Ty's in the view. He literally killed it. He wrote the Sefer called Sichas Urim, the original Sefer, round, giant Sefer on the second screen. And all the kidneys and all the workings of the behemoth. We had him. It was a little bit of a tragedy. I wanted to be behind the mitzvah like last time of the Matas Kahuna, so I purchased the sheep with no money. And then it turned out that the sheep was basically not the kosherest of all kosher. That circus, big circus. So, some people showed us how to be Mako and how to do it, but it's not meat that we would eat. So, but the whole process is unbelievable. From the beginning, from before the Shita, all these people came, they gathered in the ground. It was wild. And then he had a helper, and so he was describing. First, he detached the head, showed us the cut of the vessel, the Basek, Doila, and all the Kabois, and how it works, and why, and how the animal doesn't choke when it's trying to eat. Jimmy can turn the vessel, the special mechanism, the whole thing. And showed us the upper jaw, the lower jaw, dissected it, all these little people are staring, about it. And meanwhile, his helper guy, another chauffeur, is skinning the animal, and then they opened it up and showed us all the stuff. The small intestines, not only just learning the kishkis, the small intestines, the large intestines, the liver, everything, the lung. I got the lung, I took a picture of all these parts of Seattle and Travis. We'll be using. Like yesterday's Gemara, it says, Ahu Yoy, whatever the lesson was, way by Yoy, but it means that day, that there was been a Zaya, throughout Shas, we'll say that day, I apologize to all those who missed it, like this whole side over here missed it, sit down. Everything's videoed, yeah. Bendy was there, the whole area was there, it was beautiful. Then it was Rabbi David. I want to point out, I didn't realize, I threw it out in share about vaping and smoking, and the response was very, very, very strong. People in the share that are sitting in the room, not trying to be scared, stop smoking. So this is their second day. And then we're gonna, but they took people around the world spoke about it. It was featured in different statuses, different articles, different. Like it went a little bit more than usual. And a person that's very big in the share, we know his name, David Solomon, the one and only corporate sponsor of the share. So he wants to sponsor because of this stuff, and he wants to sponsor like the whole sponsorship, basically to encourage people to stop vaping because it's very dangerous. And secondhand, there's a guy in Yiddish, somebody sent me a 5-minute thing. I've never seen this guy, but it seems like a popular person. He has like a big following, and he started his whole what is it called? No, not campaign now. A monologue, but like he went on and on. What's it called? A rant. He went on a rant, starting with what I said and how I sold with my own eyes the surgeries of young people. And he said very, it's all in Yiddish, so I would show it, but it's in Yiddish. I could show part of it maybe for tomorrow. He's Jonathan Schwartz, the doctor from Borough Park, has new status. He said that research shows that if you smoke, it takes about 7 minutes off your life. And cigarettes, so he says even if it's 20 seconds. So you're not going to actually die, 20 seconds. Taking away from your life 20 seconds. And then the second hand smoke that you give somebody else, taking 20 seconds away from that person. He went on a rant, and he said he spoke and he told me how to stop. Read this book. Millions of people stopped. I know people that read the book. I forgot the name of the book. He says, yeah, stop. But it gets a whole thing. Don't fool yourself. I know you tell yourself that you're Zaydik. You look 117 and when you smoke and this and that. There's no other things. Anyways, it's a thing. So let's get into it. A few people here. You have effective immediately in Staten Island. It's a smoke-free zone. Rape the faith. And Rabbi Rothschild, the two famous. I don't know who's more famous. Oh, here they are, live on Zoom. Yeah, live on Zoom. Let's hear him. Let's hear him. Put him on. I don't hear. I don't know. Like they are muted. It's their fault. It's your fault. You're muted. Jamie, press on mute. And press on mute. Jamie's rant is hyperlinks. Oh, you missed my whole rant about vaping. Yeah, so I'll tell you in a second. Okay, fine. Who is this? Dear Belly, I've been learning that Yoimi for more than a full cycle already. I've been part of a new life for close to a year and a half. 2 weeks ago, I was traveling to Ruleval, Switzerland. That's the first outs I've ever seen. I went with my wife right after we got married, and I watched the shear on the YouTube screen. Tests and all of it. Ads, because he logs into a non-Jewish man. He says if I have a new account on YouTube, a new subscriber, it's not so Jewish because he logged in from his thing. I think he made him like it, I think. If you ever hear about a non-Jewish man, okay, attach his measuring from now. First, if you're involved in a picture of me watching share on the screen in the room, know that every screen connected parents spend all the time and energy immersed in it, simple marketing.
So let's talk about it, Jay. Is this your first time attempting stand-up comedy? Yes. Wow, congratulations. There you go.
My name is Doug Kai. Not going. My wife surprised me in the belly, wishing me happy birthday and his back. Beautiful surprise, thank you. I work in New York City. I was early in the morning to be back from the belly. The boy said it's Rev, yeah? I'm not the R-E-V, not R-A-V. That's a Rav. Not a Rev. Fabrice at 60, not hitting this guy, just accumulating. Then with the Fabrice, they gotta put a stop to it. Then with the Fabrice at 6:15 a.m., finish it up on the LAR. Is that what you say? The railroad. When I was leaving yeshiva because I didn't like it, one of my rabbis told me if I leave, I will never make a scene in my life. Look at me now. But I'm finishing shots in summer. Nice part of shots. Things with MDY. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Belly and MDY. We should play out the Kai. All the schools are very supportive of the young ones. What's his name, man? David Love. He was at the speaker. Yeah. There he is. Our favorite Yosef at Sadis. Here's some pictures. Paint for the sheet. This is the fighter in the background. The hat and jacket. This is the hall next door of the kitchen. And this is the part that my son and his whole class left.
Stuck in your head. Thought of Samsung was stuck in your head, and you would be on Audacity to criticize their commercials. You cannot stop thinking about Samsung. I'm going to show them. I'm going to erase that commercial.
What he's explaining is the Philadelphia is that these two guys right next to each other, we discuss all the time, the trachea and the esophagus. The esophagus is very, very soft muscle. The trachea is built with a very patently design. That patent that, first of all, it's very thick. So it's anti-injury. So if you punch it in the neck, it's not going to collapse and it'll continue breathing. But also at the same time, it has to be very flexible because it has to move his neck. So the way it's designed is a bunch of ribs. These are kabaz. And in between the ribs is, muscle. And therefore, it's a terminal direction. But yet at the same time, it's very, very solid. And it's made out of material that's like a hybrid. It's in between bone and muscle. It's not neither, but it's. The thing always describing the philatria in the actual animal. This is the best babysitting dog. He didn't have a baby. He had a baby. Okay. My boys, here we go. The official. This is maybe one shot. The receptive by Zed and Yao Shoha. Back from the dollar in the new Gemara Anonymous and honor with everyone in his family. Go ahead, Mr. Anonymous. I appreciate it. The shir is sponsored by David Saul, dedicated memory of Avi Meir, small bar, time to Goy, Colonel Rafa, Stop the Way. The Apologetic Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the Alliance and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, Hassan Lucas, we got to thank you for Chief Betty. Anonymous, please thank them and I'm Jim Kaleva Sester, Young Daniel, Rosenfeld, Silva, Ari Simon, Bucky Spence, who's talking right now. The first name of Avi Meir, Miriam, Young Daniel, Rosenfeld, Aras Bishef. Another bunch of sponsors, Anonymous, their name up for the Rufen Ben Yehudis and Avi Shaya Ben Slavic Royal Bay. Spanish year, weekly sponsor, wishing the NY Bank to be at second slot, Shmaya. Anonymous, let us something to the young Kazo. Shmuel and Ahuka sister, memory of Hayaldo Shader Hirschberg, the last loyal lady, was killed yesterday at a fight, an 8-year-old kid. Where the Shama should have an Aliyah, and Shpaka should have an Obama. Robert Haley President. Harris Berkeley make money from the shear, gives back to the shear. Let me show them running from Robert Haley. Gratitude to Hashem for everything. Daily sponsors Ariel and Ezra Gans. Dr. Gans. In honor of our father, Dr. Shmuel Gans' birthday. Thank you for supporting us always. A&E. I think these kids that came to the parks. Did you see me give shear? Also, benefit for Dr. Shuley's hands from Florida. Mr. and Mrs. David Heidel. Deal, Dale. Thank you, Ravelli, and MDY staff for the courage. Oh, yeah. I hear what he did there. He's telling his wife, why are you trapping Ellen to say happy birthday? You should send in a post. Okay, you got that. Okay, beautiful. The wife, how's your wife supposed to know? Anonymous with the merit of Leah Chaya, Bastikar Fagel, and Yosef Ben Chaya. Anonymous. Thank you, Hashem, is supposed that the government problem should go away. Amen. Yes, Berger is supposed to name off for Yao Bas Batsheva. Anonymous, Magdov Kazedi, Kasriel Schiller, and son-in-law Baruch Hosmer, and birth of his baby boy for being committed Talmidim of MDY, Mazikov, and by Yoshua Airbrides. In appreciation of Rebellion for changing my life, I doubt every day on the bus. But like Shkita, I had an unbelievable impact on my Abby's understanding of food. He was there. We did the whole time. Especially Yeshua. Wow. Sure, on status. On Yeshua Enterprise's status. If you want to know what a daily bus driver goes through, go to Yeshua Enterprise's status. Sure. This is month, the only thing I want to know, brother, also. What happened to your brother? Oh, that's it. The month is over, I guess. No, but he's a month. He's a sponsor. NYK sponsor. HYK Ventures. Monthly innovation has a specific to the simple thing. There you go. And if you move this past Yafa Kaya, WIR, first name you on it, I need them on the show for Bracha. Did anybody go visit him yesterday? Ayala, Daniel said, Ben, Ayala, that's the first, before we start right now. I just want to say Shalom Aleichem. I forgot to say Shalom with you last time. Brother-in-law. Oh, that's the whole reason. Get over here. What's your name? Frost? From Brooklyn. That's good. I could have said it better. You guys jumped out of the seat. That's where you're from? That explains everything. Join the Shalom, man. I know this. I would have gone easier on you all these years. It's not your fault. Azriel, get over here. Azriel, get over here. This is a big thing. Azriel and his father came last night to the shir last night. Apparently, he didn't understand it 100%. How old are you? Hey, רגע, אתה מדבר אנגלית גם? You good? In English? So you heard the whole shir last night. I don't really understand. Ashani, Shlishi, you got a little confused? So you came back today all the way from Yerushalayim. So what time do you have to get up to get here? You got up at 6 o'clock to come to the shir today. That's 10 years old. 10 years old. You got 2 shir every day. You got this with Benny. Look at the father. What's your name again? Alex Beck. So you brought your kid here. Drove him twice. And you were at the Shkita the whole street thing? You were at the Shkita farm? Did you like it? What part do you like? The blood, the this, the brains. You saw the brains? What was your favorite part? No, of the whole thing. Sorry, guys, I'm nervous. Shkita part or how they cut it open? You like to cut it open. The smell is also kind of fine. No, it's good. Alright, Rabbi Rothschild, here we go. We are holding like 10 lines from the bottom of the Megillah on the face. to remind the other what's going on over there. We're talking about people's hands. Chachamim instituted a special tumah on the hands. This isn't the whole body, just the hands. The hands have a, when we look at the chart of tumah, the hands are somewhere in the middle, very weak. It's a weak tumah. All the hands can do is that it touches certain foods that are very, very susceptible to tumah, that have a very high sensitivity to tumah, then it will become tumah. It will make them a shlishi. A shady can make something a shlishi. Could a shady make a shady? We'll see. Possible according to a certain level. Well, actually, no. A shady could make a shady according to everybody in a certain way. So, the problem that we have in reviewing yesterday, that's what we're dealing with today, is if your hands are shady, why does it seem from the Mishnah? The Mishnah says, yesterday we shusted an animal and blood squirting everywhere and put it in a special bucket. And we did, I don't know, they put a bunch of clothing in there, but there was blood like not shot. This says if there's zero blood, and the meat is not susceptible to tumah. So if you touch it with your dirty, disgusting, shady hands, nothing happens to the meat. Why? Because they didn't get any liquid. They didn't have any liquid, it's susceptible to tumah. And what if they did have liquid? What if it did bleed like our animal yesterday with blood? So if you touch it with your shady hands, you come from it. How in the world? How does a shady make something from it? That's the Gemara. So the Gemara is going to introduce to us a new thing now. That's what's interesting about these sugars. They're not difficult, but they're brand new to us. Things that we've never heard about in our life. There's a person who is wearing jeans. And jeans is one name. Some people call him a third drummer. Don't shake your head, yes. I was joking. Oh, you do that? Some people go, yeah. And he only uses a peekaboo, but he pretends to be like a customer talent. He tries really hard to keep the halachas of tumah on even food. He says this, which I personally keep in my house, just every time it's new house, spoiling, try to sell my house for 4 months or so. He takes this and he says, I'm treating this like food. I don't have to, this is food. This is from, nobody gave it to me. It wasn't nutritious. Nobody separated as a tumah and meiser. This I bought in the store, it's regular food, it's very mundane, anybody could eat it, Israel could eat it. But I want to treat this as tumah. Why? Because I'm a client. And as a client, I want everything in my house to be treated on the same level. I don't want any problems. I don't want anybody eating by mistake. One day my friend is going to give me a grapefruit, a truma grapefruit. My wife's going to eat it. So I got to treat this with respect as truma. No truma, be careful, don't touch this, don't do anything with it. There's a guy that takes it up another level. He treats meat as fuck. As if they just came off from his bath. As if they just came from the base of Migdash. As if every meat, all the meats in his freezer, all the stuff in his refrigerator, all the Benny's meat, all the Empire meat, they're all meat. Touch it. Again, he's wearing jeans and he has, I davened in a shoe like that. I couldn't believe it. I'm serious. The guy gets and touching the long before the whole thing. the golden Torah, the whole thing. So I'm like, oh, this is going to be well, this is someone
What's your plan on seeing this girl again?
then I looked at it, I see, man, like, just didn't go well with the whole.
Yeah.
And then it gets up there with. What just happened? I found out he's a chassid from a famous rebbe in St. Louis. Oh, what happened? The guy is pretending. He's just a pretender. Kind of real.
6 years.
That's you could
Oh my gosh. Why did you pick Valentine's Day?
Look, I just want to tell you what I'm doing tshuva. I make fun of Hasidim, I make fun of Yishayim, make fun of Litvash, make fun of everybody. But here, when it comes to Kodesh, so look, he's trying to be Kodesh, but he's foolish. He really is Jew. He really is regular mundane meat, but he's pretending he's watching it with the fullness of Kedusha. So, basically, we're talking about these two things, but more so this guy. Today we're going to talk about him. It's a guy who is protecting his need of Paris HaKodesh. So our Mishnah, I should have brought a piece of meat, that's what I need to have done, but our Mishnah is talking about this guy right over there. This is what we're talking about. He is pretending on Kool-Aid that it's Kodesh. And therefore that explains the problem. What's the problem? If you have a sheni hand, look at a sheni hand, it only has sheni krumah. A sheni krumah cannot make regular, and we told the we proved that our whole mission is on Kool-Aid. How do we prove it? Because it says in the Mishnah, fire. There's wild beasts, antelope, deer. There's no antelope and deer. That's in the Mishnah, antelope and deer. But there's no antelope and deer. It's illegal. So it can't be cultured. It must be regular venison. That you buy in the stores, you get in the fancy restaurants. Deer. So you might as well go to the shop. Shai says, we're talking about foolish. But we're talking about a guy that's very macbeth of foolish. He treats the foolish like it's meat from the Beis Hamikdash. And if you take your shiny hand and you touch it, Chachamim are going to tell you that it becomes a slishi. It actually does have an effect on this meat because you took it upon yourself. Not because in reality it's like that. No, that's exactly what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah says that it doesn't hurt anything because there's no liquid. But if there was liquid, it would do something. Why? Because we sell a Paris HaKodesh. Yeah, that's that liquid. But that's what we mentioned about it. It's the deal to the Mishnah. The Mishnah says that if there's no liquid and it's done on Paris HaKodesh and you touch it with your hand, it does nothing. But if there was blood and then you touch it with your shiny hands, it will have an effect on this cooling piece of meat. This is meat, not a grapefruit. Why would it have an effect on this piece of meat? Because he treated it with super high kedusha of touching. Now, for Reb Fighter, for Reb Bendy, and if you want to enjoy it all, I know Reb Bendy likes this. I'm just going to throw this out for him. The whole thing is going about doing a Paris HaKodesh. There's one man that says that that nothing happens. That if you treat something on Paris HaKodesh, there's zero tumah. I don't care that you treat it on Paris HaKodesh. In fact, if you treat it on Paris tumah, that will make a difference. But to treat it so extreme, it's nothing. I don't care about that. There's no such thing as a person treating it like a partner. There's many people, many guys, Rabbi Rothschild included, when you go to his house, he treats all his food with a Paris HaKodesh. He knows this, Donnie also. I'm sorry. I didn't ask him, but I I'm assuming. Of course. So, you see, I know. This yes, this not. That's the sheet to hear. That if you try to do something that's a purpose, you got nothing. Below Nasir Shlishi. But then you have three sheets that we're going to see two of them today. And it goes in levels. From worst to best. So it's from best to worst. You see, it's green, Shlishi, they don't make a review. They're not they become Shlishi. If you treat your food requires a paper, you're Shlishi. And then you have somebody who says, no. It has the ability to give off sugar. It's so severe that it has the ability to give a review. And then there's somebody that says that if you touch this fruit with your shiny hands, this fruit will become a shady, meaning it can make something else a solution. So you have only in the bottom. Your second hand makes this meat a shiny. My shiny hand makes this a second, the shiny, and the one's going to spend time in the work. But usually you drop a level. No, it's so strong, it's so severe when I say that my fruit should be treated like touching, that if my second touches this fruit, this meat becomes a shiny to the point that it can make something else shlishi. And somebody says, no. A shiny drops down to shlishi. So what does this do, a shlishi? It can make something else a revi. And then the guy second from top, the line the top revi, meaning this becomes a shlishi, but that's it. It doesn't move. It becomes chesed, but it doesn't give over to something else. Wow, 27 minutes into the show. So that the model is a very short daf today. Right, and shady. Correct. I don't know if are you able to fix that, Gary? And all the way in the bottom, where it says Haim Shlishi, when the time of Shlishi, say Haim Shane. You have to switch that real quickly. It would be great. Meanwhile, let's see inside. It's not a Shlishi. All my rebels are in the shower. We're talking about this piece of meat, not this. We're talking about a guy that's super locked in on his meat that it should be left. It's chulin. He bought it in the store. He didn't get it from the Beis Hamikdash. He pretends that he got it from the Beis Hamikdash, and he's very careful not to touch it, like you don't touch things from the Beis Hamikdash. And you may know what? His shiny hands, everybody together, his shiny hands, when they touch this becomes a shlishi. Like your Yeshua. It doesn't go like Yeshua. And we're going to see on Lamed Aleph that Amanda says it does go like Yeshua. Why does it go like Yeshua? Yesanya. That's all, man. Something called Tumas Kuvia. Your back. It's the top of your body. So if you eat, the first sheet is very, very simple. You are what you eat. You ever heard of such an expression? So if you eat a rishon, you become a rishon, because you are what you eat. And if you eat a shayni, shayni. You eat a shlishi, shlishi. So even though some of you don't have Makudis, and this could be one of those confusing sentences in Shas. So you wrote her too? You can read it. Shlishi, it could be a mess. But it goes like this. If you eat something that is on the level of Tumah of a Rishon, what do you become? Rishon, your body becomes a Rishon. If you eat something that's a Sheni, your body becomes a Sheni. And if you eat something that's a Shlishi, your body becomes a Shlishi. The Yeshua says, and the Gemara is going to rip in the heart from Rishon, you're right. If you eat something, you drop down a level. So if you eat a Rishon, you become a Sheni. But he says, but also if you eat a Sheni, you become a Sheni. Huh? Does that make sense or both sides? What should happen? You eat a Sheni, you become a Shlishi. But he doesn't say that. He says, the Sheni. Well, here's even more confusing. He says, if you eat a Shlishi, what happens if you eat a Shlishi? What do you become? A Revi. If you eat a Shlishi, you should become a Revi. But he doesn't say that. He says, if you eat a Shlishi, you become a Sheni. If you eat a Rishon, again, if you eat a Rishon, drop that Sheni. If you eat a Sheni, you stay on the same level. If you eat a Shlishi, go up a level. What is going on here? And he says, that you don't become, when you refer to Truma, if you touch Truma, it doesn't become common. And what are we talking about? What is the case? And he says in the Jewish, listen to this, and this is super important. Let's go back to one second before we read this line. We just established that our list is talking about a guy who's keeping Paris HaTzedek. And he says, very different. This guy. We're talking about a guy who keeps the halachas of Truma on all his food, which would, I can infer a simple deal that it's not talking about this case, because it's only talking about Truma. This case would alone. This is zero. If a person accepts upon himself to keep a Paris HaKodesh, they wouldn't do anything. Says the Gemara. The person outside Paris Truma is the only person who is very macro in his food like Truma. Paris Truma in a Paris HaKodesh, no. It doesn't work on Paris HaKodesh. And then they know what? Our mission can't go like Yeshua. We just established that our mission is a Paris HaKodesh, and he just said it's talking about a Paris HaKodesh, so it doesn't go according to Yeshua. That's the Kodesh thing. As a Kodesh in, as a Kodesh thing. Why? The son of food. Not so. Paris HaKodesh, less than Shlishi. The Kodesh holds that when you do it, Paris HaKodesh, this guy, it's zero. It doesn't, your shady hands do not create a Shlishi. That's the Gemara. Yeah. Okay, that's a start because hardly anybody does it. Who's going to be so muscular to do it? There's a lot of kohanim, and they have to be muscular. They're very careful. They don't want to mix up things in their house. Don't touch them, no. See? Correct. This is me. Me situation. Well, we'll talk about it in 10 seconds. Okay. Ask the Gemara a simple question. Why do you have to say that our mission is not like Yeshua? Say that it's Rabbi Yeshua. Well, who told you that the mission is talking about a guy who's super muscular on his food, on his meat, that should be touching? Maybe it's talking about a person that's super muscular that is fruit should be truma, and therefore, if a second hand, my hands are second, there's shady. touch my food in my refrigerator, this will become a shlishi, even according to Yeshua. So I could say that the mission is talking about, according to Yeshua, also goes. You look at this more, but things are not going to it goes like Yeshua, and it's only about Truma. There's something like that. No, that didn't even occur to me. The mission is talking about meat. Shchita, no blood. It's talking about meat. See, the Truma, what's Truma? Truma is only on your produce, on fruit and vegetable. That's it. It doesn't happen to me. See, the Truma, it can't be a guy who's not good on Truma Sakoish. So Ella might be touching. So look, you're so happy that the mission is talking about touching. But then you have another problem. But there are no deer. So why in the world would a person be marking on a deer and say that it's super sensitive, like meat that came up in his bath? But there is no deer in his bath. When you're right, there's no deer in his bath. But I have to be careful in my house for all meats. My wife, when she goes and grabs a piece of steak out of the freezer, sometimes she grabs the deer steak instead of the buffalo steak. She doesn't see the difference. They look the same. If it's not packaged well, and it doesn't say exactly what it is. In the freezer, it got mixed up, and the refrigerator get mixed up. So we look like Hanim, or what are these people like Kohanim usually? They're not good on Darius, HaKodesh, uneven, even the deer meat. And that's why, even though it says in the Mishnah, it fits right in. There are people who backward that all their meat should be, I'm going to watch them and treat them as touching up in his bath. Even on meat, that doesn't apply to his bath because meat and meat to get confused. Why is there less mitzvah? Does he affect? But to say that our mission is talking about touching instead of truma, when people that are market, or how that are market to treat their produce with Gusha, they don't confuse that with meat. You don't confuse meat and a pickle. You confuse meat and meat. You confuse venison and beef. You don't confuse a pickle with so we hold our mission is only talking about fruit, not meat. So, okay, so can't be cooked. Oh my God. Says I'm in my friend's China. The things are not so bad because when you just said. Today our mission is talking about this thing. Yeah, he's makbid on his meat. That should be kodesh. Everybody knows your hands are shiny. Your hands touch that meat in the refrigerator. The meat becomes shlishi. My friends say, "Who look here, Yeshua?" Like we just established. It can't be Yeshua because Yeshua says it's talking about he's makbid on it like truma, not like touch it. No, I mean, but you should know I hold that Mishnah goes like Yeshua. Well, wait a minute, we have a major problem. What do you mean I hold it like Yeshua? I'm saying that it's established that the Mishnah is talking about Al-Tayas HaKodesh. The Mishnah says Mefurish is talking about Tayas HaKodesh. And we said, oh, it means not Kodesh. No, you didn't. He said, even a person who cares about Truma, but certainly a guy who cares about it like Kodesh, touching is much more sensitive than Truma. So if I say this, Truma guy, so certainly this. Not this and not this. He's not excluding Kodesh. He's saying even Truma, but certainly Kodesh. That's another way to look at it. Yeah? Understood, everybody? Three of them. How old are they? 13, 9, 3 of them. 13, with me. Oh, you hear Shani and Shlishi, you get all nervous. Maybe there's a video I can throw here. Like the wolf. This is tomorrow. Actually, you have to get tomorrow's video. Let's steal tomorrow's video. It has nothing to do with it. Not simply. A little bit. Just shows that his hands that are thumbing, there's shiny hands. Oh! He didn't watch Nugget. That's the sad. Okay, no. Got it? This hands are still shiny. He lives in the kitchen and touches this cooler that they have spices in it. Okay, different thing. Okay, but you get the idea that it's so perfect that came here. Give up. That was what? Yeah, that's how it's sweet. Everybody come, but no, I mean, certainly if a guy accepts upon himself to treat everything like touching, then the Kamir is this issue that if you touch it with your second shady hands, then it becomes a solution. My kiddush is, when I said true, I didn't mean only true, I said even true. And I feel like it's an actual. I thought as soon as you know, money, because we're going to have to start the bed, so be it free. Now we want you to say something super interesting. I'm from Raya. I want to figure out this friend of his. Who's the friend? I don't know. We're prove that's Rabbi Rothschild. How could I prove it? Rabbi Rothschild. Come on. It's like a complicated Raya to prove who the friend is. He goes to the bottom of the ramen, literally. No, I agree with Leslie, very sure. What's Gishmak? To understand the behind the scenes. What was going on between the two of them? They were arguing. Again, remind the island. The Leslie says that it's a body's full. If I eat a one, I become a one. You are what you eat. So I eat a shani, I become a shani. Shlishi for sure. It says, impossible to understand, like even to remember what he says. He says, if you eat a Risha, you drop the shani. If you eat a shani, you remain a shani. If you eat a shlishi, you pop up the shani. What in the world is going on here? So he tells him, oh, let's make sure. But see, cover him and all you can find in the Torah, we had this a few times in the last few days, that a person, that the person eating the food is worse than the food itself. The tumor of his body is more sensitive than the tumor that comes off the food. Where they see it? By a bird. Why? A bird, if you touch a bird, nothing. But if you eat the bird, consume the bird, it goes into your body, in a vela. So you know the kosher bird that's in a vela. You touch an vela, you touch a dead cow, a dead sheep, that wasn't shafted, you get kumas vela. You touch a dead kosher bird, you don't get any kumas. But if you consume it, you eat it, then you get punished. You see that the person that eats it is more susceptible to kumas than the food itself. But you know, I can tell them, oikos. The guy eating is more common than the oikos in the food. The mela what? The mela, if you eat a risha, you should at least be a risha. You're consuming it. That it even makes your clothes coming. So at least if you eat a Rishon, you should for sure be a Rishon. Shmuel says, and I understand what Shmuel completely. Shmuel, the middle of some car, and they're going, how can you learn from the available bird that a lot of us, just a few days ago, didn't even know this halacha existed. That if you touch dead, the available bird notice I'm coming. Only if you put it in the back of your mouth. Well, it's like, the pretty sure it's a one-time thing in the fire. Yes. I cooked it to you, and it's in the shamach and told you no, the opposite. The food is worse than the guy that eats it. Food is more common. How do I see that? See about the debate that a piece of this fruit, how big does this fruit have to be in order to receive someone from a dead rat? One egg. One bacon. Yet a person eating only becomes funny after he eats 2 eggs. So the Mela walk, what do you see? That the person eating is less susceptible than food itself. So food itself is 1 kibbetza. The person eating it is 2 kibbetza. Here we have a Gibavika. It's very artistic. This is like our MDY doll. A pras is a half of bread. So what's a half of pras? A quarter of a bread. A half of bread. Chatzi pras. Pras is half.
Yeah, for the most part.
2 eggs.
Yeah, something like that.
You might have made it more confusing than
This guy's like works for the CIA, but he's a pizza delivery guy.
So,
how long you been delivering pizzas for? Probably about a year, but I'm trying to find something, a little bit more.
where are you paying attention?
Steady. Like what?
What do you say? It's very interesting. I like that you like that. Maybe we should put it on Facebook.
I'm not exactly sure. Something where I can.
The sheer of the food becoming common is 1 egg. The sheer of you becoming common by eating is 2 eggs. You see that a person is less susceptible to nicer food. One way, if not, so is the matter. If a person is less susceptible to food, so what happens? The main law says Yeshua, if you eat a rishon, what happens? You drop down. Your body drops down a level because your body is less than the food. So if you eat food that's a 1, your body becomes a 2. You become less. So what's the problem with that? The problem with that is right, and what happens when you eat a second? When you eat a shady, what should happen? You follow according to this, you should drop down, you become a slishi. So why in the world did you remain shady? Lezer, the leg says you can't do anything from how many eggs you have to eat in order to become coming, and how many eggs. Because there's different shiurim have different things, there's different reasons behind the shiurim. It's only to do with how common they are and how not common they are. It's how much fits in your mouth, etc. It's not how much tumah it gives off. So let me right here is 1 egg here. So, I don't understand you. Now we should change. When we said that it should drop down according to the smaller why should it drop down for the person eating it, his body has left susceptibility to tumor. So when you eat a one, you turn into a two. That makes so much sense. The sheni lama. If you eat a sheni, your body should drop down to a shlishi. So why in the world do you say that if you eat a sheni, you remain a sheni? All of a sudden, why would you eat? Oh my lord, let's see the sheni. It's a sheni. How you dig? Check this out. This is mama's beautiful. I have water over here. I have two.
Let's talk about it. I think he looks like if Ed Hardy locked himself into a
Let's say this fruit is a sheni fruit. This is a sheni fruit. If this sheni fruit touches this fruit, if this is action, let's say, this will become a shlishi. Check this out. If I pour water on this like this, so just add the water to this. The water is on this fruit. This water becomes a reshine. You hear what's going on here? It climbs. So pour my drink in. There. This water becomes a reshine. So now I have reshine water. How did this water become reshine?
Actually, it's an original.
Because it touched the shade. And it goes up the Rabbi. It goes up the reshine. So now I take this fruit and I touch this water. What happens to it? Comes a shade. So I have a way that a shady makes a shady. And that's why they say that a shady becomes shady. You know what's going on here? You ask me, well, how does a shady make a shady? It should drop down. Yes, but I have something on the bridge that I can make a shady into a shady through touching water. Now that we know that, let's see this video here for a second. It's also more artistic than. But you understand that the middle part is very nice. I like the way he's in the middle.
Jimmy. So anything else we should know about you, Jimmy, before we can play through it?
Yeah, why not? I actually. So I've actually had a stutter pretty much all my life, and then I don't have it as much, but when I first started doing stand-up comedy, it was really bad.
Yeah, how'd you get rid of it?
I really do not know. Maybe it's just because I can't perform on stage, and I feel more comfortable on stage just one way. Sometimes I'll stutter when I get like nervous, but it hasn't really been happening as much, so I think things are been going really good so far. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Stutter to the butter. One more time.
I just feel bad that I'm not famous enough to trigger that stutter.
Oh, it's the wrong one.
Honestly, it's kind of hacky, but yeah.
All right, Jimmy. Well,
What was this supposed to be?
So far tonight, you got the set of the night so
Okay.
far. 3 years
I should have told you before. Okay, that was a good one. I have a different one now. What I really want to show you is you're not in the mood for this, huh? This one, right here. How about this one?
Goes by the name of Zach Garner, everybody.
So
Zach
maybe you want to
Garner.
use it.
Hey,
It's
Zach.
very bad.
Here he comes. Walking to the stage. Zach Garner.
What's up, Tiger Roo? I'm 31. I'm single. I'm at the point in my life where I'm not going through the natural progression, but I'm watching other people my age do it.
Oh, a banana that's the same as enough.
Graduate college, you meet a girl or a guy, you marry,
Hey,
you have
another food
kids or
channel.
whatever the national average is. And
What's
then you buy a
the that?
$60,000 truck. So I go to small town Indiana and get back in it.
Water.
Say
Things
things like,
itself, but if
hey,
it's
you see
water,
them
that's
tires?
business.
Stop.
a shiny banana that touches water, the water becomes what? A rishon. And now that it touches, that water touches another fruit, it becomes a shiny. Questions after the video?
Not it yet, but I'm close. I'll give you an example. If I was a girl, I'd be at the bar on the weekends trying to get pregnant. Because nothing says rock bottom like a bar. Yeah, it's my time. Wow, there you go. Welcome to the show, Zach. It's your first time on? No. 4 years. Oh. Been your first time here? Yeah, first time here. So very cool. I try to do it at least a few times a month. What do you do? I build furniture and art for a living. What do you build art? Yeah, art, furniture, tables, and wall hangings and things like that.
Oh. So the question is, so let's just read it. Let's see what shiny is. Shiny. This shady fruit can make this fruit a shady. So really, that's why I say that a shady becomes a shady. Oh, but wait a minute. You're making the first touches this. You're making it a shady. You're making this. You're saying that if a person touches it with the shady hands, the fruit should become a shady. But guess what? It's virgin between. You forgot about the virgin between. Let's remove this fruit for a second. There's a rishon. So maybe if I touch this fruit, the fruit should become a rishon. Why do you say it should become a shady? You're saying, oh, another step, the fruit that touches the water becomes a shady. But even before that, it becomes a rishon. So make it even worse. Say if a guy with shady hands touches something, it should become a rishon, not a shady. The water becomes a rishon. It's not anything that's a shady that makes a truma puzzle. It makes the water becomes the liquid becomes a rishon, a tefillah. Liquid for the oil. Do I need to show this again? But the person who touched Thomas, they go to the mikvah, and the day that he goes to the mikvah,
so Zach, tell us more about you.
He's in between. If he touches Truma, the Truma will become possible. But if he touches
so I used to be a counselor, which
this water, it won't become possible.
just in charge of
It's fully outside, it's fully outside.
class interaction with the children. Wow, that's exactly what Jerry Sandusky's situation is.
The sheriff becomes a Rishonim for the mikvah, goes to the mikvah, but he's not far until nightfall. So in mikvah, nightfall, what it is, he's a full yard, he's in between status. Today, he waits there until he's not a red tummy, and then when it comes night, it becomes green. So even if it's full yard, this water doesn't come from it. It doesn't make the water easy. I'm actually, he loves it. And here's the biggest problem. What did Rabbi Rothschild say? That a person with squishy hands, I'm sorry, not a person with squishy hands. If you eat a sheni, you become a shlishi. Shlishi, sheni lama. How does it go? Sorry, if you eat a shlishi, you become a sheni. How does it possible? Someone in trade of something other than a company.
tickets to Dave Matthews
Well,
Band.
that
Watch
was
tickets, and I
a
felt
Vanilla
like
Marty
just to watch.
Wow, you built the table and you got to see Dave
He says,
Matthews
I
Band.
was only talking about the person who keeps this guy right over here. I'm sorry. Don't
You
win.
said
So now we're going back to this. A guy who's keeping Taras Truma. He only keeps Taras Truma.
What would be the bottom seat section of
Yeah,
this show?
this guy. Vanilla Marty only somebody that does this. Not this. Only a person who keeps. Get this out of the way. That's what we're going on. Okay. And then I did Truma. That was, when did I say that a Shlishi jumps up to a Shani? When a person is watching all this in his house on the highest levels of Truma. Not Toyota. Why is that? And I'm going to give you the reason. Shitaharasa Truma. It's a lot bigger. I'm going to treat because when it comes to Kodesh, I'm going to treat, even if you watch yourself, you're very, very careful and treating like Truma, because I am.
They started drumming in their bellies, making music while in sync. Then one of the guys was like, all right, that's enough, we gotta go to bed. And another guy chirps in and he goes, yeah, we should call ourselves the Fabity. And they all started laughing and they started dancing.
I'm treating this. This is good. So exactly what we're doing. You treated your food like it's boring. It's not as boring for them. You know, it's super shady and squishy. So anyway, listen to this.
Well, Zach,
I'm treating.
where do you live again?
I'm a big fan of treating your food like Truma.
Yes. Do you live in? Wow.
It's one. But when it comes to function, it's a zero. I'm going to treat it like Truma.
This is what happens when you do a festival in Fort Wayne. You get people from
Mela.
all the hillbilly
A Shlishi. Your Shlishi?
It's like what they did in Charlottesville. It's like a call to arms.
I'm going to treat it so bad that it's going to go up in my drink up to Shane.
Know about that thing.
So we go through the whole.
So
again, just Rabbi, this is right here. It's the end of this.
Yeah, there he goes.
Just to wrap it up. What is Rabbi Shua hold? We're not talking about this guy. We had a Shiloh. Are we talking about that he mentioned Truma, that he keeps Truma? And certainly this. That was one slice. No. Rabbi Shua says in the Polish now. I'm talking about this and this only. He keeps Truma and he doesn't keep Titus. And the fact that he keeps Truma, we're going to treat him. When it comes to punching, we're going to treat him like the oyster, like a nothing. Like he's coming. He's coming. If you have three, so a third hand, you're going to become a Shani. So Mela. You still can't go like that. We said our Harishna says talking about what? Taras HaKodesh, this guy. He says, no, I don't know like Taras HaKodesh. I own Taras HaKodesh. So Mela, now I know who it is. There's just no orgasm. So back and forth between Eliezer and Yeshua. And finally, Yeshua says his reason. And he says in the beginning when I said, Al-Taras HaKodesh, I meant it. That's it. So who said it? Bravo. That's it. Over to the Rashi, the from down page. Putting the dot by that verbal specialist in the international relationship. This is even Rossi Salah the Bass. I want to pause it because she wasn't here. I'm going to take this in the city. There's a big Rossi order or something. I'm just going to repeat real quick. And we're going to give us some emails and start here. I spoke about smoking and vaping. A few people already wrote in that they stopped smoking. So they spoke about it, and so around the world, the whole thing, stop the vape. Dave Salmon is sponsoring this initiative, stop the vape. And I think if you trust it, you hold your vape the whole shit. If you say you're holding it, right now, here, show the camera. If you right now, for the sake of your children, your wife, say, find yourself not to vape for 30 days. Stop right now. You're not going to take another vape. Well, you know what? One more thing. You're going to say you're not going to vape. So many human cholesterol, and people are going to write in, Be'ez Hashem, they write in, I'll say their names, whoever stopped smoking, stop vaping, and you're going to be the first one. What? I've never heard of a European. Let's go. Let's try it. Yes. No, it's not. You're not. No, let me talk some words. That's the shit for the people that smoke. Bad stuff. Don't. Yeah. Come on, yeah. Do it. Think about it. Okay. Omer and Zera. Shreya Zulai will be the first one that I'm mentioning to just stop vaping right now. I don't know. Smoking or vaping? Which one is it? Mark? Probably vaping. I don't know. Smoking? He said smoking. He just stopped smoking right now. Come on. Yossi, you can do it. Yossi, you can do it. Let's go. You can do it. Today. Says the Gemara, Omer and Zera. Just look at a few more lines and we're done for today. Omer and Zera, Omer and Basi, Omer and Biyochel, Omer and Biana. Oh, so now we're going back to this list, yeah? Let's see where he fits in this list. The person needs a third, number 3 and 4. No, very, very weak to come up with it. These are the good. Shanasa Parish of Coach, but he treated her like it's pleasure, like it's a pleasure. Massive. Shady look like it. His body becomes a shady. Memela what? He makes it shlishi. His body, if he eats a shlishi, his body goes up a level. Basically, Zera Lavasi. So ask the question. Shlishi, shady. If you eat a shlishi, you go up to shady. Vein shady the truth. And what is it talking about? The person not self it's only talking about when the person except for himself outside truma. Sorry, only truma. Outside truma. It's this side, my left, your right. Not the kodesh, it's the truma. How did you just touch that? So this is the part you had in the middle. Leg, for the leg problem. When I said Truma, it means he is a lesser Truma than Kodesh. Kodesh is much more sensitive. Let me wait. It's not only Truma, it's even Truma. The two of them. It doesn't matter which one, but even Truma, the Truma is the much lesser one, it's less susceptible to trauma. Of course, the Kodesh, you treat it like a carbon, which is the highest level of Kedusha besides the Torah Aduma. Says the Gemara, maybe that was wrong. But you know what it is. In terms of susceptibility to trauma. The Gemara says, wait a minute, that's a great Torah. But he says, of course, only truma, not budget. So the Gemara says, who said he said it? One Madonna says that he said it like that. The other Madonna says he didn't say those words. We can continue for a minute, no? Let's just continue 1 minute. All the species of police, the person needs a third level of police. The national parachute. He treated it with respect to so his body becomes a shlishi, but the connection to one body is not allowed to eat truma, but it doesn't give off too many. Because it means it stopped right there. Like a master, what's the big deal? Anyway, we don't. Shlishi, if a person eats a shlishi, he eats a shlishi, sheni, he becomes a sheni in the body, so sheni in truma. You don't go down a level of truma. Truma when I said that was truma. And he's talking about when he respected it like truma. Sheni, how much shlishi have? It seems like the body does become passive. He's not allowed to eat any more truma. What does it mean his body becomes passive? He's not allowed to eat truma.
So, when you tried, let me ask you this.
It says, so what does it have? Doesn't it say this? No, it's not 100%. Don't say before you become a shlishi. I would say he's not a sheni, not a shlishi. Rabbi Rothschild, I just want to point out something. When smooth like anything, you should not like anything. 30 days straight. 30 days straight. Every receptor is going to have a dot here and there that you don't appreciate. You don't understand, you don't like. And that's stop yawning. And we go fight there. It's not a time to get discouraged there. Oh. Why do you say sheni? It's not sheni means only sheni not, but not shlishi. No, both. It's sheni and shlishi that you don't become. So why do you just use the word sheni? I don't. Because it works well in the word. Why do you have a sheni with since you use the word sheni? When it comes to Friday, I'm not even. Sheni b'truma. I don't think that. But a shlishi. Also, the master will know that he does become a shlishi. Your body becomes a shlishi. In other words, you're not allowed to eat truma anymore. On both sides, have a wonderful.
Probably the most successful person on this stage so far tonight. It didn't go successfully, but you look like it did. I can't see the better either. Wow. You're still. Let's not end on a sad note. Yeah, you just won't let it die. Even with us, the finish isn't happening. It's just like, you just can't bring this thing to a climax with you. Something's wrong with this package. We all have a soccer injury, so don't worry about it. Oh, yeah. There he goes, Taylor Butterneck. Butterconnect. One more time. Let's try this. Put your hands together for Ryan Porcel, everyone. Ryan Porcel. There we go. Ryan Porcel. Here he is. Live in the flesh. Ryan Porcel. One more time for Brian, everybody. It's your final comedian of the night.
Good morning, Rob. Welcome. We have a very special guest. My official from the official Gemara. We have one over here even. Oh yeah. This is him. Before we watch this, long time no see. Yishkoya. So what? There's a gift. Rebbitzin to Rebbitzin. Shkoya. And this is Rebbe to Rebbe. So I'm supposed to open it up. Oh, first we need the card. It's void slips. Rabbi Rothschild. It says your wife's name here also. So your belly had a skills to learn his daf consistently and daily for practically the last 2 years. Yes? Oh, you're gonna have to read it. Your business partner, Betsy Friedman, who I finally met in Morocco. I skipped some words. Please use this traveling tutorials to dive in a Betsy.
Even though things didn't go that well, I like the courage that you have behind your jokes.
I'm very good traveling school though, especially now. We have to do more trips now. Yeah, what's that type? What did it say here? Make the business successful. You read it. That's the problem, because it's in English. I mentioned.
By finding that in Morocco, attention, hard work, and you are about to should make the business successful beyond the MDY ticket every single day.
Oh, boy, once you're here, so now I open it up. Oh, wow, this is cool. This is cool. Cheetah man, step aside for a second. I'm sorry. Can you show it? Am I allowed to use it as a basis or only? Oh no! Wow! Oh wow! This is not normal. Check this out. The problem, I don't know if Bench is doing the daf right now. He's behind the daf, so you might not see this video. So now the next one. This is beautiful. Wow. Okay.
Taking something out of plastic and putting it on his stomach. It says baby on board. And what is this?
Okay. So it doesn't matter which one is what. Oh. 7 cards. It's in English also? It's a
I'd love to see this baby chewer impression.
Dear Betsy, I've heard you mention your name for about 2 years. I finally got to meet the partner who does the actual work in Morocco. So that your belly can be married very loud and Hashem should give you
However, I will say
tons of health so that the partnership shall continue this way. What? This way? Okay. Oh, this way. Use the feeling of colors as an added zero. With honor, my fish Lord, you read it. Let's see if you guys can read this English. Okay, right you. No, I need to let it back. I can get it in. You should go to another night. Unbelievable. MDY also bought you a gift, but we can't give it to you right now. Hold on. Maybe not as nice as this one. Okay. This is custom. Where are we? Yeah, we're both there, Crazy. Okay. Where do you put it? Well, let's see if I can look. I think it's somewhere like. Oh, necklace. Listen, if you got me a secretary of this size, I'd wear it. I'd wear it also. Take my money.
I love your risk taking.
Oh, yeah.
Hold
on, let me take it out of the box.
You have to force the 1 minute rule. Let's see if you do the 1 minute, and then you can do it 7-minute encore.
Heard? It's silver. No, you mentioned a while back. But the reason you do trips with big donors of MDY was out of gratitude to them. Since without them, you have to do raise charity. Personally, I think everyone who does this year should give money if they can. It's more beneficial to us. I believe it was Makis where we learned that 1,000 witnesses, okay, he has some terror over here. But by not pushing it, monthly, lots of us are losing out. He has a kind of me by not pushing it. I personally get $27.11 a month on autopay. To pay for $1 per daf, I think it means. It's 1 cent per daf. Why is it 1 cent per daf? Oh, every month he's paying for 1 cent. He says per daf. I didn't say what he's saying. I got it. $27.11 in Givaldi to pay for 1 cent per daf each day. You only recycle equal 90 cents per daf. This is about a year ago we were pushing it. So in my opinion, push the monthlies every day. I think by turning it out as you used to, regardless of whether everyone's budget is fully covered, I can't see it push needing more than 8 to 10 seconds. Maybe add that every $27.11 donation gets you a ticket to MDY sponsor. Of course, it's his amount. If you give his amount, you get a ticket into MDY sponsor trip. You go to the next Morocco trip. Besides the fact that it may encourage more donations, it also has the added benefit to the guys who feel bad that only the big donors go and not them. And that's exactly why we're going to open it up. Last year I went to Austria, didn't tell anybody. This year I'm going to Austria, I'm telling everybody. Why? Not because Ellie Spence is making money on this, because of this China. Oh, you only go with the big donors. I'm going on trips, big stuff, you can start it. I have nothing to do with it. But we could be there, we could bring. Oh, once I mentioned that. Okay, we'll mention that later.
So, as he said,
how he said that remind me, because a guy got an Airbnb right next to don't tell. And he comes to me and says, listen, I told her for so they're not going to let me in for this year. I said, of course they're not going to let me in. What are you doing? So and then there was a whole group from England. They called me up, or the guy left the residence. And they get an Airbnb next to what they left. I said they told our guy Wild, the guy in charge of the salary, that they're not going to let him in. The whole point was, okay, fine. Maybe they could give having said that, winners who gave less than $1,000 within the year, but were selected as revelers to represent the rest of the donors, it does feel odd seeing the videos of just the big donors with you. It feels like MDI has different classes, feels like. Also, ever since I subscribed to the monthly, I'm much less. Listen to this. This I never heard. This was a chiddush. Ever since I subscribed to the monthly, I'm much less inclined to drop out of the shir. I mean, I paid for this. I want every cent worth it. Many times I've gone through days when I dropped out, but I'm not leaving something that costs me money. I also get. We should start charging everybody now. I also get the kvetch anytime anyone spends on something I think was a waste. I can't believe this was they might hard-earned money. And there's a certain unexplainable geschmack feeling when you get you title to kvetch. If you read this, please keep my name out of the email. No, I'm not sending you this email. I'm not going to. Okay. I want to say that it's very clear that everything the Rav does. Okay, I'm going to skip this. Is too much guidance. Rabbi David Abramchik. This past Friday I told the story, but as for he told it wrong. I'm the son of the shofar. What happened is, he came to New York from Shanghai after the Holocaust and had a position in New York, but could not pick up the language and became a shofar because he said in Yiddish, his best is a shechten behemoth, is a shechten kinder. He became a Rebbe and then said that, which makes no sense. You said he became a Rebbe and then said, which makes no sense. My version is that Rebbe from my father's mouth. So that's it's a shechten behemoth, it's a shechten kinder. That was not that good. That shows 100% emes. Mine is a Maisa Shiyachot. This is a Maisa Shaya. Somebody sent me this. A Stefanski plate from New Jersey. Look at this store. It's a gewaltige store. That was a kick to the and Yossi's. Unbelievable. Got the best was that you watch it. Wow. Tony, you go to that Yuashi every day, 7 a.m. I go down to let's say good morning up outside. Good morning up outside.
This is the whitest episode of the show we've ever had.
One of the better. Tony, amazing. Your mom is steig away, Tony. This is a video of the place we're going to from Mamish, that the hotel location, San Antonio. Whoever wants to come, Doyle was invited. We're asking the Veer not to come.
Now, I know I said that was it, but this is truly more than 60 seconds from
now. This is yesterday. This video taken yesterday. You'll see the area of the hotel in a second. The camera pans up.
He signed up earlier, right? But he didn't get pulled out of the bucket.
Out to the hotel.
Things are a little bit different.
It's like
one person here that isn't like everybody else.
There, right now. The guy from the status. That's it, right over there, in that valley. Hotel? Yeah. That's the walk. You on Sabbath. Yo. This is a guy doing the stuff. I don't know if that's not awesome. It's not important. He's learning Torah during. Yesterday, there's Hafganah here in Israel, and you couldn't get into your slime or outside your slime, so he pulls his car over and learns Torah. Rabbi Rothschild, I get to say it with him live. The official edition MDY Jazz, the Masechta, sponsored by Zip Official edition MDY Jazz, Daflam Gimel, Dave Sharfman. 1,400 days in MDY. Today's his birthday, a birthday milestone. In honor of my wife and family today, support day after day times 2. He's here in the morning, he learns the daf again, and he's here in the evening. He does a phenomenal job in the cameras that night. Wow. We should have sponsored you, not you. Okay. The Masechta, the Shir, the The seven spots with David Solomon dedicated in memory of Avi Meir, Shmuel Parker, Chaim. Speed Doug from the Bracha. The Pouchy Family Foundation graduated to restore them in the alliance, and all they do is support him. You are, and now it's not rules of the gospel. So thank you to Chief Betty. Anonymous for the Gleamer, forced them and I represent them. Yamin and Daniel Rosenfeld, Bruce Simcha. Marcus Patrick, Samuel Fushtem, Avi Meir, Baruch Miriam, Yamin and Daniel Rosenfeld, Carlos Mushafa. Anonymous. Refuah Shleima for Rabbi Rucham ben Yehudis and Rabbi Shai ben Slav Zoya Omein. The Spanish year expansion. He was wishing them to my family to continue on Slav and Siat Yishmael. Anonymous. Congratulations to them to the Chazdoi. By Robert Early. President Harris Group recruiting, making money from the shear, give back to the shear. By Yumi Shoner, learning from Robert Early, with gratitude to Hashem for everything. So, sponsors for the adventures. In the success of all our clients, and by Benjamin and Daniel Rosenfeld, Bracha B'Parnasa. Daily sponsors anonymous in memory of William Lewis called all of Hashem on his first Yortzai. Hillel Ben Yaakov Ben Shalom. Marshall Picker, in honor of the 50th anniversary of Barry and Robin Picker, Mazel Tov. Anonymous for finding a shidduch for Fegisara Bas Pesel Slava. My friends from the 5 town, Shlomo and Adina, right? They do this a new thing, a new concept. They didn't ask me to speak about it before, but I know it's them, so I'm going to mention it. I've seen it in the Mustafa, and Ami, they have something out of the box where they have a room of men and a room of women, and they have shafchanim in the middle, and they just made fish in this week. I said Mazel Tov twice, so Mazel Tov to them. It's a new. What is it called? Shidduch Lounge. Thank you, Shidduch Lounge. It is out of the box. That's not what they called it. That's what it was called. Yossi Michal Rubenstein, the Nishmas of Moira Chaim Kamber Dov Rubenstein, the Bracha, Zayin Siva Koshim Samach Zayin. Yehuda Green, the merit of a big annual survey with the DOH nursing home thing. Amen. Mark Meisler, for Shlema, for Shoshana Bracha, by Sarah Razel, and a shidduch for her, and Esther Miriam. Amen. I said something wrong. So I you said something on the. There you go. Well, we'll see you guys there. Thank you so much for coming out. We love you guys. Okay. Where am I holding that? Now I'm confused. Innovations I see as this goes back to the sync of faith. No, and if you do this bad, you have to try. When I say that, Baruch can have pickup on it. Provoke. This sync of faith is my son. And Rivka Yudis Bat Yafchaya is somebody that everybody knows his daughter, Shidduch Fikaroi. NYR, Refuah Shlemi Yonatan 8 times Ben Basheba Bracha. Did anybody go visit him yesterday? Telling you. You did? Thank you. Refuah Shlemi Mordechai Ben Esther. Refuah Hayela Daniel Zev Ben Hayela Esther. The boy said we have an amazing guy. I was in heaven yesterday, in Mount the Sugyas, the Svarim. You gotta be with me. It's gonna be amazing. The MS. Geschmacky stuff that just things that we never thought about. Some of the things we're gonna talk about is Chachamim gave us a special tumah. Shalom Aleichem, all the way in the back. What's your name? You look like a new person there. Shlomo, Shalom Aleichem, Shlomo from the 5 towns. Oh, yeah, I just mentioned Shlomo from the 5 towns. Oh. Well, if everybody's daughter or sister lives in Ramat Shev, You speak to anybody around the world. My daughter lives there. Okay. But always say your hands have tumah. Even today, they have a little tumah. That's why we wash our hands before we eat bread, based on these sugis over here. Your hands, I'm going to tell you what they are. In tumah, it starts from the worst of the worst. Avi Abayis tumah, a dead person. The next level, and it always goes down. It steps one step down. A rat, a dead rat, is avatumah. A rat that touches a person becomes what? Drops one thing below avatumah, becomes a rishon. Now, if a rishon touches something else, it becomes a sheni. And have a halacha of sheni. Only the Rabbanan said you're a sheni. So how much damage could a sheni do? Sheni can't do that much damage. It can only damage something that's super sensitive. Something strong, like an apple, like regular food, it can't do anything. It can't penetrate. What could it damage? Truma, touching. Okay. First one was at like 1:30 in the afternoon. That's the first time we ever had such a groovy. The great Todd Barry here. How many of you were here? Here's an interesting question. What if a person, once you get Tony, you need that sweet melody. Part of the opposite. The more Kedusha something has, the more sensitive. So Meiser Sheni has Kedusha, but less than Truma. Truma has Kedusha, but less than Touching. Touching has Kedusha, less than Paraduma. We never even speak about Paraduma, but we threw it on the list. We're not going to speak about it today. It's not even in the video. A beautiful video to show this back. Again. So, if you have hands that you didn't wash, you're sheni, and they touch Meiser Sheni. Meiser Sheni, what's Meiser Sheni? Every time you have fruit, you give a little bit to the kite, a little bit to the lady, and a little bit to yourself. And you bring it to your shrine. Let's say you touch the fruit with your non-hard hands. What happens to the fruit? Huh? Anybody want to take a guess? It's just sheni. Does the fruit become a shlishi? It's mushal kavatum. Obviously, it's mushal kavatum. I'm saying, does it have enough power to penetrate a Meiser Sheni? So we're going to see in the Gemara. Also, a guy went to the mikvah, he's completely far, and sticks his hands into a house of tzaras. Does his body become tummy? His hands become tummy? Is it possible for his hands to become tummy without his body becoming tummy? All these interesting things, but much, much more. You're going to see, we're starting off with unbelievable on the first few lives. So only my Gufa. What do we have yesterday? We had yesterday a svara from Shlach says since the trait, the breathing type. Oh! I gotta remind Oilam. I didn't never told Oilam. But then Jeremiah Watkins, everybody. White style, we go from minute to minute. Tonight, big news. Tonight, in the hall next door, we're shechting a sheep, and we're taking it apart for 3 hours straight, part by part, piece by piece tonight. At 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock tonight, it's a 3-hour ordeal. 20 shekel per person just to pick out the Erev rice. The new things. No, that's when you had your earphones, but it said 20. I know for a fact we've never had Kid Rock on the show. I can just tell this is going to be a blast. What an honor it is to have you, Kid Rock. Do you know what show And we're getting, what happened is that the guy that wrote Sichas Kulim, the Sefer on Kulim, the big giant brown Sefer, Hale Travis coming up with an 8-9. He did it last time, did a phenomenal job. He's considered top in the world. He's moving for a month, and we just found out. So we want to get him quickly. It's going to be videoed, and then we're going to photograph the whole thing, so we'll use these pictures and these ideas. Remember what's the stomach, the 4 parts, the stuff. Make the brain, the kidneys, the fat on top of the kidneys. All these things. I have the massage. Everybody's invited. You have the stomach first. The shkita part is going to be outside. The shkita part you don't really have to see if you're not into it. The rest is very, very cool. It smells a little bit. You got to remind everyone to have a certain, yeah, like in Morocco. This color was okay, everybody. So this just reminded me. We're gonna see these live. We're gonna see the Kana live. We're gonna see the live. We all know, unless you live on the Iraq, that the trachea is connected to the lungs. That's how an animal breathes. So it says the Shlokish of Kiddush, about Kiddush, he holds the Kana, you cut the trachea, then it's basically as if you take the trachea out of the body. It's not relevant anymore. Since it's not relevant anymore, so whatever is attached to it, the lungs are not relevant in terms of trachea. You can't puncture the lung once the trachea is removed from the body. Once you shut the trachea, it's considered Allah as if you removed it. It's not even there. So whatever's connected to it down the line is not there. It's dead. It's out of the body. It's in a box. So if it's in a box, you take a screwdriver and start poking. You can't make an animal trachea. You can't render this animal trachea once you chef the color. Now what if you puncture the kishka at this point? The kishka is not connected to the trachea. It's connected to the esophagus, to the eating tube. So if you puncture the kishka after you chef the trachea, it should be a trachea. You just made a trachea because it is connected in the body. If you chef the color, then it's removed as if it's removed, and then you puncture the lung, puncture. I went on a tangent last night, so I'll go on a mini tangent today, just as a reminder, as a public service announcement. Me personally, and a lot of Americans also, are very anti-smoking. It's a thing here in Israel by younger Bethel. You see a lot of young kids, 14, 15, smoking and everything. Tell the island that a crazy story that I heard. First of all, I myself went dinner with my father-in-law many times. I was very curious to see surgeries, and being that he's half in the world in that area, so I went with him. I saw many people, young people, in their 20s, with lung cancer from smoking. People that smoke. A lot of esophagus cancer, and a lot of cancers that he dealt with. People that had my father-in-law invented even like a different device for speaking through like a whole back in the day. So you install these machines that I want to point on the neck. People talk through their neck. You can communicate through their neck. Like young people, just from smoking. And vaping is the same thing. It's dangerous, and it's very dangerous. And a lot of people you talk to them, they're in denial. Nah, me, not the time. I just went, I got a checkup, and my lungs are newer than new, better than new. My lungs are stronger. My grandfather lived in 97, so 4 packs of cigarettes. Oh, you hear this, listen. I want to tell you a crazy nice. Mr. Sternberg says he knows the double the Torah. I went to the doctor, and the doctor told him, you smoke too much. The lungs are gone. 30 days max. That's when you have 30 days. So Mr. Sternberg, this guy went to 10 people. And he told them, he said, I feel like I committed suicide. I was asking the doctor, I was over right so. Horrible thing, committing suicide. So I want to ask you, feel from your bunch in front of people, I want to shoot there in front of 10 people. I don't know how to do it, but I feel that it's my fault. I was told not to smoke and I didn't listen. That's committing suicide. Deliberately committing suicide. That's lungs. Maybe, I know it's difficult to do it. One person takes this advice and stops because of this incident.
Seems like a nice guy. He was trying to say something to KKK.
Says the Gemara. I know a lot of people looking at what are you talking about? But no, there's people that they try to cheer also, it's not good. But it's a problem. It's a bad habit, and listen to this guy. So the guy says, "Ma'abed atzmo das." Masculine Xavier. Omar Rava, when Omar and Shimon this whole thing only makes sense with a lung that's connected because the lung is connected to the trachea, to the breathing tube. But if somebody takes a screwdriver and punctures the kishka after he shefted and cut the trachea, they're not connected. And the Mela, what will happen by puncturing the kishka? You rendered it a treifa. You can't eat this animal. A big nafkamina. If the kishka is outside of the body, halachically, so you took a screwdriver, you cut it up into pieces, it doesn't matter. You didn't make the animal a treifa. But if the kishka is part of the animal, and you made a hole in it, even though you shefted one out of the two simanim, you made it a treifa. So Xer says, I don't like what you say. No, not true. And then the Gemara is going to say, maybe Xer took it back. And the Gemara says, well, maybe no. Maybe Xer was just talking to Rava. He made a point to Rava, but he didn't take it back. So let's see. Says Xer, Max with Xer. Shemel the best money straight for Itarto. Mali Berea, Mali Bnei Ma'ayim. Says Reb Zera, this animal is half dead. What does a half dead mean? In order to kill an animal, you have to cut the siman. So he killed one siman. He cut one siman. He killed 50% of the animal. You killed 50% of the animal. So now you cannot make a trade for the 50% dead animal. The animal's 100% dead. Could you make a hole in its heart and say, oh, I made it a trade? No, 100% dead. So cool, if it's 50%. What's the difference if I disconnect the trachea and I can no longer puncture the lung because that part is dead? So that part is dead. The whole animal is dead. 50% is dead. The halal is dead. And once the animal is dead in any area of the body, so to the kishka. All the way Xer took that back. The lawyer of Xer, listen to this. I'm telling you, this is so geschmack today, but you got to pay attention. You have two simonim. You have the breathing pipe and the eating pipe. The trachea and the esophagus. When a person chefs an animal, a regular animal, what does he accomplish by this people? He accomplishes two things. What are the two things he accomplishes? The boy says, you could eat it. And what else? And it's no longer an avela. Two things. He removes the tum of an avela, which a cow that just drops dead is an avela. So he's successful in removing the tum, and he also allows you to eat it. Listen to this. When I checked the first simon, nothing's wrong with the animal. So the first simon that I checked, the comma, I accomplished two things through that. 50% of two things. I'm on the way of accomplishing two things. I could eat it, no tumor. But all of a sudden, in slow motion, somebody punctures the kishka. Boom! Comes a treifa. And then I continue and I chef the esophagus. What does the esophagus accomplish now? At most, that's the should be tumor. You can't eat this animal anymore. This animal has a punctured kishka. Yeah, she can never eat it. It's a trick. It has the punctured kishka before you finish the shkita. So you can't eat it. At most, they can do, remove the tumor. Can you combine things that are very different? Why? The first simon accomplished two things. The second simon accomplishes one thing. 1 and 2 don't go together. That's the Gemara Shiloh. Yeah. So, says the Gemara. Nikvu b'nei ma'ayin. The kishka got punctured and the animal became trade. Big sin was in between shefting the trachea and the esophagus. Now, we would start a simon rishon and simon chain in the entire medina better life. Could I say, oh, at the end of the day, there was a good shmita on there. Of course, not in the vela. Or no, you can't combine things that are very different. One accomplishes has two outcomes. To remove the issue of eating, you're allowed to eat it, and the tukma, and the other one only accomplishes tukma, so they don't go together. Oh, Rabbi, we're going to a whole other sugi now. So if you're spacing out until now, brand new. And Yishma, we have something called the Bempakua. Always a fascinating signal. When a cow has a fetus inside, and you chef the mother, so you don't have to chef. But I spared you the pictures. Ram Deister sent me real pictures of them opening up a thing and finding a Bempakua. Maybe we'll be lucky tonight. It happened. No, it happened then. Yeah. We opened up a sheep and there's a Bempakua inside. Live demonstration. Obviously, it has to be a female. So you open it up, and there's a baby, and the baby gets up and starts running away. So how long do you want to protect the baby? You take a bat, hit it over the head, and eat it. Because the shechita of the mother covers the baby. What if the baby extends its hand outside of the mother's body? And then you chef it. So obviously you can't eat that foot that came out. It's when you're inside the mother's body. But it's not in the veil. Not in the veil. Because the shechita of the mother covers that. What if it extends? Listen to what I'm telling you. It's the stuff today. What if it extends its foot in between the two simonim? Chef simon 1. And then it sticks its hand and out, and then simon 2. So that's the same exact question that we just asked. Since Simon 1, I think there's more than Simon 2. So maybe they don't combine together. It's a different type of nafs. You've only said that it covers two things versus one thing. So maybe they don't combine. Over here also, the first Simon, what does it accomplish? Love this gift. I'm thinking about it in the middle of the thing. It's crazy. What? It is a cool gift. So, that's crazy. I thought about it when I was here. But it's sitting right in front of me. I noticed in the side of my eye. Put it away. So, is me mitzdaref that I skip the bottom of the this other being similar simon mahu because the simon is extended its head. Me mitzdaref simon rishon simon sheni higher than the velo loy. And I say, well, I can think of I got a second simon in there, so it's no longer an velo, even though it stuck his head out afterwards. I thought, or no, why not? Because the first simon allows me to eat the entire fetus. The second simon doesn't allow me to eat the fetus. So really, the different type of simanim, they do different things. So it's a very similar question. But what's the Gemara's point here? Here's the Gemara's point. How come a boile, Sarah didn't ask a question whether I should combine the two simanim? Yes, no. Hell entire within the vela. One question: Can this animal pass him or not?
Yeah, that's why she's been there the whole time.
This animal is 100% osity. Why is it osity, Rabbi Rothschild? Because it became a treifa. You told me there's zero. Oh, but once this animal is starting to die, it's cold. 50% dead. Why? 50% dead because he killed one of the simanim. If he caught one of the simanim, you no longer can make any of the vital organs of a treifa. You can't poke it in the lungs. You can't poke it in the, even if you do, it's not going to do anything. Why? Because you cannot make a dead animal a treifa. And since this animal is 50% dead, you can't make it a treifa. That's what we said in Zera. All of a sudden now you're telling me that Zera asked the question, does this animal give tumor?
Yeah, well, she was just like, oh, I can't wait for us all to
die. But of course he understood that it's trait, even though the trait happened when between the two simanim. So you see that he regretted it, that it could become trait even after he cut the first siman.
I didn't live with him. I lived with my grandparents growing up. But he lived in the same town as me. And he's always been a major part of my life. He's kind of like the little guy that I go to
can't make anything trace. Can't make anything trace. Once you start cutting the trachea, why is the animal considered dead? What he was asking was only according to Rabbi. He himself, personal shita, that once the animal starts dying, you can't make it a treifa. But he's asking for what Rabbi. This is why we're wondering if there was a Rabbi problem. Looks here, like end of the sugi, Rabbi side. Too much for you? End of the sugi, we got another sugi, even better. Not as much.
Fast forward to 10 years later, you're living in paradise.
But I want to pause for a second. There's a proud Yomi wife. That sent me many emails. That her husband loves the dog and her kids love the dog and he's perfect. His name is David Chai.
I work in inspection.
So my becomes the David Chai. Don't get ideas when you send me many emails. I say she's the Chana. Chana? One thing? Okay. Omar Abba, listen to this halacha. You're not going to believe this halacha. Listen to this. Voice, check this out. Let me be backing like this. Huh? That's the last name?
What?
I just always wonder where you were this entire time. I've always been like,
no, it's not cold.
What is this?
No.
Here you are. I finally met you. I think you invited to come all the way here, and you had to come all the way from Sioux City or whatever the hell.
It's another, no, not double Thai gold.
That is so interesting. It's people like you.
It was a long journey for the two of us.
It is. And here we are
He
meeting
said
in
his
the
kids,
middle.
the whole house. I mean, how old is those guy's kids? 4, yeah. Check this out. If a person surgically goes into an animal and detaches its kidney while it's alive, you eat this kidney? Right now, can you eat the kidney? No, what is that called? Every dog's Thai music. Anyway, let's say you left the kidney in the body, in the cow.
No, we're not gonna scissor. We might suck each other's dicks, but we're not gonna scissor.
And then you shove the cow.
So that's fun, Stacy. Let me ask you something. Do you talk about that traumatic experience from your childhood after 3 years in?
Sometimes I'll just drop the line. My mom's in my throat, the box cutter, and my baby, and I'm
But
like,
it's detached.
Think about like developing that out a bit. That's such a compelling thing that
Shita doesn't help her. Once something is Abram and Achai,
probably talk about getting your throat slit by your
it's Abram and Achai forever. So you detach a kidney inside a living animal, and then you chef it. I got you guys. See? I'm telling you, you smack the stuff today. I'm glad for you. Now let's take the same exact thing. We'll talk about the kishka. Not kishka. People used to make kishka from the real. Kishka is now an insult to us. If anybody wants, I found out a guy in Bay. People, they sell it in black market. I'm not joking. Wherever they sell it, they sell it. If anybody's interested, I don't know the number, but we can find out.
I don't feel like I look like
They
her,
said that
but I don't remember.
they made it illegal. Dangerous.
Thank you.
It's whatever. I don't know. Something. Something. I know that it's dirty. It's just not healthy.
There was like a tiny other second ending part to it, but I don't
Rashi and
necessarily need it,
Shabbos.
so I didn't do it.
That's where I asked the Belzer. Yeah. Rashi got Kufman Bays and Shabbos. I didn't check it out. You guys check it out. He says it's milk too. I was on the phone with Noam. We asked him, what's the source? Noam said that the sound of the. So Noam's all frustrated because I said it's the voice. And he remembers and we called him
That's fucking awesome. Very fun minute. You have a very hip style. I don't know what
seconds.
I've never seen like
the design, the creases, the vav, and no, but it's a Rashi it's a. The reason why we couldn't find it is because Rashi in Shabbos and that design doesn't doubt. Over there, Rashi says that the sounds. Good. Increases this. No, I'm almost fell off his chair. I have it every day. What? I'm in office. And we saw those. We knew the two because we looked that up before, so we knew two dollars, but we didn't see the. We knew. He knew. From somewhere it was a Rashi, not a Gemara. Rashi in Shabbos. In seconds. Yeah. And he says. So Noah tries to fire him, but who said it over there? I don't know. It could be Shuviyah. It could be. Like he doesn't leave the thing yet. Anyway, so he tells me that Rashi in Shabbos that Kufman Beis says that it's muktzah. Kishka is muktzah. Which normal human being would eat kishka?
Whoever the rat person is, you are on death watch. If you're wondering, I already have people just waiting to murder you, so don't do that anymore.
Here, listen to these questions. Give all the good questions. What if I detach the kishka inside the animal's body? And then I chef it. Can I eat the kishka afterwards? Why is it different than a kidney? Same exact thing. So it would be awesome. If I detach the kidney, the kishka while the animal's alive, then it's Abram and Achai, and then I go ahead and I chef the animal and eat the kishka. What if I chef? I do. I cut the esophagus, I cut the trachea, I detach the kishka. So for that moment that I detach the kishka, the animal's alive, not electrically, but electrically for a goy. A goy cannot eat an animal until it's 100% dead. A Jew can eat an animal, even if it's moving around, as long as you shut it. Because a goy doesn't have shechita, a goy has mechira. He has halacha, kill it. However you want to get, but kill it, making sure it's dead. If it's moving like this, it's not dead. So listen to Natasha. Beautiful silent. Guy chefs, he severs the kana. I'll make it even easier. The way I learned that, I saw the arts this morning, they didn't learn like me. Okay, I'm learning, you can go with arts, but I'm learning that you cut the esophagus, not the kana. They're learning they cut the kana, so we may detach the kidney. But let's say you detach the esophagus also. You cut the esophagus, which is the feeding, which is connected to the kishka. So go directly into the intestine. So for that moment that you cut it, it's Abram in a high for a day. Because the animal's not dead. It takes 20 seconds for the animal to die. So for 20 seconds it's alive with a detached kishka, and it goes not only eat Abram in a high, then it dies. It's too late. You have a kishka that was Abram in a high for 1 minute. It's Abram in a high for the rest of its existence. So it comes out that a goy cannot eat kishka ever. You chef it. Thank you. So let's see inside. Omer about the reality says this is a massive. But I'm thinking about disagrees with us. From this halacha that you cut the trachea, you put it into a basket, it's as if it's outside of the body. You can invite a Jew to eat kishka, you cannot have a goy eat your kishka. My time up, Yisrael would be Italian meal, so a Jew that is dependent on shkita, even if it's shkita now, you say it's dirty. Once he did a great shkita, even if the animal is still alive the next 10 minutes, it's mutter right now. The Gemara even says a whole story, a whole thing in a second, that you shut an animal, and then you rip a piece of meat right out of its neck when it's still moving, and you eat it as if you ate Abram and a Chai, but it's not Abram and a Chai. It's alive, but it's not alive. I love it. But a guy that only works with killing it, when we meet it doesn't depend on shkita, it depends on the death of the animal. So Hani came in a Chai, this kishka is Abram and a Chai. Check it out. We have a little bit of a video here. It's a little bit on the edge. It's one of these videos that I would have advised you not to do the ending, but it just gives an opportunity for people to vent and to send emails. Here we go.
Totally about the kids for a second. This is the weirdest wrestling match I've ever seen in my life. This is where the tricky part comes in. Wow. Alright, chicken maybe said Tony Watson used to be a pro wrestler. What made you stop? Comedy. So now how do you survive? I work at a car factory. Heck yeah, you make fucking burritos, right? Amazing shit. It's the burrito made here. Wait, is that correct? You making trucks?
Wish me
No,
luck.
I just sort like transmission parts. Let's change gears. Let's talk about your whole life for a second. What's that looking like? I gotta go. Yeah, how long you been with her? 2.5 years. Awesome. Did you meet her at the car factory? No, she got me the job at the car factory. Hell yeah.
Too fat in emotion. No smile, nothing.
Hell yeah. She's only still with me because you can't return shit. How does that go down? So you're just like,
I'm dead over there. Okay.
I was like,
Two things.
like, I made a Facebook status and she just messaged me. She knew I wanted it.
A lot of nuances. Everybody knows the guy here that you saw with the toothpick. He does you a favor that he sells you the charge. No, never. You expect. I got a prison needle. Just see the charge. Something. Give me a stick of smile now. I'll wrap up. Have you seen the Kamei Rabbi Rothschild Bar Yaakov? Boy, the Emelay. And he asked a simple question. Is it possible that a Jew is allowed to eat a certain type of food, but a Goy not? We have more Kedusha than a Goy. We have more Yisurim. We're above. How's it possible? Boy, the Emelay, I wanted to say, you can neither do these things, Charlotte. Because Masa, we do such a thing. But I'm a and I didn't say anything to him. Why? I mean, he used logic. How am I going to fight logic with a question? However, time like you're about to react. At the end of the day, this kishko thing doesn't work. Why? It says, I wrote to let them obey because it's taken out. So the person desires the taste of meat, of a live animal. Why would he want to do it? The doctor told him it's really healthy. So what did he do? He took his eyes closed and as he's shafting, now the neck is wide open. Grab a piece real quick. The animal is still alive. It's still running around. Rinse it off, salt it real quickly, and eat it. And now that you eat it, you tasted the taste of Abraham and Isaac. Is that mutter for a guy or not? Rabbi says, is that mutter for a guy? According to Rav Rothschild, it's not okay. Why? Because the animal's still alive. So they're going to fight. But for a Jew, it's okay. Why? Because it's a shkita. And what does it say over here that it's okay for a guy? It says it's okay for a guy. So we have a contradiction to Rav Rothschild. All right, so why should he wait? Sorry, I forgot to point this out in the Hebrew shir. He has a point because this is so far dumb. There's an Indian point for that. Not to die. But for a guy, definitely strong. Darn is in the course that a guy is allowed to eat such a thing that there's no problem with baby Menachai. So a guy should be able to eat kishka. It's either Rabbi Rothschild and Domer Rabbi Rothschild and Rabbi Rothschild. If somebody wants to get healthy, he cuts out a piece of meat from the animal, from the area of the shliva. He has a lot of salt in it. He rinses it off really, really well. Oh, it's very, very bloody over there. Very. And he has to wait until the animal dies. He says, so there's a shita that says that there's no such thing as Erim Menachai as you shefting the parts of the kolo remain multiple. Okay. Says the Mishnah, brand new. Circa behema chayav ha'ois v'liyotzim emda. Okay, we're going back to the famous halakha. Which one? The halakha of when a person wants or enables his fruit or food to become tamei. How does he do so? By pouring water on it, one of the 7 liquids. Any one of the 7 liquids. One of the 7 liquids is blood. So, not tamei. In order for fruit or meat, any food to become tamei, to be susceptible to tumah, you have to be meat. Sure, look out for tumah. We have that whole beautiful video, which we're not going to show the YouTube video. Then what? You have to pour water on it. Meat. They just shut it. Is it susceptible to tumah? The fire, yes, because the blood that comes out of the animal touches the animal, and that makes it. What if it doesn't bleed? What if the animal doesn't bleed? So, I looked it up on ChatGPT. It's possible for an animal not to bleed. So first of all, I would assume it doesn't go there. So assume you're not checking the breathing. The jugular. You were able to go around the jugular. But he says yes. If an animal, I couldn't believe it. I was sure he was going to say no. Yeah, if an animal had a heart attack right by the street, it's the heart. It's not fruit, it's not coming the blood out. Another thing is, what if the animal had a tremendous amount of blood loss right before the shkita? Had a hole in its leg, which doesn't make it a trait, and then lost the blood. It barely has any blood left. So again, it'd be very, very low pressure. In such a thing, it's not a trait. It's not a trait. What? Blooding is not a trait. You did blood letting. You took out 50 gallons of blood. Who told you? It's not one of the traits. It doesn't matter. Who said it can't live? The famous story of the Rambam, that the Rambam had only a little blood left in his limb. Okay, so it says it. Tomorrow, listen to the Mishnah. Share the behemoth of Chayvah, the Leotim and Dam. Share. Blood did not come out. So the kosher. Your hands, the Chacham said, are tamei. Touch this meat because it's not susceptible to tumah. This meat. Why? Because it didn't have blood. There's no blood that made it look to the tumah. We have a video. That's a video. Here we go. Check this out. Put it on large screen. You don't need me. I did a perfect clean cut. And garnish. Not a single drop of dye. Clogged arteries. A drop of Coke Zero will open it right up. That's why I didn't show it last time. I was about to show it, and everybody's like, don't show it! You're going to show it to them first, okay? The boys. However, we had your voice would be mine is perfect. A little close to me. Whoever was on, it's a joke, but the man loves the iPad. So, but not what you don't like. Like zero, you like which one? Which one? No, don't be such a chatty. Which one do you like? Yeah, honestly. Really? You're gonna have to start shipping it. Next time I come to America, we'll do one. All right. Shimon Omer. Shimon Omer. Sure, the Shita. So if you think about it for a second, just the story behind it. what is mixture of product from the juice? It finishes off a product. When you put the water on the fruit, it's finished. So he says, when you ship it, you finish this animal. You don't need a liquid. The actual shkita creates the susceptibility to the says the more time to learn from God. The Mishnah says you never need a liquid for meat. For meat, only meat. That was in that. Because blood didn't come out, so some people got to so you can touch it with your dirt. Hands with your tumor hands. Oh, you also went down. What if blood didn't come out of it? Ain't it the holy dynasty of it? You're not allowed to touch it with your Rabbanah tummy hands. Why not? You die in Shneesay. How much tumor do your hands have? Only a second level of tumor, which is very, very low. Look at it over here on this chart. Look at it. A sheni. What can a sheni do? A sheni can make truma, can do a shlishi, the truma, and the kosher. But the Mishnah is not talking about truma. The Mishnah is only talking about chulin does not become tummy. I gotta show you this video. It's very, very important. Take a look at this. Beautiful how they did it. Also chulin. That meat that's that was touched by a dead rat, so it becomes a rishon, a one. A one can make a two tummy. That's it. Can a two make a three? No. It's chulin. What can a two do? A two can walk off and touch truma. And the truma will come at shlishi. Could a shlishi and truma touch another truma thing and make it tummy? No. It stops there. But what could it do? It can walk away and touch. The touching when they have this amigdala hat and they can make touching from it. So that just gives us a basic idea from the top how it works. It says the Gemara that this he's a sheni. We saw all the way in the beginning of the video. Oh, got a sheni right over here. A bus of children. You can't do anything. What could it do? Nothing. You're stuck. In this case, you can't do anything. You can't make another fool in coming. Oh, right over here. Pause. Great. Doesn't work. You don't need to say. And your hands are shiny. Couldn't change the shlishi before and can't make a shlishi. Says the Gemara, and now I'll prove to you. We're going to go on a tangent here. When we get to the sugya, I'll prove to you that our mission is talking about easiest proof. Four proof. And when I do the Mishnah is talking about proof, in the Mishnah says chaya bet. Did you bring a deer out of the Beis Hamikdash in the animal's back? No. So must be talking about food. None of you the touches. How you got to me? Pursue another guy. You the touches in the Yotzim and Dan Shera. What? If there's no blood in the Beis Hamikdash, it's kosher. Well, that's only that would talk. What's the whole point of having a party? It's just the blood of his back. That's the number one reason. So you need blood. Pursue the touches. Yes, and Dan can be master. Blood doesn't even help in the Beis Hamikdash. Why? Well, if they were alcohol, maybe they can all the name. I'm fucking shipping the master. The blood of the Beis Hamikdash is not one of the seven liquids. Shenemar al-Arch is going to combine. You should spill the blood like water. That should combine. That's your only blood that spills like water. Should combine in master. So they just spill like water. I catch it. I receive it in the vessel. It's not water. It's important. So soon, another guy, you can touch it, you can let him down. It's actually. If there's no blood, it's not much of a problem. Why not? It's got to be.
This is interesting. I believe this person got
something called the love of the book. He loves touching. So in that love, the people of Kodesh, it should become coming. And where did I come up with something like this? The time along, we already passed it. He was a place. I don't need blood. He did so. I'm not going to run off of the finish of the talking with my skin on. Says the Gemara, you're right, you're talking about food. But what did he do with the full eggs? He purchased Meiser Sheni. And Meiser Sheni has tremendous. It's like true almost. When you're Sheni hands, excuse me, touch Meiser Sheni, they become coming. But only according to Raman Damar, who do like Rabbi Meir? Rabbi Meir disagrees with that. Where do we see that he disagrees with Raman Gimel on the base? So a Kohen be a Smayin Medibri says, anybody has hands that are coming, B'dirabanan, meaning his hands are Asheni, Mithamis HaKodesh, who poisons HaTruma. I'm not going to be married because we're very, very late here, but coming means that it stops right over there. So when a Sheni touches, when a Sheni touches Truma, it stops, it becomes Pasuk, Pasuk. And when a Sheni touches Kodesh, it's Mitama. Mitama means that it can go on. It continue making other things coming. So Mitama is that Kodesh. Your second hand make a Kodesh. You see, that means, what does that mean? That the Kodesh that's asleep, you see, that touches another Kodesh, it becomes a Revi. Who poisons a Tumah, but if it touches Tumah, it stops right there, it becomes something. It says before, it comes from Meir, Ube Meiser. Meiser Sheni, hands don't affect at all the Meir. We're going to point the Chachamim. The Chachamim always from Meiser. But I'm saying, so he answers that our mission is talking about Uvin, but he took the Kula money and brought. What happened? He had a bunch of Meiser Sheni at home. He couldn't transfer it to Shlomo's Kueri. He transferred the Dusha of the fruit into money. Now the money becomes public. He went there with some big dosh, bought the Yerushalayim, bought Meiser Sheni food with it. He took the money, bought any food with it. So the food now becomes public, becomes Meiser Sheni. Now if I touch it, it becomes public. We're doing terrible on time, but it's one of these cities that we have to go slower. Turning to the dot, Adar Global, Specialist in International Financial Services. Find Milrad, and you're see Mirossi, that's the bias, each one of the show. I don't know. Are you guys enjoying it as much as me? I'm not enjoying it, even though it's the second time. But we're actually the minds who told maybe when you eat the meiser, it's a problem. You know how to eat meiser sheni when you come when you have second hand. But when it's via the meiser, over here now we're talking about touching. We're not talking about eating. And maybe they agree that touching is nothing. That if you touch meiser sheni with second hands that are second, the sheni, it doesn't do anything. I'm going to get the advice back in the pool, it's legal. But and by us, the gear, we're talking about touching. How do I know it's talking about touching? It's going to follow me the dinosaurs. They're eating it. It doesn't say you should eat it. It doesn't say following you dinosaurs. It's following. Meaning that even if your friend took it and put it into your mouth, because something is chavrei, and that wouldn't be a problem. I'll give you a muscle. So a very good muscle would be, if I give you a bowl to eat, do I have to wash my hands? No. But I'm touching bread. The eater has to wash his hands. Over here also, the guy gave his friend to eat, whatever it is. It's meat. He doesn't have to wash his hands. He has shiny hands. He doesn't have to wash his hands. That's what we're talking about here. Maybe Chacham would agree that he doesn't have to wash his hands. Only the person eating. But we're not talking about the person eating. We're talking about the person that's touching it. And the person that's touching it doesn't have to wash his hands. It's like today, bread. If you're feeding a very sick person who can't eat by himself, you put bread in his mouth. Who has to wash his hands? The patient, not the guy feeding. So maybe over here also, there's no problem touching it. Let's get into some of the chavrei. Even his friend gave it, put it in his mouth. Elamar Papa be dying to it. Chandra Papa says, what's the problem? Oh, wait, let's start again. The Mishnah says that if your hands are a second tumah, then you're allowed to touch, and you're allowed to touch meat that didn't have water on it. Didn't have blood on it. But why? If it had blood on it, what's the problem? Your hands are only a second. It's only a single tumah. answers the Gemara now. Because it's not a sheni. It's a rishon l'tuma. We're talking about hands that have the highest level of tuma possible for hands. A rishon. How? You put your hands into a house of a mitzvah. You stuck it through the window. So now they got a rishon tuma, maybe. And now, if the meat had blood on it, you're going to make a problem. You're going to make a boo-boo. You're going to make it a what? A sheni. It's going to go down one. Your question was your hands are only a sheni. A sheni doesn't affect regular chulin. And now the whole mission proves. What proof? I was talking about chulin. You're right. A sheni can't do anything with the chulin. But a rishon could. Baba that kills the skin talking about the hands that are a rishon. You're showing a lottery. Goes according to the this only is called the rishon law. And you guys kills the chulin. Hands can never become a rishon. Shouldn't have been a Lazar, man. Shouldn't have been mayor. He said your name is mayor. Who's your mayor's Rebbe? Rabbi Kiva. He says the name of mayor. His dime kills the food. He steals the truma. Hands could become a rishon. And a sex for truma, which makes no sense because truma is much more sensitive. Chulin. So the bar right away asks, "Is the chulin in? The truma light?" No, I'm talking about kills after the chulin. Is the truma in? No, it means, of course, for truma, but the chulin is not a shame, only a rishon. What's the case that a hand becomes a rishon? Based on the look of the person who sticks his hands into a mitzvah's house, the other kills his hands become a rishon. You have a new man that says a hand could be a rishon, not only a rishon in the law. The other sneers. Stick your hands into a base of menuga, your hands become a seven. This is just one deal. If you stick your hands into a mitzvah house, your whole body does not become tummy. It's an interesting thing. Only your hands. Imagine. Only part of your body becomes tummy. The question is, why you do it? Am I going to the hands because of the body? They made his hands over his shoulders. I didn't invent the new category. I'm just going to say, Rabbanon. What did I say? Right. Oh, Shavin Rabbanon. He holds that what? That it's only a shame. A hand at maximum could be a shame. Okay. So nothing. Whereas we're saying an answer, our mission is talking about a guy who had rishon hands. Touched the meat that had blood on it from coming. How do you have rishon hands? Because he stuck his hands into the Messiah's house. Says Gemara, listen to your Akiva. It's much better. Why are you telling me go like with Shimon ben Elazar when I have a Rabbi Kiva here? Rabbi Kiva, Rabbi Kiva, don't know the other kilos. Now Rabbi Kiva happens to be he remains Rabbi. The other kilos happen. Rabbi Kiva is the mayor's Rabbi. The mayor is the one that we brought before. Shem Mayor. Where did the mayor get it from? Rabbi Kiva. So just go to the source. Say that Rabbi Kiva holds that your hands can become a rishon. Rabbi Kiva, I didn't mean to be touching the Kamiri. He only said his halacha by things that are very sensitive, like human touching. I want somebody that says specifically about chulin that your hands become a rishon. As the Gemara, a bomb question. What are you telling me? That according to Rabbi Kiva, maybe when it comes to chulin, your hands are not a rishon, your hands are only a sheni. Guess what? Rabbi Kiva holds that a sheni hand could mess up meat that became wet. He holds that sheni makes a shlishi of it. This non. That very day. What's the very day? The famous is Rashi. The day of Elazar and Azariah, Harei Amiti Ben Shimon was saying their Seder. That day that he took over was a meal of Kumbanasi. So they added 400 benches to the Beis Hamikdash. Imagine thousands of new Bachram come into the Beis Hamikdash to learn, and they're all asking all the questions they had in their entire lives. So that day, a lot of new Kedushin happened. And one of the Kedushin was this: the Rabbi Kiva had to get up and say, it says everything. Let me show you the video real quick. It's perfect for now. This dead mouse is out of Puma. Wow. Super low. Unbelievable. Okay. A Kli Charetz is a word that only comes from the ear space. So the entire oven becomes a what? A rishon. The food inside the oven becomes a sheni. Could a sheni make a shlishi? Says Rabbi Kiva, yes. This bread, if it touches another bread, the bread will become a shlishi. We didn't know that before. That's only Shilas Rabbi Kiva. Okay. So we stop over there. Let's see it inside. Yitma. It says it doesn't become coming. It has the power to give off Tuma weiter. The Tama Keren. The Sheni has the power to make a shlishi. Even that Kikar Sheni teaches us about a bread. You just saw it on the video. A bread that's a Sheni, she was a shlishi. And here we finish off with today. And that's Rabbi Kiva. So just say it's the Rabbi Kiva. Maybe it's referring to the right. The Rabbanon loy. Oh, we were talking about hands. Hands are only coming with the Rabbanon. So that the Rabbanon Tuma doesn't have the power to make a shlishi, a sheni of shlishi. Rabbi side. We have a wonderful.
So for 22 years, just a little fun with your baby gorilla. A lot of grades. Started 22. Anyway. You have a girlfriend? I do not. No. So, what exactly? Why'd you move to North Carolina again? Military. They moved you there. So you're based out of there. Gotcha. Yep. Have you actually had sex with I have. Whoa. Was she pregnant with you? No, it wasn't my kid, which is why it tastes better. Right. No, I know it wasn't your kid. I'm saying you're a baby. I was saying you're a big baby. You're saying, where did you meet this pregnant chick at? You were just hanging around. I dated her for 2 years in high school. She was already pregnant in high school.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild.
So,
Mordechai. That's
slow it down and repeat yourself.
a beautiful picture taken by a nurse in a hospital.
For 2 years.
Nurse. No. This is a father. He's a father with his baby learning Torah and a nurse. Okay, so it wasn't a staged picture. Dear Rebellion, my wife and I wanted to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude for everything you did to make our wedding in Jerusalem so meaningful and memorable. Having you walk me down the aisle and read the Tuba was something I would carry with me for the rest of my life. Plus, having Avi, Noah, Benny, Dave, and Ari come to celebrate with us made it that much more amazing. This passed along our long space to each of them. And so many of them who showed up, said everything about the kind of community built around you. It was a profound reminder that Yom is not just a learning program, it is a brotherhood, and I felt that fully on one of the most important days of my life. I also wanted you to know, and I don't say this lightly, that the daily practice of Yomi has had a real and lasting impact on me. Discipline of showing up every single day, the rhythm it creates, the way it anchors the day for me, has genuinely made me a better person and steadier one. But here's a few compliments with deep appreciation and warm regards to Glenn and Rivka Hannah Esterson. Both Gary said that. Wilmington, North Carolina. And she's from Brazil. By Jacob Gross. Oh no, Sender Gross. Dear Belly, my name is Sender Gross, Canby Island, UK, sponsor of Substance Office. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for everything you and everyone have done for me. The impact that it's had on my life has been tremendous. Before becoming a part of the NUI, I barely learned Torah regularly. Listen to this, you barely learned. But today, I try to learn between 4 and 5 hours every day. Wow. Attending various shiurim on the phone, online, and of course, the first is MDY from the beginning of Sanhedrin. This I'm truly thankful. Look, the daf brings other stuff. You just told me before, Shir, instead of murder to get there, it's probably true. The heavy balabas is a thing of the past. And he said it's because of Ozempic. And I say it's because of the daf. When Balabas comes in, there's the daf. He's more consistent with his exercise and his Ozempic. Everything. It's not bad. It's not bad. Last Thursday, I received a call from Yeshiva in London. Listen to this. Last Thursday, I received a call from London, Yeshiva in London, asking if they could host a little Yeshiva barbecue on. My wife and I were delighted to host them shortly before the event. They learned. You also see him by one of the dedicated learners on the Sefer Menachos, but his name is Bahar, and one of the staff with MDY. They learned it in Yeshiva by night Seder. The little Yeshiva was attended by Rabbi Rothschild, the staff from Yeshiva, and the Sikkas HaTorah. I love the name, the Sikkas HaTorah. What made it especially meaningful for me was that I had spots in Menachos, and then married to host a beautiful scene in my own home. It felt like a special gift from Hashem, and wanted for a moment of encouragement. Thank you again for all that you do. Your work is making a real difference, and I'm grateful to be part of it. With appreciation. Send it gross, and the Island, UK. You like it? Yeah, I do. I can remember that. So, do me a favor. Send me an email. Dear Rebbe, just a quick note. I started the dab with you at the beginning of Purim. Thank you for the visits. I like where he's from. Also, very, very out of town. This is an inspiration, humor. I look forward to meeting you in person someday. Hey, full Bulldog, Baltimore. You guys know Mickey Overlander? He's the Staten Island, exactly.
I said I'm getting mountain-back vibes from you. You're telling me that you don't sleep with your husband, but in the bed that you sleep, the very savory out of all the people in this room, out of the 380 some episodes that I've never said the words
This is the entire email from Betsy.
you're telling me that you sleep in a room.
No better nachas. 3 words. Thank you. This is some learning Torah. No better nachas. The official edition of NY Shas, the Masechta, by Zeb and Yal Shul. Their name is on the front of the Gemara. I received a phone call from my shver last night. Doesn't happen very often. He says, I've been using your Gemara, and I love it. I love the way it's so easy. And he's the person that does Daf Yomi for years. And he's the archer for years. And he's fucking archer. Zibin Yao Shor. He says just the way the flow is, you don't flip the notes from the bottom, and this, and that's the Lashon. All these, okay, whatever. It doesn't say temple. Oh, it's okay. What was Markovich? What's his name? Somebody said his, I'm saying his name wrong. What is it? Markovich? No. Markovich. Now, if it's not Markovich, let us know. for the Hatzluja of all our children, Moishi, for the Hatzlach of all our children, Moishi and Ruki from Mexico. The actual Masechta is sponsored by David Solomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Mari and Shmuel Baruch during times he does become a Rav. The Masechta is sponsored by the Positive Talent Foundation. In gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all the leaders supporting the wife, Anonymous, myself, the Rukers of the Gospel says thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for Shli, for Shlomo, and Uncle Shalom, Kalebas, Esther, Yonim, Daniel, Rosenfeld, Dries, Simcha, Ari Simon, and Shlomo, Avi Mary, and Miriam, Yonim, Daniel, Rosenfeld, and Uncle Shefa. Anonymous for Shlomo, for Rabbi Rothschild ben Yehudis, and Avram Mishaya ben Slavic Bora, Amen. Weekly sponsors, financial sponsors, wishing them your family continue to stop since the Shmaya. Anonymous, Odu Hashem Kifay, Kila Olam Chazdo. Robert Early, Preston Harris, Future Fusion, make money from the share, give back to the share. Make money in general and give back to the share. Yumi Shoner, learning from Robert Early. With gratitude to Hashem for everything. Where's Robert? He's not here yet. I want to know if he knows who Yumi Shoner is. In learning from Robert Early, with gratitude to Hashem for everything. Anonymous, this was Daniel Yehuda ben Achaber Yosef Zucker, birthday today in school for Avram ben Chana Broch. Anonymous, the Nishmas David ben Zachariah, Yosef Shapiro, for the birth of his first name, but Yitzchak ben Mina Chaya Shoshana. Carlo, HYK Ventures, and the schools for success of all our clients, and by Binyamin and Daniel. And like his sponsor monthly, can make the see as a school for consumer Matega, and Ricky Yud is best, Yafon Saya. Anyway, Muslimah, Jonathan Itan Ben Bashem Brachas. We went yesterday to visit him, and he really enjoys when people come to visit. So whenever we go visit, Jonathan Itan, he lives here, and Ben Shalom. Before Muslimah, Mordechai Ben Esther. Do not tell him that you heard it in the shir. Before Sayelet, Daniel said Ben Ayelet Esther. Turning up the dots. Not yet. Rabbi Isai Mordig in steroids. Omarova. Okay. So there are two halachas that are new to us when it comes to paragima. One we learned, one we didn't know about. Here's halacha number 2. Halacha number 1 is that as you are shechting the paragima, you cannot do any other melacha. You can't do anything else besides shechting the paragima. You can't cut another watermelon at the same time. You can't be icy with anything. You can't text message anyone. You gotta be concentrated on that one task. The other halacha is the shachar b'isha. You can only chef one paradum at the same time. You cannot chef anything else with it. You can't chef 2 paradumas. You can't chef a paradum in another animal. Therefore, Amarava, shachar para. If he's chefing a paradum, he's shachar behema peretz, and at the same time he's trying to save time. By him trying to save time, he lost $3 million. Shachar behema peretz, everybody will agree that the para aduma is possible because it says the shachar. A saw means only it and nothing else. What about the other animals? The other animal is kosher. There's no reason why the other animal should be kosher. It's kosher. Kabbalah based on our late. Now you have to put with the pencil. If you shifted another animal without intent of the other animal, let's do this dalpeh. Very gishmak. If you had no intent, you didn't want to shut another animal. Is it a good shkita or not a good shkita? That was the city yesterday. According to Nosson, it's a good shkita. According to Chacham, it's not a good shkita. And we're asking like Nosson is a good shkita. According to Nosson, that it's a good shkita. And you shefted a paraduma with it. But by mistake you shefted another black and white cow. It's a good shkita, the black and white cow. So what happens to the paraduma? Also, you're not allowed to chef two things at the same time. But according to Chachamim, the black and white cow is not a good shkita because you didn't know about it. So you didn't check another one with the paraduma. You only shefted the paraduma by itself. The nice sliced into the other end. Oh, and what about the bad? You're not allowed to slice a watermelon. And by you slicing into the black and white cows, like slicing a watermelon, the answer is that if you slice into a watermelon without knowing it, it's not a problem. Because you weren't icing with it. The problem is when you take over concentration from the paraduma, it's like concentrating in a black and white animal or in a watermelon. But over here you didn't know it. So it's not a problem at all. Either way, it's not a problem. So it says, Gemara inside, according to nothing it says that you could chef another animal by mistake and it's a good shkita. So Mela, it turns out that you just chef two cows at the same time. And therefore, the paraduma becomes possible because you're not allowed to chef two animals at the same time because it says you chef they saw only once. What about the black and white cow? The $3 million cow was completely partial and thrown out. But the $2,000, whatever it costs, $2,000 cow is completely kosher. Because even though you didn't know you're checking it, it's okay. You can check something without knowing. But I don't say you have to have when you check. The paraduma is kosher. Why? Because you didn't check anything with it. Why didn't you check anything with it? Because the aim of Sula, the black and white is possible. So the black and white is possible. And the red is kosher. Because you only checked it, you have to come on for the red. So the opposite of Allah, according to Muslim, black and white, kosher, the red, possible. Shemalating come in. I think there's a secret over here. It's alright. Also, a kid standing in the back. You don't have to stand. You just sit over here. Come in, Shabbos. Not over here. Underneath the TV. Next to Dave, the famous Dave. It's next to Dave. It says the Gemara Shita. This whole idea that if you work with the paraduma, you don't work with them. This is all stuff that we learned. So the Gemara Nishpata Ba'ina Acheres nothing is true. I want to tell you a chiddush in the second black and white cow. I would think that the word Mishach they saw means you could only chef the paraduma and not a second one. But what does it mean, not a second one? I would think that you can't chef two red cows together. Although the when it comes to a black and white cow together with a red cow, it shouldn't affect the red cow. The red cow should be kosher. The Mas Malone that no matter what, that is no matter what kind of cow, you cannot chef two at the same time. That's the shot of the Shabbat they saw. Hold that glass, you know. This case right over here. As you shefting the paraduma, you cut a watermelon, you cut a gourd. You wrap it up. You're not allowed to multiply. It's also the multiply. I heard a very nice quote.
years,
That's
and
an
it
awesome.
shows that you're set
Oh,
with
yeah.
the end
Hadik,
goal
hated,
thing.
hated,
That's
hadik.
what it's about. Definitely the set of the night things
While
you're
you're doing
saying,
prayers,
yeah,
you say
tremendous
these
job.
words. Hadik, hated, hated, hadik. The question is, oh, you have enough something. The voice, the sound is very good. So when you say something important, like say Mishnayos, start saying, most I encourage you to start saying Mishnayos, Torah, the Torah would be better. And the answer is, you cannot mix Torah with Torah. You can't do two things at the same time. You can only do one thing. As soon as you start learning Torah, then you're learning Torah. You're not doing Torah. When you do Torah, you have to concentrate on Torah. You say things that have to do with Torah, even though they're not important words. How they paint them, when you're checking the Torah, dude.
Look at these voices from Brandon.
You're grinding it, right?
Brandon,
No, the noise is the thing.
Brandon,
You say these words.
Here he comes.
Yeah.
One more time for Brandon crying out.
For years, I had underestimated how awesome
Omer says these words. Okay, from now you'll learn what's up.
It was kind of a disappointment, right? But my mother taught me that you get, but at the same time, I couldn't help but think, this is it. It's like a hot new restaurant coming to your town and you finally go, the food's just okay. It's not bad, it just didn't live up to the hype. It's kind of what this blowjob is like. 2 years later, another girl was nice enough to blow me, and this changed everything. Because it's like going back to that same restaurant years later, and you had no idea that they hired a new chef.
No, saying is that's not a question. He says Shoimer. He says it, but they thought that the child. The child is not the same. The child is. Hold on, last email.
So let's talk about the details, man. The only thing I think you're missing there is everything.
It just happened to be cut as you were putting the thing. You didn't have any intent. That doesn't ruin it. The Rabbi Rothschild, we're learning what the problem with doing something else is. Doing something is not the actual physical doing. Doing is that takes away from the mind.
Well, how about you just answer my question and we'll see.
A person physically cannot do two things. Don't listen to your wife or whatever. You can only focus on one thing.
Chinese fat blowjobs?
At once. That's it. That's all a human being can do. For most humans.
They tend to have smaller mouths because their faces are good shaped. I once had for years, I was with a girl that was half Chinese and the blowjobs were good.
Says the Mishnah. What happens?
It wasn't actually. She was American born, and the other half was Colombian. That's where the good blowjob part came from.
We have.
She was born in China. Where'd you get this blowjob? What massage parlor?
When people that are pulling on Gemaras, nobody, I'm just saying, whatever. They're going to go into details. But people that know better than. So, nothing else second big deal. The voice say it happens all time. A person is shafting. The knife falls out of his hand. Can he continue shafting? What is that called? Shihiyah. What's Shihiyah? How much of a pause is considered a pause to ruin these people? So in different cases, some of them are deliberate, some of them by mistake. Different things happen to a person. For instance, Rabbi Rothschild big deal. His knife fell down. That's what Caleb big deal. One of his garments fell. I'm learning this. Rabbi tells me, like you'll see in your video, like what are you talking about? What video? He says, listen, you guys, you go to the lab and look for the most extreme part of his dog. The Maisa Shahaya. I personally don't know the Hasidah, so I could say it, so I hope I'm not insulting anybody. But the say it's a Maisa Shahaya. Let me ask.
I thought you were going to drop another
Who's Yummy Shoner?
on us. By the way,
you know the guy?
Just be your entire
Yummy Shoner. He says, learning from Rob.
about that? Trying it a different way?
Yearly with gratitude, that's not everything. Learn from you to give money to everyone. You don't even know the guy?
Yeah, well, you should do that.
Okay.
Sure, 100%. Anyone with the second part is, you can just mix it with that. It'll be better unless it's all about restaurant option, which basically mostly work anyway.
Okay, so the nice Israel is the river. The little Mishanas is holding the barrier. He's holding his matzah. And all of a sudden he feels that he's going to lose one of his garments. So he like whispers to the guy going, Mishana, as when Moses always followed.
So where was this?
So the guy with the shirt, the guy he goes, and the whole Hasidus, they said it aloud. And then they had he was just whispering to him that it's a nice show you. It's a nice show you. Oh my God. What, you want sources?
Wow, blowjob music. Hell yeah.
Well, look on his mic.
So, what does she do? So, what do you do?
Okay, Hishkas is a sakin. Another Maisa. One that is poison might have fallen off. So you have to bend down, you have to stop, check, pick up. Hishkas is a sakin, but off. He was in the middle of sharpening the blade. It takes a lot of to sharpen the blade. But often got really tired. We both have carrying shots. Frank carrying and did the split the forward. So now, how much of a pause is too much? In shock, if he stopped and waited, the amount of time it takes to do a full shkita, sooner. How much is that? On the boy side, guess how much that is. A behemoth gasa, how much is that? The era. 3 seconds, 10 seconds. So I asked him the Ron Beister, she gave me some numbers. But obviously, I told him at the beginning, I said, but I'm asking you the fixed bill. I know it makes no sense to answer your question, but I need some guidelines. So he left me maybe 10 minutes worth of messages. Going through the whole cycle. And, there's different countries with different things. The animal can be standing, it can be laying, upside down. Does the shortcut wash the neck? Does the wash the neck? Back and forth, are you pulling or this? Are you just... And then he says, when it comes to birds, the chickens, you saw a lot of the speakers that make the shortcut hold on to the chicken. So the chicken has to grab the wings in a certain way, bend in its back. So that takes a bunch of time. In many places, the guy goes, what do you? Gives you the chicken, just holds it. You just goes. You have to take a second. At some places, the chicken is already up on the line. The line is that moving thing. So it just comes as it's moving, just grab. And it's also less time than when the guy moves. Back and forth, the whole thing. But when it came out, right, this is like a be'era to the be'era. There's a lot of people don't allow a person to check more than 10 words a minute. So that's 6 seconds a bird. Some allow 15. The real market ones, like the Badash, whatever, they're 10. You have Rabbi Rothschild, closer to 14, I think, or else. Whatever it is, different number. But it doesn't matter. A good fighter could do more than that. When it came to behemoth, like the really large animals, it came to it was a be'era, and then tonight you look into the Simona. So it came, I'm just throwing this out, it could be wrong. 1.5 minutes for large animal. Now, it could be less, but if you just don't look at my vote, We're going to see the Gemara. Does it include knocking the animal down to the ground? Obviously, it's a bunch of time. So knocking an animal down to the ground. That's one sheet. That plus the shkita. Or you already have a knockdown animal and you're ready to go. So just for the shear for today. Now, nobody told me this at all. For the shear, let's say a bird is 6 seconds, and a large animal is 1.5 minutes. The Sabbath is meant, so we have a little bit to work with. Nothing. You had a whole part of my life, a big part of things that occurred in my life is exactly because of these numbers. A whole tumult in my family about how much could you possibly shop. It took up a large part of my life, seriously, this idea. Without going into detail. My Kedei Shkita. Oh, no, sorry. So Rabbi Shimon Omer not going to make it to the boat. Rabbi Shimon Omer. Inshallah, Machloikis, a real Machloikis. Because of just this idea. Rabbi Shimon Omer, in Shah, today is Bikur. Bikur means to check the knife. How long will it take to check a knife? I forgot to ask you from Weizbush. I'm assuming that it's less than the shkid itself. It's going up and down with your nail, and you do it pretty quickly, and you said on the sides also. I think if you're good, they can do it in, let's call it 30 seconds, but it's now 1.5 minutes. Huh? Yeah, and also the Taisus also points out that it depends on the size of the knife, right? There's a small knife. Look at this knife. This knife is, where is it? This blade is tiny compared to the Asa. I mean, it's a third of the size, so if you do a dig on this, is a third of. Okay. Now I'll just show you this video. Okay? Here we go. First sound. This is the whole Mishnah. Right into one.
I've always wondered what it would be like if Aaron Phillips went on career right for the street guy. Look at you. You're like all together.
The shit up to the big one. His knife fell. So if a guy could step in there as he's taking a nap, it says, it's a second, he got tired as he was sharpening the blade, but often he got tired. Another guy came and shot back. So depending how long it took him, if he moved in quickly, within a minute and a half, let's call it to the Emagata. So it's good.
That's fun. Not a lot of.
But if not, it's possible. If Shimon Omer shot to the Bikor, let's call it 30 seconds. If he's able to get there within 30 seconds, then he do it. My Kedei Shkita, how much is it Shkita? In order to shut another animal from beginning to end, so we'll call it 1.5 minutes. While you're shifting animals, I understand it's 1.5 minutes that you get to pause and take a nap. But when you do birds, but if it only takes 6 seconds per bird, so maybe you only get 6 seconds. A Yuma after Himalaya, maybe when you're doing birds, you still get 1.5 minutes. Because there's a shear. There's a shear. There's a puzzle. It's a shear. It's a local machine. You get a shihia is 1.5 minutes. How do you know I'm a great sleep? I think she shut the behemoth doila. But even when we birds, you have that 1.5 minutes. Rav says it's unbelievable. But how did the day to Chavizi, the Shiloh, and wasn't in a good mood with my uncle. We weren't in good terms. My uncle, me, Rav, and my uncle Rabbi. Okay, the uncle wasn't. One of us wasn't in the proper light. We weren't in good terms then. He wasn't. In other words, I couldn't ask him the question because of one of our moods. It says that we have a different thing. The Habibi, it sounds to me that it was him himself. In my.
Absolutely, that is cool. Wow.
So he says different.
You have a good support system around you. Like, how are you staying sober? I got my coffee. I got my fiance. I got my your fiance. That's cool. We actually sleep in bed. Is that true?
Okay.
Really?
So, I can put him just to remind all of them because it's fascinating. Pio had a sister from his mother's side, and he had a brother from his father's side. The sister and the brother were not related. They were both related to him. He was his brother, or his sister. That brother and sister got married. That kid would not be accepted to any yeshiva today, but he turned out to be Rabbi. So that's my uncle, my beloved, my uncle, Rabbi. I couldn't ask him. I don't know. I never asked him. So, and then the Gemara says a fascinating thing. Get married. I'm around. So he was mocking. He didn't get the dance from his uncle. So he said, I don't know if that's the reason, but he said, no. When you chef chicken, you don't get the minute and a half. You only get 6 seconds. Well, I feel the handle. No, you only chef chicken to get 1.5. Thank you also, Robin, and Rabbi also holds to get 1.5 minutes throughout whatever you chef. But Hanina Omar Kadish, Yodi Behima Peres Bishkosh. But Hanina should say something not, you get much more than 1.5 minutes. As long as it takes you to get another animal from somewhere else. Actually, the Gemara makes no sense. Yodi, sometimes you have to go all the way to Brazil. I don't know where exactly. You have to go to Yerushalayim to get an animal. So Gemara, that means that it depends. Where the animal is. Sometimes it's an hour away, sometimes 10 minutes away, sometimes 4 hours, 4 days away. Oh, no, but you meant this to give an animal. No, it doesn't mean to get another animal. It means to get the other animal down on the ground. So, over here you see Rabbi Rothschild knocking down 1,000-pound animal, all wild beast, in seconds. Yeah, not a problem for him. But we're talking about a regular human being. And the chayra takes, for a cow, it takes a good few minutes. I'm going to assume, until you tie its legs down, until you trip it up, it takes a nice amount of time. So, Rabbi Yochanan says no. The shear is 1.5 minutes as long as it takes you to shop. Rabbi Hanina says no. As long as it takes you to knock an animal down, 5 minutes plus 1.5 minutes. So you get a total of 6.5 minutes. If you take a nap in between, you start checking, you take a nap, you go, you start, whatever you do, you sharpen your knife. You have 6.5 minutes, he said. Today, you gotta lift that all up, knock it down to the ground, be a shkoit, and the shot. Dato, the gas is dato. It takes a little bit here. Where was it? Something like this. I don't know if this. Looks like Meyer. Okay. Omarova. I showed you the sack into raw. Guy uses a really bad way. It cuts, but it takes some time to cut.
That's true.
Even if a person checks all day long, as long as you
But you had a $3,000 bridge put in, and you lost
cutting,
it, or
he's making progress.
yes to both. Lost. You ever think about taking out your teeth, Andy? Because it's an interesting excuse.
will change your life. Look at this car. Very sharp. Very nice. Only $5 in Tini. Come on.
My question is, you said that it gives you trouble eating pussy. My question is, do you ever just take out your teeth and then eat the pussy? Yes, Kid Rock.
Yeah, I'd like to point out the fact that he just called every man who doesn't eat pussy a cow.
Yeah, no, it's true. I heard it. Absolutely. We stand by you, Isaiah Gray. Heck yeah. When's the last time you ate a pussy, Isaiah? 2 weeks ago. Yes. The last guy knew when the last time he ate a Twinkie was. You don't know the last time you ate a pussy. Man, you really don't. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Saba, stop. No cut. Wow. Very bad night.
What's it like
Maybe
being the
order
only black
new
guy in a
knife
temple
on
radio,
AliExpress.
Famous Lincoln line. Give me 6 hours to cut down a tree. I'll take 4 hours to sharpen the axe and 2 hours to cut the tree. In other words, the preparation is a big side of everything. The more you prepare, the better the outcome. You can sit there with a dull axe and try to cut down a tree. It'll take you 4 days. If you spend the time to sharpen the axe, it'll only take you 2 hours.
So what's it like? Is this where you're from?
Huh? Sit all the time. I was in construction for a very long time. The more time the guys prep, like let's say for painting or whatever it is, especially painting, let's say. They put tape around the windows and this. The more prep they put boards out, whatever that is, the plates on the electric is a much better job. Versus just coming in, start painting, smear up the ceiling and the windows. Then you have to spend all this time to clean the window. If you prep well, then Azoyas. No, over here it's not. Never. A guy like me walks into any building and starts. Very hard to walk around there. So you have to get a good paper. You get what you pay for. That's the bottom line in all these things. Just remember that. You know what I'm telling you? If anybody does construction, you get what you pay for. If you have a cheaper contractor, you're not saving money. You get what you pay for. You're going to pay for it in another room, somewhere else. You have to change out a whole door because of this and that. It costs more money than the other guy wants to do. And aggravation is also part of it. But, something in there. Very rough. Unbelievable. Let's say you get a minute and a half to pause. So what if you pause for a half a minute at 9 o'clock, a half a minute at 10 o'clock, and another half a minute at 11 o'clock? He's going all day long. So you have to take a little break. He's tired. His arm is falling off. He pauses. But he knows that you're not supposed for 1.5 minutes. But if you set a timer, does it accumulate? Does the shears accumulate? And of course, I'm not going to go into that. or Vard, would just be Chazara. Everybody knows the Vard, one of the most famous Vards of all time. 11. 12 plus 12 doesn't equal 24. It's part of its math. It's not around gift search of times 11. It's such a famous Vard, you can't even make a mistake on this one. That's your 5 to 11. I saw it inside 24 times. At least. I just can't tell you what system, but it's there. I guarantee you it's there. Yeah. Fine. But maybe he said it over. A lot of people don't. In 10 years from now, they'll say at least the Stefanski said it. Because we're kind of level. In other words, if you take a pause, anytime you take a pause, and say this, so it hurts a lot. You'll say, no one fixed called me in this second. Ignore it. Ignore. Because when you ignore, I can't. It's not shy. Answering one message takes you out for 10 minutes. Just you're in a zone, you're concentrating. Only you have to answer some stuff. And that's just nature. It's all shtusim, it's all bimas, it's all shtusim compared to the Gemara. So many people came to all the shows. I mean, you guys are so awesome that spent the whole weekend with us. The worst is, I joked about the first show yesterday. We had all the people that go out in Yossi Klein got to deny, so he goes to maybe no can get through. So it's 2. I get 2 for the same message. So thank you guys so much for your loyalty, and I know so many of you drove from different, obviously very far places to be here. So thank you and congratulations to you and make the comedy fans the best taste in the world. Well, to know how to make the special sauce. It goes from you guys to the one is good. The recipe, yeah, I know. Recipe. You take 2 eggs and you get like this. That's the only thing I can do. Scrambled eggs. Zaydi Gemara. She's my G-Star. Because Zaydi Gemara, this limited day. Didn't you just say that a guy is checking all day long with a bad night? Obviously, he's going to take a pause here. How do you go 24 hours straight without taking a pause? So she's probably do not accumulate. Otherwise, how do you do it? Says Gemara, what do you mean? Doesn't really show. I'm talking about you check it all day long, non-stop. But if you stop, maybe it's bad. Very enough. Show up and mute to run and mouth. This is unbelievable. We had a very similar question 2 days ago. A guy takes a knife and he checks. Here's my new pipe. I have a solid cup. But here's my gas on. He checks. It says, I don't know. He checked the road. Perfect. Is it a good shkita? It's good shkita. He checked the road. Now he waits 2 minutes. He waits 2 minutes. 2 full minutes, which is more than 1.5 minutes that you're allowed. And then he puts the knife in the same exact thing, and he goes by it. And he checks more. Problem went out of problem. So the player, what's the problem? What? He checked it already. But whoever thinks he tested 2 days ago, we have the same exact question. That's halada. What happened by halada? The Gemara asked the same question. He did, well, he was a perfect speaker. And then he sticks the knife in, he buries it, and then he goes by it. That's the question. That's the last question. He already did a whole speaker. So Rashi explains because it's one more speaker, and he messed up at the tail end. So over here also. He did a shchita. If he would have stopped and gone home, it would have been perfect. The problem is he continued. Who asked him to continue? You continued and you did a shehiyah in between. It could be a problem. Listen to this, and Rashi says here something unbelievable. He sticks in there. Venera, listen to this. A guy, it happened to me, I saw it with my own eyes. A guy shut the cow, and they're on to the next cow. They don't wait. So they release him from the box. The cow stood up and started running around the place. His head blushing, everything. Guys are running out of the way. They're holding on. They're like the legs are in the air, holding on to the machines. The guy pulls out a gun, starts shooting. Don't ask. It was a mess. So what do you do? So this is I'm not joking. It's Sakanis Nefashis. A cow out of control, Sakanis Nefashis. Smashing with a piece of metal over. People were hanging, dangling, screaming. They have a system. A guy literally was picking out weapons. Boom, boom. Crazy. So, Venera. That Shaykhim wrote some money, says Rashi. Vision the other, well, I show you love, man. She's talking about a bird here. He sees Cyril Kai, the bird is going crazy. The bird is not dying. He has a murder the gate. He's going to take a knife, same knife he's holding in his hand, and continue to give him a knock his head off. Finish off the job. Also, Lazar looked at Hamil, the first speaker. You're not going to go back to that place. The root of Shiyat al-Atzar, whack in the head, but then go back to that place. You go back to the place, you don't just take it. I don't know what that was. Fascinating all. Huh? You did it. You did a complete shkita. And everybody says, hey, it's 100% good. It's kosher Russian. You can eat the food right now. No, but if you continue, you make it worse. So you have a bird that's out of control. Make sure you don't cut it in the neck. Rabbi Shimon says that if Rabbi Shimon argues, he says it's not they shkitos, they bikor, it's checking in. Like they bikor, how much is that? Only the other for they you got to go all the way to a smart the Chacham in the city. Okay, every Chacham lives in a different place. Sometimes you have to travel 2 hours to get from Chacham. So it's a 2-hour thing. Sometimes it's in your book. You get lucky. You live right next to I went to Rebecca's wife. Knocked on the door next door. She says she lives right over here. What is she cook? She says to live next to him the whole day. Sometimes you have a spouse. You live mamish next to the Galad door. It's the Galad or whatever. It's 1 minute, 10 seconds. What is it? People down the fuck. It's he himself, the shaykh himself knows that right. So how long you take it to stop and then go with his finger like this? Whatever that is, 30 seconds, you get 30 seconds. Says the Mishnah. So let's do this about that for a second. You come to an animal and you see that his trachea, this is the breathing pipe, is completely disconnected. And then you go ahead and you check this pipe, one pipe. What did you just do? Is the animal kosher to eat? Absolutely not. You didn't check this pipe. This pipe is already disconnected. The big question of the Mishnah is, how do you view the animal? Does the shkita help at all? A lot of times shkita helps. You remove the tumor. If it has a hole in the hide and you shefted it, then it's a good shkita. You can't eat the animal, but there's no tumor. What if it doesn't have a hole in the heart? It has a removed trachea. It's popped out of its place, and you just one sinner. Did you remove the tumor? You know what you guys say? You say no. You say no. Everybody say yes? Rabbi says yes for a second, then he takes it back. Shachar the Sabesha. Moving down to different halachas now. It's called Tikur, to pop out a sinner. He shifted the esophagus, the eating tube. His parts of the sagargeras, then he messed up on the trachea, on the breathing tube. As he's checking it, he popped it out. He did something wrong with the knife. So he only shifted really one out of his money. Or he started out really bad. Yeah. oh, this is Nishma. This is not good. This is not good for us. I wanted to show where he knocked it out himself. Okay, it's one of our lawfuls. It's the next one, maybe. I told you guys that Africa has something to mention. The kid, so he didn't have trachea to deal with. He only has the esophagus. He shut the esophagus. Or he shut out the upper man, or he only shut the one out of the two. Funny noises the speakers are making up there. Oh, it's fucking with me. Sorry. Or he shut out the upper man, anything out to Mesa. Or he only shut the one out of the two. Obviously, you shut one out of the two. It's nothing. It's not a good speaker. But the question here is not whether it's a good speaker. The question is it a nevela or a trachea? A nevela has tumas mago mas. If you touch it, you become tummy. You carry, you become tummy. But you have is a second takas Hashem Yipsafa. You did chalada. What's chalada? You hid the knife. Let's see. You see over here, the knife is hidden. It's underneath it's underneath both simanim. It's hidden. And then he goes, after it's hidden, he goes and he goes in an upward motion. It's a long motion. Instead of coming down from the trachea downwards, he goes from the esophagus upwards. Rabbi Sheva says this is not a valid speaker. It's not a valid speaker. The animal is a real nevela. It's like a dead horse, a dead calf, a dead cow. It gives tumor. No. At the end of the day, it's a phone speaker here. And therefore, he needs speaker. So, Rabbi Sheva says, as you perform in the speaker, you create a nevela. If you did a psul as you perform the speaker, then the animal is a nevela. So the year you performed a shkita and you realize you messed up on the trachea, you ripped the trachea out of its place before the esophagus. After the esophagus, only the trachea. It was during the shkita, so it turns into a nevela. That's a shkita. It does a garden. Let's say I had a hole in the heart. When you did a great shkita, you concentrate the young Nepal. If that's the other thing part, the hole in the heart causes the speaker. There's a trade and there's no coma. Says the myth. It's not about how you did lawyer Rabbi Kiva is admitted to Sheva that you're right. You are right. In other words, if I mess up during shkita, everybody agrees it's an nevela in this tumah. Says the Gemara, you have to remember these three words over here, these two words. Elu treifos. That's the next direct. Coming up in 10 days. Part of it I'm going to be in Austria. But to give out the we want to do, even before that, we want to do a live demonstration of all the treifos, of all the animal innards, Bezer Hashem, and it's going to be soon. It might even be tomorrow. We'll see what happens. It might be tonight. So get ready. It might be right now. You never know with MDY. Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? From where? Shalom Aleichem. Who else is brand new here? Really timing for me. Okay. This is very close. Very meaty. What do we say? What do I say? If you find a damaged trachea and you chef, you made a nevela according to everybody. The Kiva admits, the Shema for sure said it. Elu treifos. There are 16 types of treifos, the Mishnah says, and the first two talk about a hole in the esophagus and a messed up trachea. And it calls it treifos, not a nevela. We just said it's a nevela. So we have a contradiction that we're going to be dealing with until the end of this year today. a contradiction. On the one hand, our Mishnah calls it a nevela. On the other hand, it's elu treifa. It's a treifa. The two is that she was like gargeres. The gargeres, the con, the trachea, the breathing pipe is dislocated. It's a treifa. So that's the question. The answer, we're going to have a few different answers here. Turning to the David Global Specialist in International Financial Services, and Chaim Milrad, the Nishon Simon Lassi, for our local bars, it's a relation. Says, what? Okay, that's attempt number one. We're going to see the proof that that's not true. I'm a robot. The gosh. Now we're just he did a nice feat on the side. And then he dislocated the funnel, the trachea. That's the problem with the margin. First, he disconnected the funnel, the feeding pipe, and then he shifted the eating to the esophagus. If he started out nicely, did a nice feat on the esophagus, and then he disconnected the trachea, the cells were speaking. So that's unavailable. So I'll point to everybody why, because what happened while he shut. While he shut. I'll point to everybody to nevela. It gives to him. But Pausat is what Norm is saying. Pausat moves in Shachas if it was disconnected first. And then he shifted. We view it as if this animal had a problem. Sometimes it has a problem with the heart. Sometimes it has a problem with the trachea. There's nothing to do with the shmita. And then when you shift the esophagus, then it's a trachea. The problem is, they say Rabbi Rothschild, it can't be. Why? Because our Mishnah says differently. It says, if you shifted the esophagus, the feeding tube, and then he dislocated the trachea. Then what does it say? First, you're trying to say that this case, if the trachea was dislocated first, then it's called a trachea. But it says in our Mishnah, the trachea was dislocated first. It says, what? No. That's in a second. But Pasuk is like Garrett. Oh, you're saying it differently. You're saying that, okay, fine. Okay. But it's an Avela, not a trade. It says in Mufurish that if the Gargeras was dislocated first, you dislocated the Gargeras, and then you shifted the esophagus, it's an Avela, not a trade. But don't tell me that that's the case of a trade when it says Mufurish it's an Avela. So maybe something that he already shifted the esophagus. The problem is then it would be exactly the same case, and that's what Gemara asks. Well, you'll say that in our Mishnah, one was together simultaneously, one was one after the other. It's a nice dog fact, but it doesn't really work together. Why? Then you say the same case twice. It's not back like that. It doesn't make foolish that after the esophagus came after the trachea came the esophagus. It didn't happen in the reverse. It happened first. Kana, then esophagus. So Rav himself has another sign. That the next Mishnah or the next parak in the trachea, you have to understand it as not 80 trachas, not 16 only trachas. What it really means is Elu Asiyas. These are the ones that are also to eat. Some of them are treif, some of them are nevela. Don't be the dike in the word treif. Yes, nevela. Out of the 16, some of them are in fact nevela. For instance, if you damage the trachea first and then the esophagus, then it's a nevela. It's not a treif. The problem is that if you 18, okay, 18. Check them out. I don't know. I thought it was 16. So The problem is that you're opening up a can of worms, so to speak. Now you're introducing that the next Mishnah, that parak won't talk about Nevelah. So guess what? I have a bunch of other Nevelahs that's not mentioned in the Mishnah. I saw Gistra in Nevelah, this famous Gistra, the cow that walks into a bus. Half a cow. You look at Nami, the boy side. This is a beautiful question. You look at Nami, you're the Lazar, don't know the Lazar, Nitla Yarv, here, tell you where's this picture. This guy. It's missing, take a look. It's missing its entire thigh. But man, when it sits down, you can see a hole. This cow is moving away. It's in a lot of pain. I get it, the whole thing. If you touch it, you become tummy. It's alive, right? Wrong. You become tummy. It's how long? It's dead. Hell of life. You learn a lot of stuff in that video. Exactly. You can't bring it to asthma. Kikatani says Gemara, Kikatani the veil of Limitamin Machayim. The Mishnah of Elik Tavis only talks about animals, normal animals that are in the Vela after they're dead, not when they're alive. I'm in the Vela of Limitamin Machayim, Pellet life. This animal over there, it's winking at you, it's wearing a hat, it's smiling, it can be walking around. If you touch it, you become Pame. I'm in the Vela of Limitamin Machayim, look at Tony. Next. Okay, so that's one thing. I have another song. In our Mishnah, it's talking about, take a look. There's already a nice incision right over here. And he goes and he takes the knife. Ooh, look, he's very dangerous. Takes a knife and continues the incision. Guess what? It's as if you didn't even check this pipe. This pipe doesn't even exist because it's already shafted. And then you shafted this guy, the esophagus. Okay, so you shafted one pipe. It's as if you only shafted one pipe. But the next mission is talking about, so that's an Avela. Because you only shafted one pipe, it's an Avela. But next mission, when it's a treifa, it's talking about this is open over here. So you didn't cut over here, you cut right over here. Another place completely. And the Mela, that's considered a treifa. It's possible during the Shkita, you're doing an Avela. But it's shut in another place. You go to African lunch as if it had another room somewhere. It has a hole in the house. Over here, it has a hole in the trachea. Who cares? You're doing a Shkita in another place. You're mastering the tumor. You're getting rid of the tumor because you're doing a full Shkita in another place on the trachea. Ask the Gemara a very simple question, and that's it for today. The Gemara, I think Shimon Lakish says something else himself. He says something else. Why was Shimon Lakish? It's a fun take a look at this. Just little simple science over there. Yeah. This is the trachea. The trachea leads right into what? Into the lungs. So what if a person takes the trachea and chops it in half? In other words, it's called shkita. Cuts it in half. Then before he gets to the vesha. Before he gets to the esophagus, he goes and takes a screwdriver and punctures the lung. Makes a bunch of the shape, the slate that goes, takes the lungs, they blow it up, sees if there's any surface. He finds 3 screwdriver holes in the lung. Is the animal safe or not safe? The animal is not safe. Why is it not safe? Because he already cut the corner. So when you cut the corner, you could remove it halachically from the animal, pretend there's no kana in the body. And the fact that you cut a lung that's connected to the kana, it has no significance anymore. If you stabbed it in the heart, then you made it a treifa. But there's no lungs. The lungs are in a box. The lungs are out of the animal already. How? By you cutting the kana, you remove the lungs. He calls it Shana is a part of Nikva Ray of Shera. It's not a problem to poke the lung. I'll command the man to make it as if you put it in a basket. Hakanami, when this corner has a giant hole like this, so this corner is already removed from the animal. It's in a basket. So you go and start cutting over here, down here. Who cares? It's as if you poked a hole in the lung. This is not even in the animal anymore. But for now, we can the man to be cool down. So you don't do a shkita. So really, I don't like the teretz. So I have another very, very simple answer. Again, if you have a contradiction in the Mishnah, in our Mishnah it says that if you uproot the trachea first and then the esophagus, it's an avela. In Eilu Treifus, the second case in the Mishnah calls it a treifa. So he says very good. The second Mishnah is before he took a bath. Before he took a bath. We know that now Mishnah Rabbi Kiva retracted his. He also said in our Mishnah it's a treifa. Then he retracted. Said it's an avela. So don't ask me that in one place it says nevela, in one place it says treifa. The one place that says nevela is the one Rabbi Kiva said in our Mishnah. He took it back and he calls it nevela. But that place, Eilu Treifus is a Mishnah that was written before Rabbi Kiva retracted. It took him years to retract, and he calls it a treifa. Well, Mishnah doesn't include much. When people learn things about pen, not like in our days, learning about pen, you give a kid a Mishnah, then another Mishnah. If you take out a Mishnah, it'll confuse him completely. Adult also, you can't take out words from a song. You're not going to be able to continue. How are you going to continue? When everything's about pen, you just leave it as is, and you know that that's a mistake. And the real one is trachea first, and then esophagus is called an avela, not a treifa. Rabbi Rothschild having wonderful.
Just ask me, did I get some? I simply left some here this month. He just moved back. Oh, that's teamwork right there. It's like if Rob Lesnar couldn't get his dick sucked while it was raining outside or something like that. What's wrong with these people? Child abuse or something? Aphrodite, you were also a musician as well as a comedian. Can you get a new song out? Because I never asked you. What's the hell is great for all stuff I did? Production. That's my new song that I'll show you. It's a tribute to Prince right now. That's the one up here. You like your own rendition along with the chorus. Oh, you play the I love you so good. I love you. Challenge.
New York City.
You know how to play the drums?
Yeah, you said.
You really know how to play the drums? Are you fucking with me after all
Yeah,
this?
it's a Glenn.
Jamie Foxx? I mean, that's been no girls. And I got at least something amazing. You know what? Fucking, you're right. And you can actually play the drums. You're a legend of the show. I think it's a win-win situation for us. Let's get the show started.
On the first day of the office, I went to
Several women defended him.
I learned to God everything since then. I learned to God every day of prayer time. What's the answer from the bank driver told me to learn 134 doctors just now? That's the shirt I made up. Thank you.
Aphrodite, I'm sure you know how this works, but I'm going to explain it. It for the audience members. This is sort of crazy. If Aphrodite wins, she becomes the new Jennifer when it comes out.
Makes the Lord so much more accessible, clear, and alive. I feel like if you go to, I don't know,
let's remind you that the competition, the drum solo
that's the
competition that happens, it's about overall comedy. It's about giving it your all. It's about being a performance. It's about comedy. So, there you go. With all that said, I present to you for the first time ever a Mexican drum operator.
Last night, right before I read this email, guy who won the second place video, looking out of the window and seeing MDY coming in here with a cow. So he went over to Ben and he said that he speaks French and he'd like to do the whole thing, like say it, do the whole word and everything. Does that tell you? So now we have competition. Competition is good. French competition is good. So you guys start speaking more and really get the French speaking public. I think it was a real need for this in the French community. And after that, many people connect more deeply to that. You have to get the lips worked better, I think. In my opinion, pretty tremendous Ezekiel rap. I think you get everything female. So many people with great respect. Sabrina Seth from Paris. Just so you can understand, the sector, Zeddy Yaltoa, that's Laura, Moses Markovich. This is the guy who, what's the word? Undefeated all-time behind the whole Spanish thing. Most Markovich, all the hot the Atzlech of all our children, very terrific. David Simon dedicated memory of Reverend Murray, the school boss, Mary Fancy, those who held off the hospital, the nation gratitude, the recording of their lives, and all they do is pointing our notice, the sea of consortium is capital. It's the real deal. Anonymous, I saw the rivers, food documents, and maybe keep running. Anonymous. But when we first came in, I used to have to live by Sesta. We haven't done that work as well. We used to Simcha. Harry Simon is not responsible. Who's there? I will know you're part of the mirror. The young Daniel Rosenfeld, and I'm from Shefa. Anonymous, you're saying, oh, you're Rucham Ben, Yehudis, and Abraham, and Abu Shayed, and Slavic, and Hora. And hey, maybe it's about one on the next one. The Spanish here sponsors Richie India Bank and singing that small thing to Anonymous, hey, listen to Troy. See that one happen. Robert Early, Robert Williams, that I didn't know who you are, Robert, back then. I don't know, when you wrote that anonymous email, I didn't, and I called you out on it, and you didn't like say, hey, that was really Yeah, I hear his email. Those who heard it last night heard it. It was divided email. Preston, if you heard it, you say, send it to me. It's like you said, you want stories, many stories, most of my stories. He says it's breakfast in the belly, exhausted flawless. And he wrote it, and that was email saying that he people distraction. He gives his money to other persons, doesn't think that he said I called him out on it. I said I'm grateful to that person paid. Look around the world, he says this is a source of this. So why do you get back? It's from that day on, this is what you think. He knows all his clients, everything. And now he got a major client. She's doing Shiva. The guy says that when a situation happens, you do the opposite of his giving. You give a whole week sponsoring, and he recommends that everybody do the same.
You guys having fun already?
Well, how long ago was that email?
We're gonna get 60 seconds uninterrupted by Alex Holiday. Here we go. Alex Holiday to get another. Here he comes.
Open my mouth.
Here we go.
The filter.
Back from that ledge.
You want that email now? Yes or no? Which one of these is? I don't think so. President Irish Group Report make money from the shear, give back to the shear. Not only make money from the shear, make money, give back to the shear. Anonymous, in memory of recent Khalil, who helped save the Mir and Aaron Butler. The memory of recent Khalil, so save the Mir and Aaron Butler. Anonymous. Finesse the Mir for came out the basic system of Mira, Amen. consortium will retaining Michael Chesson as our intellectual property attorney and for issuing a season 6 the damages will be awarded. Who will be awarded will go to MVP. Very good, very good. HYK Ventures belong. They discuss success of all our clients. Knowing that your local bell brother Barasa and the right kids. Relationship is like you Super Bowl baseball. And Ricky, you just got to Ohio. We are mom, we say yo, pero yo no soy roja. We say no para Esther. We say yo, the meal soy para yo test. I have 6 seconds before 8 minutes of the show. I want to say welcome back, Ellie. Missed it. He's back. A lot of water on this stage. He comes over and he says, I want to be the first person to tell you to leave the dock. What happened? He asked me once how much I spent on the dock. I said, all day long. Many hours since then. 4 hours. Getting on the flights. So I said, that's great. So here he is today. It's a shame that nobody else in this park is literally fuck anything right now. But giving over is nice to kids, and hundreds of kids, thousands of kids. Praise our show. All right. We also have here Benny Cusco. Benny Cusco's father. And that is your grandson. What's your name? Okay, let's try it. Oh, you're Cusco. You know your uncle, the famous Marlo. Here we go. Wow, I mean, geez, I just wish anybody would get on me right now. That's right, hundreds of reels. Hundreds. All over the world. Thousands, maybe. Is he there? I don't know. Which how long was it? How long was it? You have the vibe of a Duke lacrosse player. Oh, he's home last night. I don't know why. What is your ankle? You sound like a sexy. What's your son? Yeah, sorry. You seem like you'd be the cool kid out of all the mass shooters. All right, you found him. You found him. Family is welcome. Who else? Anybody else? Okay. You found him. The boys say, here we go, and that's it. Love it out. Here's the dots. Here's the dots. Here's the shot. Where's the fire? Go to the mix one. The right saver. Say one more. She's walking on a bridge. She slips and falls into the water. Oh my goodness. Alex, so remind us, what do you do for work? Oh yeah, water. Yeah, small business. What do you do? Out of here? Alex, how long have you been on stand-up? Yeah. Has your dad seen you perform? The dad that owns the company that you work for? What are you talking about? We're talking about wow. You want to plug the family? Of course they didn't make a bracha. I made a bracha for dynamic. Insisting of dying. I love your joke writing. No, it's just so ready to have a better plug too, by the way. I mean, who doesn't want a home invasion system put in by someone who looks like they would invade your home? And they're like, well, you can trust me. Seven lines back to the top. Don't get used to this. Holding not only that, there's a video that I needed to show us like something shady was video tonight, like over at the Right. No, that's not a problem. That of course is going to be the problem. With the Gemara was the upper before, and we had to come on to the. He had a kavana to do that. That was the says the Gemara. Says the Mishnah. But if a person is shechting two animals, or one animal, let's say one animal, not just the head. The Lord says, how long the night was. We learned from the Mishnah that the night was like this. If it's double the size of the neck, then it's okay. The other day we're going to prove that we double the size of the neck. Other day, the size of the size. What the Mishnah means is the size of the neck plus. I don't know exactly what it means, but the Gemara is going to say, what is the size of it? Does it mean a little bit? You know it. The size of the size of the size of this picture. Does it mean the neck? The half of the room, the savar, telling like I don't remember the size of the master. Or it means take a look at this slide, how it happened. It just means a little bit more than the neck. That's not. Let's go to the next thing. It is a little bit more than this. It says, I'm sorry for the reason the person is checking two animals at the same time. They're not both supposed to do it. Yes, stopping the late stop. Regardless, she got the weight of the neck. Ask the Gemara the obvious question. How is it possible that if you're checking one animal, you need a little bit more than a neck? And if you're checking two animals, all you need is one neck. It's impossible. So what does one neck mean? One neck means one neck. So if you have two animals, you need one neck in addition to the two necks of the width of the animal. Okay, what happened next? Two necks of the animal, one extra neck. That's how long your neck has to be. And that's the message. He named him late Saturday after the Sinai. You check the two animals. All you need is a nice wide with one neck. If you're checking one animal, it's very you said you need one neck plus a little bit more. You say the head is actually doing Saturday animals. So you're checking two animals, all you need is one neck. So when the mission says one neck, you mean whatever width. You should check 16 animals. You need a neck of 16 animals wide plus one neck. I would see the way Saturday just the snakes are buried. It means one neck in addition to the two. They shut it. So therefore also, when it refers to the one animal, it means not this picture right over here, but this picture over here. End of the statement. So this is typical thing that we have for the last 30 days.
I told you today that I could go home early.
You say I'm Maine?
My guy is a Hyundai accent. When people hear me speak, they ask me, hey, where's your accent from? I say, oh, you've got Army. Some say.
Says, when do you need a knife that's this long, like in this picture? You need a knife like this when it's one motion. You only go forward or go backwards. So to make sure you did a good speed, though, you need a knife that has an extra. Well, because the Mishnah is going to go back and forth, you need a small razor blade. This blade, it takes you 20 times back and forth, back and forth. Okay. In Rosh that's okay. In Rosh sorry about the title, it might be a little bit of Russia, but that's what it is. Other than these were only for night. It's spoken about specifically, this is according to the Sikha school. I drew a completely different picture of the Sikha school. I want to go to the Sikha school. Harai means a decorative piece that comes out of the knife. And let's say this is how you would say. This is this part of the razor. So he's shuffling like this. This is the neck of the animal. This goes back and forth, like that. But the problem is it has this little horn, definite horn. And it might slip and it might poke the smother. Not good. Maybe, what are you looking at? Let's see what very concerning. It's stinks to me. Another question. Maximize what if I use a needle? Obviously, we're going to poke the animal with a needle a bunch of times and make small holes. What is that? What is that? Risa. I'm pushing downward. You need to pop with a nail. So she's going to take this like the worst. I don't even know. See, so this take the needle. It's like going back and forth with it. You start scraping the surface until you get in. And then once you get in, then you stop. I mean, this is what you have. You're on an island. You have a needle. You practice up a needle and some thread, and you don't have a knife. You know, like literally, you're on an island, have a little time, and you don't have a can opener. This is what do you do? You gotta, I don't know. You find something. It might take a few hours, and there's only going to be two of them. But it happens. So you have to go back to San Jose tomorrow. Just happened to me, yes. Mastermind. Oh, my leg. Not the mix up also. No good. Yeah, you go back and forth. But after one of those back and forth, it's going to poke you guys. Once you poke in, that's grease on your open. No good. Weird. Look, we have been good. He's asking you a question. Better. He's up there. You're ripping. So you have a canner sweep. What was this for? I don't remember. Okay, here. Over here, maybe you might grip. Okay. Yeah. So this guy right over here, you don't really see, it's not 100%, it could have been a better picture, but the point is that the top part of the needle is a little flatter than a regular needle, A. B, the tip is flat. B, the sides are very, very sharp. It's very good. The size of the needle is a little bit wider than a regular needle. It's a giant needle. It's a giant needle with very sharp edges. Canina, I was from the problem. I feel emotional. You look in the Mishnah on number page. I should have had it on the screen. It says, the last words in the Mishnah. If you're doing the back and forward motion like a knife, even a knife, that's the smallest to small. And then the Mishnah continues, even a razor blade. So, a razor blade, whatever you want to call it. She says, what is kosher? It sounds like a type of cutting instrument. My lab is sophisticated. I'm not sure it's telling me the smallest knife that I know of, which is a needle that they work with leather. No, it's a razor blade. Israel, the head is funny. But that's the next word, a feeling of Israel. So what does kosher mean? You don't mean the same thing, because you know it doesn't mean the same. And you should by kosher, the Mishnah say, you use a knife that's kosher, even a very, very small knife. But what's the smallest of the small? Israel, that's the mean with a razor blade. And that in the Stavro, it makes a lot of sense logically. So, but that is not the reason. It's telling something that's 1 millimeter wide is kosher. How can you shire even better? It wouldn't make sense because it should say 1 millimeter is kosher. And also, you should know that 20 millimeter razor blade is also kosher. Razor blade is kosher. That's your whole rather than the time of the day. If you're a simulate something, don't forget about these guys. This one is already established. So maybe all races like in the world, impossible because they used to have decorative pieces of the race, but they could be dangerous. So maybe I should say, maybe a needle is good, but a race is not good for some races like one. Some of them are really good, people say, but I'm a little but most of them, I would ask you a trick question. Don't look in the middle. What if I have a knife on the table? She likes her dick small and white, like her fertile rice. A lot of waiting for the fall. But I know that in the fall, blonde hair, blue eyes. How about Slender Man? What do you think of him? Is he close to How about the fish? I wanted to have that. That a good speaker like I'm watching it. I'm looking at the name. All right, Nicole. Well, I mean, unbelievable performance all the way through and through. It was absolutely hilarious. You did exactly what I thought you were going to do. Find her on Instagram, Nicole. Tran. 161. Mr. Holiday with 2 goals for Alex Holiday and effort. 90 love. Watching me. There she goes. One more time for Nicole Tran. What a beautiful song that was. What was that fucking demented song she sang? Sasha, just like that. Over here, it did not have any
Sweet song.
yeah,
it was very sweet. So I want like a recording of that tape on the CD too or something.
These are soft cookies I can feel. Even though they're beautiful slice in the neck. Both of the Simone get hung in the button. And Simone not a good speaker. So no matter, is a factor of our culture. You have to check, and then you eat.
Golden name out of the book, and this looks like a brand spanking new name. Make some noise for Mike Benedetto.
That's because it's
There we go. Hockey corner.
Sherry, what does it feel mean? The feel would be, you throw it. Let's go over. So this is my knife. Let's go over. That leaving go, me opening up my fingers, that is a kind of gabra. I use human force, and that human force of me releasing it, let it go down and cut. I didn't see nothing before, yes? Your power, not your power. Okay. So here's the point. The big point is the half of that is the problem. That's today's subject. The problem is over here that we didn't intend the death. When you have to declare it, so it's not. You don't have that. You can't. When you check, as long as it's a human power that came from your power, through it, whatever it is, even if you don't have to have to sell, it's a good speaker. I know the Levitic of one of those people. Who is this Tana that says that you don't have to have any of them? All right. The famous Ruby. That's the ones we had 20 days ago. 20 Shai there was when we were in Morocco. That's 20 days. We were in Morocco 20 days ago. The 20 Shai there is the one cover out. So Rashi says you can read his name 2 ways. You can read his name 20 Shai. His name is Isaiah. He's the hero of Chavraya. He's the youngest of the whole Chavraya. Or maybe his name is 20 Shai Hero. That was his name. Chavraya. He's part of the Chavraya. So he wasn't the youngest in the group. His name is the young. Isaiah the young. He wasn't the youngest in the group. He might have been the oldest of the group. So I'm talking about to the person. Let's see the video. Mind the oil. Like people might have not seen this because it's really well. sounds okay. It's on the right. Yeah, okay. It's on the right.
Very cool. First time doing stand-up? You've been listening to the show for a while? What's on the air?
The trip without being there. You have all these weird people doing weird stuff there, throwing knives, snakes, monkeys. These are typical lake boys.
Man, I wish more people would do that. That's for this show. Absolutely. That's definitely a great mentality to have. I love that. Heck yeah. Very cool. Like, where do you live?
I think in San Diego, general contractor down there.
Very cool. And what is a day in the life of Mike Benedetto look like?
So it's the one who was with the bullseye. And by mistake,
And then I get my chicken on ready, ready, and then me and my wife split. We take them to their respective places, job site, materials, all day, sweat my
it's a real show that we say.
He looks like one of Joe Rogan's
Wow.
testicles.
So,
My goodness.
so I'm
So
talking
you're a
about
fan
the
of,
people that
your listeners that you're a fan of Joey's.
get it into the wall. They're all going to show how the dark.
That's fun.
And
What's
away,
something
and
that,
it's something an
what's
animal
something
by
interesting
mistake.
about you that we'd be
Rabbi
surprised to
Rothschild
know any fun
here.
hobbies or
If
anything
nothing says
crazy
you don't
about
have
you?
to have intent, you do not have to
In order to pay for my education.
have one by Shiva. But I want to say, you have to have intent by Shiva. One love, you're nothing. I don't know what to do to say, you don't know what you're nothing, I want, but by Shiva. You don't need to have intent to that. You have to have intent.
I had to pick a lane, personal, family,
To move
and
the
so
night.
I stopped doing
That's it.
clinical practice. And I
That's
had
the
to find base
tomorrow.
business.
So you still do that?
What is in there? One brother have to say, that's enough of every month. You already said it before, where? On the base. The first mission of Korea, see what the better to do with the right. Base, we're into that system. Now we're doing that base. Go on, he says, if the parent shows the problem, if the parent shows the problem, do it, no good. But if you're standing there, it's not. The police is off the scene, the parent shows the problem. It's not very, very nice when you have an adult watching. I'm reading about that in the very general. No, the parent shows the problem. So he says, you don't have to have it. Oh, you're nothing. It's the same brother. It says it's the same in nothing. It doesn't even have to be counted. So why does he say it's the same?
We really set you up there.
30 days later. So he wants to eat years from now, so I'm going to come to the together. So the earliest, the carriage, the shaita is you were talking about, I was just thinking about that story that I told my friend. I don't know if it's appropriate this year.
Really?
Okay, it is.
Slenderman is Jeremiah.
As you know, my good friend. Correct. I'm gonna tone it down. I'll tone it down. Everything I'm saying, multiply by 10.
What
Or
else?
200.
Any other fun things that you're up to or that you do?
To go to non-Jewish school in Utah. My kids are doing here in Utah. So it's on Zoom with them. And my grandchildren took some words that in schools we're not saying. Especially if there's a so I said, listen, you don't even know it's a good word. Let me tell you, it's a really good word. But the house will never believe it. Is it? The one that's 6, the one is 4.
So you have to shove one plastic tube in your
So I said, I have a word for you.
You have one in your bag?
If you promise you're never going to use it, yeah.
Well, why wouldn't you do it?
This is the worst, this is the biggest person you could ever say, shaita. And then they start saying, shaita. I said, don't say it, shaita, shaita, you're shaita, shaita. And he goes to the street, he goes, and my daughter said the whole thing, that's all they were saying. So don't feel it. Switch it out, stuff it in there, you never have it. Shaita, shaita, yeah?
It's true.
I didn't go to one of those schools. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. No. Well, for whatever reason, my daughter really was like, oh, she was on the floor, she laughed, and I was like, what are you, okay, you thought about here, do you thought, oh, fuck this, I said, that's not the concept, that's not the suit. That's the suit. I said, sorry, the trigger these slices that just happened, literally 3 days. She did not say the story.
Especially for a first time set.
I think the Gemara actually says that it doesn't make sense. But it never says cutting to the thing. At least the cut. It's a partial piece of the seed. It's a part of the seed. It also is a mode of the seed. We go from there to the cut. So I'm going to tell you the end of the signal according to what people mean. She had an illness. Was an illness, meaning she had a go. She was with this baby in the front. And she's walking on a bridge, and she slipped off the bridge and fell into the water. So I don't know how to tell you the Rav says for her location. This is a horrible thing. She's 100% biblical. In other words, there's no issue coming. This tefillah, by mistake, removes colors. On the other side, on the flip side, left on the truma. She would be asked to consume truma, which is only a lesser issue than colors. It's an issue of lucidation. If the death penalty is incredible, it's not as weird and bad as colors. It's also for children. If you open an Omar, Omar would say, after they saw it, this Mila didn't help at all. There wasn't a true Havana. She sailed into a bracha, meaning she didn't show intent. She didn't want to be in the water at that point. And it doesn't help it. It's not a true power, no? It's not. Most people are not aware of these halakhas. Meaning, we are not punished. We're not touching.
Enchiladas, dog. You're gonna talk about your kid. I love when you talk about your kid.
We are coolin'. We are a piece of coolness here. What are we? We're coolin'. We're literally coolin'. We're
shaking the construction paper, dog. Let's talk about it. So you've done stand-up comedy before? Come to shows. I have 6 months in. 6 months. I just said, I do a show in 6 months. You need to work harder, homie. It's hard. It's hard. I guess it's one of all is the answer after all, huh?
You're cooling like by yourself. When it comes to cooling, you don't have to have any intent. It's different. You have to Una primera María, it's not. Guys, to meet like the boy, our boy, so. Listen to this. You know, you can go be part of the in ocean. Ocean is divided the mission. A wave that's attached to the ocean is part of the ocean. But what about a wave that attaches itself to the ocean? 40 cent water. That's me 40 cents. A tsunami. Whatever, however it works, is a hit. Down and we drop water down and push it up. Doesn't matter. A whole wave. At least we're talking about a minimum of 40 cents. Because less than 40 cents is only covered. Yeah, 40 cents of water flying through the air. A moment ago, it was not as violent to do as now it's flying through the air. Once it's airborne, no. And you can't keep on going. But once it lands, you can't. Now, first of all, any rainwater that's landed, it's, you know, that's made chunks. That's what we make all business out of. That's great. But what if it's in mid-air? It's flying through the air. One edge of it is touching the ground. The other is still in motion, coming. It wants the rest of the ground. In motion. And you put a fleet. Let's say you have a vessel. You have to be careful. A vessel that's coming. Now one that you bought is a coming vessel. And you stand it up. So you know it. Bend down to the ground. Grab the wave in mid-air. Part of it is touching the ground. And part is flying through the air. That's okay. That's called. Russian. Let's go Russian. You're grabbing the head of it when the bottom of it is touching the ground. It says, tomorrow, thou shalt mitla. If this wave is detached, you wear a bone cell, and that's 40 cells. But no, okay, so we have to see exactly what type of heat. But right now, it's not attached to the flavor. It has the power to give a sensation of the since the human being and the pain are mentioned together, so the similar that was not favorite of you know that a street does not have banana, doesn't have gas, doesn't have a brain. So it's taken over that real quickly, remind the other of the story. It has a good, so it has to, if you think about it. There's a grandmother walking with her grandchild on the shore. And all of a sudden, one of these giant waves came out of nowhere. You see the whole time when people take pictures and all that. So this giant wave comes, the grandmother grabs the child and rips it into the ocean. So she starts crying to her boyfriend. And the boyfriend never really has to do anything in her entire life. And that's for this one time. Give me back my grandchild. Give me back. Grandchild. 9 seconds later, another wave comes and this is his grandson right out. And she grabs him and she says to the woman, "Grandson, but where's this hat?" I don't want no trouble. I got keys. I don't want any trouble. And what's her asking is that sometimes we get beautiful things, but we're looking at the sorry. You know, oh, you get your grandchild back and all your parents. That's what you complain about is that. But it struck me. The story, it happened to me. I fell into a sewer, you know, in a relative bungalow when I was 3 or 4 years old, and I almost died. And when my father pulled me out, the first thing I said is, "Oh, where's my yarmulke?" No one cars that toys. Even when I was a young kid, no one cars that toys. That's why you took out a book. That's why you have the. In the meanwhile, I pulled another name. How do you like comedians do good on this show? Okay. That's it. You don't want to put it nice people smiling. How many of you like comedians do good on this show? No, we don't even talk about it. Okay, that's what a hateful audience. These people love people on here. Well, maybe you can make side of like different preposition and wait to shoot. Yeah. especially when it's on. My opinion says that one of the people that he's very close to, Rothschild, the cable of the Vanessa, is sitting there, and he's seeing the professor stuttering and crying. That's like, wait a minute. I'm definitely crying. He looks from death to me. He goes over there and says,
Football season again.
The guy tells me, you know, since you left your parents' house,
Well, that's all very informative.
they left you once.
So
Not even
20
once.
feet, Italian mom unionized NFL officiating. Every time there's a fucking flag on the field, they send it to Dan Blandino at the NFL offices in New York.
You don't want the door to be locked. You
It's
want
like
your
a
mail to
fucking
walk in
taped
and
audition for The
realize that you're
Sopranos.
welcome over there. Yeah. That's how much.
On the playing question,
That started the problem.
the
The only shit when it's soccer. Because they all says,
during the ball, if a coach
the only
might
shit when
go
it's
goal every
soccer
time,
is waiting for us.
the Irishman,
Then the father wakes your
46,
Look
came
at
in with
that
velocity
They
and
must
cracked
have
that
thought
shot in
that
the
maybe
fucking
this
net.
guy is just waiting there and
Oh,
waiting
it was a
for a wave to
fantastic
come.
hit.
So he does have to
At the time of the infraction propagated by Alansky, cost them.
Just right. When a person finds you can't be without. So if you like Palin,
It's the third time.
the human being is fine.
Thanksgiving for Amazon Prime.
About real resources and international I knew that these must be para esto para así como de
So I told him I'm not spending another shekel, and he folded it and sold me the cup. Dirt cheap. Awesome. Now I'm going to go toivel it. You have to pay for the mikveh? I am not spending another shekel. I'll be a little late. I just take the cup to Tvila in the seat. Excuse me, sir. Beach entry is 20 shekels. I'm not spending another shekel. I'll just wait here. Yes! I knew it would work! Tvila in a wave is kosher, and it's free! No!
That's no good. Why is that no good? Rainwater that's moving. Rainwater can't move. Rainwater has to be stationary. So I would say that moving seawater should have its zero that people use it in. That's what it is. So then what happens? He goes through it. Tell us the fucking truth, dude. I can tell you're conniving up some people. Check this out. Lie over there.
Fuck out of here, man. I put on a full metal jacket, got a little small talk, drank some vodka.
So this is a detached wave of 40 sec. And this is no good for female. So maybe I should be praising this kind of thing. I've never seen one of these yet. But I should say that when you have a secret, it looks like a yarmulke, like a kippah, like a detached, the what? Canopy of water. And detached. in water, say that it's also to use one that's attached to the ground, because you might come to say that a detached one is okay.
I'm asking you a fucking question, David. I need you to pay attention here.
No, so that's a reflex is attached to the ground. That is attached to the ground. It's not attached to the ground.
Zero dreams of sushi.
Black Girl Sketch Show? So that's a reflex is attached to the ground, but it's still in
There you go,
movement.
David Wallace.
It's closer, but I would think that it's not closer to close.
There you go. He's run out of brain energy.
Hopefully, it's one that's completely
about something that happened days ago.
Yeah, I would think that's absolutely rough.
After you eat out, Asian chick.
My story is, so we're not going to go with the people. And how do you know they shouldn't put those in a detached way? It's not like people the Russian in the building. So obviously when you do this, you see right away that the sun is not going to be because how do you know it's a lot more than the food from this? There's no one else. I'm saying right away, it's not only the best for me. So that's why it's set aside that it's not a mix-up, it's a rice. The Russian in the building, here's my story. Like you can use a way that's attached to the ground, but you can't use a detached way. She might be the matter of something that's really, you can't discard it. Right, I didn't need them so I don't know. You don't need to have any intent when it comes to clean, or you should be clean, but a husband is clean, you don't need to have to worry about it by a husband. It's not. So let's just show this again for those who haven't seen it, and even those that said beautiful, just the words, how the words work there, all things. Here's a you must be the first show. Time that you have to be in place in order for the food to be for the public. First time, that you shouldn't be in the whole
So I present to you for the second time ever.
Classic says, Zara Zalina, Shir Zalina. The second time, that one of the Shivas Mashkin should fall which are matcher than the other two. Yayin Kavash, Shemin,
Just to offer your poor kids attention. So African-American lesbian mother one last ray of that sweet spotlight before she shuffles on this little ride. She was a goddamn hero, Mr. Johnson. I actually came this week to offer a little podcast with back on Mr. Sam Harris. So this fella's story is a challenge out of trying MDMA. He was some of the weirdest dude in the party.
only after he was totally apart. One of the Shivas Mashkin was programmed, the son of a Howard, now is the Shivas Mashkin.
Tip for any listeners trying this at home?
By the time we do it,
Skip this step. And it's a shame. You know what I mean? It's a shame.
Okay,
Fuck
so,
you, Dale. I can sing too.
here you go. Brandon the answer. 50 seconds of thunder right there. Or you're going to see it soon. If you want to go to water, even if you don't want to water, not the water, then it's not going to stop it. And if first time we met you, you had a bag, now it's time to become trouble. But without any master touching it, and start touching the food is not trouble. And then you showed us the situation. There's enough to take on myself. Yeah, fruit, the fell into the water. What did he do? He's trying to say, it doesn't mean you are crazy enough. So he sticks his hand and grabs the fruit. The thing is that this person has hands that are coming, and in order for him to eat the whole of this stuff, he has to wash his hands. So his intent was to grab the fruit. He wasn't even having intent to keep the toilet. So I gotta ask you, Brandon, what's in the bag this week? His hand is hard. So if we stop right here and do that, what do we have right now? That in order to make your hands far, you don't have to have Kabbalah to put them in the middle. This Kabbalah is to grab fruit, not to get it down his hand. That's enough. Very good.
I saw these three dudes like business sense walking in.
Hey, and the fruit.
So I walked across like 3 parking lots, and tried to get it back. My friends got arrested in the process. But the crazy part was I went home
Take the
and I
fruit
turned
out
on
of the
the
water.
lights and I'm like, what's this squiggly shit right here?
Right. So what I'm saying is take the fruit out of the water, take the fruit out. These are supposed to you wanted to watch this and take the other rest piece in. The other Kohanim, his hands are why? Even without the one hand. Now that he wants to wash his hands, now he wants the water. Once he wants the water, that's enough to give the fruit the extra tablets. He doesn't need the water. He wants the water. What's the water? That's it. That's part of if you go the first line, you see that you put your hands in the water and you don't want to be tired. You want to grab something, that's enough to make them tired. So too, the woman who fell into the mitzvah becomes tired without cover. Basically, rather than not. So again, Rav says we're going to test cover. She says, cover the food in the roots of your food. This is incredible. This is the word. But boys, you're not going to believe it's another unbelievable. If a person goes into the mikvah, and he says, I'm going into the mikvah to eat Meiser Shem. I want to be able to eat Meiser Shem. That's it. What's the level of Bach Meiser Shem? What's the level of Bach Shem? What's the level of Bach Shem? It depends on your mind. It depends on your mind. I can go into the mikvah and see completely far for one thing and not another. I'm going to the mikvah just to feel it. I didn't go to the mikvah for tuna. That's it. No good. I'm going to the mikvah for tuna. I didn't think about the next level of Bach, which is wow, well, there you go. Fun times. So I'm not tired. Brandon the intern, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Fun set. Says, come on, the person is not the extreme stand-up comedy. Represent you one of my favorite top rising comedians in the world. Memphis, Tennessee, great Marvel, William Montgomery. Here he goes. I'm in the flesh, William points out Montgomery. I had never stolen that much. Alexa, most of you would have said, oh, that was a mikvah. And he's powerful and he's done everything. What's he doing? No, the rest is still powerful. Extra. But the gives that of a person you see that he didn't have any kavana, accumulate kavana. It's as if he didn't do the mikvah at all. So you see that you have to have kavana. No, that's the little plants on the price. It's as if he didn't go to the mikvah at all. Like, you know, you walk in the mikvah, and the first level of pulim that's automatic without any intent. What you need to have intent is nicer, suma, custom, parakur, those things you have to have intent. You don't have that.
Did it again. William Montgomery
So later, it's easy to go to the mikvah for level 2, which is nice. Level 1, you don't have to have any.
I don't think so.
Because
that's incredible. You're really attacking the news of the week, William. I started watching ABC.
It is interesting. So that we rub it off, saying style, doing things that need to get them off his back. No, don't ask that. Rubber went and we looked into it. And he found. I love this love. I love that. You have guys that are hot and so go through shots and I think you realize, oh, Sanya, all over the insects. Look at the tree, most of them might zip. And the person went into the mikvah and it didn't have any kavanah, he still took the kula. He still called the kula. He didn't have to have the kula. And now it's considered, you don't have to have kavanah. The woman doesn't have to have kavanah. The one that says that a woman has kavanah. She can't just pull up a group and say, oh, I'm sorry. It's the lowest level of kula. It's okay, you don't go back. So you tell me the pastor of grace. So you know you're right. It's a great pastor of grace. You didn't make this up. These are other Tanaim. He's a previous Tana. And the other one that came to Tanya, the other thing is you can ask. A person's clothing, a person has gas saras and his clothing. So you have to wash the feather, and you have to wash it again. Not to have a look at shyness. The shyness over there is extra. It's the balance just that the first time you wash it, the second time it's the same. Not the first show that it's that. You have to have 2 minutes and at the first feel of that. Now, what's the right over there? The right is that a beggar. What is a beggar? Is a beggar touching or cooling? Beggar is cooling. This is cooling. Yet you have to have intent when I put the beggar in the mikvah. I dump my suit in the mikvah. It's a funny thing. When I used to, but then you say when the really strong, if I was beggar becomes Sunday, somebody eats a kosher bird, it's in the back of his neck, and the soup comes down. So what do you do with the soup? Put it in the mikvah. But then it says that it has to have a dash. You have to have a dash. Where? You go like this. Still looking at her in the face. Just thinking, oh my God, I think you're not going to have a prayer. You're going to have to do this. I have like 10 years. I've only ever met this one young lady. She seems nice. Yeah, triple on acid. Just making sure you're finished. Just in her bed. So, at the bottom, what do you see from here? It says in the first, you need that. Like the first is washing, the second washing, what is that? That, you fold it. It's a cash on Rob that says you don't need that. Imala, I don't mean that. It's fine, I'm not meaning that. Fine. Maybe the first washing, they had to have the intent of the fire. Maybe the second one also. No, there's a card that does that. No, the second one doesn't have to have a test. I don't know if you were asking the other, there's nothing. Because everyone's saying that you have to have intent, but no, but I love all of this stuff. These are for business. So when a Mishnah doesn't bring down a name, there's a reason why Rebbe took out the name. It's not that there's no name. You knew the name. Let's say you knew it's Rebbe Kiva. But he wanted you to know that this is the way you pass it. So you figured if I put Rebbe Kiva's name in there, you're going to think, oh, it's only Rebbe Kiva, but everybody argues on it. So I'm telling you, no. This is an anonymous Mishnah. The halacha is like this, and that's it. You should know this. So it says, if you're not halacha to stop Mishnah, the halacha is always like an anonymous Mishnah. It says it in the anonymous, it's anonymous. But we're talking to Shabbat Darko, it's nice. And created it. I'm created Shabbat Darko. You know, the point is, and we ask me, the one about being about time and enough, because it's not. So what we do, we knock it down on purpose. Sheva, it's a good skill. But then the Kabbalah, and the Kabbalah, Rabbi Rothschild don't go up on this. The rules is that says you don't have to Kabbalah. Yeah, there's lots of me. There's lots of miracle videos. Check it out. Kosher. But it's an anonymous Mishnah. But the whole thing is an anonymous Mishnah. But it says anonymous Mishnah. You don't have to have Kabbalah. Keep up. What's the answer? You're right. The Bible's going to agree that you don't have to have Kabbalah and Kiva. But you have to have Kabbalah and all that stuff. So like, the streets are, anything else? Yeah, why? For two passes, the machine you don't have to have almost with it. The guy who wanted to assassin is also passes. There's a special puzzle. That tells the total of this Bahu that you have to have Kavana to do based on the text. That tells me that outside of this, you don't have to have Kavana. But that's that. But by speed, though, because I mean, Kavana. Says the Gemara, Rabbanan is the logo of Rabbanan is because of the So now Rabbanan makes this distinction. Oh, so who's Rabbanan? Rabbanan that argue about some other night. They say that you go night and you didn't know that there's a cow, and it's up to the cow. It's no good. Why? We have a big problem. Just said that only in the Beis Hamikdash if you go night you don't have to avoid it not good. But out there in the Beis Hamikdash in Morocco, it is good. So the Gemara, okay, I'll this is where it comes from C. Rebel. This makes no sense. Makes it the fucking saying in the Torah to cut is on back it's a shkita. So we need that. We need Kabbalah. I think that is even in the bird. We need to have Kabbalah. Chacham saying there's a distinction between cutting and shkita. But we need to have Kabbalah for the cutting. We have to have Kabbalah for the either we need Kabbalah for the now, let's just finish this. Can't be done in English and answer the Kabbalah. What does it mean that Jews are forced to be Kabbalah? You know that answer Kabbalah after law, but it means that Hashem took the and forced Jews through into the mitzvah. Kabbalah to Kabbalah Ma'asi. Just like when you take a flea and put it in a mitzvah, you don't ask the flea permission. So if you take another human being and dump him in the mitzvah, it's a good tefillah. I'll ask you a question. What if I bet you it's what if? What if 45 seconds? Raise your hand if you think this is good. A person falls off a bridge, and another person, a friend, is watching this, and is completely controlled, and instead of screaming, hey, she says, I want that to be the shame to you. Is that a good feel or not? So another person that nothing to do with her falling is happy to be watching. She could have died in this round. We just said if a person takes another person physically and death, they will make that. That is good enough that I could throw somebody to the very business. But tell me, watch the other side. Is that a good feel? Yes or no? Is anybody in this room saying that it's okay? It's a good feel. Let's say it's a good feeling. Having a pretty good day. Yesterday I got a haircut. So then you don't need another person. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Have you guys ever gotten a haircut? Listen to this. When it comes to treatment, you have a shaykhah. Did I tell you the story about my grandchildren? Okay. It's not you have a person that's completely off the rail, off the rock. And you have to pick up the cycles like listen to this. When it comes to tumor, you have an application for women who make sure that everything is culturally yoked, that this person is ready to go to the mikvah. She grabs the shayta, dumps her in the mikvah, and also you do it. It is tumor. So, since the Gemara real quick, never off of the Gemara said she must have been like that. How did it happen? Like he said, the whole time. She fell off a bridge, so it's a complete illness. And so what's the point to writing a bridge? That says that you don't have to have Kavana really says you do. So that says, just like by food, you don't know you have to have Kavana. Something by music, you don't have to have Kavana. The really says no, maybe it's different than Shmita. The next shot is, this is a little tricky, Rabbi said, don't run out yet, we're Rabbanan. You're still a hopper. Listen to this. She went into the water to pull off her feet. And then what happened? She slipped and fell. So this is the Nakuda here, man. This is what you said before. You had a problem. Because now, Kamira, Rabbi says that cutting and the shackle. What's cutting? Cutting is not shackle. Cutting is cutting. It's shackle. But that's shackle. So cutting is a little bit of shackle. So the way that's something similar. There's a little bit of going to the middle. A little bit. It's not enough to call up a bit. There's zero going up a bit. But the real is a massive mixture of putting in part of your feet. It's like cutting. It's part of shvita. It's a little bit of shvita. So a little bit of shvita is putting in the feet, and then you fill in the rest. And on that is enough to me to hold on and not do it around. No, that's something. That's completely different. That's something else. So let me just finish. We can go to shoppers. Rabbi Rothschild again. Just like my shvita, it's enough that kavana in that shvita. So by shvita also, it's enough that kavana to go into the water a little bit and not the complete shvita. So Iowa, was that like small town? Yeah, 12,000. And it's different. It's either on both sides.
Spreading I like Dimitri Martin. I like, is that Dimitri Martin back there? Look at that. Just one person did that. Yeah, it's nothing better than I love measle boards in my stand-up. There's nothing better than, wow, what's he going to tear away next? My goodness. I see a cluster fest in your future. You have a girlfriend? Right now, I am dating the hottest girl I've ever seen. I met her on Tinder. She speaks only half English. We do some English thing going on. 2 days. We go dancing. You know how to dance with a Peruvian? She thinks it's all about like. So let me get this straight. I was gonna say that somebody did that first. She let me grab her chicharras and
Beautiful. What are you sitting over there? Let's back you guys next to me over here, please. It's crazy that you called him that. Did you ever call him that in front of her? Like, thanks for letting me touch your chimichangas. What do you got? I feel overwhelmed a little bit. So you really, so let me get this straight. You went out on a first date. Did you guys plan to go dancing before the first date? Or like Tinder, you're like, hey, wanna go out? And she's like, yeah, would you like to go dancing sometime? It was her idea. This is a tough one. Okay, so we gotta get right to it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I guess no. We definitely have to see some of these dances. Say the name. You're out with the crew. You guys don't know if it's breakfast. Chimichangas are hanging out. What's known is the curse of the Stefanski. A few years ago, I wrote an anonymous letter. That's the problem. We wrote an anonymous letter tracing the incredible benefits of learning the Yomi from everyone. I mentioned that as a recruiter, someone from the share I started using me professionally in places where happening business is booming and money is flying through. I also mentioned that while I was giving regular mics to my own stuffers, she's on. I wasn't giving candy well. Kelly did not like that in the least. Basically said I was being ungrateful and couldn't believe I wasn't giving back to the source. At that moment, I knew I'd be lucky to place another person at the company again. And that's exactly what happened. Everything went wrong. Candidates got fired before guaranteed periods were up. People took other jobs, placements disappeared. Now, fast forward. Through MDY, I've just received a new company for working. This time, I committed to giving mice to MDY, and now sponsoring a week of the year. As Robin says, complete freedom is the way the same position again, and this time you do the right thing. So I can officially say, I've now done complete tshuva, and I encourage anyone making money from the white to get back to the shear. Rabbi Rothschild. Preston Harris Group Improvement. There's another tough one over here. Sure. Tough one. Actually, no, this is not tough. For the Talmidai, those in the pre-log, they really want to share. About the Rabbi to be real, it's something completely different. I kept speaking to Chase and keep it short stop. But literally 20 years ago, in Yerushalayim, I taught a Canadian starting golf for kids with very different backgrounds, but we learned together. They taught these guys. We finished in stuff that I hard together, and something so easy. And we tested on it. Then when this guy, I went to Australia, he went back to Canada. It doesn't touch you in there, but that was about it. I never imagined that all these years later, the connection would come back in such a powerful way. More recently, that connection was born again, and before I knew it, I found myself deeply inspired by it. Jamie is the way he lives with Torah, the way his family's involved, the way he's really motivated and passionate about learning, the way he's gifted himself, his time, his purpose, and his philanthropy power in the organization. I asked David Clark, and then would come where I would be learning from the person I once learned with. I would inspire others that they want. Instead, I found myself inspired by him. Connecting with him again in Connecticut, supporting him in proceedings, and now watching him on the Morocco. But staying in the movement, he then made commitment since I started, and how much he's used for something very special. Just a quick shout out to Jamie. I'm really motivated, inspired, and reminded, and it reminded me that sometimes the person you want to talk because the person who teaches you the most, one regards, their chief. Email here. I guess I left it out. I'll just say about that. The guy says, anonymous. Of course, anonymous. He says, it's better make another and promise somebody something and not. What a principle it is. It's a word. How did I not say 8 months to start back to that? Then he said, that would be enough. Then he's saying we're going to share that. This is, you spend so much time doing yourself all over the world. You don't take it. That's part I didn't like it.
I think you accidentally gave one of the funniest answers to any question in the
So
history
why
of
did
the
you
show.
write it?
You go back to your place after dancing until 2 a.m. If you dance for 2 more
I
hours,
know. I know it wasn't you. I know it wasn't you. It didn't have the right there courage. Some of the worst courage of somebody else. You know what I mean? It was missing a little bit of that respect. I'm not, I don't care that much. It's weird. But he's right there. Of course, he sounded nice. He wouldn't write it without being nice. Okay. You know who you are. You can ask him too. It's fine. Official edition of the White Sox, Lucette Zebediah Shulman. Bob Lyman, Danielle Shea, with gratitude to Hashem for giving me more than I deserve. I think that's all of us. We all get more than we deserve. She responds to Lucette, though. So when I say good one, I haven't seen you in age that can make a Bruckner right now. Messiah Mason, what?
Tell us, how long?
Give him a Shabbos for you. Great. Dedicated memory of Avi Murray Rick. Sport for him, thanks to be Dr. Tony Rock. The Positive Foundation gratitude and stored him in their lives, but only doing sport on the what? Anonymous. Let's look at Brooklyn's Bugatti. They can keep Benny. Anonymous. Zero first name, man. Anyway, we have to play about Session. Young Danielle Rosenthal, Louis Simca. Lucky Spots, Larry Simon, and first name Avi Murray, Dr. Miro. Danielle Rosenthal, Thomas Michelle Fox. Spots is anonymous. First name is Ford. If you work on Benny, you look at from Shia Ben Slavic Borough of Maine. The Spanish year starts weekly starts with wishing anyone down with the Pizza, and Seattle Schmeier. Anonymous, Pedro Santicoy, Robert Early, Preston Harris Group Recruitment, now instead. Make money from the share, give back to the share. Baby sponsors, Ben Shua, and who you are. Those passes mount, he's working against you, he's fishing for success of all our time. The younger than the younger, everybody, we all have a parnasa, and you are his passion, multi traditions, and his perspective is super. Take off, with his pass, like a fire, and you are art. Muslim of the Yonakan, Ikan, Ben, Asher Bracha, Muslim of Mordechai, the Esther, who's a yellow, and Ben, a yellow, Esther. One side we're holding a pen line to the bottom of the fest of the face. Remind everyone she had an interesting question. And when we followed the Sukkah, and then we jumped right back into feelings with different types of shkitas and stuff. But still a lot of Greek said, yeah. We had a question. The shkita, the tail end of the shkita, is that all it counts? Or is shkita something that takes the entire process of shkita? So we have the two gauges. Gauge on top shows the shkita starting and ending, and therefore the entire thing is shkita. We have a gauge on the bottom that just runs all the way down. Says Rava, actually, if I'm going to ask this question about the sheepers and for food, fuck actually. So this mission that we just discussed about Paradis, the Madonna says that people only say Torah at the end, look like that Torah the Torah. So you can make a very simple distinction. Whoever is deals with Paradis becomes Paradis. The Shofar becomes Kamen, the guy that forms it becomes Kamen, the guy that schleps it, all the people that deal with Paradis become Kamen. Two people, Reuben and Shimon, shut the Paradis. Reuben is cutting the leg, cutting is not going well. 5 minutes before, Shimon says, well, let me take over. I see you don't do it, so give me the leg. He thinks, now if you cut, then you finish. The is only at the end, so who performed the shkita? Only the second guy, Shimon. So Reuben didn't even do his shkita, so Reuben would be bad. So if you say this was shkita, do not say, so both of them performed the shkita, because it starts from the beginning and goes all the way through, and therefore they both come. Why did you say that? So the Gemara says, because the Gemara is because two people can't trust. Actually, no, himself, he will show the power of the two people shut the power of the guy was having a combo. The first guy, Reuben, is not from AY because holding his toes all the way at the end, the last millisecond. The guy was back to the down in the last guy was from it. And Rabbi Yosef, the guy with the concept of diamonds. That's what he's talking about. Dominating those. That's not a great example. But then here it goes with him. This guy, Stein Sheffield, two individuals should not one animal up. Boom, that's the end of the question. You can't have two people shutting one animal. And another Allah, that's the two words. So you have one shutting two. You can't have one person shutting two animals and touching them. It's legal. Or else I would just say it's that above. So you have to get rid of the source. Directly the way it is actually written. So this button is back. You should check it in singular. You should check two, you should check one. Only you see from here that two people should not check one animal. Or buy a lot. This one I love doing. So that's not true. So come around with a lot of it. So you really love it. Shimon, skin is soft. This is only Rabbi Shimon. It's not true. They come to argue, and we bring our comments. So two people could check one, and if two people could check one, so what's that? Because we have 6 here. Yeah, we have 1 seat over here. Hi, everybody. And we say that two people could check one. Why can't Reuben and Shimon check? Reuben will be paused. Shimon will comment. I'm never expecting it. Love with this Shimon. Mine look like the guy. The shop. I got it. Rashi says that Suda was a hat in this case. It makes a lot of sense. person was shafting with a hat. Another person came along, didn't like his hat. They had the hat issue all the way back in the day. When you're wearing a hat, when you're wearing this kind of hat, you shake it. Oh, we'll put on this hat. Now, the question is, if you have one person performing the shechita from beginning to end, but you hope that the shechita only occurs all the way at the tail end, shechita is basoif, not beginning to the end, but only basoif. So the hat that he wore in the beginning is not coming. Because the shechita only happened at the end. And the hat that he wore all the way at the end, oh, I'm coming. I just want to give you an example. As I'm learning this, an hour and a half before shir, I'm like, oh, this would be a good idea. I send the idea to the artist, and this is what they came out with, literally within an hour and a half. You got the Medidas guys.
Anything for the boss upstairs.
Just have a good summer, give all the Can you imagine a guy shuffling the car with a baseball cap? That is disrespectful. You would do it? The car I do know? You just don't see the color Says, you know, okay. That's not a good. Maybe I should be good. I love to choose the color for my. You're not talking about the beginning part, the shkita part.
Right, JD Belt's here drilling tonight's episode. The whole crew is here.
That if a person
Greener
does
is chaos. This place is packed with gullets. Sort of almost a little dead area over there, but that's a lot of
somebody while he's
So
doing
good on
it.
you for not sitting over there.
Doing
Yeah,
the hazah
let's
part.
just jump right into
So
it,
the
shall
car
we?
didn't go
Just had an amazing weekend of stand-up
But
comedy
everything
in
before
Miami.
that
Thank you
was
to everybody in the Miami
that's what we
crowd.
wanted.
So
We
much
wanted
fun.
we made it
And
possible.
the road
Now we
continues.
made it
So
closer.
I have a
The
morning
biggest
here
position
to
we
the
made
same
it
time
possible
where
so
there's
everybody
some
before
frisbee golf and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Bahar,
And then I go
I should say,
to
everybody before that is
Indians
coming.
Key
Why?
West.
There's a Paraduma around, and
No, I
when
didn't say Key West.
dealing with a
That was
Paraduma
West
that's
Palm
closer,
Beach
you
the
become
first
coming.
weekend of
And
September.
everybody after
And
that,
but let's make a big announcement right now, shall we?
cutting up the watermelon, is hard because no longer Paraduma.
And that is
It's a great
that.
We're not talking about kosher stuff,
Australia.
we're talking about puzzle stuff. Okay.
Breaking news. Our shows in Australia will sell out 3 giant theaters, Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane.
Again, a lot of times people
Pre-sale
come here,
for that
they
show
push out,
goes on sale this Thursday. Isn't that crazy? This Thursday, I do believe it is the 19th. No, the 16th. The 15th. This Thursday in Australia. Friday morning. They go on sale Thursday night here in America. Friday morning in Australia.
this week's part.
So yeah, get those tickets and they go on sale. Whatever pre-sale is, and how do you get the pre-sale things? It's like, so they're on sale.
Not
They just
everybody's
roll
familiar.
over.
We
sold out in the first 10 minutes. Anyway, they go on sale next Monday with the general public.
Okay, so any carbon.
So get tickets for that. You're headlining San Diego August 17th. Yeah, this Saturday. Bringing Joel Berg out there. So you see Joel Berg and George Bridge and Sidekick Henry. 2 shows.
It's a possibility.
And I'm going to Tony Hitchens with an acquaintances show. Hollywood Improv Friday, August 23rd. Got Neil Hammer
Now,
on that.
most
Excited.
people don't have I know I get cheer.
All right, so let's just jump right into today's show. Before we do, here's a word from our sponsors. And we are back. Are you guys ready to start tonight's show? Very exciting. The return of one of our favorite guests, one of my favorite comedians in the world. You worship this guy. I've always looked at him like one of my big brothers on stage and off. I adore him. Truly one of my favorite comedians on the planet.
did and everything. So I hope I wasn't nervous. But it's possible, huh?
Wow.
That's not why I look.
It's right here, everybody.
Why would I live here if I was...
Yes, sir. And he does not slow
I don't
down.
remember
He's at the
anymore.
Ontario Improv Bar Bistro in the
That's
show.
what I told you guys.
Here at the Comedy
My
Store on
wife, I was
Tuesday.
so
Comedy Works all weekend. Legion
Anyway,
of Skank Super Party here next
I put
Monday.
my wife in. If
You're doing Legion of Skank's stand-up show after Milton next week at the Kiltonies. Lewis
So
and
let's
Shane
just do
Gillis.
very,
Joe's been added to that.
very simple. Doc has a perfect face off. They ran away.
Chicago, Jersey, Orlando, Connecticut, Nashville,
So
go to bigcomedy.com. Get tickets
when did he find the
cities.
original perfect face off? Well,
Well,
usually
Legion
find
of
it right
Skanks.
afterwards.
And of course,
He
Bonfire.
finds his perfect face off in Alabama. There it is.
You're not stop.
Yeah, it's a
You're
perfect
like
face off.
me,
But
but
actually,
bigger.
the face off, you have perfect face off years of kicking.
I love it. So welcome back. You know how the show works. You've been on a bunch. Today also, I'm just going to keep it moving. We have a band on this show.
So this guy with the kid
He was on mushrooms and tried to attack the leader of this band that I'm about to bring out. That's right.
you have comments in your house, you start shifting this guy.
You know the band, you love the band. Every single episode, guys, they commit to being different characters. I never know what they're going to be or what they're going to do. Maybe a mailman or milkman or policeman or maybe a Kid Rock on an episode in Indiana a couple weeks ago before he hit the news. Never know what they're going to be. I'm excited to see what they are tonight. Thanks to Noise, one of my favorite East Valley punk bands. The best band in the land that kills it. Jeremiah Watkins, Chroma Chris, and Shoulder Jimenez. Let's see what they are tonight.
He shuts his car on the phone by the face off. It's awesome. You know what's something called the face off Apollo? You need to check it. Fire face off. And if you have
This is so exciting. I always love brand new characters on the show.
Yeah.
Oh, you were?
She shuts it off.
Oh, wow.
And he has a
And,
box of cookies in his car.
what's your name, young Howard Stern?
The question is he over on the issue of shutting the treasure on a face off? Now, if this guy is completely awesome, it's a terrible carbon, then he's not over